The Pak family is one of the most famous in the country, distinguished among the 5 great families by its incredible physical and divine power. The members of this family were the stuff of legend. Their achievements were so incredible that they seemed fictional. But after years of fame, the huge Pak family was almost completely destroyed. The last member left is James Pak, the best warrior in his family, and the only survivor of the attack by the Mage family. But now he is in mortal danger. Will the last member of the famous family die? The head of the Mage family, the famous warrior John, is standing in front of him now, and he asked James what it was like to be the last member of his family. James felt really crazy with his anger. He got up and took out his sword to destroy the bastard. The warrior tried to cut the enemy's body into 2 parts, but John defended himself in time. John said that the head of the Pak family personally wrote a letter of surrender to the general. Of course, James couldn't believe it. He said it couldn't be true and tried to strike again. This recklessness and aggression cost him a lot, and John skillfully dodged and cut off James's arm. It was unbearably painful, and James started screaming, but he said that even that wouldn't stop him. He does not realize that he has lost not only his arm, but also the support of his family, and he has almost no chance of survival. John said that there was only one condition. The general demanded to receive the James and the flag of the Pak family, and the legendary Robert Pak agreed. And as a result of this agreement, what happened, and James refused to believe it. He said that he would stand by Robert Pak to the end, because it was the head of his family, and he could not betray them. John asked me not to take the whole thing too personally. It's over now. All the family members are dead. They probably thought that the general would accept their surrender. But after James's death, there would be no one left in the family. Surely James may regret the times when he followed the family's orders like a loyal dog. Not only he did this, all the family soldiers followed any order Robert gave them, and now James may feel that his whole life was in vain. But the glorious warrior tried not to listen to his enemy's words. He replied that he would now make him shut his mouth forever. In response, John just smiled. He looked like a man who was absolutely sure of his victory. John started laughing nervously, probably watching too many Joker movies. But he had a reason to laugh. He saw the light in James's eyes, a bloody light without a shred of doubt. There are people whose eyes are filled with life, even if they are standing over an abyss. But John knows from experience that in the face of death, even this legendary light fades. James replied that it couldn't end like this. He would kill John the Bewitcher and restore his family's glory. But all these are just words. The words of an angry and offended warrior. Words that have nothing to do with reality. Words alone cannot win a war, and John instantly became close to James and dealt him a fatal blow. He smiled and said goodbye forever to the last member of the famous poker family. Yes, it was cruel. But in this world, the strongest, smartest, and most cunning survive. So this is the end that awaited the legendary warrior, a warrior who always did everything for his family. But in reality, James always knew that the head of the Pak family considered him just a sheep to be sacrificed. He recalled the events that took place 15 years ago when he was a very young student who dreamed of becoming a legendary warrior. The previous head of the family, Michael, came up to him and said that James would now be the sword that protects the Pak family. Next to the head of the family stood his son, the future head, Robert Pak, and he did not understand why his father needed this useless boy without a family or tribe. If James had been born into a Pak family, if he had the power and strength to change the rotten system, would he have been able to come back? But it's too early to think about it now. It's not time to give up. James has never met his own parents, so the Pak family was the most precious thing to him. He remembered all of its members and realized that he could not just lose it all. The boy recalled the words of his teacher when he asked James to pick up his sword because the battle was not over yet. It's time to open our eyes to protect the Pak family, but is this glorious warrior still alive? James opened his eyes and was frightened. He couldn't understand what was happening for a while. Maybe it was all a dream? Or he was in heaven? A little later, he realized that he was in an unknown room, and there were 2 unknown guys standing around him. He recognized them. These 2 young men had died many years ago, so he really got to the world of the dead. William said that he was very glad that James woke up and said that he had been lying there for 4 days without regaining consciousness. They called him the Master, which made him nervous, and he urgently asked for a mirror. When he received the desired object, he could not believe his eyes. Now he is in a completely different body. It was David Pak's body. Upon realizing this, James immediately went to the family cemetery. He could not believe it. But there he found the grave of James Pak, that is, his own grave. The guy fell to his knees and started crying. It all seemed absurd. William and Marie tried to calm him down. They did not understand what was happening to their host. James couldn't understand anything. It was all very strange, and it looked like he had gone back in time. For some reason, he ended up in the body of a David Pock, a guy who died during the last battle. So in the past, everything changed. James died instead of David, and now the story will go in a completely different direction. Will he have to see the destruction of the Pock family again with his own eyes? He thinks he will not be able to survive it. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice greeting him and saying that they were very happy that he had finally woken up. Before him stood Robert Pock, the head of the family with his subordinates, still very young, but already the oldest owner. When James saw it, he became incredibly angry, although it would be more correct to call it a David, because it is in his body. His anger was understandable. In the future, Robert Pock would betray his own family. Robert put his hand on his shoulder and reassured him, realizing that David had not yet fully recovered from his illness. David tried not to show his anger. He decided to wait a bit and understand what was happening around him. Robert assured him that David didn't have to worry about the guys who attacked him. He had already given the order to punish them severely. Soon they will all learn the names of these scoundrels, and then their revenge will be brutal. Robert said that David is too mentally weak. He should think about his own health and not come to the grave of this slug James. The guy immediately remembered his youth in his past life and his relationship with Robert. Robert had always disliked the Jameses, saying that a boy without his own roots could not be a member of their illustrious family. Now Robert's opinion has not changed. He looked at James's grave and said that he was always right about him. This guy came from nowhere and died and did not bring any benefit, died and could not even properly defend himself and his master. Robert scoffed at James's grave and said that from the beginning he was not worthy of their family name. After that, he put his own feet on his monument, and for such behavior, he should have had both his legs cut off. Then Robert looked at David and said that he was also not much different from James. David was born as a full-fledged member of a Pock family, but over the years, he hasn't even learned the basics of martial arts. He called him a useless slug, just like James was. After that, Robert said goodbye to David and asked him to take care of his health. Deep down, he wanted these scoundrels to kill not only James, but David as well. When he was a James, his fate was predetermined because of his ancestry, but now he is a purebred member of the Pock family. He called his assistants to him and thought that now Robert would not be the head of this family. He is confident that he now has every chance to become the head of the company and will do everything possible to achieve this. Marie and William were incredibly surprised to hear these words. They felt that their host now exuded a completely different energy. They did not understand when such changes happened to David, whether he was really going to fight for power with the other heirs. Marie went to her master, apologized for her rude behavior, but said that David was too reckless. The other heirs will not allow him to become the main one because David has not even learned the basics of martial arts. The owner replied that he was really too weak now, and his assistants would be in danger because of it. But he is ready to do everything in his power, and so the question is, are they ready to go with him? Marie and William felt the new aura of their master and believed in his words. They said they would go with him even to the ends of the earth. James Pock is dead, he died in his past life, and now David is the youngest son of the Pock family, and he has a completely different fate. Now that he has a clear plan, it's time for him to regain his strength and power. David decided to start active training. He needed to understand his current level of fitness. Of course, the main thing for a warrior is martial arts training, and that's where he started. In his past life, David was afraid of blood and swords, and because of this, he was unable to learn martial arts, although he had excellent physical and energy characteristics. Although David was not the most respected member of the family, he still always had the blood of the Pokes in him. So now we need to check whether there is hope, and whether it is not too late to make David a candidate for the family's chief general. The guy felt incredible strength in his body. It seems that if you make an effort, you can achieve incredible progress. Almost a month has passed very quickly since David got a new chance and a new life. He spent almost all his time on the training ground of the 4 columns. His training almost never stopped. His assistants were amazed at his progress. In just 4 weeks he had changed and was now hardly recognizable. But if David really wants to become the head of the family, he must definitely take part in the competition. Competitions for the selection of a general, in which the sons of the Pock family take part in an official battle to choose the next general. Martial arts skills, integrity, wisdom, and courage are evaluated. And even the image matters, so we had to prepare for this competition from the very beginning. His assistants looked at him with confusion, wondering why he had decided to become the head of the family so suddenly, and whether he shouldn't have prepared earlier. The training continued until the start of the competition for the role of the head of the family, and soon the most interesting part will begin. When David entered the palace where the competition would take place, everyone was very surprised. No one could believe that the fourth heir would actually participate in the competition. He rarely left the house before, but now he wants to fight the best. Rumors have already spread around that he has been actively training lately, but has he started the preparation process too late? David looked calm and hardly nervous. He asked William to wait for him while he went to the third floor. Only the direct heirs of the family, or those who have received a special invitation from the chairman, can go up to the third floor. All the mysterious techniques of the Pock family are kept on the third floor, but David is not strong enough to learn them now. Nevertheless, he decided to try and climb to the third floor. He remembered these stairs. As it turned out, they were very easy to climb, which he hadn't thought so as a child. At the time, these stairs seemed incredibly high to him, and he thought that only an incredibly gifted warrior could climb them. He always dreamed of doing this one day, and although he failed in his past life, as we can see, he got a second chance. This is what makes direct family effects different from all the others. They have a lot of advantages. Suddenly, he was stopped by two guards who explained that they were ordered not to allow those who did not know martial arts. They said that this order was given personally by Robert, but David didn't care about all these words. If they are not going to leave, then he must show them his skills. David activated his combat aura and demonstrated his strength, and the guards had never experienced anything like it before. His right hand was holding the stick tightly, and he was now concentrating all his energy in that area. Within seconds, the guards were thrown back a few meters. So strong had the David become in this short period of time. Everyone around him was surprised and shocked. No one understood where the fourth heir had gotten such internal energy. The guards asked David how he managed to use the best spiritual technique of the Pock family. It was a legendary piece of equipment, a lonely spirit of thunder. And now, David can finally enter this secret room on the third floor. The guards no longer had the right to stop him, and they would not have been able to physically detain him. The warrior entered the room and purposefully searched for one single book. He was interested in the techniques described there. The victorious march of the King of the Mountains, the best moves of the Pock family, based on the actions of the King of the Mountains, the tiger. These techniques are many years old. They don't give you the incredible courage and grace of a tiger and make you twice as strong. David wants to master the victory march of the King of the Mountains to show his true strength. He was not a direct heir, so he studied other techniques. If he can combine the victorious march of the King of the Mountains with his technique, then all this will give him incredible power. He called his assistant and ordered him to bring his sword immediately. After that, he went to the training field and practiced for several days to make the family technique even stronger. He hardly ate or drank anything and forgot about rest. All he cared about was his progress in training. William was very worried about his master because David hadn't even learned the basic moves of martial arts, so it was all quite dangerous. At first, the guy was surprised. The fourth heir of the family was always called a fool who could do nothing. But as it turned out, this body was born to learn martial arts. It has incredible potential. He activated the Rage movement, which is a fighting technique of the Sword Master James, a force that can destroy the strongest enemies. William was shocked by what he saw. He did not believe that his master was really capable of such a thing. Now the task of the David is quite simple, to combine the movement of rage with the technique of the victorious march of the King of the Mountains. In this way, David will be able to improve the legendary technique of the King of the Mountains' victorious march. He was able to make an improved version of it, and this technique is now called the Iron Teeth Sword of the Cruel Tiger. It's not just a pretty name and pretty words. It's a real skill that can make a David the head of a family. William could not believe his eyes. This sword technique was something incredible, something he had never seen before. David said that he based this technique on a fierce tiger and called it the Sword of the Iron Teeth of the Fierce Tiger. The assistant probably no longer thinks that David is not worthy of being the head of the family. His opinion has changed. Now this young warrior no longer looks like a guy who stays at home all the time. He is a real man who is not afraid of anything. As David continued to hone his new technique and improve his fighting skills, his enemies also grew stronger. John Meiji was lying calmly on the ground near a large oak tree and thinking about his future plans. A little boy ran up to him, a boy he had been teaching the basics of martial arts for several years. His name was Charles, And he was also one of the members of a family of magicians. Although very young, he was extremely gifted. He heard that John was leaving to conquer new lands and asked when they planned to return. John told us that the trip would be quite simple and safe. They just decided to walk around different interesting places. He promised that when he returned from this trip, they would be able to spend more time together. The boy was very happy to hear the news, said goodbye to his older brother, and ran to the training ground. During all this time, John the magician has already gotten hungry. There are too many delicacies around, so he satisfies his appetite. After the toughest workouts, you should always recuperate with delicious food. This time, Marie did an incredibly good job. She prepared many delicious dishes and organized a real banquet. It was an unusual day, and David had forgotten that it was his birthday, but it didn't matter much to him. Marie looked upset and apologized to her host. She didn't know that no one else was coming. In 10 years, David's birthday will look completely different. The place, the guests, the gifts, everything. But today, they were all alone until uninvited guests came to visit. Marie immediately recognized this unpleasant voice, and judging by William's face, he also realized who had come to see them. He was a tall, muscular guy who greeted his younger brother and said that he had come to greet him as well. Thomas Pock, the third heir to the family, came in person. He didn't come alone. This unpleasant guy brought his assistants with him, and they probably came only to eat. David was familiar with him. He knew that Thomas's abilities and self-confidence could not keep up with his ambitions. That's why he was always compared to his other brothers, which started in his childhood. Also, since then, Thomas had been constantly insulting and beating David, and almost all the family members knew it. But no one could stop it. David calmly greeted his third brother and asked him why he had come so late. Thomas replied that he was obliged to personally congratulate his younger brother on his birthday. He said that he would not forgive himself if he did not give his brother a gift, so he brought him worms in a box. He dumped them on David's head and started laughing out loud, probably thinking it was very funny, or that it was a really great gift. David reacted with restraint to all this. Deep down, he must realize that Thomas is just a mentally retarded person. David squashed one of the worms and said that on his younger brother's birthday, he shouldn't joke like that. He looked at Thomas and said that his IQ had not increased over the years. Everything was the same as always, the level of a 6-year-old child. Like a true fool, Thomas didn't get the joke right away, but he soon became very angry. He approached his younger brother and said that he had completely forgotten his place, probably because David thought he was immortal after the last rescue. Thomas said that it was time to teach his younger brother good manners again. He took a swing and tried to hit the David, but his actions were too predictable, and the David easily grabbed his arm. He started bending it and causing his older brother a lot of pain. And finally, that day came. Thomas immediately felt that his younger brother had become much stronger over the years than he had been as a child. He saw that David also had a sword, so the rumors were true, and David had indeed taken up martial arts. Thomas realized that this was the perfect moment for a battle between the brothers. They had to find out who was the strongest once and for all. He promised that he would not demonstrate all his power, but would give his younger brother an extra head start. Of course, David agreed to this battle, so he could finally show this scoundrel where he belonged. But he didn't just agree to the terms of the battle. He said that if he won, he would never refer to Thomas as an older brother again. He pulled out his sword and swung, and now the real mortal combat will begin, and we will see who is stronger. Thomas had never seen such speed before. He managed to defend himself, but immediately felt his brother's power. It was incredibly fast and almost silent, and he didn't understand how David could have learned it in a few months. Before the battle, Thomas had promised to let David strike the first 5 blows, so now there are 4 blows left. Thomas was no longer laughing as before. He was not only very serious, but his eyes showed fear. David looked at him, and with a subtle smile asked if he was okay, or if he needed to be treated like a girl. This made Thomas even angrier. He could not believe that his younger brother dared to talk to him like that. Thomas realized that it was time to show his full power and activated the lonely spirit of thunder and the shining of 3 lightning bolts. These were very powerful techniques of their family, and now David will experience them on his own body. But this is not the same David as before. It is a completely different beast, a beast that has learned the techniques of a cruel tiger. He struck a powerful counterpunch and made Thomas fall to the ground. It was lightning fast. William was shocked. The lone spirit of thunder had just been stopped by the basic technique of the fierce tiger. David approached his brother and said that he was as miserable as ever. Nothing had changed since his childhood. He also does not know how to compete with his older brothers, which is why he decided to insult his only younger brother. People like Thomas have no right to be called big brothers. They are not worthy of setting an example for younger generations. It's time to teach this scoundrel a lesson and give him a few painful blows to the face. This terrible older brother really deserved such a punishment, and perhaps he could have been punished even more severely. The next day, early in the morning, David went to the house of the head of the family, Pock. He came and greeted the head of the family. Of course, he already knew him from his previous life. The current head of the Pock family is Michael, a rather thin man of medium height with dark hair. David immediately asked Michael if he was feeling well, because he was looking rather sickly. Michael replied that everything was fine up to that point and asked the guy why he wanted to see him so badly. It looks like David didn't make it at all. The head of the family is already very ill. He looks weaker than ever. In order to raise the Pock family from its knees, he tried to improve the technique of the lone thunder spirit. Michael had already heard various rumors from other family members, and he was told that David had managed to defeat his older brother and beat him badly. Michael was quite nervous. He couldn't believe that this weak boy, who was always sitting at home, could finally beat Thomas. David understood that he could not hit his brothers, so he immediately apologized to the head of the family. But Michael said that he didn't blame David. The brothers always fight with each other, and that's normal. Michael was surprised not by the fact that there was a fight, but by the fact that it was David who won. The guy said that soon Michael would no longer be surprised by such small moments. Soon everything would change. He's very happy that he was able to go back in time to finally see Michael again. The experienced warrior noticed that David's energy had changed a lot, and now Michael looks at him and remembers the deceased James. This guy who recently died was very dear to Michael. He even considered him his son. All the family members did not like James and did not want to give him his own surname, but despite this, Michael made him a member of the family. It was very hard for him to remember James because he realized that this guy loved their family like no other. Personally, it was a great pride for Michael to be close to this guy, but none of this matters now. David bent down in front of the master and promised that he would make all James's wishes come true. The master was happy to hear this and asked the boy to make every effort to do so. Michael personally made the James a bodyguard for David so that this young boy would look up to the James and learn loyalty to his elders and his family. He's glad that it really happened, so he thanked David and said that now he can rest. Of course, it was not easy for David to listen to all this. He could not tell the master that James was him, because Michael would never believe it. The monthly gathering of the main faces of the Pock family will begin soon. This meeting is held every month and discusses important family news. Many important figures are present at this gathering, such as the younger brother Michael, the deputy head of the family, Christopher. Of course, the third heir, Thomas, came, insulted and seriously beaten. The second heir to the family, the young master Daniel, is also present, a rather ambiguous figure about whom little is known. And of course, the first heir to the family, Robert, is also present at this important gathering. Only the direct heirs of the Pock family and those officially appointed to leadership positions may be present in this place. This time, the head of the family would be absent. Almost everyone was gathered and fed to start, but some had not yet arrived as expected. The fourth heir, David, decided to attend this meeting in person. Meanwhile, while everyone was shocked by the emergence of the fourth heir, an interesting conversation also took place outside his house. Mary went up to William and asked where the heir had gone. Would he miss lunch? William explained that David had left to meet Michael, and after that, he planned to attend the monthly family meeting. Marie was surprised. It was the first time her owner had decided to go there. But why would he? William was very calm and focused on his work, but he answered the girl and said that David was doing this because it was time. Meanwhile, the monthly gathering of the main faces of the Pock family has officially begun. Only the head of the family was absent, but everyone else was already in place. While Thomas showed his incredible anger, the other heirs behaved quite calmly. David seemed the calmest of all. It was his first time at this gathering, and he always wondered how it all happened. The elder heir could not understand why his younger brother's aura had changed so quickly. He had been incredibly weak before. As soon as the meeting officially began, the chairman of the supervisors took the floor. This man's name was Paul, and his report today will be about the investigation of the attack on the fourth heir. All the participants in this attack were captured and tied up. They were soldiers who had been hating the Pock family all along. They decided to attack the fourth heir because he and his bodyguard seemed to them to be the weakest. But David didn't believe in all these fairy tales. He is already living his second life, and he knows how things really turned out. In his past life, when David was killed, it was proved that the third heir, Thomas, was behind the murderers. That is why the third heir lost his influence and could not claim the position of the next head of the family. Later it turned out that it was all a lie, but it happened after the election of the new head, so it was too late. David decided to say a few words, even though he is not the most important heir, but he was almost killed, and almost no one talks about this. Perhaps someone is trying to hide this whole affair? Perhaps it was a plan to destroy two heirs at the same time? Perhaps the one who actually organized the whole assassination was the first heir, Robert? This meeting made David think about a lot of things. He had been too indecisive and calm all this time. That is why he has now decided to announce that he, the fourth heir to the family, will participate in the competition for the right to be the new leader of the Poker family. Thomas was the first to start yelling at him, saying that David had no right to say anything at all. He had to sit and know his place. While Thomas could not calm down, Daniel, the second heir to the family, listened calmly to his younger brother's words. He asked everyone to calm down and give him a chance to show his abilities. Recently, a serial killer has been walking around the city creating chaos. He is called the White Demon. He has already managed to take away the yin energy of 7 girls in the city. And according to rumors, he is a real master of his craft. No one knows his exact location, but David has already found out where he has been recently. The guy said that if he was entrusted with this case, he would definitely catch and imprison this scoundrel. Thomas quickly approached him, grabbed him by the robe, and told him that he was the one who was watching the White Demon and that he should not interfere. But that's exactly why David decided to take on this case, because Thomas is working too slowly and now he has completely lost his form. He reminded his older brother how he had beaten him badly yesterday, and now he had to do his dirty work for him. Suddenly, Daniel started talking, saying that he hadn't been happy with his younger brother for a long time, so he supported his wishes. The general of the military legion also said that he fully supports this initiative of the fourth heir. The deputy head of the family began to think about this proposal. Should he really give David a chance? Daniel has always been protective of the younger heir, so his support is quite expected, but the general of the military legion has always maintained neutrality. Now the general has decided to intervene, and all this is because of the change in the David's aura. All this is incredibly interesting. Suddenly, Robert spoke up, asking for a chance for his younger brother and reminding him that every descendant of the family has the right to become chairman. David expected him to say that because in that case, David would have to leave his home for a while. At this point, it will be much easier for Robert to get rid of unnecessary competitors. Thomas still couldn't understand why everyone started supporting his younger brother. He had never shown any interest in family affairs, and he had never practiced martial arts, so why should he be given an extra chance? David began to calm his older brother down and said that he was too excited now, so he needed to rest. He promised that he would definitely be able to catch the White Demon, but if Thomas did not trust him, they could have another duel. The deputy head of the family officially stated that he was allowing the fourth heir to catch the White Demon. By doing so, he will be able to prove that he is worthy of competing for the position of the next head of the family. The military general was very pleased, and David also thanked him for the chance to show his skills. Robert decided to ask how exactly David could find out where the White Demon would appear next. David said that according to the information he had gathered so far, the next target of the demon was the Twin Mountains. In this place is the building of a small family. The daughter of the head of the family is the target of the demon. In the evening, David immediately set out to catch the thief, even though in the past the White Demon had attacked very far from this place. David has learned something. All the victims of the White Demon have one thing in common. All of them have moles on their necks, and because this detail is so insignificant, no one noticed it. Of course, he would not have been able to come up with this without the insights from his past life. In his past life, James was very close to the White Demon, but he was constantly unable to capture it, and the number of victims only increased. William could not understand how his master could know that there was also a mole on the neck of Serena's second daughter. David explained that there are a lot of rumors around, especially since not many girls have moles on their necks. William apologized for his insolence, but said that his master had been very unlike himself lately. Even his language has changed completely, and William, like a true warrior, wants to know something. How exactly was David able to master different techniques and energies so quickly? How did he master the sword technique? David smiled and said that James had shown him this technique, and it was he who taught him all the nuances of sword work. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds in the bushes, and the boys immediately prepared themselves and took up their swords. If it is indeed a white demon, then we will have to act extremely quickly and aggressively. Otherwise, it will destroy them. William asked his host if he saw anything, and David replied that they must have imagined it. They continued on their way. Dawn was coming soon, and they still had a long way to go. It was very dark and quiet around, but it seems that the David did not give up, and they were really not alone in this forest. Not far from them was a mysterious warrior, who was very surprised when he realized that he had been noticed. The next morning, the weather was beautiful, and flowers began to bloom in the yard near the Sarin family's house. The second daughter of the head of the Sarin family, Patricia, enjoyed these wonderful weather conditions. Of course, she could not see that an unknown man was secretly watching her. It's a white demon, sitting in a tree not far from the yard of her house, watching her for several minutes. He has excellent eyesight, so he could easily see the mole on the girl's neck, which was exactly what he was looking for. To begin with, we need to explain why the white demon chooses its victims among women and those with moles on their necks. As a child, he was very unlucky. He had an incredibly cruel mother who beat and strangled him. He begged her to stop, but she did not listen to him, and this woman also had a mole on her neck. Many years have passed, and this young man has become an adult, but the pain his mother caused him is deeply etched in his memory. She called him dirt when she was abusing him, and he still doesn't understand why? So behind every criminal, even the most violent, there is a story that makes them do bad things. The white demon waited for darkness and got ready to act. He quickly entered the yard of the Sarin family. Patricia slept with the door open. It is very warm outside in summer, and she likes to sleep with fresh air. She was very young and could not even think that someone could attack her at night. Perhaps she hasn't heard all these stories about a white demon killing girls in their town. This bastard approached the girl and prepared to do his dirty work. But what he saw shocked him. There was no longer a mole on her neck, but how is that possible? At an unexpected time, David appeared to him, and he asked the demon if he was surprised by the absence of a mole. The offender was not very frightened by the appearance of this guy. He asked the David who he was and what he was doing here. The young warrior replied that he did not need to know, because he would not need this information. David came to personally capture the disciple of the heavenly demon of ice, the white demon Yin. Judging by the reaction of this thief, it was him, and it was time to capture him or send him straight to hell. David was allowed to wait for this monster in this room, and he took advantage of this opportunity. But the white demon is not going to give up easily. He told David to run away as long as he can. In response, the young warrior just smiled. He knew it would not be easy when he took on this task. The battle between the David and the white demon has begun, and it will be very interesting to watch. The first to attack was the white demon, who was confident in his own abilities and thought he could easily destroy his opponent. One of his main weapons was his claws, but David skillfully defended himself against them with his sword. The guy was even able to strike back, and with the help of this, break the distance. This made the white demon very angry, and he immediately recalled the technique taught by his master. This technique is called the blue ice wind, and it can turn your opponent into an ice sculpture. This white demon has absorbed too much yin energy, and now this energy gives him great power. But no matter how powerful this thief is, David is not the kind of warrior who retreats in the face of difficult challenges. Since his previous life, he has mastered all the dangerous techniques of the white demon, so today he will go all the way. The white demon did not expect this. He was sure that his technique would scare the opponent and make him run away. He immediately felt the aura of the David, his technique and skill not inferior to the white demon. He felt the scarlet energy of the sword and the pure yang energy. So this guy is as simple as he seems. David is living his second life, and during this time he has learned many martial arts techniques and now has a more talented body. All of this made him incredibly confident in his own abilities, and there was no fear in his eyes. He told the white demon that he should have thought before coming to these lands and doing bad things. These two guys did not pay any attention to the fact that they were being secretly watched. The white demon replied that although they were both from the northern clans, he was from the On family of Jinju. Compared to this family, the Pok family are ordinary worms, and there is no need to be afraid of them. The white demon began to attack, but David was not going to defend himself all the time and activated the sword of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger. He didn't stop there and delivered a powerful tiger punch that could destroy trees. Thus, the legendary white demon lost one of his arms, and now it will be difficult for him to strangle girls. David looked as focused and calm as possible, which is the highest level of combat skill. The white demon immediately fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. David decided to approach the wounded monster, but felt strange emotions. At first, he could not understand anything. His body stopped obeying him. Perhaps it is all energy paralysis, although the young warrior spent little energy in this battle. What if he remembered something? David has been afraid of swords and the sight of blood since childhood. Although the heavens gave him the body of a tiger, his heart belongs to a deer, so he has his weaknesses too. Will he be able to plunge his sword into the wounded enemy? We will now find out the answer to this question. But the moment to finish off the wounded enemy was lost, and now the white demon struck back. He grabbed David by the neck with one hand and began to strangle him. He wanted this guy to die. The situation was quite tense, almost critical, and David immediately tried to use his sword. But he didn't care enough to let it fall to the ground, and now it will be difficult for him to defend himself. The white demon not only used the power of his strong arm, but also activated an ice technique. There was only one option left, an old-school technique, a right-hand punch to the opponent's jaw. This was not enough to make the sick fool let go of his neck, so David struck him again in the heart. This had its effect, and the white demon felt incredible pleasure and began to spit blood. After that, David was able to unhook the demon's hand from his neck and throw it back a few meters. It was time to take a deep breath, because if he hadn't, David could have died, so he was lucky. William was nearby. He saw that his master needed help and decided to intervene. He wanted to run over and help, but David stopped him and told him not to interfere. The moment has come to finish off the wounded beast, and no matter how difficult it is, David has to do it. He has to kill the white demon, and he has to do it alone. It's a matter of honor. This wounded beast even now looked very dangerous. As we know, a cornered beast is even more aggressive. He activated his ice technique again and started attacking David. This guy doesn't give up easily. Even though this body belongs to David, the soul of James is inside him, and he knows how to use the sword, so he must win. And not only does he have to win, he is already winning, so it's just a matter of delivering the final blow. To do this, David decided to use the technique of the King of the Mountain's victorious march. It was lightning fast and very powerful, a technique he really mastered well through hard training. Thus, the white demon lost another arm, and now the girls don't have to worry about their necks. He will never strangle anyone again. It was a great job on David's part, and his family members will be pleased. At that moment, the white demon remembered again how his mother had strangled him and called him dirt. She said she never wanted him to be born, cried, and continued to harm him. She broke his psyche, and in all these years he has never understood why she called him dirt. He lost consciousness due to a large loss of blood, and finally, William ran to his master to make sure that everything was fine. He was very scared when David fell during the battle, but now there is no reason to be afraid. William saw a white demon lying on the ground, the very thief everyone was talking about. David said that this guy was still alive, but he was able to shut down his fighting skills and energy sources. William couldn't understand why this demon was so cruel to women and why he wanted to kill those with moles on their necks. David replied that it is better not to ask questions that you do not want to get an answer to and not to pry into the darkness of another soul. David said that mercy can dull the edge of the sword, but William understood almost nothing of these words. The level of his master in this battle was almost as good as that of the best sword fighters, but he still could not overcome the fear of blood and a fierce battle. But now, William is absolutely sure that his master will become the next head of the family. Soon the day will come when legends about this warrior will be told throughout the country. David asked William to try to clean up the place because he had to go somewhere else before returning home. William could not understand where his master was, and of course he started to worry. David explained that he was going to the top of the ghostly Twin Mountains. It was necessary now. It is always very beautiful at the top of the ghostly Twin Mountains, and you can always see a very nice view of the city. That is where the young warrior went. He did not take support with him because he did not need it. Perhaps when you are living your second life, all this experience gives you additional confidence in your own abilities. There were many vines and various tree branches around, and David cleared his path and found what he was looking for. In the past, a white demon, while fleeing from the James, accidentally found a cave. It was in this very place, and he found something there, and his skills grew a lot because of it. That's why the masters were able to catch the white demon only after the number of victims had become much higher. Thanks to the pure and strong energy sources of the James, David was easily able to master the lone thunder spirit technique. But because David has only just started learning martial arts, his body lacks enough energy. For his last birthday, his second brother gave him a 10-year-old ginseng, but even that was not enough to replenish his spiritual energy. But there was something else. a gift that had an incredibly unpleasant smell, and it was impossible to even be in the room. This gift was sent by an unknown person who gives gifts anonymously every year, and these gifts are always strange. Not only are the gifts strange, but there are always strange letters that go along with them. It is an antidote to more than 100 types of poison, a very useful gift that costs a lot of money. Such a gift is hard to find, let alone buy, so this anonymous person has a lot of power. Of course, this is a rare and expensive gift, but it is unlikely to add spiritual energy to the David. To become stronger, you have to take a completely different path, which is why David went to this secret cave. Few people would have thought that this cave is home to the May ice flower, a white demon that devoured it in a previous life. Of course, this is a very rare and useful flower, but the fact is that it only increases yin energy. Yin energy may be very useful for the white demon, but David uses yang energy, so it is not a necessary discovery for him. But suddenly the guy remembered something, and some people really need this energy now, so he was very lucky. He believed that he would have to go to distant lands to get this energy, but now he doesn't have to worry about that and money. David plucked this rare flower and prepared to return home. He had already traveled too far in recent days. Suddenly he felt something with his kinetic energy and realized that he was not alone in the cave. He said loudly that he did not expect to be followed all the time and said that he would no longer ignore the presence of this spy. He ordered him to come out and show himself, because there was no point in hiding in the shadows anymore. Finally, this ghost appeared. We had already seen him several times, and now David saw him personally. David was angry and repeated his words that she should have waited for them at home all this time. As it turned out, it was Marie, David's second assistant, who had been following him from the shadows all along. She was very surprised that the owner felt her presence and knew she was there. The young warrior smiled and said he knew she was following him from the moment he left the house. But most of all, she was surprised that David was not surprised to see her like this. He realized that she wanted to know the answers to all these questions, so maybe it was time for a serious conversation. Her silent steps and breathing distinguish her from ordinary people. It seemed as if she had been playing a role that didn't suit her all along because she was hiding her true self. Mary was surprised that David was able to see and figure it all out. He seems to be a really unusual person. This is not surprising because they spent too much time together, and Marie always protected him and was there for him. But there was something David still didn't know, something he didn't realize until Marie told him personally. The girl told him that she was an assassin from a clan of heavenly chosen killers, and this shocked the warrior. He could not believe that Mari was really from this clan. The head of the clan of heavenly chosen assassins was the king of assassins. He is one of the 10 best mercenaries in the country, and Marie is also one of the best in the clan. Her family is one of the 3 main mercenary clans in the country. If it really decides to kill its master, it will be very difficult for David to escape from his own death. David is well aware of this, but the main question now is, what exactly does Marie want from him? The girl said that David should refuse to participate in the competition. She was probably hired by Robert, and of course David refused the offer. As soon as he said he couldn't do it, the girl immediately activated her killer style and started attacking. But all this has its own background, and without knowing it, it is difficult to understand everything that is happening. Many years ago, Mary was a maid to David's mother, and they were very close to her. David's mother was very ill and close to death, and she asked her assistant for one favor. All she wanted was for Mary to take care of her son, to protect him from evil forces, and to help him with his education. Soon after, David's mother died, and Mary took this loss very hard because they were like sisters. Of course, David knew this story very well. He did not resist and was not going to fight because he knew that Mary could not kill him. He doesn't know what she will do with the others, but she will definitely not be able to betray him. He is sure of that. You could see how hard it was for the girl to listen to these words. She has orders to kill this guy, but she cannot do it. She dropped her knife on the ground and began to cry. Why does her master choose the hardest path for her? She is very sorry. She was supposed to always protect her master, but it seems she will not be able to be with him anymore. David took her hand and apologized for making her worry, but he could not change his mind. Marie was very upset to hear this, but it also said that Mother David was the only daughter of the head of her clan. The young warrior couldn't believe it. Could his mother really be the daughter of the head of a clan of heavenly chosen assassins? It turns out that his grandfather is the king of murderers, and it's hard to accept this. Is it not a dream? Marie explained that the Pock family was very famous, so it was impossible to disclose the fact that the owner was the daughter of the head of a murderous clan. Did he get the antidote he recently received as a gift and everything else from his grandfather? He knew the truth that Marie was actually a murderer from his previous life, so it didn't surprise him. After David was killed in his past life, Marie knew who did it, so she tried to avenge him and died. Marie has been trying to keep the boy out of danger all along, but now she accepts his choice not to refuse to participate in the competition. She will follow the last will of her mistress and always protect the David at all costs, even at the cost of her own life. In this way, unexpectedly, the young warrior found a reliable friend with whom he could go to the ends of the earth. The next day, he and William left the Siren with the imprisoned white demon, and the job was done perfectly. All this time, Mary was following them and protecting them from various dangers, and there were many of them. Robert could not afford for David to return home and participate in the competition. He ordered many assassins to attack David on the road, but Mary constantly defended her master. It destroyed all these mercenaries almost instantly, and frankly, these poor guys didn't even stand a chance. In his hometown, everyone quickly learned that David was able to defeat the white demon, and he became a kind of hero. On the way home, they were warmly greeted and congratulated on their victory, and now the women can sleep peacefully. Soon, David returned to the Pock family's house and reported to the elders that he had completed the task as promised. Many people were very impressed. This guy could not defend himself a few months ago, and today he has neutralized a dangerous criminal. The deputy head of the family did what he promised. He allowed David to participate in the competition and try to become the head of the family. Everyone around me was surprised and talked about it. David really impressed all the family members. But only Robert was incredibly nervous because his mercenaries failed to kill his younger brother on the way home. His hands were visibly shaking, and now he will have to fight the David personally, so we'll see where this goes. Robert returned to his house and began to destroy everything around him. He was incredibly angry with the latest news. He paid a lot of money to mercenaries, but they failed to fulfill his orders. Suddenly, a tall man came into his room, and he was surprised to see Robert so nervous. Robert explained that he wants to keep his younger brother under control, but so far he hasn't been able to do so. This man's name was Mark, and he said he did not condemn Robert. At some point, the entire Pock family began to pay attention to the fourth son. He already knew that there had been no news from the hired killers, and he reported that the head of the Owen family, Robert's grandfather, was very worried about his grandson. Mark approached Robert and reminded him that the Pock family should belong to Mr. On, which was a plot twist. In the reception room of the deputy head of the Pock family, an interesting conversation with an old friend took place. Many years had passed since their last meeting, and they finally met and could talk and drink tea in peace. Christopher is meeting with Donald today. He's one of the heads of the region in this city, a pretty important figure. They are both very busy people, so for many years they could not meet normally. Donald personally accompanied the White Yin demon to prison, and this is a good reason to meet. Donald said that this demon is much more important than it seems at first glance. Few people could believe that this demon was one of the favorite disciples of the heavenly demon of the flesh, one of the 5 great criminals of the country. But somehow the fourth heir to the Pock family managed to capture him, and this is admirable. David used to be a very weak child. He couldn't even learn martial arts and was very afraid of blood. Christopher replied that it was, but now everything is changed, and David is the one who can bring big changes to the Poker family. After drinking tea, the 2 respectable men decided to go outside and meet the David in person. The guy was nearby all this time and followed the white demon, and he will soon be taken to prison. David immediately bowed to Christopher and Donald and said that he was very happy to see them. Donald was very surprised to see such a strong aura in this young body. It is even difficult to estimate all its energy. For the first time in a long time, he feels such powerful strength and power. The last time he felt, it was in the genius of the Namgun family. He is referring to George Namgun, whose talent was incomparable, and many legends were made about him. He approached the fourth heir to the family and offered to work for him for a while. David will be able to learn, accumulate energy, and receive letters of praise from the Donald. With such abilities, he could easily get an important position in the city. But Christopher didn't like the idea. David replied that it was a very good offer, but he wanted to focus on his family affairs. Donald smiled and said that he understood the guy. He was sympathetic to his refusal. In a few minutes, it was time to say goodbye to old friends and leave to continue our work. Donald got on his horse and realized one interesting thing. He remembered the words that Christopher had said to him. Christopher said that David would be able to change a lot of things in the Pock family, but that's not true. Donald is confident that David will be able to change not only his family, but also the whole country and become a legend. It was time to get back to hard training and continue to improve my martial arts skills. David actively trained with William, although it was quite easy for him to work with his assistant. No matter how hard William tried to overcome his master, but he failed, David is on a completely different level. He skillfully dodged all of the guy's attacks and delivered accurate counterattacks, a filigree technique. David improved his sword skills so much that it seemed as if he was born with this weapon. William couldn't do anything about it. As expected, the phantom sword technique is lightning fast. David went up to his assistant and said it was a good fight, thanked him for training and shook his hand. Even after a complete failure in training, William was still happy to see his master improving his skills. David said that William still has a lot to learn, and he really wants his assistant to become stronger. All the while, Marie was watching them, smiling and pleased with their hard work. She brought something for William. Maybe it was a book with secret techniques? This is a book of martial arts written by David for his assistant, so that William can learn the technique of the iron teeth sword of the fierce tiger. William was incredibly happy. He could not even dream of such a gift. In his past life, William was so dedicated and strong in martial arts that other masters wanted him. Then he remained loyal to his master and died fighting for him. But now the story will change completely. William will not die and will only become stronger. William should be the only one to take responsibility for the new defense department of the Park family, which will form a David. David asked Marie to get information about the heirs, especially about Robert. If something unexpected happens during this time, she must leave a message through a clan of heavenly chosen assassins. After he gave this order, he told his assistants that they should now say goodbye for a while. He warned that no one should pursue him, although his assistants were surprised by these unexpected events. David said he hoped that the next time they met, William would be much stronger. The fourth son of the Pock family went on a 2-year trip, a tradition for the participants of the competition to choose the head of the family. This journey is called the Spiritual Path of the Tiger, and it must be completed in order to participate in the competition. It had been a long time since David had been able to walk quietly through the shopping streets of his hometown, and it was very pleasant. From the moment he started living his new life, he had no free time at all. He was always training and getting used to the life of a David. Now he is very happy that he managed to become a participant in the competition to choose the head of the family. Everything is going according to plan. Although there is still a long way to go, we can celebrate the beginning of the tiger's spiritual journey. David has some money, so they can have a few glasses of delicious drinks. He was calmly walking along the shopping streets and met his death. Of course, I mean death in a past life. This is the head of the mage family, John. The family of a magician is a full-fledged organization whose members worship evil demons and learn dark magic. David began to think he had made a mistake, but later realized that he could not help but recognize John. He realized that now was his finest hour, and if he killed this bastard, there would be no war in the future. It should be destroyed right now, but suddenly its body stopped obeying its owner again. His body completely refuses to fight again, but why is it happening again? Perhaps all this is due to the fear of this evil demon. It is possible because the memories of the past life have not disappeared. David tried to concentrate and force himself to act. He had a new chance not to be afraid of others. This is his only chance to change the course of history, but instead he trembles like a little child. During these few seconds while his body disobeyed him, John managed to disappear from his sight. David immediately recalled their last battle, a battle in which he had lost crushingly and was brutally murdered. In a few seconds, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. People around him got scared and tried to help him. They wanted to call a doctor or take him to the city hospital. He looked very bad and pale. All this made David even angrier. He was not used to this weakness. It was not his way at all. But now is not the best time to lie on the ground and rest, as danger lurks at every turn. Not far from him, 2 strangers walked the streets of the city. Their mission simple: to kill the 4th heir to the Pock family. This mission is so simple that it even offends these 2 men. At least they think so. They don't understand why they were called to kill some stupid boy. It's Black and Red Death from the neighboring town. The Red Death said he felt sorry for the guy. He had offended the heavenly demon of ice, and that means only one thing: a brutal death. As soon as the heavenly ice demon learned that his student had been captured, he became incredibly angry. He was told that the white demon would soon be hanged in public in the city center. The white demon was caught in a province belonging to the Pock family, and the legendary thief was also told this. Soon he also found out who had captured his student, the 4th heir to the family, David. The celestial ice demon is one of the 3 most powerful criminals in the country, and if you make him angry, you'd better die right away. He raised the white demon with incredible love and trained it from childhood. So when David captured and imprisoned his student, the legendary master took it as a personal challenge. That's why he called his mercenaries and ordered them to find and kill the David. The Red and Black Deaths are quite well-trained martial arts warriors, and it's better not to mess with them. If they are given a task by a legendary master, they will certainly fulfill it. The two mercenaries entered a central city institution and saw their future victim. People around them recognized them immediately, and I forgot to mention that the Red and Black Deaths are quite famous personalities in the city. The price of greenhouses always act together. They are known for their strength even among Sapa warriors. Their martial arts are incredible separately and very scary when they fight together. These two mercenaries have killed many outstanding masters of their craft, and they don't like to be gossiped about either. That's why the Red Death got angry when he heard talk about himself. He ordered everyone to go home immediately if they did not want to end up in the cemetery tonight. Of course, this harsh phrase was enough to make the place almost completely empty. Judging by his clothes and build, they realized that only the youngest son of the Pock family was left in the building. They immediately saw that he hadn't even touched his main course, which was quite strange behavior. Is he really so young and eats like an old man? If so, he doesn't need food. Red Death is the most impudent of the two. He started to finish the dish and said it tasted incredibly good. He suggested that his friend eat first and then finish his work, since they hadn't had lunch yet. And then, when they tear this little boy into small pieces, it will be much more delicious. David searched the entire neighborhood but could not find the head of the magician. He went in for a drink and met these two gentlemen. It seems that they were called by the heavenly demon of ice, and in their past lives, they were also famous partners. But David is absolutely confident in his abilities and knows that these bastards will not defeat him. When he said this, the two guys were very surprised. They had never heard such impudence before. David said that he knew who had called them, and that they had come at the wrong time because he was in a bad mood today. That's why he took a jug out of his pocket and offered the Red Deaths a taste of the liquid. He did this so that when the Red Death got to hell, he would not complain that he was thirsty. As soon as he said these words, he realized that it was time to act, and he delivered a powerful blow with his knee. This was enough to throw the Red Death back 10 meters. A powerful blow. The Black Death was very angry and decided to take revenge for his friend. But will he succeed? He pulled out his sword and tried to cut the David in half, but a second later, his opponent disappeared. It wasn't long before David reappeared and activated his extraordinary strength, and it looks like he's going to have another training session today. Judging by how easily he beats those two bastards, training with William was much more interesting. Black Death also flew to the other corner of the room, his red friend still unable to get off his knees. These two guys were very angry. It seems that their mission was not as simple as they had been told from the beginning. But in any case, they have to join forces and kill this guy. They have to fulfill the order. The Red Death said that he did not have time to warm up before the fight, but now everything will be for real. David had seen enough Spider-Man movies and decided to climb the wall. He drew his sword and began to approach the opponents. Now they would feel what real fury is. The Red Death is preparing for a fierce clash, but it is unlikely that it will be able to withstand this blow. Black Death realized that his close friend was in danger and needed to be saved. Anyway, these two guys always fight like a real team, and this time is no exception. The guys had never felt such a powerful force before, and they clearly underestimated their opponent. And when you underestimate your opponent, you end up in a situation where you have to suffer for it. They looked at David and couldn't understand how he could possess such a perfect skill. Black and Red Death did not know what to do. Their attack completely failed. But it should be noted that this battle is not over yet, and the hardest part is still ahead. To hide his lack of internal strength, he made several winning moves at the beginning of the battle. But as expected, these guys withstood all his blows because the inner strength he has is less than the amount of energy they have accumulated in their lives. So, at best, he will survive 3 more clashes with these guys. And if the fight drags on for a long time, David will definitely lose, so we need to resolve everything very quickly. The mercenaries started attacking the guy from different sides. They complement each other perfectly and work as a team. For years, they have been destroying enemies together, so their communication skills are developed at a completely different level than others. So far, David has skillfully defended himself against all their attacks. He has the skill and strength to do so. But these two thieves fight very cunningly and insidiously. There are no rules for them, so you can't expect them to play fair. They constantly use dirty tricks and attack from behind. David skillfully parries their attacks. His speed helps him. Without it, he would have been dead. It's hard to even move with these guys. They are constantly attacking and don't give you a chance to take a break. David understands that the main thing with them is to keep your distance, because if you let them get too close to you, you are guaranteed trouble. The young warrior waited for the right opportunity and struck back, which was effective and efficient. This helped him break the distance with his rivals, and the mercenaries felt his strength. But it also cost him too much energy and strength, and his mouth was bleeding, which is a bad sign. Internal injuries caused by reverse energy are extremely serious. David hoped he could hold out longer, but the whole plan was too risky from the start. The Red Death realized that his rival was in trouble, and it looked like the younger master from a famous family was finished. The Black Death told his friend to calm down and not to rejoice beforehand. First, he had to kill the boy and then celebrate. They must quickly finish off the wounded animal before it can escape or call for help. David realizes that he has no right to die so easily in this place. He has to come up with something immediately. He hasn't even had a chance to fully start his new life yet, and it shouldn't end like this. He remembers the day when his first life ended and the family he fought for. He remembers that he must take revenge for all this and prevent history from repeating itself in this timeline. It's time to gather our strength and show these scoundrels what the fourth heir to the Pock family is capable of. And his first victim will now be the Red Death. This guy talks too much. He should have had his tongue cut out long ago. His friend immediately realized that they were going to get into trouble, that they had come to this place in vain. David is completely focused on the battle. He looks very concentrated and does not get distracted by trifles. His strength and power immediately increased several times, and that's what motivation is. He acted with lightning speed and did not stop until he finally defeated his new enemies. When the battle was over, it was time to rest a bit, because he had used all his inner energy in this battle. Now he has a new problem. He has little strength left, so he will not be able to become the head of the family. He recalled the words of a monk who spoke about where one can find additional strength and energy. He was referring to the Buddha's energy, and he was inviting him to the province of Shanxi, which is in the neighboring republic. Now David realized that he had to go there and try these mysterious techniques. Otherwise, he would not stand a chance against the head of the magician's family. He took the rest of the money out of his pocket and put it on the table next to the owner of the establishment. David apologized for what he had done here and explained that he was only trying to protect his own life. The money should be enough to do a general cleaning and compensate for the damage. After that, the young warrior turned around and went in search of the same place in the province of Shanxi. His journey turned out to be quite long, but he finally reached the rocky Yungan cave. In this cave, he found an experienced craftsman who was alone and doing his own thing. David looked a bit exhausted after the long journey. He had lost a lot of internal energy in the last battle, so it was not surprising. This experienced man greeted the young warrior and invited him to enter the cave. There, David saw a large brick statue of Buddha, and he bowed his knee to this sage. David began to praise the Buddha, which is usually said during prayer in Buddhism. But suddenly, David activated his spiritual energy. Did he see some kind of enemy? He looked very angry and focused. In such cases, someone usually suffers a lot from his attacks. The weather is very nice in Chance Province today, and everyone is enjoying the sunshine and friendly atmosphere in the city center. The same thing is happening in the Songkhan courtyard, which is a fairly tall building not far from the central market. You can almost always hear great music and see beautiful girls dancing there. People come there to relax, drink delicious tea, and enjoy a friendly conversation with beautiful music. It was there that day that Kenneth came to visit. This man owns the place where the fight recently took place. Everyone in this house knows him, and he usually comes here to knock out some delicious pu'er tea. The girl recognized Kenneth and invited him up to the third floor as usual. The man agreed and quickly climbed the stairs and entered a large and spacious room. A beautiful woman met him there, greeted him, and said that he hadn't visited them for a long time. She began to ask him about his business and health and saw that he looked quite upset. Kenneth said that recently there was a large-scale fight in his guest house. He said that 3 soldiers fought and destroyed almost all the furniture around him, and he barely survived. But Kenneth also said that the man who took part in this battle paid him generously for all these troubles. It looks like this is exactly what this woman thought. The little king has finally become bolder. Her name is Linda, and she is the owner of the Songhan guest house and the leader of a clan of heavenly chosen assassins. Kenneth said that the 4th heir of the Pock family left a letter inside the bag with compensation. It seems that Marie told him how to contact them, and now he asks to find information about the person he is interested in. Linda was very surprised when she realized that David was asking for information about Stephen, a man from the town's merchant group. This is the man who has recently become much more powerful. But why is David interested in this man? Suddenly she realized that it could be the same church where the fourth heir is now. Linda said that they had to hurry immediately because the person David was looking for might die in the next few days. It all looks very confusing, but interesting at the same time, so let's go back to the David for now. This guy struck hard and made a big hole near the Buddha statue. Of course, I hope that all this is just part of his plan and not an urgent training of punching. He took a few steps forward and saw the mummy in front of him, everything looking just as the monk had told him. But he immediately said that he was greeting a master, or rather a 1,000-year-old killer monk from the Shaolin Temple. In his previous life, he learned some interesting information from a monk. This monk told him about an iron fist from a neighboring province. According to rumors, his fate is worthy of the Buddha's training, which he received at an incredibly young age. All of this is the legacy of a 1,000-year-old killer monk, and it all sounds like some kind of seed box. This monk told us what he says about the legendary Taoist warrior from the Shaolin Temple. Many years ago, there was a great war between those who went after heads and those who followed the path of justice. The Taoist monk vowed to take revenge for his students and went to the battlefield. But he killed too many people, which is why he decided to leave the temple and then go in search of peace. Out of remorse, at the end of his days, he dug a cave, using fist-fighting techniques and forceful attacks. In the process, he came to understand a certain truth, and later it was written in a valuable manuscript. In a previous life, it went to those who went to the head, and David had no choice but to be angry with this monk. Now everything can change. But suddenly, David heard footsteps behind him and looked back. He saw a large and stout man in a black suit watching the David. The young warrior realized that he was facing the iron fist of Edward, the eldest heir to his family. David couldn't understand why the iron fist had come here right now. Was it a coincidence? Edward said that he had heard rumors about a 1,000-year-old monk who was a murderer, which is why he started looking for this place. He secretly watched the David and waited for the boy to lead him to this truth. David warned that the Iron Fist must retreat, since this manuscript has nothing to do with those who go to the heads. In response, the Iron Fist just laughed, as it seems they both have the same goal, and one of them has to stay. Edward suggested that David decide which of them would be the true master of fate, worthy of the Buddha's teaching. It's a cruel joke, because the Iron Fist is a strong man and no one has ever defeated him. So does David have a chance? David said that the Iron Fist came too late and the fourth heir of the Pock family would not give up what was his. Sometimes in life there are moments when you can't go back and you just have to go forward and not give up. A man who was going about his business near this cave realized that everyone was already there, so it was time to see them. He realized that at last those who could fulfill the monk's cherished wish had come to this cave. These guys are already seriously angry, and a little more time and they will certainly kill each other. The Iron Fist struck the first blow. He probably did it with his Iron Fist. At least that would be logical. Edward did not expect that his opponent would be able to hold on for so long and not give up in the battle with him, and this should be respected. He admitted that he had underestimated David from the beginning, and he has quite good skills for such a young age. But he still doesn't know this young warrior well. David is not used to giving up, even if the situation is critical. He stood up and activated his sword aura and then said he didn't like to be distracted by idle talk during a fight. He promised to destroy Edward's Iron Fist into small pieces so that he could never return to martial arts. A rather weighty statement. Edward smiled and said he hoped it was not a joke. He activated all his skills and said that it would be very difficult for David to withstand his next attack. In a few seconds, the battle was almost over. The Iron Fist is no joke. It's a real gangster. He was disappointed and realized that he had been joking all along and he could not prove his words in practice. Their difference in energy is too great, and David did not have time to recover from the battle with the red and black deaths. The winner was determined by fair means during the battle, so the Iron Fist must take the manuscript for himself. He was already calmly and relaxedly preparing to do so, but it seems that things are not so simple. David felt a second wind and regained his strength. He activated the aura of the sword again. It looks like we are in for a second round. David is ready to resist until he dies. This guy just doesn't know how to give up. It's definitely not about him. The Iron Fist laughed. He liked David's desire for victory. But the fight was already over, and the young warrior had to accept it. Iron Fist closed in on his opponent so quickly that it happened in less than a second. He was able to dodge the sword's aura and said that David from the Pock family had asked for a brutal death. But it seems this young warrior deserves his second death in a short time. The same old man appeared out of nowhere and protected the David with his hand. He told me that he was the one who was protecting the monk's cherished wish, and he was in charge. The man also said that he would not allow anyone to make a mess and shout loudly. The Iron Fist immediately felt his power. It seems the 1,000-year-old killer monk has followers. Edward told me who he was, and David also said that he was the fourth heir to the Pock family. The man said his name was Lion, and he noted that David was the first to find this place and enter the cave. That is why Lion ordered the Iron Fist to retreat, and the wooden chest of the murderer's monk should be given to the one who first found this place. Edward said that David would soon die, and then he would have to receive this manuscript. David was very angry at these words. This guy came in second, and he doesn't want to recognize the rules of the game. Lion immediately felt the cruelty of this guy. It was clear that he was one of the members of the Supper, that is, those who go after heads. He doesn't like that the Iron Fist is playing word games with him, but Edward doesn't care. Edward knows that a 1,000-year-old monk was killed by Supper soldiers, even though the war could have been stopped. He also heard that the monk was unable to cope with the consequences of the war, and his manuscript was created to apologize to the Supper soldiers. Edward decided not to wait for any answers and said that now he could take what was rightfully his. David was very angry and asked Lion to do something because what was happening was beyond the law. This impudent guy, who is a member of a criminal group, must be punished immediately. David activated his entire sword aura and all the skills he had learned in his 2 lifetimes. It was the first time Iron Fist had ever been so frightened. He didn't understand where all that energy came from in the body of a man who had almost died a minute ago. David reminded the men of the Taoist monk's cherished wish and asked if his manuscript really belonged to the Sapper warriors who had brutally killed the monk's disciples. In his past life, the Iron Fist broke his promise. He learned all the techniques and then burned the manuscript. He didn't want to pass on the knowledge of the Taoist monk to the members of his province. This fool never plays by the rules. The Taoist monk always wanted only one thing: to pass on to the Shaolin the knowledge of martial arts to which he had devoted his life. Because of his sins and hard life, he could not return himself, so he wanted his manuscript to reach the temple. So the place where the manuscript should return is the main Shaolin temple. Didn't the 1,000-year-old killer monk dream all his life of getting back into the Shaolin temple? Lion was shocked. He couldn't understand how this young man knew all this knowledge so well. David said that this member of the Sapper organization would never respect the wishes of a Taoist monk. He must be severely punished for this, and not sometime in the future, but right now. Iron Fist said that it was all a lie, and he was not ready to listen to empty talk. Finally, he demonstrated his Iron Fist in action, and we must admit that this is a really powerful force. He said that he would rip David's tongue out of his mouth with his own hands for all these unpleasant talks about members of the Sapper organization. His hand strikes are a real force, perhaps even more powerful than the aura of the sword. But of course, the young warrior does not agree with this, and now he is trying to demonstrate to all of us that the sword is a sword in Africa. Of course, it is very difficult to do this. Because of the loss of spiritual energy and the wounds he received, David began to bleed from the mouth. He tried to jump above his head, and because of this, he upset the balance of energy in his body. This fatal mistake could now cost him his life, as he recognized with an iron fist that David was indeed an annoying opponent. Even though he lost, he at least tried to win. But now it doesn't matter. It's time to end this play. Finally, a follower of the killer's millennial monk decided to intervene, which he should have done from the very beginning. After a while, David finally opened his eyes and regained full consciousness. Lion woke him up, and he immediately began to worry and look for his opponent, the Iron Fist. Lion said that Edward was a very busy gentleman. He left while David was resting after the battle. The young soldier said that he had a very bad headache. He was very ashamed that it all happened. Lion tilted his head gloomily. He admitted that the Iron Fist was one of the toughest opponents in his life. They had a pretty serious sparring match while David was unconscious. The Iron Fist recognized that Lion still had strength in his old age, which was a great first strike. Lion warned the impudent boy that if he struck a few more such blows, Edward would never joke again. Edward is well aware that if he misses a punch to the face again, he will suffer a broken jaw. He was upset, but recognized that this time he had to retreat because his opponent was too powerful. It is not expected that besides the legendary swordsman George, the followers of the path of justice, that is, the Keon Pa, have talented young warriors. But the Iron Fist asked the elder to tell the David that the next time they met, he should be ready to give his life. When the young warrior heard these words, he smiled. so it was better not to see them for a while. Lion was surprised not only that David was able to find the manuscript, but also that he learned about the Taoist monk's desire. The young warrior said that he had heard this in his past life from his friend, although Lion would hardly believe it. In any case, David risked his own life in a battle against a strong opponent, which always inspires only respect. It was indeed a very risky strategy, and if it hadn't been for this old man, David would have died by now. From the moment he failed to capture the head of the mage, he loses control and makes rash decisions. From now on, we can't take such risks, because at this rate, he won't be able to become the head of the poker family in the future. Suddenly he heard the elder calling him over. What was this experienced man up to? Lion approached the 1,000-year-old monk of the murderer and knelt before him as a sign of respect. The Taoist monk was like a father to him, raising him and teaching him martial arts since childhood. And so it was that Lion spent his entire life watching his teacher suffer through guilt. He refused even to be buried properly and said that he wanted to repent even after death. That's why his body is here now, and that's why the lion is constantly near this cave and guards the dead man's chest. The old man approached the young warrior and handed him the chest and ordered him to open it. Of course David did, and that's why he came to get the cherished manuscript. On it, a Taoist monk wrote that he had repented to the Buddha for many years, but the severity of such a sin as murder hurt him too much. So in the end, he was unable to return to the Shaolin Temple, and now, whoever reads this letter will receive a gift from this chest. In exchange for this gift, the monk asks to transfer the manuscript to a Shaolin Temple, the least he can do to redeem himself. To redeem himself before those people who swore to believe in him and wait for him. The monk could have entrusted this task to his disciple, but the Taoist was a strange man, and he decided to trust fate. Now David has received an incredible medicine made in a Shaolin temple, a gift you can't buy in a regular store. This item has pure Shaolin water inside it, purifies energy and blood, and increases Qi energy very powerfully. Now these medicines rightfully belong to David, but Lion has one request. When David gives the manuscript to the Shaolin Temple, let him say that the Taoist monk did not find peace even after death. David promised to fulfill this request, and I think the people of the church will be pleased to hear it. The young warrior has a long road ahead of him, a road that will be filled with adventures and dangers. But now I can rest a bit and do some cultivation. I need to restore my energy after hard fights. This small ball is called a dan, and it is rarely given even to students from a Shaolin temple. It is unlikely that David could have only dreamed of such a gift, for it is a divine power that enjoys authority even among the most powerful. Dan gives immediate results. It changes the capacity and rigidity of the cup that holds Chai energy. A body that takes this medicine will have strong blood vessels and unearthly strength. And because of his fear of blood, David was sorely lacking in this Qi energy. Even if you try to control your fear, it will still not be as effective as Dan. Now, with the help of this energy, the young warrior will be able to easily fight his fears. Now he has to risk his life and achieve a state of incredible strength, a goal he only partially achieved in his previous life. If he manages to awaken this power in himself, he will finally be able to fight the head of the magicians on equal terms. He drank the medicine and the process began. He immediately felt the blade pierce his body. The young warrior immediately fell to the ground. This fight was extremely strong. Was it really real? Behind him stood John, the famous head of the Paget family, and they hadn't seen him for a long time. John greeted his old enemy and reminded them of their last meeting, and David did not understand how he ended up here. John said that this night sky seemed very familiar to him, the same sky as the day David died. David began to hear voices in his head, asking him to protect him and cut off at least his hand. John approached his enemy and said that he had killed everyone in the family, everyone in the Pock family, everyone whom David cared about. He also killed the young warrior's friends, and he also said that he had killed all the Sape warriors. The Sape is one of the 8 detachments of the Sunra army during the Chon dynasty, formed to patrol inside and outside the capital. John asked his enemy why he hadn't decided to follow him then, why he had refused a great offer. John understands that David was afraid, and that such a weakling has no right to even try to fight the head magician. David grabbed his hand and thanked him for these words, which made him realize something very important. It is true that he is still very weak, and he almost believed the speech of his inner demon. If this had actually happened, John could not have known that David had become a great swordsman. So it's all just an internal struggle after drinking the medication, and David hates John, so let him get out. We have to wait a little bit, The young warrior will definitely overcome all difficulties, and when they meet again, he will definitely defeat the John. Now that the first gate on the way to a state of incredible strength has been passed, the most interesting part is ahead. David decided to rest and wait for the next day. He was in a great mood after the recent events. Now he was thinking about his future path. Probably first he should go to the Shaolin Temple to give the monks the manuscript. But a little while later, he took a small object out of his pocket and thought that there was something more important. But as it turned out, David was not alone in these mountains, and now he had to forget about all his plans. It was as if a whole flock of ninjas had appeared out of nowhere, and it is unlikely that they came to have tea with David. They came to destroy him, but thanks to the opening of the gate, he can feel the energy flows at a long distance. Judging by their movements, they are well-trained killers. They could have been sent by Robert or even someone else. The guy prepared for a tough fight, but suddenly these mercenaries bowed down before him. They said that the shadows of the assassins chosen by heaven greet the younger king, although David cannot understand why he is younger and why he is king. One of the women spoke to him. She said that David was the only heir to the head of the murdered king. We have already met this beautiful woman, Linda, and she said that she understood the guy's surprise. It was all too unexpected. She asked the young soldier to calm down and not push them away, gave her name, and said that she was in charge of the province. This girl gave him a gift from the head of her clan, a small golden plate that gives him the right to lead the clan's mercenaries for free. Only 10 people, the most important members of the clan, have such golden plates, so now David is entitled to free contract killings. The boy thanked them for the gift and asked them to convey his gratitude to his grandfather. But why did they decide to come to him so unexpectedly? It's unlikely that it was just a matter of handing over a gift. Maybe something happened to the person David asked to find. Linda was amazed that this guy was able to guess that, because this man is really in danger. The case is very urgent, and she can tell you all the details. It's all very strange, because the events are unfolding in a completely different way than in her past life. A few days later, a convoy of people passed by the central city of the province. It was a group of joke traders traveling. They were well prepared and traveling with their best people. But the chairman was very upset. Despite the fact that this trip was quite successful, Brian was not smiling at all. Even on the black market, where you can buy any seller for a lot of money, he couldn't find the right item for himself. If he does not manage to get this item in the near future, his son will soon die. The assistants of this clan saw that their boss was very upset, and they tried to calm him down. The security chief, whose name is Lau, asked his boss to stay calm and not get upset. He said that in the icy courtyard of the North Sea, they would find what they were looking for. He would send them a message about their departure. But suddenly, completely unpredictable things began to happen, as if they were ambushed and hunted. Dozens of arrows flew at the Jock clan, and mercenaries with weapons appeared from behind the bushes and began to attack. They acted extremely quickly and powerfully, killing several members of the Joke Squad at once. It was a fierce battle. One could even say that it looked like a total beating because the forces were not equal. But then suddenly, a speedy ghost started fighting for the Jock clan. Maybe it was Sonic? The mercenaries could not understand anything. They did not even have time to see this ghost. He was so fast. Laos was incredibly angry and said that no one had the right to attack them, and now the mercenaries would not return home unharmed. But his words didn't really scare these bandits, and one of them said that he wasn't afraid of Laos at all. He was a notorious rando mercenary, a tall, strong man with long black hair. Some members of the Joke Squad recognized this mercenary. He is one of the best in the provinces, and there are very few killers like him. It's better not to joke with these guys. For them, killing another person is a child's play and a warm-up before training. The boss of the squad offered to make a deal. He was ready to give the mercenaries as much money as they could carry. But Rando said that he was not doing his job for the sake of paper and coins. He was interested in something else. He immediately started attacking the head of the security of the detachment. Judging by his eyes, this man was too cruel. Laos was amazed by this speed. Usually, such big men with big bellies are not known for their extraordinary speed. But this guy is definitely an exception to the rule. He is both fast and big. Rando is also very skillful with his sword, having mastered martial arts techniques as a child. He killed the head of the guard with just one punch, even though Laos was the best warrior in the Jock clan. Brian couldn't believe it. Why the best fighters were killed in a few minutes of fighting? He couldn't foresee this ambush. Rando said they should have sat quietly in their market, and then they could have stayed alive and unharmed. This is what greed leads to, and now the entire joke squad must go to another world and think about their actions. He threw his sword at the boss of the squad, and Brian had already mentally accepted his death and saw his whole life before his eyes. But in this life, things are not so simple. A young warrior appeared from nowhere and stopped the attack of a cruel mercenary. Rando was extremely surprised. His technique was stopped with his bare hands. What kind of monster was this? David said that he had already heard stories about a group of these mercenaries, and he also knows information about the Randos. Brian could not understand why he and his people were attacked at all. They lived a quiet life and tried not to make enemies. David had heard from his past life that this Rando almost killed all the members of the joke squad. He ordered the brutal killer to attack first and said that today he would go to hell with his entire mercenary squad. It looks like we're going to have a battle between David and a group of trained assassins, and it will be hard for the guy to win, but he looks very confident. Rando could not understand who he was and where he came from. This fool was spoiling his plans, so he had to die immediately. Judging by the fact that David repelled the killer's attack with his bare hands, we can understand that he is a very skilled warrior. The Rando can't feel it 100%, or the David is hiding his energy, so if you drag it out, it can end badly. The mercenary decided to destroy his enemy immediately and went on the attack, and now we will see the battle of David against Goliath. Of course, mercenaries and assassins never fight by the rules. For them, these rules do not exist at all. They attack in a pack and even hit you from behind, so you have to be very tough and careful with them. David decided to show them what real strength and power were. He activated his inner energy and repelled their first attack. He didn't expect such a random. He thought his people would make a stake out of this guy, but it turned out quite differently. It hasn't been long since David increased his chi energy, so it's hard for him to calculate his strength. Rando could not believe that David was a transcendental master. That is, a master who transcends all limits of power and energy. David approached him and told him that he had not yet become that strong, but that he would soon achieve it. After all the members of the mercenary squad were killed, it was time to show their strength to their leader. David hit it so hard with his right hand that the Rando could have even reached the moon. Luckily for the killer, a tree appeared in his path and stopped his flight, although the tree immediately broke from the collision. With his new strength, David began to realize that now he could even fight with an iron fist. It would have been too late, and the guy is very happy that everything happened exactly as it did. If he had turned to the clan of heavenly chosen assassins for help a little later, everything would have been completely different. Brian immediately thanked David for helping him and saving his life. He still did not understand who this young warrior was. David approached the man and told him that he knew they were a group of joke traders and that they needed to save their son. After that, they all went to the main building of the joke traders group, which was not far away. Although this case is extremely urgent, for some reason David is in even more of a hurry than his father Stephen. Brian explained that his son was very seriously ill, and it would take some time to meet with him because he needed to prepare for it. David did not listen to the words of the experienced man at all. He did not want to listen to anything and went straight to the stalls. Brian said that even though David had saved his life, he couldn't just barge into his house like that. It wasn't proper. David immediately noticed that the man's hands began to tremble. Perhaps he hadn't told us something. David decided to apologize to the jock boss and admitted that he was in too much of a hurry, didn't say anything, and put Brian in an awkward position. The young warrior admitted that he knew about the seriousness of his young master's illness. He knows that after returning home, he was bitten by a fiery king snake, and Brian was very surprised that David knew all this. The venom of the fiery king snake, which is said to feed on fire, is saturated with yang energy. If you are poisoned by this, you feel as if you are burning from the inside, and sooner or later you die. In order to be cured, no medicine with yin energy is needed, and David began to take something out of his inner pocket. Suddenly, a sick man, Stephen, came out to them, saying that it was not nice to keep guests at the doorstep and invited David to come inside. Brian was very surprised that his son was able to get out of bed at all, which is already a surprise. Stephen had already learned from other members of the clan that David was the fourth young owner of the family to be a POC. From the very beginning, he thanked the young warrior for saving his father's life from cruel mercenaries. He apologized for meeting the rescuer in such a way and explained that he had been bitten by a fiery king cobra. David immediately realized that he was sitting in front of the same guy who had become famous as the King of Gold. This brilliant inventor was able to lead a small trading family to prosperity. The masters of the province and even the royal family tried to establish relations with him, and in his past life, Stephen lost his father to a Randot. If Stephen can restore his health faster than in his previous life, he will become a great man. David greeted him and apologized for the unexpected visit, and Stephen replied that he was glad to talk to his father's savior. The guy told us that he was really attacked by a fiery king cobra, and now its venom flows in his veins throughout his body. For his sake, Brian has been searching everywhere for a medicine that has the properties of yin energy, but so far to no avail. It is said that an ice crystal found in the North Sea ice yard or a 1,000-year-old ginseng can help. But the ice courtyard of the North Sea does not sell its crystals, and the whereabouts of the 1,000-year-old ginseng are unknown. Although Stephen is trying to be treated with other medications, it helps, but if things continue like this, he will soon die. David listened calmly and attentively to the young master's speech, and then he took a chest out of his pocket. He said loudly that inside this box was a May ice flower. These words shocked the father and son. Could it be that David really brought them an ice flower in May? This medicine has yin energy and is in no way inferior to other medicines, so it can overcome the poison of the fiery king cobra. David is pleased that he remembered about Stephen in time. He was going to establish contact with him anyway, and luck was on his side. The Gold King will need help in the war with the Mage clan, which will take place in the near future. David gave them the medicine and asked for help in return, explaining that he would become the head of the Pock family. He will need the wisdom of the Steens to restore this family to its former greatness. Brian ran up to the fourth heir and took his hand, thanking him for his help and almost starting to cry. David is now very happy. A similar Stephen is now his man, and this is good for the future strategy. Stephen still could not believe that this was really happening to him. Was he really saved? But then the young man got very angry and said that if it was true, he would not accept the gift. Brian immediately started yelling at his son, saying he hoped it wasn't a joke. Stephen realizes that he owes David for saving his father, and he realizes that David is giving him a gift and does not need money in return. That's why he can't trust the David, because it all looks incredibly strange. It is surprising that David found out about his condition, although only his closest family members know about it. Also, David somehow found out about the rando attack on his father. There are too many coincidences in this story. Stephen doesn't think David is a bad person, but he doesn't believe in multiple coincidences, so he refuses to help and asks David to leave. The young warrior smiled. Stephen is risking his own life and does not want to make a deal with unclear terms. This is exactly what you expect from a king of gold. So David recognized that he had been impolite to the guards. He got to his feet and said that his grandfather was the king of assassins from the clan of heavenly chosen assassins. Now it was Stephen's turn to be surprised, as he was definitely not ready to hear this information. It was the murderers' clan that found all the information about Stephen, and David received the May ice flower by accident. The assassin's clan also told him about an attack planned on his father, so there is an explanation for all this. And that's how he found out that Jordan was targeting a group of joke traders. As for David's family, his mother, he has to keep everything a secret, which is why he hid the source of the information from Stephen. Although David had learned about all this from his past life, he hardly lied to the boy when he said that he had learned about it from the killer's clan. He wanted to keep this secret and even refused the offer of Alinda, who wanted to accompany him. But to win the trust of the King of Gold, he must not hide his true intentions. Stephen saw that David was telling the truth and began to trust him. But he still couldn't understand the answer to one question. Why did David decide to help him? Why did he go through all this for him? He is just the son of an ordinary trader, and a trader should know the price of everything, and he often heard these words as a child. According to rumors, it was with the help of Brian and Stephen that street vendors were able to become quite respected people in the province. Stephen is a young businessman who intelligently calculates his every future step, and despite his illness, he does not lose his mind. Stephen has great potential, which is why David decided to bet on him. But now, the young owner has to answer the question, what does he think of the David? Is he worthy of trust and cooperation? Stephen said he was not possessed by ghosts, which is why he was not weak enough to lose his ability to think soberly. Although David may not be the person Stephen has been waiting for, he is trustworthy. So on this note, their initial negotiations ended, and the guys shook hands. After that, Stephen said that he promised that all the jewels of the world would be in the hands of David. After that, it was time to give the young owner the medicine that we had been talking about so much. The May ice flower looks very beautiful and should definitely help with this terrible disease. Brian began to cry and thanked David for saving his son. This young warrior saved 2 lives today. Stephen confidently said that he would give all the jewelry in the world to David. Even if his body heals quickly, it will be very difficult to fulfill his promise right away. David already knows a lot, so there's no need to hide information from him anymore. All traders, except for the Jokers, are under the influence of the Jordan clan, which belongs to the SAPE. They tried to bribe the Jokers, but they refused, and so the criminals began to put pressure on them. Today is the first time they have acted so openly, and it is unclear how far they are willing to go. Everything that has happened is disturbing, but one thing is clear. If the Jordan clan disappears, all problems will be solved. Stephen hadn't even thought about it, even though it was true that the Jordan clan was too powerful. As soon as David realized this, he immediately said that he had to leave his young master for a while. Now he is interested in solving all the problems with the Jordan clan. It was to their yard that he went after meeting with Brian and Stephen, and it looks like we're in for a new battle. The criminals were resting in this yard when one of them woke up and saw an unfamiliar guy. He told him to get out immediately before they beat him up and took all his money. He said that he knew that there were gangster dogs here, and these evil guys did not like these words. The bandit said that David's milk hadn't dried on his lips to talk like that. His muscles would not help in the battle against them. The young warrior immediately realized that he had come to the right place, so he could start acting. There are many bandits in this yard, and they have little else to do besides their main business. They usually drink, listen to music, and enjoy the money they have stolen. But today will not be a classic day for them, because the 4th successor to the Pock family has come to visit. One of the bandits made a hole in the wall, probably hit by a David, and the other bandits didn't like it. Soon after, David showed up and greeted the guys, saying that the place stank and it was time to do a general cleaning. The thieves' hideout was in a guest house. They loved this place and could not have liked such words. The bandits started attacking and said that now this little boy would go to hell, but David did not think so. He prepared his strong fists and introduced them to the faces of the bandits. One of the bravest bandits was knocked out with the first punch. It was really powerful. He was bleeding from the mouth, although he was sure to have suffered a concussion after such a blow. The other bandits were amazed by the strength of the young warrior's blow, as their opponents are usually much weaker. They had never seen such a terrifying force before, and of course they wondered who he was. David replied that they didn't need to know, but if they were so curious, they could go to hell and ask the randos. The bandits were surprised to hear that this young warrior knew their brother Rando, and it seems they had already met. David said that he had very little time, and today he plans to send the entire Jordan clan to hell. That is why we need to talk less and act more, and that is why David decided to attack first. Meanwhile, an interesting conversation was taking place in the Jordan clan's reception room, which also affects our story. Jordan has already been informed that the Rando has stopped communicating and no one can contact him now. Rando is the leader's brother, so everyone assures him that he should be fine. Rando must have decided to celebrate his recent robbery, and he will certainly return soon. But Jordan started to get very worried and reminded his people that someone was in a very bad mood, so they better find a Rando quickly. If they don't capture the province this time, their lives will be at risk, and then no one will laugh. Suddenly, one of the clan members ran into the room looking very scared and said they were in serious trouble. He asked his boss to go outside immediately. Jordan thought that maybe the Rando had returned. He was very surprised to see one of his main mercenaries lying on the ground near a pool of blood. He started shouting at his assistants and asking what had happened, which had never happened before. This beaten criminal was still alive and said that an unknown person had come to their shelter. He said that some monster had killed all his people and promised to destroy the entire Jordan clan. The boss immediately ordered his assistants to call the Red Sword Squad. It had to be done immediately. Soon, the best warriors of the Jordan clan were in the center of their provincial capital. This is a squad of red swords. Not much is known about them, except that they are real martial arts professionals. People immediately realized that disaster was coming soon, because they had called in these psychopaths who were obsessed with murder. They say that they are all sword masters. It is not clear who they are hunting, but it will be difficult for this person to stay alive. The Red Swords entered the guest house where other members of the Jordan clan were staying. They immediately saw a pile of mutilated bodies and met the man who was being hunted. David said that they came even earlier than he thought. His body is not used to killing yet, so he has to drink to keep himself calm. He immediately realized that it was a Red Sword Squad, which was clear from their headbands. He told me that they were looking at the 4th young owner of the Pock family, David. These guys, of course, knew the family members, so they realized they had to act quickly and immediately started attacking. They did not even ask about the reasons for this situation, although it is a battle between Cheonpa and Sapa, that is, good and evil. And this reason is enough to destroy the entire squad of red swords, although it will not be so easy. David has recently made great progress in his martial arts skills. His current level is unknown. Now will be a great opportunity to make sure that it has reached a completely different level. But the problem is that this young warrior disappeared somewhere, and now he is nowhere to be seen. It turned out to be one of the Swordmaster's tricks. It looks like we're going to have a battle of professionals in sword technique. David moves so fast that no one can even see him, and there were many such cases in his past life. Back then, he always liked to fight alone against everyone, although he was told many times that it was too dangerous. But he did not want to listen to anyone. He always went forward and was never afraid of anyone. Those who fought with him never liked this strategy. It seemed absolutely insane. But the young warrior always bent his line. He felt that he was capable of anything, which is probably why he died so early. As you can see, nothing has changed in his life. Risk is in his blood. But with the help of experience and an improved physique, he has much more talent in this life. In order to reduce the losses among their soldiers, David fought alone and destroyed a large number of enemies. He's much more experienced and stronger now, so the red swords won't be able to hold him off today. David was incredibly fast and instantly destroyed his enemies. No one could stop him. It seemed impossible. How could such a big man be so fast? His lightning attacks caused the red swords great problems. They cannot predict them to dodge. David single-handedly destroys their squad, which is nice to see. Sometimes it happens that he is even a warrior alone in the field. This guy's spiritual energy must have reached a new level, and he has clearly overcome his fear of blood and death. David skillfully used the technique of the sword of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger. He also used the strikes of a cruel royal tiger, and his opponents had no chance of escape. It was a mistake for these guys to come here today. They would have been better off continuing to drink and dance to good music. One of their leaders survived, and David decided to approach him and talk to him for a while. This man could not believe that the best warriors of the Jordan sword lost to one warrior. How could he even reach such a level at such a young age? David, meanwhile, is glad that at least one of his rivals survived. Maybe he wants to torture him. Privet leaned over and asked if he wanted to show him the way. Meanwhile, evening was approaching outside. The sun was setting, and the sky was very beautiful. The people in the city were quite scared and nervous, and you can understand them, because very strange things have been happening lately. First, members of the Jordan clan were seriously beaten, and now the boss of the Red Sword squad is tied up and beaten in the street. This can only bring smiles to faces. No one understands why he looks like this, but it's good that the bandits finally got a kick. The funniest part began a little later, when the leader of the Red Sword gang was kicked. Of course, only David, the one who personally imprisoned the boy, could afford such a pleasure. No one could understand who this young warrior was. Did he really defeat the entire Red Sword detachment on his own? At first, no one believed it, but there were people who saw him enter the Jordan clan's guest house. In any case, when you look at the leader of the Red Sword gang, after his nose was broken, you feel warm. The Jordan clan has been constantly insulting people from this town, and now David is heading to their headquarters. People thought that only a crazy person would decide to go there alone. They probably don't know David well, or they are right and he has completely lost his mind. The young warrior said that now he did not need the leader of the Red Sword gang. He was not one of those who enjoyed unnecessary killing. He has already deprived this bandit of the opportunity to practice martial arts, and now he will not be able to offend other people. But David warned him that if he caught him again, he would tear off all his arms and legs, so this guy had to live like a dead rat. These words were enough to make this bandit not sleep well at night, but he deserved it. Speaking of unnecessary killing, David's hand no longer trembles as much as it did when he fought the White Demon. But the fear of blood is still present. But in any case, his condition has improved a lot since the battle with the Black and Red Death, or the Iron Fist. If his body can get used to the battles, he will reach a completely different level and finally take revenge on all his enemies. But first, we need to fulfill the primary task, that is, to completely destroy the Jordan clan. He went inside and quickly assessed the situation thanks to his sense of energy. David was very surprised to see how many people came out to greet the guest. Even their best red swords couldn't do anything to him. Do they really think that their numbers will be enough to defeat the David? At that moment, their leader, a one-eyed bandit named Jordan, came out and they finally met. David was surprised that his name was familiar here. It seems that many legends have already been made about him in the province. In the end, it's a good thing. David has called his name so often today that he's already tired. But the clan boss doesn't like these jokes. He said he would take revenge for his brother Rando, for the White Demon, and for the Red and Black Deaths. It looks like they were all a big team. The members of the Supper always protected each other. But how did Jordan find out about all this information? How he knows about the Red and Black Deaths and the battle with the White Demon is not yet known, but now we have to enjoy the battle. David realized that there could be only one explanation for this. The Jordan clan served the heavenly demon of ice. He decided to demonstrate his speed and show them what he was capable of so that they would finally realize who they were dealing with. Judging by the Jordan's reaction, David was right. They do serve the heavenly demon of ice. To be honest, he was tired of it. Wherever he went, he and his people were everywhere. Perhaps he and this old man had been enemies in a previous life. The attack of the Jordan clan took place earlier than in my past life, and it may be because of the David. More precisely, this could have happened because of the anger of the heavenly demon of ice, as he lost his student and his best assistants at the same time. Jordan said that David would certainly die today, and then his master would be truly satisfied. David replied that he was definitely not going to go to the next world today, and activated the cruel tiger skill. His abilities are progressing so fast that today he can easily fight with Jordan, and this guy is a real martial artist. In this life, he got a much more talented body and the guy skillfully uses it. He reminded Jordan that he wanted to kill him, but for some reason he couldn't do it today. He easily defeated his opponent and said that he was not even worthy of extra attention. He doesn't like the fact that the Jordan clan decided to come to the territory of Cheonpa. This province is under protection. He also said that everyone who is on this territory may not even dream of a safe return home. Today, they will face a brutal death, although the clan boss clearly disagrees. He was so angry that he started shouting so loudly that the whole province could hear it. David did not understand what had happened. Jordan's internal energy increased very quickly. Is this really what he thinks? If it is indeed confirmed, he will be in trouble. The Jordan clan fighters have never seen their boss in such a furious state. Now he looks more like a demon than a man. This can only be a technique of a hidden bloody explosion, which means that the David must be very careful. Jordan now looks like a crazy person. His spiritual energy has become much stronger. According to rumors, this technique is like a deal with the devil. It takes all the energy forever. But instead, it increases the energy many times over for a short period of time. That is, Jordan gave his life to the devil. Even if he doesn't survive, he still wants to take the David with him to hell. Jordan became incredibly fast and flexible, and David tried to defend against all his attacks, but it was very difficult. The task of the David is to hold out until the spiritual energy of the Jordan runs out, but anything can happen during this period. The soldiers of the Jordan clan were satisfied with the way their boss was fighting. They enjoyed beating the enemy and were looking forward to victory. But one of them realizes that everything is not going as well as it seems. Soon, the effect of this technique will end, and then the Jordan will start having problems. So far, the clan boss hasn't realized that his attacks are incredibly powerful and accurate, but it's still not enough to win. This technique should give a quick victory, but instead, we see an approximately equal battle. With each passing minute, David was getting better at defending and attacking, and it was clear that he could soon turn the tide of the match. A few minutes later, Jordan felt dizzy, as if the effect of the bloody explosion technique was ending. He has too little time left, and David is already looking forward to using it to his advantage. Jordan tried to deal his opponent a last blow of fury. He gathered all his strength for this. This guy could not afford to lose this battle, especially in front of his subordinates. But even now, David was able to defend himself, and he not only defended himself, but also activated the sword technique of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger. After that, he struck a fierce tiger. It looked very impressive, and everyone immediately realized that he was a real swordmaster. There was a big explosion in this big yard, and nothing else is to be expected from the technique of the cruel tiger. A few seconds later, it became clear that this blow was enough to kill all the clan members. The worst thing was to look at the boss. Jordan died standing up with a weapon in his hands. I've never seen anything like that before. David heard the sounds of the survivors, although there were very few of them. They couldn't believe that their clan had been single-handedly destroyed by an unknown warrior, and they were especially surprised by the defeat of the Jordanians. They began to beg David to let them live, saying that they had families and children. A young soldier came up to them and said he was releasing them and ordered them to run away without any further movement or conversation. Today, He is too tired of all these battles, and he doesn't want to kill unnecessary people. In the end, he added that they should never come to the province again and offend people. He also told these thieves to tell the heavenly demon of ice that David would soon come and take his head. A few days later, the Park family met again at their main home. Of course, everyone there had already heard about the recent events and that the fourth heir had personally defeated the head of the Jordan clan. It was also said that the fourth heir had signed a cooperation agreement with a large trading company. David does not want to wait for revenge from the Sapper, so he proposes to send the family's soldiers to the province for 2 years. For this, he offers a fairly large reward to any warrior who does so. Everyone was shocked because David offered such a generous reward that it would cover the family's expenses for several years to come. After about a week, David decided to leave the house of his new merchant friends, even though he was well fed and treated well. The father and son were very grateful to this guy. He saved not only them, but their entire business. The May ice flower really helped the young owner, and now his disease was completely defeated. His father could not believe his eyes. He thought that Stephen was almost dead. But now, all the bad things are over. Brian almost forgot something. He reached into his pocket and took something out and gave it to David. It turned out to be an iron plate of the Celestial Dragon's storage, and David can use it whenever he needs it. The young warrior was very pleased with this gift. He had recently run out of money, so of course he would need this plate. Stephen also did not forget his promise and said that he would make sure that David received all the jewelry in the world. In the future, the trading clan, along with other traders in the province, will be able to spread its influence across the country. In return, Brian and Stephen promised to support the Pock family and the fourth heir personally very generously. David also promised to become the head of the Pock family in the future and said that his family would be a sword to protect the traders from the province. Finally, Stephen asked his savior where he was going to go now, if not home to rest. David immediately remembered his promise to a girl in his past life. It was too late for that, but he would go to the Loken anyway. A few days later, this long-awaited meeting finally took place in one of the guest houses. It was a full house that day. Everyone wanted to eat delicious food, and the ingredients for kinkali were out. This dish was a signature feature of this guest house, and it was for this dish that most people came here. The owner of the restaurant explained that all the kinkali had already been sold, and to get a new batch, we had to wait until the next day. David was also here that day, and he immediately overheard the girl's conversation with the owner of the guest house. This girl was very hungry. She wanted to get to this popular restaurant all day to eat her favorite dish. David decided not to wait and go right up to her. He greeted her and told her his name. He said he overheard her talking to the restaurant owner and said he wanted to help. The guy said that he had ordered too much food, so he invited the girl to join him for lunch. He explained that he was doing it without malice. He just wanted to help a hungry person, that's all. At first, she thought it was just another annoying fan, but then she realized that David was being quite sincere. Within a minute, she was sitting at his table. It's hard to resist hinkalias, especially in this restaurant. This girl was incredibly beautiful and charismatic. Her name was Barbara, and David knew her from his previous life. She really liked this dish, thanked her new friend, and said that without him, she would have been hungry all day today. He looked at her and thought that she remained the same as the last time he saw her. He recalled how they had agreed to go to this Lowy restaurant together, and she dreamed of tasting the same hinkali there. It was she who told him about this guest house, which houses the restaurant. But in their past life, they never got to do it. He didn't have time to invite her to this place. Barbara died in his arms, which is a difficult memory, but looking at her now, it's hard not to remember. Barbara thanked David once again and said that it was incredibly tasty. Suddenly, she saw tears in his eyes, as if he couldn't hold back after remembering their last meeting. Barbara was very scared because he started crying. Yes, she had eaten a lot, but that's not a reason to cry, is it? David smiled and asked her to ignore it, saying that he had gotten something in his eye. During all this time, she never told us her name, and now she is ashamed of her behavior. David invited her to his house and treated her to a meal, so now he must know that she is Barbara Dan from the Dan family. It was strange for him to hear her voice. Of course he knows who she is. A girl like Barbara is impossible to forget. In their past lives, they were called Sape because they were close friends who spent time together all the time. Now Barbara surprised the guy a bit. She said she knew him. He was the fourth heir from the Pock family. She explained that David is quite popular among young Chionpa masters, so it's hard not to know him. This was influenced by the arrest of the White Demon, the battle with the Red and Black Deaths, and the destruction of the Jordan clan. Barbara also said that the David is often called the perfect tiger sword because it looks like a brave tiger in battle. She was looking at his beautiful body and could not understand what kind of energy he had. It seems he hides his powers, so she cannot see it. In any case, the barbarian feels that he is no ordinary guy, and so she decided to ask him for something unusual. She said that she wanted to see his skills, at least some of them, and asked why he came to Luoyang. David explained that he likes to come to places where the food is delicious. One of the chefs at this restaurant knows that David has been sitting at this table for several days. He has been waiting for this girl all along. Youth is youth. Barbara replied that she also likes to go to places like this, but this time her purpose for coming to this city was to participate in a black market auction. David listened to her and was a little glad that things hadn't changed much since the last time. You can buy anything on the black market, auctions are held there regularly, and all items are very rare. I invite only those people who have already used black market goods, and this time a rare poison will be auctioned off. Such events are a good opportunity to obtain rare weapons, valuable manuscripts, or incredible medicines. Barbara said that if David was interested, she could find an invitation for him. David had planned to go with her from the very beginning, but it turned out that she invited him, so of course he agreed. But the girl said that she had one condition for this, and I wonder what she was up to. As it turned out, this was not exactly what David wanted, because she invited him to a friendly sparring match. Still, she is very eager to understand his strength and see his skills. This girl knows how to achieve a goal. She also said that even though it was a friendly sparring match, they had to fight at full strength, the only way to understand the skills of the opponent. This is how David remembers her, with her love of rare poisons, delicious food, and martial arts. Barbara remained the same as before, and David is incredibly happy to experience such a day with her again. In the evening, another interesting character arrived at this place, and we have already met him. The head of the magician's family decided to take a walk before going to bed, and he had also heard about the incredibly delicious hinkali at a local restaurant. The man was very upset to find out that he would not be able to eat them today, so he decided to go elsewhere. At this time of day, there are a lot of thieves on the streets, looking for people who look like wealthy heirs to rob. The two men saw the John and decided they could make good money on it, so they prepared to attack. They thought it would be a cakewalk and easy money, and they have never been so wrong. Soon, they lost all their vital juices. It was a very cruel and slow death. John was very dissatisfied. He was dying of hunger, but that's not why he came to Luoyang. These little thieves tasted really nasty, so John started thinking about going to a nearby restaurant and ordering fried chicken. For now, let's leave this rascal alone and see how David and Barbara are doing. The two continued to fight. As it turned out, the girl was very skilled in martial arts, and it was not easy to fight her. So far, David has only been defending himself and not attacking, and Barbara doesn't like it. She asked him to fight to the fullest. But David replied that he was not trying to give her a head start at all. It was actually very difficult for him. Its attacks are very fast and hard, which is why he can't find the perfect moment to counterattack. She seems to have been studying martial arts since childhood, and she had a very experienced teacher. But even this is not enough to defeat such a skilled swordsman as David. This guy is always ahead, and when it seems that you have caught up with him, he still somehow finds a way to win. It was really interesting to watch this battle. Barbara is not much inferior in skills to her opponent. Sometimes she can even surprise him with her techniques, although it's not easy to surprise a David. One of these techniques is a hidden weapon of the Dan family, sharp blades in the form of fish scales, which is always dangerous. Even in the Dan family, which specializes in concealed weapons and poisons, these weapons are considered deadly and difficult to handle. But it should be noted that in the hands of a master, even fish scales become as sharp as a dragon's teeth. David was surprised that even at this age, Barbara had already learned such difficult techniques. That's why he decided not to stand by and watch, but to activate the victory march of the King of the Mountains and show this girl who was boss. She did not expect such speed and flexibility from him, which is why she did not have time to defend herself against the attack. Although, on the other hand, Barbara was happy to see his true face, as expected, it was unwise to match wits with the warrior of the Pock family. But this interesting woman also has her own hidden weapon. She said that David should start to worry. She activated the aggressive dragon's tooth storm skill, which is really dangerous. The young warrior quickly realized that he had nowhere to hide from her attack, so there was only one solution. Barbara was sure that nothing would help against this technique in the open. This weapon will wound the enemy in any case. It will seem to him that it is everywhere, so now let's see what David has come up with. I think the answer to this question is quite obvious. If you are called a master of the sword, then use the sword in any situation. Barbara was very surprised. It seemed impossible to her because David had calculated the trajectory of each individual dragon's scales. After that, he could calmly repel these attacks with his sword. Everything in Genius is simple. She couldn't understand how it was that such a young master had become famous only now. Although David recognized the girl's strength and offered to continue, she refused and admitted defeat. Her concealed weapon has failed, and she has no chance of winning in close combat. David smiled and said that he won because Barbara did not use poison, which is forbidden in friendly sparring. If he hadn't sensed her hidden techniques in his past life, he would have definitely suffered today. Barbara recognized that he really deserved his fame and thought that he might have known about the martial arts of the Dan family before they met. But in any case, a promise is a promise, so now they can go to a black market auction together. But first, Barbara suggested taking a short break and eating delicious meat at a restaurant near the market. In the evening of the same day, the young martial artists went to a black market auction together. There were no windows in this cart, which seems to be how the organizers hide the auction venue. Now David couldn't understand why Barbara was looking at him so strangely. The girl said that it had been a few days since they had met, so they should forget about formalities after all. David was 2 years older than her. She said she would call him brother, and he could continue to treat her as a younger sister. Then there will be no need for any formalities in communication, and they will both feel comfortable. Barbara was happy that she decided not to stay at home, so she could meet a master like David. The girl also said that she is now going through the path of 5 families, which is a very special ritual. Representatives of 5 large families visit each other to gain experience, share knowledge, and strengthen the family union. From the very beginning, the Pak family was also on this list, but now everything has changed. Barbara felt that David was about to get angry, so she decided to change the subject and focus on her hands. She considers them very disgusting because of the use of a large number of knives and work with poisons. It's logical that a child from their family would study martial arts, even though Barbara likes it. But her hands are a separate story. Most men don't want to talk to her after seeing them, and she thinks she will never get married. David took her hands and said that if you look at them as the hands of a warrior, there are no more beautiful hands in the world. No one has ever said such nice things about her hands to a girl before. She immediately blushed with shame, started laughing, and thanked him for the compliment. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. They had barely met, and she had already told him everything. Now it seems to her that they might have met before. During the battle, she thought that David had known her for a long time. But the guy decided not to continue this conversation and said that they had already arrived at the same auction. Everything has been going great up to this point, but the most interesting and important things are only now beginning. David immediately became much more serious because if the future hasn't changed, the boss magician will appear tonight. It's time to dive back into the memories of Barbara and David. Then the girl told David that she received her scar as a family representative at a hidden black market auction. After that, the hidden market auction became a regular source of income for the magician's family. But things were different then. It was then that the Magi clan first decided to attack, and that's probably when they took over the black market. Barbara said that this scar meant nothing to her. The main thing was that she was alive. Even if no one wants to marry her, her brother will always take responsibility for her. These memories were before David's eyes at that moment, and he completely forgot that he was living a completely different life now. The girl could not understand what he was thinking and asked him to put on a mask. If you are going to participate in a black market auction, you must hide your face under a mask. Although it looks rather strange, these are the rules, and the David has no other choice. The guy thought that this time he would not let Barbara get her scar. This time, everything should be completely different, and his experience should help. Barbara saw that her older brother looked quite worried, but he said that everything was fine. The problem is that David does not know all the details of today's attack. Barbara did not tell him all the details at the time. That is why we will have to be very careful and respond quickly to the danger. A tall man with long hair came out and said that he was pleased to welcome today's guests to the black market auction. He said that he was personally responsible for the hidden auction. All the items that will be put up for auction today should surprise and satisfy the participants' desires. Everyone should especially like the first lot of the mystery auction. People couldn't understand what it was. It looked like an ordinary map, but David said it was a Bodo. And it was the right answer. This piece of leather has the places where the lost martial arts manuscripts and weapons are hidden. That is why Bodo is considered such an interesting and expensive item that it cannot be bought on the regular market. To be precise, it is only a part of the Bodo, but it is not known what this particular fragment indicates. A warrior who single-handedly stopped the Helga, which tried to swallow the entire country 300 years ago. This is a legendary personality, the strongest that has ever existed, the god of war. And this map shows the place where his remains and weapons are hidden, and this information really animated the audience. Everyone was interested. If the successors of the god of war find out about this, real chaos begins because they are obsessed with everything related to him. Barbara was worried that the card might be a fake, but if it was sold at a black market auction, it must be an original. In the past, the weapon of the god of war has been found almost immediately after this black market auction, so it is definitely an original. This is just a fragment of the map, and only the first lot of the auction, so the price will not be super high. People immediately began to compete for the right to own this fragment of the map. Everyone around me is really wealthy, and they are willing to pay 100 minimum wages of an ordinary trader for a card. The price continued to rise with every passing second, and it was hard to imagine what would happen next. Barbara realized that she could not spend money on this because she had to buy the deadly poison that would be next. As soon as David heard that this card was almost sold out, he realized that it was his turn to act. He was well aware of the gift from the trader's family, which should be enough to win the auction. David raised his hand and said he was offering twice as much as the last offer. Everyone around them was shocked by such an expensive offer, especially Barbara. David doesn't understand why he has to deny himself something that he doesn't have to deny himself. Barbara immediately ran up to him. She couldn't believe that he had so much money. It seems the Pak family is now too wealthy. The auction representative said that if no one offered more than 3 seconds, the card would be sold. But this man didn't have time to count because one of the bidders felt sick and fell to the floor. Everyone else immediately began to panic, although some believed that the man was just upset because he couldn't buy this card of the god of war. But David began to realize that something very strange was happening, and strange things began to happen to his mask as well. There was a lot of smoke around, and at first everyone thought it was smoke from someone's cigarette. But now David realized everything. All the other people also started falling to the ground, so it's a poisonous fog, and if nothing is done, all the people in the building will die. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and all the members of the mysterious black market auction started screaming. Now everyone realized that someone had attacked them, but was it really in such a strange way? David believed he had everything under control, but he was very wrong and failed to react in time. Suddenly, everyone saw a strange man with a gun in his hands. He said he was upset because he was not invited to this holiday. David and Barbara realized they had to act quickly, so they grabbed their weapons and prepared to defend themselves. Because of the poisoning, the fog made it impossible to see anything more than a few centimeters, and this is a big problem. A little later, David realized that there were enemies around them and ordered Barbara to prepare for battle. They were men who looked very scary, like zombies who had come to take the souls of the auction participants. These terrible thieves were not going to wait. They immediately started attacking David and Barbara. But he realized that it was time to show them that they were not welcome here and cut off the first attacker's hand. But even this was not enough to stop the thief, as if he did not feel anything and immediately continued his attack. Barbara realized in time that her older brother was in mortal danger and came to his aid. Her attack was incredibly powerful and fast, and with such a younger sister, it's not scary to go to war. She asked David to be more attentive, and he thanked her because he realized that she had saved his life. These guys don't really look like people. Maybe they are really a zombie army, because they don't react to being wounded at all. They don't scream even when they are mortally wounded, and they attack mindlessly, as if they have no brains. Most likely, this is a clan of zombie demons, killer dolls who have created a mock-up for war. There is no point in talking to such guys. To stop them, you need to attack and cut them into many pieces. David said that he studied at a culinary academy, so he knows how to cut live meat perfectly. They say that they gather children from all over the province, destroy their will and ego, and teach them martial arts. These guys don't feel pain and don't stop until they die. It's too early to draw conclusions, but most likely, this is a mage clan. David did not expect them to send a demon squad, so now it is clear why he did not sense their presence in advance. David immediately told the girl that if things continued like this, they would not be able to leave the building alive. We urgently need to gather all the people on the tribune, where there is the least amount of poisonous fog. People who have not been trained in martial arts will not be able to survive even 30 minutes in such hell. David told Barbara that he couldn't go with her. He had to find the killer. If the zombies are here, then their leader is not far away. Barbara agreed to the plan, but first she took David's hand and gave him something. He was very surprised, but said he knew what the object was, and she just smiled in response. After that, they agreed to meet later. Barbara was to save the people. David was to destroy the main killer. The auctioneers, who were trained in martial arts, took out their weapons and resisted the attackers. They could not understand what was going on. These zombies did not want to die, even though they already had a lot of holes in them. The auction organizer was upset about this situation. He didn't understand who dared to attack the black market. It seemed absolutely insane, something no criminal class could have dared to do before. Because of his inattention, this man almost lost his head. One of the zombies was ready to attack him. But at the last minute, Barbara appeared and saved the auction organizer. She threw him back a few meters and used her sword to test the zombie's eyesight. An examination of the eye quickly revealed a problem in the retina, and the surgeon Barbara promised to fix it quickly. The man immediately thanked her for saving him and asked who she was. Barbara said that she was the daughter of a Dan family, explained that they did not have time and urgently needed to gather people who did not know martial arts. They need to be taken to the Tribune because there is the least amount of poisonous fog there, and it is the organizer who should do this. Meanwhile, Barbara is concentrating on the zombies, furious that they dared to use poison where there is a member of the Dan family. For this, these disgusting bastards should all go to hell today and burn there forever. David willingly helped her in this case, while he was looking for the main killer and destroying other zombies. It became apparent that there was even more poisonous fog, and even if we used the tornado technique, it would hardly improve the situation. David heard the organizer of the auction calling for all the survivors to gather on the upper rostrum. That's great. The zombie killers will also go there, so you'll only have to defend this place. David saw a man on the ground who was not trained in martial arts, begging for help and rescue. He quickly developed all the symptoms of poisoning, so David asked him to calm down and take his hand. The man smiled and thanked David for his help, but it was too late. A huge chain with a blade at the end appeared out of nowhere and sent this poor man to the other side. Finally, David gets to meet the leader of the zombies in person, and he looks really dangerous. David immediately recognized the style, the poisonous metal chains, and the terrifying demonic energy. All this can only belong to one person, and David had already met this scumbag in his past life. He can't help but know him. They fought so often that they hated each other more than anything else in the world. Here they are again, the fourth heir to the Pock family and the poisonous demon, John the magician's ugly assistant. This killer was very surprised. It had been more than 10 years since the primary school disappeared from the province. It is therefore surprising that David knows that this jester belongs to the clan of poisonous demons. David smiled and said that if the demon defeated him, he would find out how much he knew. The poisonous demon said he would do it in a few seconds and started waving his weapon. David knew what to expect from this treacherous thief, which is why he easily parried the first attack with the aura of his sword. The poisonous demon said he hoped that when David lost his arms and legs, he would still be able to speak. This guy seems to have only one eye, but that doesn't stop him from masterfully applying his martial arts skills. A real massacre took place in this building, which until recently had been a quiet auction. In some places, it seemed that it would never end. Many innocent people died today. But all the members of the black market auction would have died today if not for some special people. Barbara did everything possible and impossible to destroy and stop the bandits' attacks. She destroyed them one by one, and it seemed that this woman did not know the word fatigue at all. If not for her, the organizer of the black market auction would have died long ago, and this is not the first time she has saved his life today. He was surprised how such a young girl could be so talented, although when she said that she was a daughter of a Danish family, everything became clear. He assured the auction organizer that he was doing everything possible to save the others. But suddenly, they felt something. They felt an incredible black energy. It looks like David found an enemy, and this guy is a very difficult opponent. Judging by his energy, he is at the level of a transcendental master, which means that the David is in mortal danger. A transcendental master is one who transcends power, and this always means only one thing. It is better to run away than to fight it. Barbara was well aware that he could not be defeated by David alone, so her older brother would definitely need help. She knew that David was also very strong and close to the level of a master, but he still needed support. The organizer of the auction was worried that they would not be able to breathe the poisonous fog for a long time. He seems to have forgotten who is with him. The Dan family will not allow their friends to suffer from poison. This is their specialty. But for now, let's take a look at the battle between two incredible martial artists. As long as David continued to defend himself against the poisonous demon, he had no opportunity to attack. This thief constantly attacked and did not allow the young warrior to rest, which indicates his serious training. The biggest problem for David was the enemy's weapons. It seemed that they could get absolutely anything. These chains could be behind your back in a second, and if you're not careful, you'll be finished quickly. David tried to stay focused and not get distracted, but it's impossible to do that all the time. Iron chains encircled his neck, and he realized that the poisonous demon would now try to end the fight. David had no right to give up in this confrontation, so he fought back with his last strength. Finally, he tried to attack first and delivered a powerful elbow to the poisonous demon's face. The demon was surprised. David martial arts is a separate topic for conversation. He saw that the poisonous fog had no effect on the fourth heir of the Pock family. But why? It seems that this thief is quite inquisitive. It is strange that he did not learn anything about the auction and its participants today. When it comes to poisons, there is a family that even members of the Mage clan cannot match. So we found out what exactly Barbara gave David in his hand, an antidote pill that she made herself. One pill neutralizes the effect of absolutely all poisonous fogs, making it easy to defeat the enemy. So David isn't distracted by the poisonous fog at all and can concentrate on the battle with his opponent. Although the poisonous demon was angry to hear about it, he said that it would not change the fate of the David. Today, this guy must die, and the poisonous demon always follows his orders. The battle continued, and the poisonous demon used the disappearance technique. Even the strongest medicines have their limits. I wonder how long they will be able to help David. The young warrior noticed that the fog was getting stronger by the minute, and if it continued, even a pill would not help. His current defense against such tricks is not only the medicine Barbara, but also a gift from his grandfather. We are talking about my maternal grandfather, the king of murderers. Although, of course, even that may not help now. The poisonous demon reappeared and began to attack David, skillfully changing the distance and angles of his attacks. Sooner or later, it had to bring him results, and it did. David was wounded in the back. The guy turned around and tried to strike back, but saw that his opponent seemed to have split into two parts. He felt that he was starting to have serious problems. His health condition deteriorated. The young warrior began to feel as if he was completely engulfed in fog. His face turned pale. He has already experienced 3 strong poisons of the Mage organization, and it's a wonder he can stand on his feet at all after that. David realized that he had no choice. He couldn't wait any longer, and even though it was dangerous, he had to take the risk. The poisonous demon enjoyed his superiority. He looked at his enemy and felt his weakness. He thought that David was so poisoned that he could not even move a part of his body. The demon thought that this guy shouldn't be killed right away, but first he needed to find out all the information about him. But in order to neutralize the David, we should try to at least cut off one of its arms, which should be enough. But his plan for an easy victory failed. His attack was easily repelled by the aura of the sword. Of course, the poisonous demon did not expect this. He had already lost concentration and thought that victory was in his pocket. This thief decided that it was just a fluke. He just needed to try again, and he was guaranteed success. He rapidly approached the David and prepared to cut off one of his arms. But even now, David was able to defend himself against his attack with his sword, and he did everything with his eyes closed. It seemed like some kind of fantasy. How could this young guy fight blind? The poisonous demon had only heard of such things in legends and books, and he had never seen them in real life. David decided to completely abandon his eyesight and fight relying only on his sense of energy. His energy management technique is really amazing, but it's a big risk to do that, and to risk being left without a head at any time. The demon was absolutely sure that David would not be able to last long with this style of fighting. But David confidently continued to keep his eyes closed and trust his inner instincts. It has skillfully defended itself against all iron chain attacks, and so far, it's working. At such moments, the main thing is not to panic. Stay focused on your inner energy and take your time. The poisonous demon no longer paid attention to his opponent's closed eyes. He was sure that the poison would slow down the David. If he does nothing, death will come to him in a few minutes. But David is still calm and silent. It seems that the 4th heir to the Pock family chose the technique of patience and calm for a reason. He was certainly waiting for something and is now ready to act. The sword of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger is a martial technique that used to belong to the great swordsman James. He was never a direct heir to the Pak family, and he could not study higher martial arts. That is why he only developed his skills and constantly fought off the attacks of death, which wanted to take his life. He did all this with only a sword, but his desire to protect his family led him to the grave. But before he saw his own death, this talented swordsman survived many bloody battles. Very often it seemed that he was doomed to die and that nothing could save him. At such moments, even he himself thought he was doomed. He was wounded and there were many enemies around. But somehow he found the strength to keep fighting no matter what. His character is the main reason why his past life was so long. But all this is not only due to his character. He could have died at any time and no one would have been surprised. But he was constantly saved by his special sword technique, which he honed in extreme conditions. With each new battle, this technique became tougher and more vicious. The young warrior could have been seriously wounded, but he continued to fight anyway. He did not run away or block attacks, but only cut, killed, and destroyed enemies. At such moments, he pointed out that there is an interesting phenomenon. The closer you are to death, the more you want to survive. In such situations, he almost always found a second wind and additional internal reserves. Now it's a very similar situation, and this is the essence of his technique of the sword of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger. And now all this strength, power, and aggression will be felt on his own body by a poisonous demon. At this point, David looks like a total devil, and now the poisonous demon will regret challenging him. The fourth heir to the Pak family began to fight like a ghost, and it was a pleasure to watch. His movements were incredibly light and fast, his technique honed to perfection. The poisonous demon realized that he had no right to leave such a strong opponent alive. He decided to kill David and not to ask him for more information. But as we have already seen, all these injuries only stimulate this guy's body to fight even harder. David felt his second wind opening up and successfully launched a counterattack. He delivered a powerful blow to his opponent and forced him to step back, probably for the first time in this fight. But the young warrior did not stop there and continued his attacks. He felt that he could win if he continued to press. Only now the poisonous demon realized that he was fighting a real psychopath who never gives up. Finally, the moment has come to activate the iron teeth sword technique of the cruel tiger. I love watching David use this technique against his enemies. It's always incredibly epic. The guy didn't stop there and use the 5 claws of a cruel tiger skill, something to do with fire. It was clear that he gave all his strength to activate these attacks, but was it enough to win? Barbara had already managed to rescue the people and put them on the stand, and only then did she see the incredible explosion near her older brother. She was very frightened and thought that he might have died in this incredibly fierce battle. As it turned out, the poisonous demon remained alive and admitted that David's actions were very difficult to predict. When he was planning the attack on the auctioneers, he could not have imagined that the young master would go into a wu-wei state. This is a state of meditative passivity, a special category of Taoism that teaches non-interference in the course of life and is translated as doing nothing. The demon was very curious to know who David was, but in this state, he would not be able to last long either. The young warrior also admitted that his opponent fought hard, and if something had gone wrong, David would have been the first to lose consciousness. That is why he decided to tell us that his name is David, and he is the 4th heir to the Pak family. Disclosure of one's personality is the moral principles of a Keonpa warrior, and respect for the skill of the opponent. The poisonous demon began to laugh, and said that this was a mockery of the weak, and he would not tolerate it. He reminded us that he is called a poisonous demon, and his organization will destroy the Pak family one by one. The demon believes that it will not take much time, and therefore advises David to prepare for death immediately. He attacked the young soldier and said that they would die together in this place today. But David managed to dodge and strike back in time. As he said, he is well aware of all the poison demon's techniques, so well aware that he is already bored with them. It was then that the poisonous demon realized how strong his opponent was and how well he had predicted all his movements. That's how their legendary battle ended, with David finally defeating his eternal enemy, the poisonous demon. As he expected, the mage warriors are strong, but today he was saved by the Barbara pill. Otherwise, his ending would have been sad again. The young warrior had almost no strength left. He fell to his knees and heard Barbara's voice. The girl ran to him to help, but he said that he was fine and felt good. Barbara was surprised by his face and said that his skin color did not look normal at all. David is bleeding heavily and showing signs of poisoning, but Barbara has medicine for her wounds and poison. She said that if David continued to treat his body like this, he would soon become old and suffer. He thanked her for her help and saw that one of the surviving zombies was trying to cut off her head. All this happened incredibly quickly and unexpectedly, and we had to react with lightning speed. Navid immediately recalled their conversation in a past life, when he asked her about her neck scar. She said that because of this scar, no one would want to marry her, and David would have to take responsibility for her. David realizes that this time he cannot let anyone hurt her. This scar should remain only in her past life. History should be rewritten. The guy reacted instantly, saved Barbara, drew his sword, and killed the zombie killer. It was such a lightning-fast reaction that the girl could not even understand anything. The young warrior immediately asked her if she was feeling well and if she was injured. Although Barbara looked frightened, she immediately laughed nervously and said she was fine. She thanked her older brother for saving her and said that without him, her evening would have been terrible. This is exactly how the black market auction ended. Not quite as planned, but it can be called a happy ending. The organizer of the auction personally thanked the young martial artists for saving his life and the lives of other auction participants. If it were not for David and Barbara, the black market would have found itself in a difficult position, facing an unpredictable situation. The auction organizers also decided to pay compensation to the guests who suffered that evening. But David and Barbara should receive somewhat different compensation than others. Barbara was offered to receive the strongest poison of the barbarians of the West, and she replied that she would be happy to receive this gift. In return, David is to receive a fragment of the map of the god of war, absolutely free of charge. The organizer of the black market auction was very interested in the question of who exactly decided to attack them. David immediately claimed that the Magi clan, which had long been considered extinct, was involved. He asked me to tell the black market owner about it and warn him that such situations could happen again in the future. This day really turned out to be incredible. Barbara did not expect that evil could return so quickly. The Mage clan hasn't attacked the province's cities in more than 30 years, but now they've returned and it's time to warn others. David asked the girl to write a letter to her family and asked them to tell everyone about the return of the Magi clan. David said that now he had to return home and prepare for the battle against evil. The girl was immediately upset. She realized that their paths were diverging and tears appeared in her eyes. But David unexpectedly invited her to go with him and held out his hand. She definitely didn't expect such a proposal, and Barbara could not even believe that he had actually said it. David explained that in the upcoming battle against evil, he would definitely need such a talented and young master as Barbara. She could not believe that this was really happening. This atmosphere seemed extremely romantic. David asked Barbara if he could count on the help of the Dan family, because that would be ideal. Unfortunately, the word of the Pock family means little in society nowadays. Times have changed, and the authority of this family has decreased. But if they are supported by the Dan family, other families will certainly help in the battle against evil. Barbara says she likes that he praised her and her family's Dan skills so highly, but she is upset, so she refuses. David couldn't understand what had happened. Why had she decided to refuse his offer? When Barbara was angry with David in her past life, she would not speak to him for a week and just look at him with an angry look. This is quite strange. From the point of view of logic, he did nothing wrong. Perhaps his power of persuasion was not enough? The guy immediately remembered how in his past life he had asked his friends why Barbara didn't want to talk to him. He was told that he was using his head too much instead of being honest. He immediately explained to Barbara that everything he had said was absolutely true. But the main reason for his proposal is his desire to be together with Barbara in the future. He finally revealed all his cards, which of course surprised the girl. She said that his last sentence was quite romantic, and she agreed to go with him. To begin with, these young warriors decided to go to the high mountains where the main Shaolin temple is located. From childhood, this temple teaches children martial arts and spiritual development of inner energy. In this temple, you can always feel complete harmony and peace, as well as discipline and respect for elders. As soon as David entered the church, he immediately found the monk and greeted him. He apologized for distracting him from his meditation and said that they had come to meet with the head monk of the Shaolin temple. Soon, they will be introduced to the main monk of this place. His name is Master Jin, a man of medium build with a small beard. A frightened assistant ran into the room of the genie master and said that something extraordinary had happened. The master genie remained calm. Over decades of meditation, he had learned to control his emotional state at any given moment. But even he was surprised to hear that a man had come to fulfill the will of a 1,000-year-old Taoist monk. He was told that this young warrior's name was David from the Pak family, and he had just come with a manuscript by a Taoist monk. The genie master immediately became very serious and ordered the young warrior to be brought to him. A few minutes later, they were sitting together in his office, and he handed the manuscript to the head Shaolin monk. Master Jin quickly read the manuscript and realized that the Taoists had always missed the Shaolin temple incredibly. It was hard for him to read all these words too, and he said that he hoped that the Taoists would now find peace in the next world. Jin thanked David for his help, which is a great act that deserves respect. The master made sure that David received a gift from the Taoist assistant for his contribution to this work. Now the master is happy that the Shaolin temple was able to help such a talented guy. He immediately saw that David was a born warrior and a straightforward person, and now he wants to know what the future holds for David. He is sure that the appearance of this guy in Shaolin must have been the great will of the Buddha himself. But would it be right to send this talented young man back home? The Master Genie looked at David and said that he wanted the young warrior to stay with them for a while. As the leader of the Shaolin Temple, he cannot pass by such a valuable martial artist as David. He now wants to learn more about his battle with the Mage Clan and help David learn martial arts. David was impressed by this offer, so now he can learn the martial art of Shaolin, the temple with the longest history in the province. As far as he remembers, the Mage Clan will not bother the others for some time and will prepare for new attacks. So David should use this opportunity to improve his fighting skills and raise his current level. Even though he was going to return home from the very beginning, he could not give up his training in Shaolin martial arts. The master was happy to hear all this and said that he also wanted to ask David for something. He said that there is one interesting child who will become the owner of this manuscript. At a young age, he has a deep knowledge of martial arts, so Shaolin has high hopes for him. He's a very big and strong young warrior. His technique and strength have incredible potential. But the problem is that he is too aggressive and he does not know the sky's the limit. This guy can become a truly legendary warrior or monk. But for this to happen, he has to go a very long way and not stumble in difficult moments. That is why the headmaster of the Shaolin Temple asks David to do everything possible and impossible to conquer this young talent. It looks like we're going to have very interesting events in the near future. This meeting will be legendary. Meanwhile, Barbara continued to walk around the Shaolin Temple while David talked to the head monk. The girl enjoyed the music on the street and the beautiful scenery. Soon, David came out of the head monk's room and apologized to the girl for the long wait. Barbara said that she didn't even notice the time had passed. She was so interested in exploring the environment. He smiled and said that he was also amazed by the beauty of this place, and he already regretted not coming here earlier. He also immediately told her that he had decided to stay at the Shaolin Temple for a while to practice and improve his level. The girl was incredibly happy. Of course she agreed to it, because now they can learn a lot of Shaolin secrets, and it's cool. David is happy that this girl is completely devoted to martial arts. The guy said that first they had to meet with someone, but the monk started saying that it was too early for such meetings. He warned them that this meeting with the young soldier might not be as pleasant as they thought. The monk immediately said that he apologized for this young soldier because he was a real psychopath. It was clear that this bald man was worried. It looks like David will not be easy with a young Shaolin talent. David noticed that people's opinions of this guy were the same as in his previous life. He immediately assured the monk that he was used to this type of person and that he had a similar personality among his old friends. David looked quite confident and smiled. Perhaps he and this guy were friends in a past life. So it was decided to immediately go in search of a young Shaolin talent. This sturdy boy was resting after training in the mountains, not far from the temple. As soon as he heard the strange sounds, he immediately woke up and got to his feet. David went up to him and greeted him, and apologized to him for disturbing him from his rest. It was clear that the fourth heir to the family was happy to see a talented student of the Shaolin system. This young and talented guy's name is Hans, and he doesn't look very happy about this meeting. David was thinking about how long it had been since he had seen this crazy monk, who had been his friend in his past life. Hans got to his feet and asked David to tell him about himself and who he was. The monk who accompanied them was visibly nervous and asked the Gans to show respect for the guests. But he smiled and said that he was the fourth heir of the Pak family, and next to him was Barbara from the Dan family. He explained that Master Jin had asked to meet Hans because he was the most talented master of Shaolin martial arts. The assistant monk started shouting at this young soldier and ordered him to introduce himself as well. The guy smiled and said that he had completely forgotten about it, so he started to run towards the guests. No one expected this turn of events, so is it possible that from the very beginning we are facing a battle between a sword master and a Shaolin master? It all looks very aggressive, and Hans probably decided to test the strength of his new friends. He started screaming and said he wanted to see what David could do. That's why he started throwing huge stones at him, a good greeting from Shaolin people. David immediately became serious. The smile instantly disappeared from his face. It's hard to smile when you're in danger. He thought that this fool had managed to make him angry from the very beginning. He seemed to have not changed at all since his previous life. David had to use his inner energy to stop the young warrior's attack. But the problem is that Hans was not going to stop there and decided to continue testing the David for strength. The fourth heir of the Pock family had no choice but to draw his sword and defend himself. Meanwhile, Barbara calmly and slowly dodged the stones falling on her head. The monarch started shouting at the young warrior and said that he should not behave like that. But the Hans asked the older man not to interfere. He said that he was going to teach the guests politeness and smiled. His eyes did not seem to deceive him, and he was right. From the very beginning, I realized that David was a really strong warrior. But of course it is better to test it in real life. The words of Hans made Barbara very angry, and she believes that this naughty monk should be taught politeness. Hans said that they came and interfered with his training and rest. He also said that David had a very aggressive look and he took it as a personal challenge. Barbara replies that Hans is indeed crazy. The older monk told her that he had warned her about this in advance. Hans decided to apply the highest spiritual technique of Shaolin, the fiery power of wisdom. David remained calm and only smiled in response. He did not know that this child was so crazy from an early age. They fought hard in their past lives when they first met. So David is ready for any adventure. David knows this boy very well, and to become a real friend to him, you have to show your skills and strength. Hans smiled back and said that he liked David, which was probably why he started attacking him. This battle was really epic. It's always a pleasure to watch the technique of young martial artists. Barbara had never seen the skills of the Shaolin martial arts school with her own eyes, and the fiery power of wisdom is truly impressive. She was happy to go along with her older brother. She had heard about these techniques in books, but now she saw them in real life. She was also very curious to see who would win if the hidden weapons of the Dan family and the martial arts of the Shaolin Temple clashed. The battle continued, and the Hans attacked relentlessly. Such aggression David had probably never encountered on his way. He felt that they were trying to kill him now, even though it was supposed to be just a test of skills and mastery. The best disciple, Buddha, tried to demonstrate his entire arsenal and show who was the real boss. He didn't like the fact that David was constantly defending himself, because at this rate, they could fight until the next morning. The great power of wisdom is the martial art of Shaolin, and to master this technique, one must also achieve success in Dharma. There are only two people who were able to master this majestic martial technique. One of them is a teacher of teenagers, a Buddha. Dharma is a Buddhist doctrine, and as we can see, Hans has definitely mastered it perfectly. It's hard to find anything better when the lonely spirit of thunder and the great power of wisdom meet. Even the elder monk was surprised by the equal struggle in this battle. He could not take his eyes off this fighter. Hans is a child who has always been unhappy and angry, and it's hard to believe that he looks so happy now. Barbara noticed that David also looked quite happy, excited, like a child who had met his friend after a long time apart. They behave so strangely with each other that Barbara is even afraid to intervene in this battle. Many years ago, when Hans was still a small child, he lost his parents to the Sapa warriors. It was after those bloody days of his life that he met his teacher Buddha and became part of the Shaolin Temple. This child did not have a happy childhood. He was left all alone in this world and did not know what to do. But at the Shaolin Temple, he began studying and training with zeal, and it completely occupied his free time. He had a lot of anger and despair over the unjust death of his family. That's why he started studying Buddhist sutras and mastered martial arts, which helped him get rid of negative emotions. But the stronger he became, the deeper his loneliness developed, because he didn't want to deal with weak and lazy guys. He always needed an opponent with whom he could fight on equal terms and not give him a head start. A person who can answer everything that Hans has been accumulating, risking his life. He has always needed an opponent worthy of him, and it looks like he has finally met him. The older monk was amazed at how quickly Hans progressed. He already knew too much about martial arts. The guy has activated the 70-second skill of the Shaolin Martial Arts School. It looks very cool. This technique is called 18 fist strikes, but David knows how to respond to it, namely with the sword of the iron teeth of a cruel tiger. This is the same punch of a fierce tiger that can destroy a tree, and it is also an incredibly effective technique. When such strong internal energy meets each other, you are bound to have an explosion. Soon, the wind blew and the silhouettes of the soldiers became visible, and everyone immediately heard the Hans laughing loudly. He looked incredibly pleased and said that his eyes were right. He liked David more and more. The fourth heir of the Pock family also smiled back at him, and over the years he had grown to miss this crazy monk. Hans decided that it was too early to end their friendly sparring, or at least for him it was friendly. He still had a lot of internal energy, so he was ready to fight even into the evening. Barbara was angry about it. She thinks it's a fraud. He's used this Shaolin martial arts technique too many times before. That's probably why they call him a monster, and now we'll see if David can stop this attack. This technique is called the Divine Fist of the Arhat, and so far no one has been able to defend against it. An Arhat is a person who has achieved complete liberation and has left the circle of the reborn. This person has fully attained nirvana during his or her lifetime. Hans was sure that David would not be able to defend himself, but what he saw shocked him. Instead of running away or dodging, David jumped right into the center of the attack and didn't even get hurt. He again activated the technique of the iron teeth sword of the cruel tiger and struck a blow that destroyed the trees. This incredible inner energy of the legendary swordsman was able to pierce the divine fist of the Archking. She not only pierced this Buddha energy, but also began to attack the Gansa itself. Finally, this crazy young warrior got really angry and said that it was better not to joke with him. Now Hans is ready to punish his true power, which David will not be able to stop so easily. Not only was the fourth heir of the Pock family surprised, but Barbara and the elder monk were also amazed to feel this aura. There was a statue of Buddha next to this battle, and the boys probably forgot that this experienced man was always against violence. But this time it did not help him, because the Gansa, instead of attacking the David, began to attack the Buddha. He seems to have made a complete mistake in choosing a target for his attack. Aggression sometimes blinds. The boy looked clearly ashamed and did not understand how he had attacked the Buddha statue. Now he realized that the teacher would kill him for these pranks. But he should have thought of it earlier. Now it's too late. Thus, their training sparring was over. Both guys survived, and it's amazing. It's time for constant training and meditation, and the Shaolin Temple is the perfect place for this. David heard Hans laughing loudly. It seems that this crazy guy does not know what fatigue and rest are. Soon he continued his training and beat other novice monks, although some of them had already reached a high level of martial training. He laughed at them and said they should get up and continue fighting. He was just warming up, and now the real training would begin. It looks like the crazy guy is in a good mood again, and the Master Jin said it was all thanks to the David. The senior Shaolin master also noted that since David came, Hans has been smiling and looking happy. The master came to check on the young master's training. David said that they are now studying the ancient martial techniques of a Taoist monk. As soon as the senior monk heard that the training was taking place, he decided to test the David's skills as well. He jumped on the boy and kicked him hard, not exactly what you would expect from a teacher. The blow was incredibly powerful and fast, but the young master easily blocked it and showed his defense technique. The genie master noticed that the muscles and skin of the boy's entire body became stronger, like a wild animal. What David just showed is a martial art that was in the manuscript of a Taoist monk. It's called Iron Tiger Skin, a name David came up with himself to make it easier to remember. He is very grateful that he was allowed to study the ancient manuscripts of a Taoist monk. It is an incredible experience. The genie master said it was the right decision, but even that was not enough to thank the David. The guy had already done an incredible amount when he brought the will of the late Taoist monk to the Shaolin Temple. Suddenly, David and Master Genie heard a familiar voice, and it seemed that Barbara had come to see them. The girl looked incredibly pleased and told the Hans to get ready for her attacks. The guy also smiled in response and said that she would lose today as well as yesterday. He asked her to finally admit defeat. He had won 12 victories in the last few months. Hans believes that his advantage is obvious, but Barbara confidently stated that today everything will be completely different. She said that she would put a special poison on the weak muscles of the Gans, but the guy said that it would not help her break through his iron skin. Only later did he notice that her weapon had poison on it and said it was against the rules. It was great to see these two having a great time together, and it looks like they have become friends as well. The child, who was already very strong, was able to rise to a completely different level, and all thanks to David and Barbara. The guy replied that he was the one who should thank the master, as they had also become stronger through training with Shaolin masters. Barbara's skills have also improved, and her attacks with concealed weapons have become more accurate. The absorption rate of the tiger's iron skin gains is also amazing. He will definitely be able to reach a higher level faster than in his past life. The same applies to David. 3 months have passed since he came to the Shaolin Temple, so now is his finest hour. In the evening, the main building of the Shaolin Temple has always had a calm and balanced atmosphere. Master Jin decided to drink some tea before going to bed. The evening meditation was already over. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy near his room, which seemed to be a David. Master Jin hopes that the will of the late Taoist monk helped this young warrior. It was certainly supposed to make him stronger and improve his fighting skills. David had already been able to defeat the poisonous demon, and this opponent should be respected because of his excessive strength and cruelty. He also managed to successfully fight martial arts masters, and has gained a lot of experience in recent years. Training at a Shaolin temple also helped him, and now he has mastered the Iron Tiger Skin technique. All the pieces of this groove were finally assembled, and now the fourth heir to the Pak family has overcome the desired wall. When you reach this level, an illusion appears above your head that looks like 3 pink flowers. That's why monks often call it 3 flowers on top. And finally, David reached this level. Of course, it may still be too early for such a leap in martial arts skills. Progress should be gradual and take place step by step so that the student can learn the material well. But David has too little time, and if he doesn't do it immediately, he may not have another opportunity. There are many difficult trials ahead, and of course the most difficult will be the battle with the Mage Clan. So, to prepare for all these challenges, we need to take a step forward and become a warrior of a completely different kind. David did this and immediately felt peace in his soul. Had he ever felt such bliss before? It turned out that David was not alone on the street playground. His friends came to visit him. Hans and Barbara had just recently finished their training and saw the process of David meditation. It turned out that they were deliberately waiting for him to finish this process to approach him and give him something. Hans has long stored delicious red wine. What else would you expect from a crazy monk? Hans said that tonight was the time to get drunk like a pig, as long as his teacher didn't find out about the proposal. They poured wine, and the Hans offered to drink to the David, reaching the level of 3 flowers at the top. But that's not all. We also need to finally drink to the fact that David has overcome the wall of the Transcendent Master. And the next morning, they all woke up early because they heard one of the older monks shouting loudly. It turned out that a lot of people found out about Hans's antics, and now this crazy guy will be in trouble. Barbara said that Hans had received a message from his teacher. He knew that Hans had done something bad, so he told him to come to a place of silence. The place of silence is a cave where Buddha practiced stone wall meditation for many years in a row. In other words, you can call it a boring workout as a punishment for the Gans, and he is definitely not happy about it. Apparently, his teacher found out that he had broken a Buddha statue and then drank rice wine. Of course, David started laughing at his friend, and this punishment will make him a little calmer, at least for a while. David also told the girl that he had already received the letter from the Pak family that he had been waiting for. The deputy head of the family allowed him to take part in the celebration of 100 families, and David really wanted to. Barbara advised him to tell everyone about the activities of the Magi clan because all the families of the province would gather there. They can go to this meeting together, but first they have to say goodbye to their new friends. The older monks already knew that David and Barbara had completed their training and preparation. They were upset that the young soldiers were leaving their church and thanked them for their contribution to the common cause. David said that it was they who should thank the monks and promised to never forget their kindness and delicious food. The genie master was proud to have helped these young warriors become better, and he hoped that they would use this power to save people. Master Genie approached David, put his hand on his shoulder, and activated his telepathy skill. He said that the guy's shoulders looked very heavy, and although he didn't know the whole situation, he wanted to give him some advice. He said that David shouldn't try to solve all the problems on his own, as it could make him sick, so he should rely on his friends. David thanked the older monk for his advice and said he would definitely remember these words. After that, a sad Hans came up to them and said that he would be very sad after they left. All his other brothers are too weak to train with him, but Barbara promised that they would come back so he can make wine. David approached his friend and asked him to train hard and improve his physical condition. Heinz is lagging behind in the number of training battles won, but promised that this statistic will change next time. In response, Barbara and David smiled and agreed that they would meet again soon. In such a short time, they have become real friends, and I want to see the three of them destroy the Mage Clan. After that, David and Barbara headed back to their city, and it didn't take them long to get there. As soon as they reached the central market, Barbara immediately got down to business and started eating. She tastes tanhula for the first time, which is sweet fruit or berries on a bamboo stick. This girl loves to eat, which is why David said that after the celebration and the families were done, they should go to a restaurant together. Now they came close to the family's main building. David had already been here in his previous life. Barbara continued to eat, and sometimes it seems that if she is given free rein, she will eat for the rest of her life. She said that she had a strange feeling now. They had spent several months together, and now they had to separate for a while. David promised that as soon as he met someone from his family, he would immediately explain to them the whole situation with the magician. The girl smiled back at him and promised that they would meet again soon. David felt a little lonely. He had gotten quite used to Barbara and her presence around him. Suddenly, an adult man approached him and asked if he was a David from a Pock family. He promised to take him to the place where they serve guests from the Pock family and took his belongings into his own hands. The guy saw that this place was very big. He hadn't noticed it before. In a previous life, members of the On family, Robert's maternal relatives, betrayed the Chionpa alliance and stabbed them in the back. They attacked the Pock family, so in this life you have to be very careful and attentive to them. As soon as the members of the On family saw the fourth heir to the Pock family, they immediately bowed and greeted. David also smiled and pretended to be happy to see them, asking how they were doing and what was new in the province. His family members already knew about David's legendary exploits, and they asked him to tell them about the tiger's spiritual journey and victory over the Jordan clan. They had already heard that he had done a lot of training at the Shaolin Temple, and rumors in the province spread too quickly. Robert, the very member of the Pock family whom David hates the most, came out in person. His face immediately showed how much pain Robert had caused him in his past life. But David knew that he had to respect traditions and etiquette, so he bowed and greeted the first heir to the family. Robert replied that there was no need to be so formal with family members. They were brothers, so they didn't need all these formalities. He hugged his younger brother and said that they hadn't had a heart-to-heart for a long time. Robert saw that David was not happy about all the hugging, but he told him that he had to listen to his older brother if he wanted to save his life. After that, he just laughed out loud and let go of David's back, a behavior that characterizes Robert well as an unpleasant person. David told his family members that he was tired after a long journey and wanted to rest and then talk. They respected his request and offered him to go on vacation. David looked at his older brother and noticed that he had become much bolder lately, which was interesting. A few hours later, it was time for a delicious meal, and Barbara was delighted with the dishes. Robert had already heard about his younger brother's adventures, so he told him to eat as much as possible and gain strength. He believes that the tiger's spiritual path was too extreme, and it could have a negative impact on their family. Conflicts with the celestial ice demon are problematic, and the Chionpa must find common ground with the members of the Sapa. Robert explained that it was not yet time for this confrontation, so the fourth heir should keep himself under control. David, as usual, just smiled in response, which made his older brother very angry. David apologized for his behavior, but said that he could not behave differently. According to him, Chionpa is doing his best, and Robert is worried about Sap's opinion. Robert must have completely forgotten that the Pock family is not afraid of any rival, even if it is the On clan. Robert got even more angry and said that David had drunk too much wine and was talking too much. David knows that his family is friends of the Pock family and Robert's relatives on his mother's side, but why do they look to their friends' spheres of influence? Everyone knows that as soon as the main family in the province was broken from within, the On family slowly began to take over their territory. David also knows that members of the main family are replaced by those who come from his family. David is beginning to get confused and does not understand whether Robert is a member of the Pock family or the On family. Robert couldn't believe that his younger brother was talking to him so harshly. It seems that David wants to become the head of the family too much. The fourth heir said he had nothing more to talk about with Robert, so he got up and left. When Robert starts talking to his younger brother, it becomes too difficult for him to control his emotions. According to rumors, David is almost unstoppable, which is why Robert decided to call his old friend Mark. He tried to persuade the Dawid to take his side, but it didn't work. David has almost completely completed his journey to the level of a transcendent master, meaning that he should be stronger than Robert. But he is certainly weaker than the future head of the family, the famous Dragon Fist. It is well known that a small martial arts competition will be held during the celebration of 100 families. That's why Robert asks the Dragon's Fist to beat his younger brother badly. David, meanwhile, was content to hide his current level of martial arts proficiency. He was already thinking about the upcoming battle with the Dragon's Fist. They had set the table for him, and all he had to do was eat. After that, David went to the deputy head of the Pock family and gave him the technique of Iron Tiger Skin. The deputy was amazed to see a secret manuscript of a 1,000-year-old Buddha, which was obtained from the main Shaolin temple. He immediately ordered that this manuscript be handed over to the military, which would greatly strengthen the position of the Pock family. David wanted all the family members to be able to read the manuscript and become stronger, and he wanted to place it on the first floor of the family library. The deputy head of the family was impressed by this guy's generosity, and it seems he wants to raise the level of poker skills of the whole family. He immediately thanked the young soldier for his help and said that it would certainly strengthen the family's position. The deputy head of the family had already read David's report and learned about the armed attack by the mage. Although there is not enough evidence, David felt the demonic energy that is characteristic of this particular clan. The poisonous demon who led this zombie squad recognized this. It's been too long since they last appeared in the province, and the deputy chairman is worried about whether other families will believe them. David said that the mage's plan was already being prepared for future attacks and would certainly come into effect. Other families may not believe these words, but soon this problem will affect everyone. The celebration had already begun. There were many people around and magical music was playing. David was looking for his old friends whom he hadn't seen since his previous life. Suddenly he heard that someone was looking for him, so he turned around and saw a young man. This young man was happy when he met David, as if the fourth heir to the family was a real superhero. This boy told me that his name was Sok. He belonged to a family of sword warriors, and he had heard a lot about the glory of the perfect tiger sword. Many of his friends came with him, and it was a great honor for all of them to meet the legendary personality. David quickly became a legend for the young guys, and he doesn't even realize how well known he is among young Chionpa masters. But not everyone was happy to see David at this celebration, and there were those who did not want to welcome a son from a fallen family. A girl in a pink dress walked between these two unpleasant people. Only a little later it became clear that this beauty was Barbara. The clothes changed her quite a bit. David also could not believe that such an incomparable beauty could be his friend. She took Dawood's hand and said they should go for a walk together. People immediately began to discuss the potential union of the tiger sword with the young daughter of the Dan family. Everyone already knew that they had spent several months together in the main Shaolin temple. Barbara thought that David would be resting at home, but he would actually participate in the celebration of 100 families. She had also heard how popular the boy had become in the province, but David said that he didn't like it very much. Barbara assured him that he will have to get used to this fame because tomorrow's competition will attract even more attention. There has been a lot of talk about tomorrow's competition, and everyone was wondering how David and other talented warriors would perform. But to perform well in competitions, you first need to have a good night's rest. Suddenly, David woke up and felt the presence of dark energy around his bed. He felt as if someone was calling him to him, and this immediately interested the young warrior. David was not used to being afraid and staying in his room, so he came out and followed the call of an unknown person. As it turned out, it was an experienced man who was waiting for a completely different person, but it was David who came. I came here just in case, but I was right and immediately introduced myself to this man. Before him stood the head of the On family, the 10th master of the province, the king of the fist, Antonio On. This man is the evil nature of the province, and the power behind his shell remained in his hands even after he left the post of head of the family. The man greeted David and said that he had heard a lot about the boy from his grandson. We shouldn't forget that Antonio is Robert's maternal grandfather, so it's all very confusing. David immediately felt his whole body begin to tingle, as if from the inner energy of someone who had attained transcendence. The master recognized that David had a great sense of energy because Antonio created a wave that ordinary masters could not notice. But David felt it. But the most important thing is that David knew perfectly well that the master was not calling him, but he came to him anyway. David replied that he was very curious about who had received the invitation from the King of the Fist. Master Antonio immediately felt that the boy's skills were much greater than what other people knew. The master even admitted that David was much more talented than he was in the past. He approached the boy and told him that it was a great blessing that Roberta had such a talented younger brother. David immediately felt unpleasant emotions, apologized, and said that he was not going to help his older brother. In response, Master Antonio began to laugh out loud and immediately took the David by the head. The guy immediately felt incredible pain and started screaming. Master Antonio asked him to repeat what he had said and explained that with age, he began to hear others poorly. No matter how much it hurts, David has no right to lose because this man is using Robert to destroy the Pock family. He realized that he could not show weakness, so he could only show strength. That is why the young heir to the Pock family activated the sword aura and was able to protect himself from Antonio's energy. He straightened up, looked into Master Antonio's eyes, and said loudly that he would be the head of the Pock family from now on. Antonio was amazed. He didn't understand how this young master was able to repel his attack. He was looking at this guy, and he had the impression that he was looking at anger that had been hardened by thousands of years of hardening. He does not want to give such incredible talents to the Pock family, and Antonio believes that it would be better if this child were his grandson. But a skilled craftsman cannot leave himself a ghost to worry about, so he must finish his work. These martial artists were close to killing each other, but suddenly someone stopped them. George Namgun personally appeared before them, and the heir to the Namgun family immediately greeted the King of the Fist. When David saw him, he immediately smiled. He was the same legendary and unsurpassed swordsman, a genius who would later be called the best. He was the eldest of their 4 sappes in their past life, and David remembers him well. George believed that the elders of all the families had gone to meet the sunrise, but as he saw, some did not join them. The King of the Fist replied that he did not like crowded places, so he stayed away. He smiled and told David that he had made a little joke about him, but David was not amused. Master Antonio realized that he could not use his skills in front of the heir to the Namgun family, so he went to his room. He said he would come back later because the morning exercise was too hard. After that, George turned to David and asked him if he was okay. He had already realized that David was a very strong master who was not inferior in energy to the King of the Fist. It is always interesting to meet such characters and even more interesting to have a drink with them. So these 2 young swordsmen went together to celebrate the feast of 100 families. They had a great time drinking wine and telling each other funny stories. David told his friend about the Gans from the Shaolin Temple, and George replied that he would be happy to meet him someday. David said that he believes that George will soon have this opportunity. George was happy to listen to stories about the tiger's spiritual path, and David enjoyed wine made from lotus leaves, which is very tasty. George asked him to forget his official titles and call him brother, which was quite unexpected. This year he will be 30 years old. He is no longer at the age to be called a young master. But he wants to have a stronger and closer relationship with David, so he will call him his younger brother. George is well aware that people who like to talk a lot say that in the future he will become the best swordsman in the world. But after George saw David fight the King of Fists, he realized something. I realized that in the future he might be a talented swordsman, but he would definitely not be the best in the world. David replied that no one knows what the future holds, so it's better not to think about it. Later, they started talking about the upcoming martial arts competition. Of course, this is a very interesting topic for any young artist, but instead of talking, it's better to see what happened there. At this competition, Barbara met David and decided to tell him about the reward for winning. According to rumors, the winner of the competition will be given a sosoden that has been absorbing chai energy for 20 years. This means that it is a great opportunity to improve her inner energy, and Barbara hopes that her older brother will take part in the competition. David asked her to calm down because he saw the future head of the family enter the room, the Fist of the Dragon, Eric. He immediately saw the young heir to the Pock family and remembered that Robert had asked him to be destroyed. Today, everyone will see that the 4th heir has actually achieved nothing in martial arts. Soon, the competition was officially launched and everyone gathered to watch the battles. Many young warriors took part in these competitions, all of whom wanted to get their piece of glory. People were interested in watching these battles, and everyone understood that the winner would receive a valuable prize. Barbara said that anyone can take part in these competitions. The main thing is desire. The loser immediately leaves the training ground, while the winner waits for the next opponent. The competition will continue until there are no more participants, so it will be very interesting. It turned out that Barbara was also going to take part in it and would go next, and I wasn't surprised at all. But suddenly, she saw that a rather famous character would also take part in the competition. A lot of people around him knew him, a tall and strong man with red hair. His name is Jackson Huangbo, and the Huangbo family is one of the 5 big families in the province. Jackson went out and loudly called out to the Dragon's Fist and ordered him to come up to the training ground immediately. Barbara was angry because he stole her rival, and now no one can stop the battle between these titans. Among the young craftsmen of the province, those with incredible abilities are given the names of Dragon and Phoenix. Nowadays, there are 5 dragons in the Chongpa, and among them, the Dragon's Fist is called the heir and future head of the On family. But now it becomes clear that this surname has always belonged to the Huangbo family since past generations, but now it is used to refer to members of the On family. Perhaps all these competitions were organized precisely for their battle to finally close this issue. These 2 guys are incredibly aggressive towards each other, and there is a lot of tension in the air. Everyone wants to win and show their best skills in front of members of the most influential families in the province. Jackson started attacking first and used the 13th skill of the Heavenly Fist King. He showed incredible speed and aggressiveness, but Eric defended himself very easily and countered. It was all very unexpected. The audience was shocked that Jackson lost his balance so easily in the first seconds of the fight. He took him to the ground with one punch. Although Jackson is a member of a big family, there is an incredible difference in levels between them. Eric looked at the robot and said that he was not interested in this competition, but he did not want to end his performances right away. He loudly declared that he wanted to see the skills of the perfect tiger sword, which are so much talked about around here. He looked at the young heir to the Pock family and asked him to try to demonstrate his strength. David was not at all surprised by this offer. On the contrary, he had been expecting it and said that he was ready to try it if Eric was so eager. The duel between the Dragon's Fist and the perfect tiger's sword will soon begin. David looks quite confident and smiles, with no fear or nervousness in his eyes. Barbara is the only one who is worried. She is worried that something might go wrong during the battle, but she hopes for the best. Suddenly, something unusual happened. Just before the battle began, David returned and called Barbara. He asked her to hold something and gave her his legendary sword, and the audience couldn't believe it. It was clear that his opponent was also angry when he saw this, and Eric did not understand why David did it. The young warrior explained that he did not see anything special in this. He was going to defeat his opponent using only fist-fighting techniques. Now even Robert was angry, and he began to think that his younger brother had gone completely mad. Eric said that he appreciated David's words, so he was willing to pretend that he hadn't heard them so that David could take his sword back. He even said that he did not understand what we were talking about, smiled, and said that he would fight without a sword. Dragon Fist will realize that words don't work on this crazy guy, so he needs to be helped to feel this cruel reality. Eric promised to show the David what it means to be one of the 5 dragons of the province. But judging by the look on the face of the 4th heir to the Pock family, these words did not scare him at all. Eric approached his opponent and struck him with an incredibly powerful left hand. He believed that he had hit him right in the jaw, which should be enough to knock out the David for life. But everything turned out to be quite different. David easily dodged this blow and said that the Dragon's Fist was too slow. While the audience laughed at his prank, Eric launched his new attack, knowing full well that he could not embarrass himself in front of everyone. His experience and skills should be enough to defeat the David, but that's just what he thinks. The fight continued, but the result did not change at all. David continued to easily dodge all the attacks of the Dragon's Fist. It seemed as if Eric was fighting his own shadow, angry but unable to hit his opponent accurately. David is not only incredibly fast, but also strong enough that his fists feel like they are on fire. The Dragon Fist couldn't figure out what kind of technique his opponent had mastered. Maybe it was something foreign? Meanwhile, Barbara watched the fight with pleasure. She could see that the level of technique of the iron-skinned tiger, David, was very high. She also knew that David had studied fist fighting and sword skills with Shaolin masters. And of course, we can't forget that David spent several months training with an incredible talent named Hans. The 4th heir to the Pock family continued to mock his rival, saying that the skills of the Eric were worthless. David said that his head was spinning from all these slow blows of the Dragon's Fist. He is very disappointed with his opponent, which means only one thing. It's time to end this fight. David told Eric to leave the training ground because he wanted to fight someone stronger. The Dragon's Fist could not withstand such a disgrace, and in front of everyone, he was easily defeated by the young master. He decided that he couldn't let this go unanswered, so he had to attack the Daoid from behind like a rat. But suddenly, the Dragon's Fist was ordered to stop. It is not allowed to deliver a fatal blow in official competitions. Eric must accept his defeat as one of the 5 dragons, and he must be ashamed of his behavior. George intervened in time, and he officially declared that the perfect sword of the tiger had won the battle. Since there were no more worthy rivals for the David, the competition was officially over, and the David became the winner. It's time to calm down a bit, have a good meal, and celebrate the end of the competition. It was a little unusual for George to be part of such a celebration for the first time in a long time, but he couldn't help but congratulate his new friend on such a day. Of course, Barbara took part in the celebration. This girl can't miss a situation where you can eat delicious food. George noticed that over the past 6 years, she had grown from a little girl into a real woman. George also said that when Barbara was little, while he was sleeping at lunchtime, she would attack him as if he were an enemy. It was nice to listen to all these funny stories and relax with close friends. David decided to use his telepathy skills and thanked George for his recent victory. He reminded him of how he had stopped the dragon's fist at the last moment, a little more, and it could have been fatal. But George knew perfectly well that David had deliberately shown his weakness to see how Eric would behave. The young master Jackson also decided to raise a glass of wine to David's victory, congratulating him on his incredible performance in the competition. Jackson reminded us of his martial arts and techniques and asked for advice for the future. The 4th heir of the Pock family was pleasantly surprised that such a master was asking him for advice, so he agreed to help. He noticed that Jackson had too much strength, so it would be better if he paid more attention to fist-fighting techniques. All the other young masters immediately began asking David to give them advice on martial arts. David was happy to answer them. He always remained a simple person who was ready to help others. Meanwhile, Barbara finally got distracted from the delicious food and noticed that the dragon's fist was nowhere to be seen after the competition was over. Jackson said that Eric must be ashamed of his behavior, which is why he did not come to the celebration. It's not surprising, since Eric is one of the 5 Cheongpa dragons and he has been very disgraced in these competitions, so he has a lot to be ashamed of. David, meanwhile, noticed that Robert was also missing from the celebration. This scoundrel must have gathered with his comrades again and is trying to come up with a plan to destroy the David. Robert was incredibly angry. He could not believe what had happened and destroyed everything in his house. Mark said that David was only on the way to becoming a transcendent master, but it turned out to be quite different. Robert was amazed that his younger brother was able to defeat the dragon's fist, and that he did so with the help of fist-fighting techniques. I couldn't believe that his younger brother could do it. He had never used martial arts, and no one had ever paid attention to him. Less than a year has passed, and David is already really dangerous for Roberta, so we need to find a solution to this urgently. Robert realizes that if something goes wrong, his younger brother will become the head of the Pock family. But for now, Robert doesn't really care about his older brother. He has more important things to do. He met with his uncle, the deputy head of the family, to meet someone. They were greeted by Namgun Jang, the head of the Namgun family and the boss of the Becker group. He invited the deputy head of the Pock family and the perfect tiger sword to join them in conversation. This is an official meeting of the Becker group, and everyone here is the bosses of the strongest families representing the province. David must concentrate immediately, for he must prove to everyone else that the magicians have secretly begun to work. Suddenly, David heard someone using telepathy and introduced himself to him, the perfect tiger sword. He was even more surprised when he saw that Barbara's father was talking to him. What a meeting! And my father had already heard a lot about David, and they needed to meet for a long time. Perhaps in the future they would become relatives. David cannot look him in the eye now, despite having met him 3,000 times in his past life. Meanwhile, Jang Namgun continued the conversation and reminded us that the Dan family and the Pock family had called this urgent meeting. These families say they saw the Magi clan attack a hidden black market auction, and if this is true, they are in for a bloody time. Not everyone was ready to believe in the words of this young man, especially the representative of his family, Philip. He said that David could have confused the Magi clan with members of the Sapa, and then the Becker group would have been disgraced throughout the province. It seems this man wants to take revenge for his son's defeat, childish behavior. But the perfect tiger sword is an extraordinary young master, and one must not treat him with arrogance and give him the opportunity to have his say. There was tension in the room, with some supporting the young owner of the Pock family and others opposing him. According to David, the spiritual energy of Cheongpa followers obeys the will of heaven. A person must follow the path of justice so that the energy remains pure. Otherwise, the energy of a Sapa follower will be felt from him. A magician goes against the will of the heavens, which is why black energy is felt from them, and David immediately felt it when he met them. The deputy head of the family, Pock, was pleasantly surprised. David is still very young and already notices such nuances. The head of the Namgun family also noticed that David was too smart for his age, and the thoughts of the perfect tiger sword increased his confidence in him. It has also now become known that a group very similar to the Magi clan was spotted near the central market. The head of the Huangbo family, Master Han, said that he also had similar information. Most likely the Magi clan had learned the location of the burial place of the god of war. But David realizes that he is unlikely to know the exact location of the god of war, and that's a good thing. The venerable masters began to shout and gesticulate. They must find the god of war faster than the mage can. David smiled and said they might need the one manuscript he had brought with him. Philidor Jagal, the head of the Jagal family, could not believe that David had really brought this ancient manuscript here. The young warrior said that it was an original he got on the black market, and it points to the burial place of the god of war. It was hard to believe, but soon everyone realized that David was really telling the truth. And then the boy said he wanted to ask the boss of the Namgun family for something. Since David brought this manuscript and saw the presence of the mage, he wants to be part of the group that will be sent to find the god of war. He also hopes to bring some of his trusted people with him because he believes he deserves it. He called his assistants and they immediately entered the room, and the venerable masters were immediately nervous. It's not hard to guess who he wants to take with him on the road. Of course, it's Jordan Namgun and Barbara Dan. While they were all trying to figure out how to fight evil, evil was not resting either. In the evening, a dark lord stood in a dense forest, looking at the beautiful mountains and breathing fresh air. Soon, an assistant came to him and said that they had found several places that looked like the burial place of the god of war. Now they have already started to explore all these places, and they hope to succeed. But suddenly the Dark Lord got angry and took up his sword. He said that the whole province was coming here, smelling the reward. And at such a moment, he should not be told the news that the god of war has not yet been found. He is well aware that everything did not go according to his plan, precisely because the poisonous demon did not bring him a card from the black market. A Dark Lord is a member of the 9 Lords, which includes young mage masters. He knew that David was interfering with his dark plans, and whoever interferes with the Dark Lord must disappear from this planet. There are large mountains near the Sandong building, and it is there that the god of war should be found, if the manuscript is correct. There are many different young artists in this area now, and such situations always cause tension. A fight can start at any moment, one wrong move or word, and you can go to the other side. Fights broke out every few hours, and people from this city were already afraid to go out. The rumors spread very quickly throughout the city, and it was not difficult for people to guess what was going on. In the last few days, the whole province has been going to the Sandong Mountains, Chionpa members, Sapa members, absolutely everyone. It is not yet clear what exactly they are looking for, but there are rumors that someone has found the tomb of the god of war. The treasures of the secret teachings of the god of war are supposed to be hidden in this place, and all the masters of the province dream of them. According to rumors, a great battle is about to begin on the mountain, and to get the god of war, a real massacre must be organized. David was not alone. He was accompanied by the heir to the Jahal family, a young master craftsman named Mustafa. George and Barbara have not been in touch since they went on a scouting trip this morning, but they should be back soon. There were too many people around, and one could no longer even dream of secretly entering the tomb of the god of war. According to rumors, not only are there the strongest families in the province, but there are members of 10 schools, so there are already small battles going on. It seems as if someone is deliberately spreading these rumors to arrange a big battle, probably the Magi clan. Mustafa and David's conversation was interrupted by unknown men who greeted the boys and said they wanted to talk to them. They have just come to this place from their city and want to make friends. Mustafa looked pleased. He was glad that people from the Caliph's palace had finally come, especially since they had found them themselves. This is a huge clan that is respected throughout the province because all its fighters practice only the way of the warrior. The Caliph's palace was founded by the god of war, so they are his rightful heirs and we should make friends with them. David immediately greeted them and invited them to sit at the same table with them. He knows how to be polite when it is necessary. The young man and the experienced master sat down together and started talking. It was time to get to know each other better, and the heir to the Caliph's palace told us his name. His name was Hadith. In different cities, this guy is called differently. The Iron Fist, the Heavenly Swordsman, and the Sword of Light. But in any case, the Hadith is a famous person. Mustafa and David also greeted each other and told us their names and families, and the conversation went well. But the experienced man was not satisfied. He said that the Baker group were losers from the Cheongpa whom he did not respect. The man is not surprised that they all flocked like insects to the light as soon as they heard about the legacy of the god of war. Mustafa said that this experienced craftsman had already crossed the line, and in fact, the Baker sent its warriors here to stop the lawlessness. But this man is well aware that they will also want their share of the pie. Of course, this man probably believes that the treasures of the tomb of the god of war belong to the palace of the caliph. He believes that everything left after the god of war belongs to his heirs, and it is only fair that they get it all. But David said that in this case, the caliph should take responsibility for the whole situation, as well as responsibility for the upcoming war, because it would be unfair if they took all the treasures and did not think about the puddles of blood that would be left behind because of their inheritance. The elder was incredibly angry with the David because of these words. He said that no one had the right to put the blame on them. The Hadith decided to calm the situation and said that the Davidians were right, because they really consider themselves followers of the god of war. But they came here too late and cannot claim the rights to these treasures. The Hadith believes that the god of war had a good reason to build the tomb and keep its existence secret. Perhaps the warlord wanted the strongest warriors of the province to take possession of these treasures all along. The path of the warrior of the god of war is the greatest martial art with no equal, and only the most worthy of all those around him can take possession of it. At least that's what the Hadith says. After that, the conversation was over, and Hadith thanked him for the meeting, said goodbye, and said that they would meet again in the tomb. This can be considered a challenge, and he immediately realized that the Hadith had already heard stories about him. The guy is not very happy about this. Getting new potential enemies is always bad, even if you are the perfect tiger sword. 10 schools, a beggar, a caliph's butler, and a sapper are all gathered in one place, and a real war may soon break out. If the members of the mage clan also come here, the burial place of the god of war will become a place of mass murder. David decided that there was no time to wait any longer, and it was at that moment that he saw Barbara. She had finally returned from her reconnaissance and was in a great hurry to see her older brother. She leaned over his head and said in a quiet voice that she had found the entrance to the tomb of the god of war. Not far from their restaurant, high up in the mountains of the province, it was a lot of fun. A crazed monk detained a group of soldiers and officials who belonged to neither the Cheonpa nor the Sapa. When we talk about a crazy monk, of course it's a Gans, and today he's in a bad mood. He was angry with these people and said that his fist could send them straight to hell. And when the Gans is angry, he activates the power of a large stone fist and starts beating everyone he doesn't like. His kicks guarantee you instant rebirth. The guy was destroying everyone around him without even feeling tired, like he was born to fight. One of the main Shaolin monks, the mentor of a Buddhist clan, begged for someone to stop the gangs. But he was immediately told that this guy could not be stopped, because if they could, they would have done it already. The monks were ordered to immediately get out of the way and not interfere with the search for the god of war, although Shaolin belongs to 9 schools. But now it does not matter. The monks tried to calm the people down, because if they didn't stop, the tomb of the god of war would become the place where they would all be buried. But these bastards didn't want to listen to anyone. They were greedy for the upcoming reward and didn't pay attention to anything else. In the face of the treasures of the god of war, all people were losing their minds, and the monk realized that a real war would soon begin. But what to do? If this is not stopped immediately, it will be too late to call for help. Suddenly there was a big explosion and I heard familiar voices. These people were talking to the Hans. Were they new rivals? But as it turned out, it was David and his friends. And he smiled because he was glad to see Hans again. They hadn't seen each other for too long. Hans greeted him and said that they had come just in time. At last, the mad monk and the swordmaster had met again. There were many people who wanted to feel the reward of the god of war, and they were not going to stop. But when a legendary swordsman and the toughest Shaolin warrior stands in your way, it's better to go home. The David team has started attacking these thieves, and now they will have a great training session. At such moments, the number of enemies doesn't matter. When your lineup is so stellar, you can defeat even an entire army. David could not understand why Hans had come here. Had he forgotten about his training in the cave? The mad monk replied that his teacher had personally allowed him to come here and continue practicing martial arts in the real world. David is glad that they met. Everything worked out well, because without the Gans, it would not have been as much fun. George Namgun approached the Mad Monk. He had heard many stories about the Gans and wanted to meet him personally. David explained that this guy was a heavenly swordsman. He could be considered his older brother. While the guys were having a great time chatting, Barbara started shouting at them and reminded them that there was a big fight going on. The monks were unhappy that this was happening near the tomb of the god of war, but it is still impossible to stop it. The head monk greeted the Philidor. They had already met before. It was a pleasure to watch the celestial swordsman, the perfect tiger sword, and the poisonous flower from the Dan family fight. They are the strongest members of their families, and it is better not to quarrel with them or start a fight. The monk asked to escort the celestial swordsman inside immediately and promised to guard the entrance in the meantime. Through telepathy, George heard that he was invited to the tomb of the god of war, and that it was very urgent. He immediately called his entire team and asked them to follow him. They should not split up. So far, no one understood what was going on, but George promised to tell us everything later. Only a little later, the monk said that they were too late, and there might already be many people in the tomb. David immediately promised his older brother that they would do everything possible to prevent anyone else from entering the tomb. They immediately stopped in front of the entrance and began to come up with a plan to stop the others. Many people wanted to get these treasures of the god of war, but they must not fall into evil hands. That's why David and Jordan came up with an interesting solution to this problem. They activated the explosion using their equipment. The head Shaolin monk was pleased. These guys are very smart, and now he can be calm. The entrance was now completely blocked, and a team of young and talented craftsmen was inside the tomb. There were many shining pearls on the mountain, the so-called spheres that emit light at night. One such pearl is worth a lot of money, so it is not surprising that warriors from all over the province gathered here. David was pleased that they had finally reached the desired place, but they would face difficult challenges ahead. Barbara and Hans were about to climb the rock and take some pearls for themselves, but their older brother stopped them and said there was no time for that. This made the fourth heir of the Pock family laugh a lot, and he said that now he had to think about something else entirely. Soon, a team of talented warriors set out to find the treasures of the god of war. After walking a few meters, they saw many bloody bodies of dead soldiers. It looked like it was hot. Barbara immediately noticed that these guys had been poisoned with dangerous needles. She is quick to notice such nuances. Apparently, all these traps and needles are new, and the poison was applied to them recently. It seems as if someone came here first and placed traps here. Perhaps it was a magician. The legendary heavenly swordsman saw the entrance to the tomb and said that they had to find out for themselves. And to do so, they had to go forward. When they entered the main part of the tomb, they were shocked by what they saw. There were an incredible number of dead bodies of soldiers in front of them, as if the worst-case scenario had taken place, a large-scale battle for the treasures of the god of war. Later they realized who did it, a whole team of ruthless bastards. There sat a bloody old man without a soul and a sword of the dragon's head, along with his assistants, the Sapa and Cheonpa warriors. The heavenly swordsman could not believe that the Cheongpa had joined forces with the Sapa in such a dirty business. It is not yet clear what happened here, but it is clear that these bandits are very hostile. The master of the Ho, a bloody old man without a soul, thought that they had already killed everyone, but now they would have to work harder. The wandering swordsman, the dragon's head sword, recognized these people as the children of 5 great families and a Shaolin student. Their assistants also recognized George and his team, and they were determined to destroy them all. The heavenly swordsman could not believe that the brothers from his familiar family were now fighting alongside the Sapa warriors. Now it is clear who is to blame for this fierce battle and the deaths of many young soldiers. Leon doesn't think it made sense. They all want the treasures of this tomb. According to him, there is no point in nobility and justice if they force you to give up money. But, according to the bloody old man without a soul, those who were born into a rich family will not be able to understand them. David still couldn't understand, since someone had already been able to go further into the tomb. Why did these soldiers stay here? The old man replied that there was no point in interfering with the Caliph's palace and their enemies. They would kill each other and meet the sap on the way out. He knows that there is only one way out of the tomb, thanks to a fragment of a map. So these warriors will have to come back and face their deaths. But first, we have to deal with the young warriors. The old man knows very well that the heavenly swordsman is very talented, and if the battle starts, one of them will certainly die. He decided to weaken their attentiveness and then attack and destroy them, so he proposed to join forces. He explained that no one would be able to find out what they had done because everyone around them was dead. But David and his older brother were not going to waste their precious time on this. They realized that this issue had to be resolved very quickly and told Hans to get his fists ready. Barbara also pulled out her poisoned sword and said that she would now show them the power of the Dan family. That's why the old killer dislikes young warriors so much, and it's always hard to come to an agreement with them. He was immediately angry and ordered his assistants to kill the bastards immediately. The battle has officially begun, and now we will see what the Shaolin monk, the poisonous flower of the Dan family, the celestial swordsman, and the perfect tiger sword can do. At first glance, you can see that they are determined. They always have enough self-confidence. Particular cruelty should be expected from a Shaolin monk, although this is quite predictable. He immediately began to destroy his enemies, and so far he has not even used any weapons. His bare fists were enough to destroy his opponents and send them to hell. Sometimes it seems that it is better to die by the sword than by the hands of the Gans, because it is too cruel. Not only did he show his incredible abilities, but Barbara also kept up in this aspect of the fight. She used poisonous knives to inflict serious injuries on her opponents, and she did all this with incredible ease of movement. The bloody old man without a soul realized that it was necessary to reduce the losses from this battle. He is well aware that soon they will have to fight for the treasures of the god of war, so they cannot lose all their strength. In addition, he still can't see the abilities of the guy next to George Namgun. He realizes that these two swordsmen must be destroyed immediately, and then the battle will be over. That's why he called his best warriors and the sword of the dragon's head. They will certainly cope with this task. The heavenly swordsman looked very calm. As a true leader, he took this blow upon himself. He asked David not to interfere because he personally wanted to have fun and show them their true place. Meanwhile, David heard that someone was also addressing him and encouraging him to fight a new battle. So far, few people know about David, but soon he will certainly make all his enemies respect him. The sword of the dragon's head offered him a battle of swordsmen against swordsmen, and David never refuses such invitations. Meanwhile, the celestial swordsman continued to fight several opponents simultaneously. I must admit that it was not easy for him. They attacked him from all sides and tried to destroy him with all their might. Of course, his skills were on a completely different level, and if they weren't, he would have been dead long ago. After several successful defensive moves, George realized that it was time to attack and show his true power. Within 2 seconds, his opponents were choking on their own blood, and they were sure to regret having started fighting him. Their boss was very scared. It's hard to believe that George was able to take out 3 of them on his own. They all went through the first part of the path of a transcendental master, but George didn't even bother. The brothers Leon and Bob were amazed by his strength. When they attacked, they didn't think they would be hurt so badly. It seems that these guys have forgotten what shame is, and now George will never communicate with them as elders. They betrayed the members of the Cheonpa when they merged with the Sapa clan, and there is only one punishment for that. Only one punishment can satisfy the heavenly swordsman. He must completely destroy them. The brothers tried to defend themselves with their last strength, but their muscles could not withstand the onslaught of the George. Bob tried to help his older brother, but the heir to the Namgun family was against it. He activated the shield and immediately felt blood coming out of his mouth, although it was only a defense. This protection is called the Azure Fog, and it appears only when using the Endless Sky technique of the Namgun family. It's incredible that George was able to master this technique at such a young age. Now it's clear why he is called one of the best. The bloody old man without a soul could no longer watch his clan being destroyed, so he decided to intervene personally. He wanted to stop George, but he activated the Infinite Sky Sword technique, an ancient technique of the Namgong family. The only question now is whether they will be able to touch heaven after experiencing the power of the heavenly sword. Now it's the turn of the Ho Master to spit his own blood, and he no longer smiles as he used to. This old fool did not know that his opponent was already at the level of a transcendental master. But when he found out about it, it was too late to run away and call for help, and the bloody old man died without a soul. This man died in blood and lost his soul. Everything looks quite logical. George doesn't have to worry about his teammates. They'll be fine even without his help. David easily defeated the infamous Sword of the Dragon's Head, a battle that lasted only a few minutes. The Dragonhead sword noticed that the young masters also shed blood for the sake of the goal, and he believes that they are no different from them. David disagreed with him. This battle happened only because they were on different paths, and evil would fall first. Barbara and Hans were also fine. They destroyed a whole bunch of enemies without any help. David calmly looked at his defeated enemy. At this moment, it is difficult to understand what he was thinking. The dragon's head sword has never seen such talented swordsmen. But he will not see anything else in this life. His path is over. He has chosen the wrong side. Less than a dragon's head, I never understood the main thing. Not to doubt and to look for the right direction. This is the way of a Kionpa warrior. Now that they have destroyed the Sapa Masters, it's time to continue their search for the treasures of the tomb of the God of War. Meanwhile, another fight was taking place in the tomb, with the third young heir of the Navarro family seriously beating his rival. Everyone laughed at him, because everyone knows that Tony Navarro pushed the heirs out of the battle. That's why Tony is trying his best to get the treasures of the God of War and attract the attention of the head of the Navarro family. They tried to calm him down, saying that these weak people without the basics could not be a serious problem for him. People from the Caliph's palace refused his offer of a friendly alliance. The sword of light of the Hadith is very cunning. It probably decided to take away all the strength from the Tone and then stab him in the back. The elder of the Caliph's family could not wait any longer. He told the heir that they could not waste time. The elder Kay is always so tense and impatient, so the Hadith always calms him down. Though very faintly, Hadith began to feel that another son and master was approaching them, and perhaps he was not even alone. That is why he cannot start a full-fledged battle now, because when these people come, he will also have to fight them. Suddenly, all the members of this ruthless battle saw arrows with colorful fabrics flying in their direction. They immediately tensed up and realized that this was something that was not according to their plan, so they had to be prepared for anything. The other soldiers realized that it was some kind of organized attack, and they immediately stopped fighting. Within seconds, they began to instantly destroy them. It was incredible power and fury. It was not yet clear who exactly attacked them, but in any case, it is a very serious opponent. So we began to guess that they could have been attacked by magicians. They perfectly hid not only their eyes, but also traces of their presence. The young heir to the Caliph's family began to call all his assistants and ordered them to get ready. He said that they were being attacked by a strong enemy, so they had to quickly form two lines. It was very dark around them because of the fog, and they could not understand who was attacking them. Only a little later it became clear that it was the Dark Lord who was fighting, and he suggested that we kill each other in this incredible darkness. He despised all the families from the province, which is why he liked to destroy them and considered them second-class citizens. The elder saw that the first heir to the Caliph's family was fleeing, and the Hadith said that he left the fighters under the elder's supervision. He said he wanted to walk a little in the dark and immediately fled the battlefield. Meanwhile, most of his fighters had already been killed, and his opponents were professional killers with excellent training and skills. They began to look in different directions and search for all the survivors. It was still very dark around. Soon, they saw the silhouette of a tall and strong warrior heading straight for them. They immediately tensed up and got ready to fight, as it was unlikely that this guy would be able to defeat them all. As it turned out, Hadith did not leave his team. On the contrary, he went around the opponents from behind and prepared a sneak attack. This guy smiled and used his family's skills. This attack is called a tornado. Only members of the Caliph's family usually use it, and too little is known about it to master this technique. In any case, it was enough to knock out the first enemy. The battle of Hadith against the Dark Ninjas has begun, and so far its opponents look very weak. In this darkness, they could not understand where he was at all, because the young warrior was constantly changing his location. After he started using the sword, there was too much blood on the ground in this tomb. Although it does not like to be called that, it is nevertheless known as the Sword of Light. According to rumors, his smaller one is so fast that nothing else is visible but flashes of light. That's why it got this name. And will the Magi clan be able to extinguish its shine? This fog and darkness was everywhere. It was easy to get lost and leave your team members behind. The same fate befell the third heir of the Navarro family, Tony, who was left all alone and didn't know what to do. He felt that someone was watching them, but in order to kill your enemy, you must first see him. He started shouting and calling his opponent a coward, urging him to fight openly and not to hide anything. It seems that the Sapa warrior started talking about cowardice, which is a real irony. Now it is clear why the 5 great watchmen do not support the third young master of the Navarro family. Because he is too weak to become the heir to this great and powerful family, he is of no use. Tony was seriously wounded and could barely stand up, screaming in pain and bleeding. He said that he could not die here and not achieve the recognition he wanted, but it seems that this will not happen in this life. But it wasn't the ruler who was disappointed. He was brought a too weak opponent and wasted his time. But suddenly he felt the presence of someone stronger and immediately smiled. He did it as if he felt that it was going to be fun. He was right about that, because a second later he was attacked by a really strong and talented young master. This is how they met. The Dark Lord with the Sword of Light hadeth, "It will certainly be fun." Meanwhile, members of the Cheonpa team were approaching this dark place, and they were surprised to see it. This darkness seemed very strange, so all four young masters stopped for a while. Barbara noticed that it was not like an ordinary smokescreen or a poisonous fog. This force seemed to live and breathe. David said it was very similar to a hidden demonic form of the dark sky, which sounds very creepy. He explained that it was the battle form of a dark demon clan with a mage. He had read about it in his family's ancient books. The fog hides not only the demonic, but also traces of presence, sight, and even sounds. There is nothing better for the Dark Demon Clan to use their martial skills. To stop this, you first need to break the flagpole, which is set on the edge of the dark fog. But the most important center of the formation is hidden in the depths, in which case the Gans needs to strain the muscles a little. This aggressive monk did not understand anything, but David assured him that only he could handle it. This part of the tomb was guarded by members of the Magi group, and so far everything has been calm. But suddenly they heard someone's voice, someone who said that he was not comfortable not seeing or feeling anything. They immediately grabbed their swords and began to attack the enemy. It turned out to be the celestial swordsman Jordan Namgun, and he took their aggression very calmly. The guy very calmly explained to these bandits that they shouldn't wave their swords in the face of a stranger. They wanted to apologize to him, but he quickly shortened the distance and did everything he could to destroy the smokescreen. He did it very quickly, and his younger brother was right. But these actions made him even more angry with the members of the Mage clan, and now they are eager for cruel revenge. I had to give another lecture on education, because these guys still did not understand how to behave with strangers. The first task has been completed, and now we need to think about future actions. There were still many dangers around, but Jordan knew that it would not be easy to get the treasures of the God of War. Barbara was far away from him, and she also saw that the fog had cleared, and she could see everything perfectly. This was felt by the other soldiers who fought inside this tomb, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. In this fog, it was very difficult for them to fight professional hired killers, but now everything will change. David was also happy that finally the fog was no longer bothering them, and it was time to have some fun. And as we know, when it's time to have fun, the first thing to do is to call an inadequate monk from the Shaolin Temple. The assassins from the Mage clan immediately realized that the fog would no longer help them, but this is not their main problem now. The main problem can be a guy with strange clothes and a bald head, who looks like he's up to something. They decided not to wait for him to act and attack first, which is exactly what professional killers do. They probably thought that the crazy monk would fight alone, but even he is not that crazy. David appeared out of nowhere and started fighting with the warriors of the Magus clan. It was a lightning attack. Soon it became clear that many hired killers had already died in this difficult battle. The martial art of Shaolin can destroy demons. There is no better technique for destroying a demonic formation. But they still had rivals, so it was time to use a secret weapon. David returned to Hans and called him and asked him to get ready. Something big was going to happen. The Shaolin master flew into the air like Superman and activated the 70-second art of Shaolin. The technique is called a super strong diamond fist, and few people can withstand this blow on their own. Of course, the warriors of the Mage clan are not powerful enough to contain the hidden art of Shaolin. Meanwhile, we should not forget that the heir to the Caliph's family continues his fierce battle with the Dark Lord. For now, the Hadith is still alive, but its opponent is too strong and powerful. At the moments when the Hadith is close to victory, the Dark Lord activates his magic and disappears. In any case, the Hadith surprised him because he was fighting on equal terms inside the hidden demonic formation of the Dark Heavens. All this is enough to respect your opponent, but in any case, the Hadith must die today. So far, this guy can't make up his mind because of the Dark Lord's strange fighting techniques. He doesn't know what he should do. Instead, the Dark Lord enjoys seeing his opponent's confused face. He felt that it was time to end this battle, but suddenly he saw something strange on the other side of the center of the formation. At first, he did not believe his own eyes, but then he realized that it was true and that it was the light of the Shaolin technique. This was hard to believe for other clans and families who came here for the treasure. It is necessary to explain an important nuance. The hidden technique of Shaolin is so secret that you can only learn about it from fairy tales. Hadith and his assistants also realized that the heavenly swordsman and the perfect sword of the tiger had come, which meant that darkness was retreating. The Dark Lord, on the other hand, was very angry, and he ordered all the followers of the Dark Demon clan to use the demonic explosion skill. This must be done so that no one can leave this place alive, a very insidious and cruel tactic. A few seconds later, the followers of the Dark Demon's clan followed their master's order, and a large explosion occurred. The Dark Lord smiled and told the Sword of Light that they would have to determine the winner of the battle next time. After these words, he immediately disappeared, but finally said that there might not be a next time. The Sword of Light was not happy about this. He looked around and realized that they had not won this battle at all. Most of his team members were brutally murdered. They came here to get the treasures of the God of War, but instead found death. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord successfully escaped from the tomb of the God of War, and he was definitely not happy with today. His plan to exterminate the people of the province failed, and now he needs to hide the treasures of the God of War and escape. But suddenly he smelled something fried, and only a little later he realized that it was his hand that smelled like that. But the ruler did not realize that he was attacked and called on his opponent to come out and show his face. David immediately stepped out of the shadows, realizing that he was facing a Dark Lord because the members of the Dark Demon's clan obeyed him. David said that they had a good opportunity to talk a little, but the Dark Lord replied that his sword would speak for him. Meanwhile, the Sword of Light hurried to the aid of his wounded friends from the Caliph's clan. He saw the elder sitting on the ground and immediately ran to help him before it was too late. A man came up to him and calmed him down, saying that the elder had only lost consciousness for a while and was not seriously injured. As it turned out later, it was George who said it. They hadn't seen the Sword of Light for a long time. George assured me that they had killed all the Mage Clan fighters around, so I didn't have to worry. George told us that Manga use a technique that causes an explosion, but if you destroy the Dantian, you can stop it. He also said that he had learned all this from a specialist in the Plan Mage, also called the Perfect Tiger Sword. David surprised his opponent with his strength, and the Dark Lord felt as if David's strength was equal to that of the Mad Lord. There are few strong masters in Cheonpa, and there are 9 in Mage, the 9 lords who rule this large clan. In this clan of evil, only the strongest survive, and natural selection reigns supreme. All 9 of these rulers started killing at the age of 5, and they destroyed all their competitors to take this place. But the Dark Lord has never met a Cheonpa warrior so strong. Who is this unknown swordsman to look at the Dark Lord with eyes that have experienced more chaos than he has? Previously, the Dark Lord believed that only the Celestial Swordsman, the Sword of Light, and the Iron Fist could fight him on equal terms. But it seems that now there is another young master who is ready to challenge him. There is no doubt or fear in David's eyes. He is like a predator who has seen his prey and will not stop until he catches it. He was also superior to his opponent in fisticuffs, which is what helped him land the first accurate blow. But the owner did not immediately feel the young master's strength, and blood came out of his mouth. David, meanwhile, looked very focused and aggressive, and it was clear that he was ready to finish off his wounded prey. The Dark Lord still couldn't figure out who this young man was. Probably the news hadn't reached the Mage Clan yet. David said it was he who stopped them at the black market auction, so now everything should be clear. Now the Dark Lord realized that he was facing the perfect Tiger Sword, the 4th heir to the Park family. Perhaps everything would have been different inside the hidden formation, but now the Dark Lord has admitted that he has lost. But even if he loses, he is not going to go to hell alone, and he must take the David with him. The young master is a great threat to the Mage Clan, so the Dark Lord wants to use a demonic explosion to destroy him. But for some reason, this technique didn't work from the very beginning. Probably because David had done something to his Dantian. After that, the Dark Lord was very angry, and now even his plan B failed. David approached him, activated his sword aura, and said that it was time to end this conversation. Soon, the Dark Lord was lying dead along with his assistants who had fallen in battle. David was quite surprised. This victory came much easier than he expected. Later, his friends found him. They were very worried about him and thought he might be injured. The guy assured them that everything went well and he was not injured, and the Hadith was most surprised by this. He looked at the dead body of the Dark Lord and could not believe his eyes. David had defeated him, and this speaks of his incredible strength. Now the Sword of Light wants to see for himself the power of the perfect Tiger Sword. Now there is no need to fight anymore. David has defeated the main master of this group, so it's time to rest. But the Elder Ka does not think so. He has already regained consciousness and said that the battle is not over yet. He looked at the young craftsman and said that it was time to reveal the true owner of the tomb of the god of war. And it is better for young masters to step back, because they have already achieved their goal and saved a large number of people. Hans started shouting the most, saying that this old man had forgotten to take his pills and was now talking nonsense. It seems as if they set the table, and the elder plans to eat everything himself. Even the Hadith did not understand him. The old master said that there was a high probability that they would find the treasures of the palace, the divine weapons of the 5 regions. This weapon cannot be given to strangers. It belongs to the followers of the god of war, hence the Caliph's clan. Cadiz tried to calm the older master down and promised to take full responsibility. He turned to the perfect tiger sword and recalled their previous conversation in the restaurant. At that time, the Hadith said that the strongest would take possession of these treasures, and now it has not changed its mind. The Sword of Light proposed to organize a competition and identify the true owner of these treasures. The Heavenly Sword came forward and asked David to rest, because this conversation could not be resolved in words. But we must not forget that the follower of the Caliph's clan is not alone. Although a large number of his assistants were killed in the battle, some still remained. All of them are ready to fight to the death to get the treasures of the god of war. David said that this was actually what the conversation was about. 100 families want to calm the conflict and stop the brutal battles. According to the Kai elder, their goal has already been achieved, which is why David refuses the treasures of the tomb of the god of war. These words not only surprised the members of the Caliph's clan, but also David's friends, who could not believe it. David said that there was a Buddhist monk among them, so he suggested that they stay here and calm the souls of the dead. Hadith had never felt such shame as a follower of the Caliph's palace. He thanked the Dawid and promised never to forget his deed. Deep down, he realized that this battle had long been lost, and he just had to admit it. The heir to the Caliph's family ordered his assistants and the senior master to follow him. He looked at the perfect tiger sword and realized that it was on a completely different level. So the followers of the Caliph's clan went in search of the treasures of the god of war. Barbara and Hans were most angry about it. They said it was unheard of, like cooking a piece of meat and giving it to a dog. They had not traveled a long way for this, but George decided to support David and reassure his friends. If they got these treasures, relations with the Caliph's clan would be spoiled, so David certainly thought about it. In a past life, because of an unnecessary psychological war, the province and the Caliph had a very bad fight, and it would be bad if it happened again. The map shows that there is one last stop ahead, and the treasure is most likely hidden there. But David accidentally set fire to the back of the map, and it seems he found a hidden passage. Even I did not expect such a turn of events. Is it really true? David smiled, reassured his friends, and said that they should go and find the real treasures of the tomb of the god of war. The divine weapons of the 5 regions in the past belonged to the god of war. In addition to the yellow dragon's armor, which is already in the Caliph's temple, 4 other items have been hidden from prying eyes for a long time. As the old master believed, these 4 divine weapons are located on the edge of the tomb of the god of war. But if David is right, there may be more valuable things here. In a few minutes, they found a secret passage and entered the right cave. They saw a large chest in front of them, and it looked like it was exactly what they were looking for. The young craftsman approached the chest and tried to open it, all of them eager to see what was inside. When they opened the chest, they saw the hidden sword teachings, which seems to be something legendary. Hidden in the teachings of the sword, fist, and flight, they found the techniques of the god of war that preserve the heritage of the martial art. In a previous life, mages received all the divine weapons of the 5 regions and secret martial arts techniques. The head of the mage also saw them. David is sure of it. In the meantime, Barbara decided to practice the spiritual growth of chi energy. They will keep the found teachings of the god of war a secret, and now each of them will learn these techniques. The mages lost their treasures and their army, their strategy completely failed, and the Cheongpa won this battle. A few weeks have passed, and now we're going to visit the training grounds of the Pak family's main residence. I haven't seen my assistant David for a long time. William has become a real coach of young fighters. He told them to train with concentration and to give all their strength to mastering martial arts. Suddenly he heard strange noises and thought that some fool had dared to disobey his order. But when he turned his head, he saw the young master of the family, Pak. David smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, that his journey was over, so he was going back home for a while. The boy looks very happy, and it is obvious that he misses his home and friends. After a short conversation with his assistant, it was time to go and see the other elders. The deputy head of the family has already learned about what happened in the tomb of the god of war, and rumors spread very quickly in this province. He already knew that David was able to save many people from wealthy families and destroyed a pack of mage fighters. The deputy head of the family did not expect that one of the sons of the Pock family would be able to complete the spiritual path of the tiger so quickly. David explained that the reason he was in such a hurry to return was because of some news he had recently heard. This is sad news because the elder brother of the family's deputy suffered a deviation of chi during martial arts practice and lost consciousness. Michael made himself incredibly tired because he really wanted to restore respect for the Poker family. Now all the doctors in the family are trying to bring him back to normal, but his condition is so severe that he cannot even receive guests. The deputy assured me that his brother is very strong, so he will definitely win this battle with the disease. But nevertheless, David is very worried about this problem, although he has an interesting idea. That is why he decided to immediately go to the Pock family library. The people who were in this library were surprised to see that David had returned. They weren't used to seeing him often at all. He used to hardly ever leave his house. There were already many rumors about him, about how he saved the black market from demonic beasts of the Magi, and even defended the tomb of the god of war. They even knew that he had single-handedly destroyed the Jordan clan, and now the Pock family received the support of traders from the capital. They began to look with respect at the fourth heir to the family. It seems he really deserves to become the next boss of the Pock clan. But David didn't come to the library to hear about how strong and powerful he was. Even though he received the secret techniques of the god of war, it is impossible to master all of it, so he needs to study it more deeply. Now there is no one who can realize this technique, which is called the strongest in the Poker family, the Thunder Saber of Chaos. The head of the family fell ill when he tried to restore the equipment, but David is confident that he can complete it with his own hands. Later, the fourth heir to the family returned to the training ground near his home. His return after a long absence should definitely be celebrated, as is the tradition in the Pock family. Various family members were sitting at the table with him, and they had finally met David, but they didn't know how to start a conversation. David began to eat and told the other young craftsmen to do the same. They were all incredibly surprised, wondering if there would be no conversation and they could start eating right away. They seemed delighted with this offer from the fourth heir, and the boys immediately began to eat like pigs. At first, they hoped that David would say at least a few words upon his return, but it seems he is even stranger than they say. David was looking at the young craftsman and noticed several people from the Pock family's security detail from his previous life. He immediately recognized one guy. They had fought side by side in a previous life. He was then distracted by a young assistant who brought him some delicious wine. David stopped the guy and told him that he didn't need to do that. David should have known right away. He took the bottle of wine in his hands and said that he wanted to personally pour it into the glasses of his friends. The young craftsman supported the wishes of the fourth heir, and it's nice to see that he remained simple despite his position in the family. David approached his friend from his past life and said that he wanted to personally pour him some wine. But this man refused help and decided to pour himself some wine, which is very rude behavior. He looked a little nervous, but asked David if he was sure he wanted to become the boss of the Pock clan. Then he said that if David became the boss of the family regiment would become even weaker, which was a surprise. All the other young masters began to hold the man and order him to shut his mouth immediately. David immediately recalled memories from his past life, the last time he saw this man named Bolt. Finally, Bolt asked David if he thought his family would ever know that they loved him so much. In his past life, David was squeezing his hand as the man was dying and bleeding to death. He could not even say a word. It was so painful for him to say goodbye to the Bolt. It seems that the Bolt is now very drunk and cannot stop. He once again said that the family is now too weak and incapable of anything. Everyone was even more impressed when they saw that David didn't pay any attention to it and remained calm. The guy drank another glass of wine, laughed, and said that he would start a new family in the future. He promised to make it the strongest family in the province, to change absolutely all aspects of it. When he becomes the boss of this family, he promises that its members will be able to walk confidently through life and be proud of the title of warrior. Not only the Pock family, but other clans and the whole world learn about the values, the leaders of blood spilled, and the hard training. So he assured Bolt that he had nothing to worry about and offered him a glass of wine again. After such motivation, Bolt had no right to refuse. He accepted the wine and said that David must keep his word. After Bolt knocked over his wine glass, he said that he would now follow the David for the rest of his life. David was pleased with this answer, and just like that, he had found another ally. But that was the end of the celebration for Bolt. He drank too much, and now he has a date with pasta. This is how the dinner in honor of the return of the fourth heir to the Pock family ended. William said that Bolt would sleep until the morning, and he needed to take a course on how to drink wine. David smiled and said that the wine was stronger than it looked, and he wasn't angry at the Bolt. William decided not to divide the men by rank and origin, but gathered all capable warriors with a strong will. David said he liked them. Just look at their love for the Pock family, their talent and character. The fourth heir said that he would also come to these training sessions with William. Suddenly, Mary came up to him and began to check if David had been injured in the past battles. She started talking to him like a little brother, so David decided to ask if something was wrong with her. The girl was immediately a little upset. She said that the elderly owner of the family began to study her surroundings. She even thinks that he has found out that she is a murderer, although William also cannot believe that Marie is a murderer. But when he heard that she had recently gotten close to the blood tier killers, he was even more afraid for her. David assured me that a pack of killers could not stop them. They were now on a completely different level. But Mari doesn't think so. She said that the aim of these killers is not only to destroy them. She assured that these killers could attack not only the fourth heir to the Pock family. David was immediately afraid and thought of his older brother. Was he in danger too? Now let's move on and look at the events in the courtyard of the Shining Tiger. Robert decided to come and see the graves of his past enemy, the grave of James. He already knew that David had completed the spiritual path of the tiger, had become the perfect tiger sword, had defeated the magician, and had defended the tomb of the god of war. All this could not please the eldest heir. Could David really become the head of the Pock family? He used to not leave the house at all, and now he has reached such heights which is incredible. Mark said that members of the Pock family have become close to David, and they all hate the On family. It becomes obvious that they plan to destroy the warriors of the On family after David becomes the clan boss. Robert does not know what he should do, and all his attempts have led to nothing. If nothing is changed, he will soon be in the cemetery as well. Mark tried to calm Robert down and said that he understood him perfectly. He got a fake document about the attempted murder of David, and anyone who sees it will understand that Thomas tried to kill his brother. Robert looked at the document and did not understand why the stamp was showing it. Suddenly, a black ninja appeared and said that they would distribute this document among the Pock family and kill Thomas. After that, everyone will think that it was David's revenge, and he killed his older brother. This will be done by the fighters of the Blood Tears clan, the same hired killers that Marie was talking about. Robert said that David, not James, should be in this grave, which is a big mistake. He doesn't want to trust the Killer clan again, but now he has no choice. The best mercenary of the Blood Tears clan, Lion, understands Robert's distrust. They no longer have room for error. Now they will use this chance to restore their reputation, and Lion personally guarantees it. The next day, training began early in the morning at the Pock family's training ground. David visited William and decided to continue practicing and improving his skills. He fought with many other young masters at the same time. Recently, his level has grown tremendously, so he can afford to fight with his bare hands against armed soldiers. David won easily. Sometimes it even seemed too easy for him to fight them. The fourth heir to the family also gave advice to the young masters, explaining that they should not swing too hard before hitting. This leads to soldiers opening their chests too much, which is always dangerous. Bolt ordered his assistants to press their elbows to their bodies and stretch their arms forward. Exactly 1 month has passed since David returned home, but nothing much has happened yet. The training was very hard and rigorous, sometimes even taking place several times a day. In the morning, David trained the warriors who would become the Pock family's army, and in the evening, he improved his personal fighting skills. Only with such an approach to life can you reach incredible heights, otherwise, nothing will work. This is the only way to master the sword of the god of war, hard work and discipline. Such training takes a lot of energy, but Dawood is used to this rhythm of life and even likes it. Suddenly, Marie came to him, dressed as a hired killer. The girl greeted the fourth heir to the family and said that the clan of Blood Tears had already begun to act. David took this information quite calmly. It was clear that this was exactly what he had been waiting for, and now they could take the next step. The restaurant near the David's house had almost no visitors that evening, although the place is very nice and the food is delicious. Thomas was sitting in one of the rooms of this place that evening. He was alone as usual. He decided to draw something before going to bed, as he usually does all the time. Suddenly he felt a strange atmosphere, as if black magic was floating in the air around him. A little later, it turned out that David was standing behind him, and the boy approached his brother almost silently. Thomas sensed this and started his attack. Even if he replaced the sword with a brush, it is still not a reason to attack a member of the Pock family. David didn't realize what Thomas was doing at all. He easily stopped his hand, but was in no hurry to strike back. Only now did Thomas realize that it was his younger brother standing behind him, not a hired killer. He started shouting at David and said that he had frightened him with his presence. Thomas said he had too much to do lately and didn't like spending the evening with David. In any case, he won't even be able to hit his younger brother because of his stupid martial arts. Thomas does not understand why David came here at all, but his younger brother explained that he wanted to save his life. At first, Thomas started laughing at these words. It seemed like something completely ridiculous. But a little while later, he heard strange noises in the corridor. All his guards were dead. He went out and saw the hired killers coming into his room. These bastards greeted Thomas and said that David had called them. A good attempt to deceive Thomas. Of course, Thomas could not believe what they were saying. He said it was absurd. But these guys didn't come to talk at all. They were ordered to brutally kill Thomas, and they had to fulfill this task. It was only at the last moment, when it seemed that Thomas would lose his head, that David came out and defended his older brother. He activated the fist technique and knocked out the first attacker. A filigree job. I know the killers could not believe that there was a David in this restaurant. The fourth heir of the Pock family was unhappy that the killers decided to attack two sons of the clan at the same time. I must admit that they were very brave, but David explained to them that only he was allowed to beat Thomas. If they want to live, they should turn around and flee the province right now and never come back here again. Of course, they didn't listen to him, so I had to show them who was the real boss in the house. David was ashamed to look at them, and now he understood the reason why they could not get into the three greatest assassin clans. David left one mercenary behind to ask him a few questions, a clever tactic. He's only interested in one thing. Who organized the Blood Tears clan? Was it Robert? Thomas was shocked by these words. Was his older brother really responsible for this attempted attack? But in any case, it's logical. Robert is exactly the type of person who will stab you in the back with a smile on his face. The mercenary could not understand why David came here and was able to defend his brother. He was not supposed to know all this. David decided to use a ruthless negotiation tactic, namely, to strike him below the belt with his sword. The mercenary started screaming in pain and said that he should have killed David earlier. So these are all fairly expected words. The one who tried to kill David last time was this killer. Now he must certainly die at the hands of the fourth heir to the family. But the mercenary replied that the clan of Blood Tears would certainly take his soul from the David, and that this could not be avoided. After these words, the hired killer died immediately. He used an ampoule of poison in his teeth. David told his older brother that he was no longer in danger and could return home right away. But Thomas wanted to know all the details of the attack, why Robert organized it, and why David saved him. David explained that he had too little evidence, but most likely Robert was doing it to accuse him of the murder. This bastard is trying to destroy two competitors for the position of family boss. No matter how much Thomas tried to insult David as a child, he would never even think of killing his younger brother. Now he wants to take revenge on the clan of Blood Tears, but David asked him to calm down and be careful. The younger brother promised to resolve this issue in the near future and to do it all without prying eyes. Thomas couldn't believe that his brother really wanted to destroy the murderous clan alone, but he explained that he always had his loyal friends by his side. The killers must be dealt with by professional killers, and this is the only way to defeat real evil. David said goodbye to his older brother and decided to get some fresh air. Soon he noticed that Marie was watching him, and she came to make sure he was okay. She also showed the fourth heir of the family where the house of the Rite of Tears clan is located. She had already studied the environment and said that there were many traps. An ordinary martial arts master will surely die as soon as he approaches this house. But the heavenly chosen assassins must be able to handle all these dangerous traps well. Members of this clan came and greeted the fourth heir to the Pock family. He still hasn't gotten used to the fact that he now has a great relationship with them because of his mother's family ties. He looked at the house of his enemies and said that they were ready and it was time to act. The night is shorter than it seems. A few minutes later, the members of the Blood Tears clan realized they were under attack. They hoped that their traps would help them keep the enemy at bay, but it turned out that these traps did not work. At that moment, the clan members started to panic. They usually attack others, not the other way around. Now they will meet a similar clan, but more professionally trained and motivated. The Heavenly Chosen Assassins are a professional clan of martial arts masters. These guys know their stuff. They work so well together as a team that sometimes it seems like they are one single mechanism. Although their methods of warfare are extremely brutal, today it is a justified attack. The followers of the Blood Tears clan tried to fight just like they did in training. But so far, they're not succeeding, and soon their boss will also be in mortal danger. Marie greeted him and said that she would personally deal with this scoundrel. He had already heard that there was a woman murderer near David, and now he would be happy to personally send her to the next world. The clan leader was the first to attack, thinking that the girl would be easy to defeat with brute force. A fierce battle continued around us, and the clan of Bloody Tears is close to a crushing defeat. Their leader looked at his men and realized that they were losing and could do nothing. Later, he saw a ghostly machine, and he cannot feel Marie's presence, even though she is right in front of him. Now this guy will understand what a professional killer means. It's a completely different level of skill. Marie jumped high and readied her knives for an instant attack. In 1 second, this guy felt incredible pain, and there was even more blood in the room. Judging by the way she fights, these battles look like child's play for Marie. She doesn't even strain. The boss of the Blood Tears clan started screaming. He couldn't understand who exactly attacked him. In response, he heard that they were heavenly chosen killers, and they would leave no one alive. When these guys come, they're not going to talk to you. You can't negotiate with them, and you can't bribe them. Marie approached her enemy and said that they were warriors who would lead the clan of Blood Tears to death. She explained that the Blood Tears clan should not have offended their master, and that was their key mistake. After realizing who had attacked them, the surviving mercenaries realized what a mess they were in. They are facing professional assassins of the clan of the Chosen Ones of Heaven, and it will not be easy to escape from them. Realizing that their boss had been killed, they began to flee to the second floor and hope for rescue. David expected a similar scenario, but he did not know that the difference between them would be so great. Marie explained that they are part of one of the 3 greatest plans of the province's killers. They cannot be compared to these miserable fools. She invited me to go to the second floor of this large house. On this magical night, the assassins chosen by the heavens completely destroyed the clan of Blood Tears. A few hours later, the head of the Blood Tears clan, martial arts master Azog, learned about it personally. His deputy, Master Bolg, reported that his men had personally seen it all with their own eyes. They tried to mobilize all the forces of the clan, but it was only a matter of time before their rival would reach here. Azog immediately felt dizzy, like he was having a bad dream. David does not understand what connection David has with these murderers. He cannot believe that it has happened again. Is it possible that they will face such a difficult fate, as a similar situation happened 30 years ago when he tried to expand his influence? He had conflicts with Heaven's chosen assassins from the province, and many died because of it. All of this happened in one single day, and if they hadn't retreated, the clan would have been destroyed that night. Bolg suggested that we should immediately flee, even though the roads were blocked, but we could try to break through. The boss explained in a complicated way that if you kill one of your rivals, they will be chased until death. He tried to explain that the path of the King of Assassins is very difficult, and there is only one way to survive. Meanwhile, the battle continued, with the assassin clan fighting much harder than David could have ever imagined. Marie assured me that they could fight much quieter if necessary. As soon as David realized that the case was coming to a logical conclusion, he decided to leave. He said that there was no danger to him, and he did not need help, and Marie respected the wishes of the young owner of the Pock family. As soon as David moved a few steps away from her, poison arrows immediately flew in his direction. Of course, to kill a swordmaster, you need something much more dangerous than all these attacks. After that, he stepped on one of the ambushes of the Blood Tears clan. Whether he did it on purpose or by accident is unclear. But in any case, iron balls immediately began to fall on him. But even this did not come as a surprise to the young master of the family, and he once again defended himself with his sword. And so it continued in the future. Perhaps for the young master, it became an obstacle on his way, but definitely not for David. There are too many ambushes around, and he wondered how the members of the Blood Tears clan walk in this place. Ahead of him, he saw a steel door, but that didn't stop him either. Soon, he finally reached the main room on the second floor and went inside. The head of the Blood Tears clan and his deputy immediately realized that he had come for them. David greeted them and realized that he didn't need to tell them his name. They probably already knew about him. They were surprised that the guy came alone, and David explained that his subordinates hadn't finished cleaning the lower floor yet. The clan boss greeted the fourth heir to the Pock family and said he had an offer. He is ready to reveal the identity of the person who organized the attack on the third owner of the Pock family and to present evidence. Instead, he wants David to stop the battle immediately, and then everyone will be happy with the ending. A clan of killers must conceal the identity of their clients so no one will know what happened here. But David replied that he was not interested in any of this. His only desire was the complete destruction of the clan of Blood Tears. The experienced martial artist did not like these words, and he realized that David had crossed the line. But David doesn't think so. Azog insulted the Pock family members twice without any fear, and that's what it means to cross the line. David is well aware that these guys are incredibly afraid of the heavenly chosen killers. You can see it in their faces. They called for help from their best guards and ordered them to kill this young fool immediately. Whoever he is, he must not leave this room alive. That's the clan boss's wish. The hired killers started attacking the David. They had a numerical advantage and were sure they would use it. David smiled and said that they were nothing to be proud of. He knew they were here from the moment he entered the room. He called them second-class murderers and said he would send each of them to hell. In a few seconds, all these guards were brutally murdered. With this level of training, they cannot call themselves the best in the province. The clan of Blood Tears has long deserved total destruction, and the last step is now left to make it happen. David is not in a position to give his opponents a second chance. They have already had many opportunities to change. There were too many corpses and blood around that night, as always happens when David and his friends go somewhere. It is unlikely that all this gives the guy incredible pleasure. Death is always bad, even if it is the death of bad people. Marie came to him and said that she was sorry for keeping him waiting, but finally, all the members of the Blood Tears clan were destroyed. David said it was a great job, especially when he heard that they found a commission book and a lot of money in the warehouse. This book is written in a mysterious language, so it will take some time to decipher. The girl also said that they found children who were being trained in the basement and prepared for future murders. Most likely, all these children were stolen from their families, but now they have finally been rescued. David was amazed by the cruelty and moral principles of this clan. He said he wanted to see the children in person. All this was a matter of honor for him. He avenged David and James in his past life. The last few steps are left to be taken, and his goal is not as far away as it used to be. Now David's next goal is obvious. He has to destroy Robert for everything he did in this life and in his past life. In this way, the clan of Blood Tears was completely destroyed. Nothing remained of them, literally. After that, the guy went to meet the children. It was hard to look at them. It was clear that they had not yet participated in real clashes, but all this life had taken a lot of strength and emotion from them. One little boy immediately ran up to the David and said that they were ready to do whatever he said. It was hard for him to look at them. These children are too scared and have almost no future, and he was like that in his past life. David smiled and assured the children that they should not be afraid. He was ready to bring them everything they needed. The children had different desires. Some wanted to see their mothers at last, some wanted to eat delicious food, and some wanted to sleep on a soft bed. David assured them that everything would be fine and said that he would take them to a temporary shelter. Later, he returned to his territory and decided to meet his older brother. He told them that those who tried to kill him were now completely destroyed. It didn't seem unbelievable to Thomas. David had only recently left, and now he says he destroyed the clan of Blood Tears. David asked his brother to be quiet, saying that he had nothing to worry about now and could go back to his house. Thomas couldn't believe he had to argue with such a mentally ill guy, but he was his brother, and there was nothing he could do. He still couldn't understand how it all happened. Even if the murder was really ordered by Robert, they still needed proof. David said that he had found a commission book, and if they could decipher the text, that would be enough. After that, David leaned over to his younger brother and said it was time to do some general cleaning. Thomas has to realize that he can't become the boss of the family after trying to show his level, so David doesn't want to drag him into this fight. He said that as soon as he could destroy the senior heir, all other problems would no longer matter. It seems that David wants Thomas to take his side and help him in everything. The third heir of the family, Bowden, should consider this offer. It is the best option for him for the future, and Thomas really has a lot to think about. David called him brother for the first time in many years, and it's not just for fun. He understands that he has no choice, even though he does not want to obey his younger brother. Thomas decided to be on the winning side, but that's not the point. Let's see what happened in the family in a few days. The oldest members of this family have already learned that the attack on Thomas completely failed. The Fist King also learned that the Blood Tears clan had been wiped out overnight. Mark reported that the commission book was also missing, and as soon as he said that, he immediately felt that he could no longer breathe. Soon he would suffocate and die. And after realizing this, Mark said that the commission book could have been stolen by professional assassins. These professional killers hid all traces of their presence, so they are now impossible to track down. The young warrior also told the master that all the children raised by the clan of Blood Tears had disappeared. They do not know what exactly happened to them. According to rumors from the province, they were sent to the orphanage of a Pock family. The King of the Fist thought that David could have done all this, as it seems that his grandson Robert is much weaker than his younger brother. It was necessary to immediately destroy the fourth heir to the family, because if Robert's crimes were revealed, he would have problems in the family. The King of the Fist allowed his assistant to breathe calmly and ordered him to call the Moran clan. If things have gone this far, an experienced martial artist has no choice. His family is committed to becoming the greatest and strongest in the entire province, and he will do everything possible to achieve this. Meanwhile, David returned home and rested, usually watching his men train. Several weeks have passed since the Blood Tears clan was completely destroyed. Life in his house hasn't changed much, and the young craftsmen continue to study and improve their skills. Marie reported to the master that the decoding of the hidden language was almost complete. Soon, they will have direct evidence of all Robert's crimes in their hands, and so far their opponent has not taken a single step. David thought it was all strange. Robert didn't seem like the kind of guy who would sit back and wait for his death. Meanwhile, one of his assistants ran up to the fourth heir and reported that the David was urgently called to the pavilion. He's ordered to leave immediately. Perhaps Robert has finally made his next move? Many people were already waiting for the fourth heir in the pavilion, and his brothers were also there. David apologized for being late, greeted all the members of the meeting, and sat down in an empty seat. Robert was very angry. He doesn't like the fact that now they can't even start a meeting without David. The family's deputy, Mr. Pock Christopher, stood up and greeted all the members of the meeting and reminded them that there are 3 large families in the province. He is referring to the Pock family, the On family, and the Moran clan, who are commonly referred to as wolves. For several days, this clan began to behave strangely, as if they were checking the territory of the Pock family, and this worried the deputy chairman. They fled the battlefield in a hurry, and Christopher asked people to check the situation because he didn't know how urgent it was. David began to speak calmly, saying that the Moran clan was trying to provoke them and that we should use the opportunity to destroy them. Many people were against this proposal, saying that if we started a conflict with this clan, a global war would soon begin. David knows that in his past life, wolves were constantly looking for holes in their defense, and many times they harmed the Pokhara family. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Thomas spoke up and said that sitting and waiting was not the best strategy. They have 3 profitable businesses in the province, and he, as one of the family's heirs, does not want them to go to the Moran clan. Thomas continued to shout and show his dissatisfaction. He believes that a family of warriors should defend what is theirs. Most of the family members agreed with the third heir, and we could not leave this situation unanswered and stand aside. In this unexpected way, Thomas and David started working as a team, and now the fourth heir to the family has the support of his older brother. It becomes even more interesting to see Robert's reaction. What can he come up with this time? But what happened surprised absolutely everyone in the room, because Robert raised his hand and said that he also agreed with Thomas. He said that the fourth heir had learned incredible abilities, which is why he should go with the combat unit. According to Roberts, this tactic will help them reduce losses and possibly speed up the process. David was not at all pleased with these words. He realized that Robert had come up with some cunning plan, but what exactly he wanted was unclear. In any case, at a family meeting, it was decided to prepare a fighting squad and respond to the wolves. As soon as it stopped raining, David immediately began to prepare for the trip, because he would also be a member of the combat unit. Robert is acting very strangely, which is why David asked Marie to stay focused until he returns. He has already warned the third heir to the family, so if something happens, Marie should contact Thomas. If there is something incredibly urgent, she can always write a letter to David. The girl understood everything and wished the fourth heir a safe and peaceful journey. The combat team was already formed, and they were all ready to follow their commander. The Moran clan has targeted the property belonging to the Pock family, and now the clan is being held back by the family's second brother, but the situation is unstable. David decided to take a combat unit, as well as several of his assistants, on this difficult journey. All these young warriors said they were ready to obey all the orders of the fourth heir to the Pak family. Although this unit is small, it needs to have a name, so David said that they are part of the Pak family Tiger unit. He immediately appointed William as his deputy, and he would become the commander of this unit. William was very happy to hear this. It's a great honor for him. He's always dreamed of it. On this very day, this entire unit will constantly follow the David and fight for the honor of the Pak family. All of these young craftsmen said they were ready to die for this family and would do anything for its success. Thus, the Tiger Squad has officially set out on an adventure, and soon they will have their first big battle. Meanwhile, Robert was resting quietly in his residence. He hadn't left the house all day. He looked quite calm, although the situation around him was unstable. Mark came to visit him and reported that David had gone to a neighboring town with his military unit. Robert started laughing and said that he was very happy with what was happening because the whole Tiger Squad would soon die. Mark said that there would be no Black Tiger Squad there, so they don't have to worry about anything. He also said that the Tiger Squad will meet with phantoms, the same legendary warriors. Even Robert did not expect all this. No one had warned him about the phantoms' involvement in this case. If the On family's Phantom Squad is indeed involved in this case, then this is a completely different story. Robert understands that they cannot retreat. This is their last chance to win, and they must take it. He must seize the opportunity to destroy the David and then destroy the entire Pak family. Meanwhile, the city where the Tiger Squad is headed has been very restless for several days. There were a lot of seriously wounded soldiers there, and unfortunately, there were not enough medicines to treat them. There were no doctors either, so the second heir to the Pak family, Daniel, personally helped the soldiers with their treatment. He realized that he could not wait and let his wounds fester. His assistant ran up to him and said that they had received a letter saying that reinforcements would come tomorrow morning. The other warriors were surprised. Could they really save the family? Could they really stop the Moran clan? If Daniel had known that all this would happen, he would have taken many more warriors with him and not risked the fate of the Pak family. He turned to all his soldiers and asked them not to worry. With reinforcements, they would definitely be able to defeat the Moran clan. He said that his family had never left them, but at that moment, a loud explosion occurred behind him. Daniel was frightened and immediately turned around. Did the reinforcements arrive so quickly? But it was not a Tiger Squad at all. It was some big, strong men in black cloaks. Daniel immediately recognized the boss of the Black Wave Squad. How dare he come to the territory of the Pak family? The man immediately turned to the young owner and said that he would give him time to get all the family members out of the house. He is well aware that they have a numerical advantage, and most of the family's soldiers are seriously wounded. Moreover, their master will soon join them, so the Pak family has no chance of winning this battle. He asked Daniel not to be stubborn and to do what he usually does, but these words made Daniel very angry. He pulled out his sword, looked at his opponent with a cold look, and said that he would show him how the Pak family usually operates. Their opponents expected this answer. They knew that this family never runs away from difficulties. So they all drew their swords and began to attack the remnants of the Pak family, and the battle began. Daniel ordered all his soldiers to be brave and keep the building defended. The first opponent who decided to attack the second heir to the Pak family immediately regretted his actions. We have not seen Daniel in combat before, but this young master is quite skillful for his age. He used the sword technique of the King of the Mountains and cut off the head of his first opponent. But he did not stop there. The Black Wave clan finally realized how Daniel fights. He has incredible strength and very strong defense. The entire Pak family is known for its heavy hitting, but the second heir is also incredibly fast. He's just a young master, but he has already made incredible progress in martial arts. It's a pleasure to watch his technique. He has a great sense of distance and the perfect moment to launch an attack. However, no matter how strong a warrior you are, when you are fighting against many professional mercenaries, sooner or later you will lose. Daniel was seriously wounded in the stomach, fell to the floor, and saw that he was now in mortal danger. It was only at the last moment that he was able to evade and continue his life for a while longer. At that moment, the second heir to the Pak family realized that his story was about to end. And when you think that everything is lost, help can come from places you don't expect it. The Black Wave clan saw the red aura of the sword, and David appeared with it, although they had not yet met him. The atmosphere around him immediately changed, and Daniel felt it too, and realized that his younger brother had finally come to his aid. David was very unhappy that some criminals dared to come to the territory of the Pak family. A Tiger Squad lined up behind him, all of them ready for active combat and waiting for the boss's order. Anyone who attacks a poke family is like putting their head in the mouth of a tiger, and this can only lead to one thing: death. David immediately ordered the Tiger's squad to completely cleanse the land of the hideous invaders. The leader of the Black Wave clan looked at all this and couldn't understand who they were. David approached him and explained that they were a special unit of the Pock family tiger and had come here to restore justice. He explained that this unit would now be the main force of the Pock family and would restore the honor and glory of the clan. Now the Black Wave boss realized that David is the captain of this squad. He is the legendary and perfect Tiger Sword. There were fewer and fewer Black Wave soldiers. They begged for help, but today was not their day. David was pleased, but only during a real battle did he notice the progress of his troops. Hard training has shown excellent results, and now their rivals are begging for negotiations. The clan captain said that a young master would come soon, and if David killed him, he would get nothing from it. He assured him that David should not start a war with the Moran clan, but the young warrior replied that he was not going to talk to him about anything. After that, he activated the victory march of the King of the Mountains and cut off his opponent's head, which was incredibly impressive. David never loses his concentration in difficult moments during a battle and will not give anyone a chance to win. After the Black Wave squad was destroyed, the second heir to the family immediately approached the David. Daniel immediately thanked his younger brother and said that he survived only because of him. According to rumors, the young master of the Moran clan will soon come here. He will be unhappy that the commander of the Black Wave squad was killed. David reassured his older brother and told him that the Moran clan was bringing additional troops to destroy the Pock family. And that is why the Tiger Squad came to the rescue. It is better not to put your hand in the tiger's mouth if you do not want to lose it. William came up to David and told him that they had completely destroyed the Black Wave squad and were waiting for further orders. David thanked William for his excellent work and said that he would soon join them. Daniel looked at his younger brother and wondered when David had managed to grow up so quickly. Not long ago, he could not even form a musical group, and now he leads a powerful warrior unit. Daniel always thought that David was a stupid little brother, but it looks like this guy has finally become a grown man. The Moran clan's army met a tiger squad in the forests near the center of the province, and a serious battle ensued. The commander of the unit, Chokra, and the young owner, Moran Munoz, could not understand what was happening. Chokra assured us that they would be able to win because they have a serious numerical advantage. But the young owner of the family was unhappy and said that it was not that simple. The Tiger Squad was not attacking, they were waiting for something. He feels that there is some hidden game going on here, and it's hard to believe that the Pock family reacted so quickly. The reality is different from the owner's words. He said that now is the best time to seize the land of the Pock family. Munoz cannot miss the chance to be recognized by his own father. He must succeed. The Moran clan warriors completely surrounded the Tiger's unit. Their numerical superiority is obvious. But despite all this, the soldiers of the Tiger Squad felt quite confident and provoked their opponents to attack. They seemed to be waiting patiently for something, and in a few seconds, William ordered his soldiers to attack. It's still hard to understand what exactly they are up to. The Moran clan has a numerical advantage, so it all looks rather strange. Perhaps the warriors of the Tiger Squad are so confident in their combat training that they are ready to challenge their opponents even in this situation. The battle has begun, and now we will be able to see with our own eyes what is more important, combat skill or numbers. The Moran fighters immediately found it difficult to fight, and some of them lost their arms even in the first minutes of the battle. As we know, it is quite problematic to fight with swords without hands, so if they want to live, they should run away. Soon, William was joined by his assistants, their number immediately increased, and now the odds are about equal. The commander of the Tiger Squad ordered his soldiers to attack without stopping. They must destroy the enemy on the battlefield today. The Moran fighters were visibly worried, so scared that one of their commanders even dropped his sword to the ground. He turned around and started running away, and promised the young owner to come back soon. A good joke. Munoz cannot understand what is happening at all. Is his army going to be completely destroyed? Because of his excitement, he did not notice how the leader of the Tiger's squad approached him, very quietly. David gave his name and said that he was the fourth heir to the Pock family, also known as the perfect Tiger Sword. Now the Davidians have only one question. Should they cut off the Munoz's head immediately, or give him a chance to save his own life? Meanwhile, the Tiger Squad won a convincing victory over the Moran clan on the battlefield, a battle that did not last long. David said that he knew that Munoz and his assistants had come here after listening to the assistant to the clan boss. He also found out that the man was bribed by the Vaughan family, and David has serious evidence of this. That's when he needed the commission book that his assistant was translating, the biggest proof of the cooperation between him and the Moran clan. Munoz did not understand why David gave him this book, but the young warrior replied that he had one condition. He looked at his interlocutor with a serious look and ordered him to never attack the Pock family lands again. He is sure that the young owner of the Moran clan understands what he is talking about, which is why Munoz immediately agreed to the offer. After these words, he immediately began to run away and thank God that he was alive. In this way, the Pock family and the Tiger Squad defeated the Moran clan and protected the lands controlled by the Pock clan. This was an important victory on the way to the full restoration of the famous family, but there is still much work to be done. Daniel decided to hug his younger brother, thanking him for his help and acknowledging that without David, none of this would have been possible. David smiled and said that this was their common victory. The Moran clan would never attack their land again. He even realizes that when the boss of the Moran clan finds out about the conspiracy in the family, they will have serious internal problems. Suddenly, the young heirs of the Pock family heard the sounds of an eagle, which seemed to bring a new letter for the David. The young heir to the family was incredibly surprised to see what was written there. He was very angry and said that he and Danielle had to hurry home now. Little is known now, but the only thing he is sure of is that Robert staged a rebellion. That evening, quite important events began to take place near Robert's house. There were many young soldiers there. They still did not understand why they were urgently raised in the middle of the night. They hoped that they would not be forced to fight, because now the family is not in the strongest position to fight. Soon, Robert came out to them, greeted the soldiers, and thanked them for answering this unexpected call. David did not come out to speak to the soldiers alone, but his loyal allies stood beside him. He promised the soldiers to tell the whole truth, and admitting the family is now in a precarious position. He said that the family's deputy boss, Thomas and David, had organized a secret plot and decided to carry out a rebellion. Of course, the soldiers were very skeptical at first, thinking that David, Thomas, and Christopher could not have done such a thing. Robert's assistant said that the results of the study had already confirmed all suspicions. They had all the evidence, and so there was no time for talks. They must act immediately, and Robert said he had important evidence to remove all doubts of the young soldiers. He took a wooden token of the family head out of his pocket and asked me to take a closer look at it. The official BO of the family recognized the seriousness of the situation, so he handed this token to Robert to restore order in the family. After such evidence, the warriors had no doubt. They bowed to the new family boss and recognized his right to rule. Robert was happy to see this. He would finally do what he had long dreamed of. This gang of bandits and a squad of Pock family warriors had no idea that they had been secretly followed all along. Marie is always incredibly professional in her work, which is probably why she's a member of the heaven-gifted assassin clan. All this time, the deputy boss of the family, Pock, was quietly reading before bed and did not expect anything bad to happen. He felt someone approaching him, which was strange because it was quite late in the day for visitors. A little later, he realized that Marie had come to see him, a rather unexpected visit from the fourth heir's assistant. She apologized for coming so late and immediately informed me that the young master, Robert, had organized a riot. She said that he took advantage of the weakened concentration and seized power in the family. Now he plans to accuse Christopher, as well as the third and fourth heirs of the family, of the crimes. The girl said that Robert and his fighters would be here soon, and the deputy head of the family had to leave immediately. Christopher realizes that he should have foreseen all this. Daniel and David have left for another city, and the family boss is seriously ill and will soon die. But now there is no time to think. Robert cannot be allowed to take over the Pock family. He must protect the position of the family boss. Marie told us that David and Daniel were in a hurry to get home, so we had to hold out until they returned. She's going to go to third base and let them know what's going on, and Christopher will be protected by a combat team. The deputy boss could not believe that Robert was capable of such a deed, but now he has to think about other things and meet with the family boss. The boss of the Northern Tiger Squad had just woken up and couldn't understand what was going on. They want to lock him and his people in this building, and no one explains anything to him. They were told that they had to wait until the situation stabilized, and no one wanted the Northern Tiger Squad to interfere. They have already been shown the badge of the family boss, so they shouldn't do anything stupid or make any sudden moves. So far, Robert's plan is working perfectly. Everything is going as it should, and there is only one more item to take control of. But not everything goes as they planned. The monk reported to his master that the building of the combat unit was empty. The family's deputy boss also disappeared, and it seems that Marie was ahead of them and warned the others. Robert was very angry and didn't understand how they had allowed this to happen. He reminded them that he had ordered them to watch this stupid girl. Mark realized that they had to hurry with their plan now, because they might miss the perfect moment for a coup. Mark suggested that Robert go to the family's boss. Everyone, including the Christopher and Thomas squad, would gather here. Robert replied that he hoped his father was asleep so that everything would go according to plan. He was told that they would soon be joined by another unit, which would be their first combat experience. There should be no more problems, and Robert hopes that tonight it will finally be over. By sunrise, the Pock family must be completely under his control, and then he will be able to fulfill his mission. But there are those in this family who do not want this to happen, and they are in a great hurry to go home. David and the Tiger Squad ran at full speed to the position, and he ordered his older brother to go straight to the main house. They need to be ready, because even if it's hard to believe, the battle will start soon. Daniel still didn't understand anything, even though Robert didn't look like an angel. But why would he create a rebellion? David was already imagining different scenarios for tonight, but suddenly he felt something. This feeling cannot be confused with anything else. He felt the aura of people with strong chi energy, and they are quickly approaching him. He immediately realized that they were quite unusual and difficult people. Their aura was immediately noticeable even at a great distance. They wore masks on their faces, and in every movement of their bodies you could feel the combat equipment of the On family. David had never met these guys in any of his lives, so he warned everyone else that these guys were very dangerous and that they had to be careful. David was unhappy that they were blocking the road to the Pock family's property, and he wanted to know who they were. The commander of their squad replied that they had accidentally stumbled upon members of the Pock family, obviously sarcastically. David grabbed his sword and asked them again who they were, what they wanted, and why they were standing in the way of the Tiger's troop. In response, these vigilantes began to attack, saying they wanted to end it all quickly and continue on their way to owning the Pock family. They looked really scary in those masks and black suits in the middle of the night, and they were all first-class martial artists. But we must not forget that David is on the level of a transcendent master, and this says a lot. He realized that these inglorious bastards really belong to the On family, so they should feel the power of the perfect tiger sword. The battle in the forest in the middle of the night continued. It will be difficult to stop these Avengers, but David and his men have no other choice. These Black Avengers also began to attack the Tiger's squad with small iron spears that looked like arrows. It should be noted right away that the Pock family members are not used to fighting while sitting on horses, and this plays against them. Now the Tiger squad is in a very bad position. They all have to get off their horses immediately and fight on the ground. They will be much stronger in an equal battle, so we need to attack with numbers. This battle could become legendary. There is too much at stake, and the price of a mistake is too high. Each of these units has its own strengths and weaknesses, and each of them has its own special fighting technique. Tonight, the ground in this forest will be red. There will be no sacrifices. This is the price of victory. David tried to destroy as many opponents as he could, and he had to lead his troops forward to victory. But soon, the young warrior realized that he had to destroy the leader of this dangerous group. He ordered his assistants to help him and distract the other fighters of these Black Avengers. Thanks to this, he was able to get closer to their captain, although he was met by several rivals on the way. David easily destroyed them with his incredible sword aura and continued on his way. The Black Avengers general was already ready to meet him, and now we're going to watch a pretty interesting battle. David realized that he was out of time and needed an urgent victory, so he immediately began to attack. The boss of the Black Avengers immediately felt his power. He had heard of David, but did not believe that this guy could reach such a high level. It is very difficult to defend against it. It is a fact, and it must be recognized. David used all his techniques together. Everything he had learned from the Shaolin monks helped him now. But his opponent is not the weakest warrior in the world either. He also has his own tricks and strengths. The squad boss has activated the secret skill of the hidden stream of fists of destruction. David now also felt his strength. This old man was quite a strong warrior. I wonder if they had met him before. David was able to dodge all of his opponent's attacks, but it was still very difficult for him. The old man asked the young master how long he had been in the Pock family and what exactly was the name of this sword technique. It seems that this old master wants to know how exactly David will kill him. But it's not a secret. This technique is called the iron skin of the tiger. These words made the experienced warrior even more angry, and he said that everything would turn out quite the opposite, and he would be the one to emerge victorious from this battle. All this time, preparations for a complete change of power were taking place in the Pock family's church. With the help of his assistants, Robert did whatever he wanted to do. He didn't care how he achieved his goal. He made people suffer if they did not want to obey him and recognize his right to power. Robert's plan is quite simple. He must now destroy everyone who disagrees with his candidacy for the role of family boss. There are few such people left, but they are strong enough to fight to the last drop of blood. Christopher tried to stop Robert, explaining that the heir could not set up his own family and stage a coup. The first heir in the family called his uncle too loud, and Robert is not a boy anymore, so he doesn't need to be taught how to live. The deputy boss of the family called him a traitor and said that he knew that his family was behind it all. He knows that Robert wants to destroy all the important members of the Pock family so that he can seize power completely. Robert replied that the other family members would have no choice because he now had the badge of the head of the family. Robert doesn't have to pretend to be a normal person because Christopher has always known that this young master is a scumbag. Robert turned to Thomas and assured him that he could not be afraid of death and recognize Robert's authority. Of course, Thomas replied that he was not interested, and that he considered the first heir to be sick in the head. Robert smiled and said they were talking too much. It was time to act, not talk. Christopher gave an order to the Pock family's Zero Squad that no matter what happens, they must defend the main house to the end. A fierce battle had begun. It was unavoidable, and this was the only chance to stop Robert and his assistants. There is a lot of blood in the main house of the Pock family today. Who would have thought that the members of this family would fight each other? Robert is well aware that Squad Zero is an elite unit created to protect the family boss. But even this elite formation will not withstand the kind of pressure that the first heir can organize. He has too many people, and without additional help, Squad Zero will soon be destroyed. Marie was also shocked by these events, and she could only hope that David would come to their aid in time. But the problem is that David was also held back by his rivals, who prevented him from returning home. This bloody battle has been going on for half an hour, and it is still unclear how to end it. The commander of the Tiger Squad realized that their opponents were too strong. They were secretly trained by his family. The number of Black Avengers is too high, and if nothing changes, the Tiger Squad will not be able to attract them for long. Daniel started looking for his younger brother, and his help is needed now more than ever. But David can't be distracted because he has a personal duel with the commander of the Black Avengers. It was a battle between two extraordinary martial artists who deserved each other. He realized that he had to help his friends in the forest and at home, so he tried to hurry. But no matter how much you want to end the fight quickly, when your opponent is so powerful, it will be difficult to do so. David was able to wound his opponent in the arm, his first success in almost 10 minutes of fighting. The experienced master recognized that David did not look like an ordinary young warrior. So how did he reach such a level? But David has the same question. The old man has more strength than the famous warriors, but David doesn't even know his name. The old master replied that no one had ever been interested in his personality before. They didn't have time to do so because he killed them immediately. The old man said that David was also fighting his own brother, and it was not too late to stop. The old man had heard more than once that a younger brother could never defeat his older brother, and he accepted that. He knows this because he has already been to the site of the David, and now the boy can see his future face. Finally, the skilled craftsman took off his mask, and it became clear that he was a Smog, the younger brother of Antonio, the king of the fist and boss of the family. In order to understand this whole situation, we must go back many years. That's when the tragic situation between the two brothers from his family happened. Antonio fought with his younger brother and seriously injured him, and it was clear that he was pleased with himself. He forced his brother to admit defeat and make a difficult choice. Either die right now, or put on this mask and live as a ghost for the rest of your life. Since that moment, Smog has been constantly dreaming of revenge, and over the years this desire has only grown stronger. Looking at David's face, you can see that this whole story also reminded him of something. The young master recognizes the strength of his opponent, but has such a powerful warrior spent his life as a punishment for rebelling against the king of the fist? David immediately recalled his relationship with his older brother, and a parallel can be drawn in these two stories. Whether the king of the fist did this to his own brother just for the sake of being the boss of the family, Smog is unlikely to lie. Looking at this old master, one can understand that the same thing happened to him as to the David. Smog warned that the King of the Fist never forgets old grievances. Even if David wins now, Antonio will still take revenge on him. But the young heir to the Pock family will never run away. He will wait and personally cut off the head of the King of the Fist. The experienced nail technician hadn't heard such funny jokes for a long time, and he immediately started laughing out loud. He recognized that the bravery of this young warrior was worthy of respect, but now he must die. He believes that David has too little power to defeat his older brother, that all these are just childish dreams. Smog again activated his ghostly fist skill to destroy the enemy. But David was already prepared for this second attack. He skillfully defended himself against it and struck back. Smog felt a strength that could be compared to that of 100 martial artists. David has to reach the desired level. If he wants to win, he has to do it. He is so confident in his own abilities because he has already done this in his past life. Only now did I realize that this guy was not joking. He couldn't even believe that the current generation was so focused. He looked at the boy seriously and told him to listen to his words carefully because his technique was very similar to that of the King of Fists. Now, Smog's arm is not in the best condition, but for the sake of the David, he will once again demonstrate a ghostly stream of fists for destruction. If David fails to defend himself and dies, it will mean that he had no chance against the King of Fists from the very beginning. But if he can withstand this blow, this experience will help him in the battle with the boss of the family, The experienced master prepared and activated his crown technique, the flow of hundreds of ghosts, and it really looks legendary. He realizes that now is the moment of truth for him, and this means that he needs the help of the sword of the power of the soul. David tried to combine all the skills he had learned from his family's craftsmen and Shaolin monks. He also activated a piercing red lightning strike, a technique he will use for the first time. There was a huge explosion, and all the animals in the forest must have woken up after that. When the fog cleared, it became clear that the experienced craftsman was seriously injured and bleeding. Now he recognizes that it is possible. David must achieve his goal and defeat the King of the Fist. Oddly enough, only now did Smog feel a significant relief, as if for the first time in his life he felt truly free. Now there is no enmity between these two martial artists, no hatred or anger. This is how the legendary Smog Master died on this gloomy night, and his memory will not fade for another 100 years. David took off his mask and promised him to become the boss of the family and lead it in the direction he could not. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Pock family, a fierce and uncompromising battle continued. The deputy head of the family was well aware that they were in serious trouble, and they were holding on only because of their character. But even this cannot last forever, because most of their soldiers are seriously wounded. There are more and more opponents every minute, and they keep attacking. Robert didn't expect that Unit 0 would be able to fight against him for so long. He is losing more and more people every minute, so he needs to end this battle quickly before the fourth heir returns. He started to get angry because he didn't understand where the ghostly squad was. They should have been here by now. Suddenly, everyone heard a familiar voice. This young master told them that the Black Avengers would not come today. All the people in the building turned to this guy and tried to see who he was. A little later, they finally saw who it was that had come to visit them, and some were surprised, but others were happy. The fourth heir of the family returned from the most important moment for his clan. Of course, only Robert and his assistants were not happy about this, as they had hoped to do it before he arrived. David approached Robert and said that they had nothing more to talk about. He threw a Black Avenger mask on the ground and said that he would never come back. After that, David smiled broadly. It seems that Robert's plan didn't work, but what will he do next? David confidently drew his sword and showed with all his appearance that he was against this rebellion. Mark couldn't believe his eyes. Could David really defeat the Black Avengers along with their leader? This means that the level of the fourth heir is much higher than everyone thought. But how did he achieve this? Robert put a lot of guards in front of this house, so it was hard for David to get in. But soon, a tiger squad will come here, so the first heir to the family should surrender at once. Robert pulled out his badge and said that this would never happen. No one could go against the owner of the family boss's badge. He loudly ordered the arrest of the perpetrator of the riot, the fourth heir to the Pock family. David is well aware that most people listen to Robert only because of the family boss's badge. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Another man entered the house. Everyone inside was incredibly shocked and even scared. Who could it be? Even David, who always remains calm and balanced, opened his mouth in surprise. Only a little later did they realize that the real boss of the family, Michael Pock, had come to visit them. He loudly addressed all the family members and ordered them to stop fighting among themselves. Robert could not believe his eyes. It was David's turn to smile. No one would dare to go against the word of the real boss of the family. There is nothing to talk about. Michael looks very angry, and Marie came to him and told him everything. Robert was incredibly angry that his plan was ruined at the very end. He went to his father and asked him why he didn't stay in his bed. He blamed Michael for all the family's problems, and if he hadn't gotten sick, the family wouldn't have started attacking the Pock family. One could only wonder what a brazen and insane traitor the first heir was. Robert believes that the Pock family is doomed anyway, and he is only trying to prolong its life. David doesn't understand how Robert can blame his father for all this, even though he personally betrayed his family out of greed. Robert began to shout even louder and ordered his younger brother to shut up. He was a child who did not understand anything in life. The boss of the family realized that this could not go on forever, and he had to intervene to stop the conflict. That's why he took out a real clan boss badge and said that every member of the Pock family should bend the knee to him. As soon as everyone around him saw the badge of the family boss, they realized that Robert had been holding a fake all along. They were so easily deceived for the sake of achieving selfish goals, and now everything has fallen into place. Everyone wanted to hear some words of justification from Robert, but all this time he was silent, like a child who is ashamed. Mark realized that things had not gone according to plan and decided to flee immediately. All of this could not have gone unnoticed by the attentive eyes of a professional killer. After that, the father of the family loudly ordered the soldiers to immediately get rid of all the traitors. It was an order, and hardly anyone could disobey the true boss of the family. Robert and his accomplices were surrounded in this house, and he finally realized that there was no way out. Robert is well aware that after the failure of this operation, only a brutal death awaits him in his family. In any case, he will not survive after all this, and these thoughts make it even harder for him. His accomplices began to try to defend themselves with their last strength, despite the numerical superiority of the Pock family soldiers. Robert, meanwhile, threw away the fake badge of the head of the family and looked at his younger brother with sad eyes. He didn't expect his plan to fail so badly, and I especially don't expect him to be stopped by his younger brother. David, whom he had previously called a young fool all his life, took everything from him and destroyed his life. But before it's over, David wants to understand why his older brother chose the Owner family. Yes, it is clear that Robert's mother belongs to this family, but he is still a direct heir to the Pock family. Robert replied that it was all just a cover, a mask he put on because he was not really interested in the fate of the Pock family. He has always valued only his family, and now that he is cornered, he will show all his cruelty. Although David is Robert's brother in this life, their confrontation stretches back to their past lives. That is why the fourth heir will not have any regrets from sweet revenge, and revenge is a dish served cold. He played ahead of the game and struck a powerful blow with his sword against the Robert. Although he had always wanted to cut off his head, today only a severed arm would suffice. He looked grimly at his older brother and said that this was the end of their terrible relationship. He did not hear a word in response, except for loud sobbing. He reminded Robert that he still had debts to pay, so it was too early for him to die. This night seemed incredibly long, but even after a long night, the sunrise comes. Mark desperately tried to escape to his family's property to save his life. He was very angry because it didn't go according to their plan, but what's done is done. He tried to break away from his pursuers and hide near the river, but even there he was disappointed. Maria could not stand to see this scum running away after his war crimes. They already know Marie, and Mark knows that she is a secret informant for the fourth heir. He also realizes that if it weren't for her, they would have won and put their plan into action. He decided to destroy her, but he probably forgot that she was a first-class swordswoman of the clan of heavenly chosen assassins. He didn't know this for sure. And when you don't have enough information in this cruel world, you can pay for it with your own life. Thus, the mission of this girl was fulfilled, and we must admit that she is one of the secret heroes of this victory of good over evil. Soon the riot was completely stopped, and a meeting of the Pock family was organized. Everyone was very worried about the family boss. He hadn't gotten out of bed for a long time, and we didn't want him to get overworked. But Michael assured me that everything was fine. He could not lie in bed under such circumstances. In this case, David decided to speak first. He said that he had conducted an independent investigation into the situation. The evidence left by the Blood Tears clan shows a large number of attempted and unsuccessful attacks. They also relate to the attack and attempted murder of the third heir to the family, the young Master Thomas. Previously, it seemed that all this was just a rumor, but now it has become clear that the clan of Bloody Tears was destroyed by the Dawid. David also found evidence that most of these attacks were related to the first heir to the family. It was hard for Michael to believe that his first son was capable of all this. Was it a dream? The head of the clan was very angry and said that now everything was clear to him. Also, during the audit of expenses, it became clear that part of the Pock family's property was transferred to the On family. It was hard to look at this sick man, and this information probably worsened his health even more. The Pock family was completely rotten from the inside, but now they have the opportunity to pull out the cause by the root and cleanse themselves of the rot. The father looked at his younger son and asked him what they should do first to get things right. David said he had his own opinion on the most important issue in their family. After he outlined his plan, this urgent meeting was over, and everyone went about their business. David went to the prison to meet his older brother. Robert couldn't understand why he came to him, and it all made it even more painful for him. David could not look at Robert without disgust on his face. So many years of hatred and rivalry cannot but leave marks on his heart. David said that he was well aware that the first heir had taken a large sum of money from the family. Robert laughed because he realized that they had already found out everything, but now he could not escape responsibility. David said that he would personally choose the punishment that awaited the first heir to the family. To prevent future rebellions, Robert must lose the ability to fight, and his limbs will be deprived of veins. Robert immediately started screaming and asking not to do it. It was an incredibly cruel punishment. But David wouldn't listen to anything. He said that Robert would rot behind bars for the rest of his life. He also promised to come to see Robert all the time, so he would have to obey his younger brother. Robert couldn't believe it. He said he would never follow orders from David. But David will soon become the boss of the family, and the Pock clan will rise from the ashes and return to the top 5. Then he will come to this prison to meet his older brother and tell him about his achievements. At this point, Robert will certainly begin to regret choosing the family of his choice, especially when David gets everything Robert has ever dreamed of. Robert will not be able to live with the knowledge that his younger brother has achieved more than him, especially David, whom everyone has always considered stupid. Robert started screaming again and said that he would brutally kill David, and when his remains were found by family members, they would have nothing to bury. Robert believes that no one dares to talk to the eldest heir of the Pock family like that. But David, with his strength, showed him his true place in this family. The fourth heir to the Pock family realized that he and his older brother had nothing more to talk about. Robert called his brother an arrogant fool and said something to the family he would not stand by all this time. David replied that he did not care much about his family and that if necessary, he would completely destroy it. He also said that he had sent a special letter to the Baker Group, writing down all the bad deeds of his family. Robert could not understand anything. If it was true, he would destroy his family's reputation. In their province, all secrets are revealed to people sooner or later. It is a feature of this area. So, as a result of recent events, the family may be left without a place in the top 5 strongest families. Robert must prepare himself well mentally for all this, because his punishment began from that moment. Not far from the city center, under the moonlight, a man was riding a large horse. He had a huge letter in his hands. Perhaps this is what David was talking about so emotionally in prison. On the streets, everyone was talking about one thing: the recent conflict between the Pock and On families. No one could understand why a strong family would organize a rebellion in a weaker home. Antonio has also heard about his family's problems, and now he wants to know what the verdict of the people of the province and the Becker Group is. He called an urgent family meeting to find answers to these questions. His son, Philip, was the first to speak, and he was visibly nervous and showed his dissatisfaction. He admitted that their opponents have all the evidence. It will be difficult to deny their involvement in the uprising in the Pock family. I must admit that this family was really one step ahead. It's even surprising that the Pock family told the Backgammon Group about it so quickly. Now, even 9 sectors are condemning the actions of the On family and are trying to repay the Davidsons with their own help. They have also heard rumors that the family will leave the trader without the opportunity to fight in the future. But the King of the Fist said he didn't care about this fool. He was more concerned about the death of the Black Vigilante boss. We must not forget that the boss of the Black Avengers is the Fist King's own brother, and his death is a personal insult to the boss of the On clan. Their family has suffered a serious setback, but is still not completely destroyed, so there is still hope for salvation. The King of the Fist realized that his clan had to admit their guilt, and then they could be forgiven. He admitted that David had a chance to prepare this year, but as soon as the family was restored, the family would be destroyed. Meanwhile, the young heirs of the Pak family enjoyed the victory in this difficult battle. Finally, Daniel returned and personally greeted his younger brother. Thomas was always interested in the fate of the family. He was sure that they would find a way to get out of the water. But David is confident that he can predict their future actions, and as soon as his family is restored, he will try to take revenge. That is why they should spend this year strengthening the foundation of their family. It is very important. His older brothers immediately thought about it, and they took their younger brother's words seriously, probably for the first time in their lives. From that very day on, all members of the Pak family will act as a united front, and David considers it a vital necessity. After these words, the older brother finally realized why David had gathered them all at this table. The fourth heir warned that his older brothers should be the first to know about it. He also said that Thomas agreed to follow him, and now he wants to hear Danielle's decision. David probably believes that the family should choose a new boss to strengthen its foundation. Daniel looked at the third heir and could not believe that he had decided to obey his younger brother. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Daniel stopped smiling and said that David should fight him. The second heir to the family has never been interested in becoming a clan boss. He is only interested in martial arts. David is well aware of this. The second heir to the family is known for his skill. He is smart and talented, and even Robert was afraid of him. Daniel can't let his younger brother easily take his place, especially since Thomas is not worthy of attention at all. Of course, these words made the third heir very angry. It was not his fault that he did not become a skilled warrior. But David is not entirely interested in the future position of the third heir, and now another issue needs to be resolved. Daniel and David have to discuss the terms of their upcoming duel. The second heir stood up from the table and said that if David wanted to become the boss of the family, he had to defeat him. Of course, David is ready to go for it when it comes to challenges. He is always ready for a fight. Daniel thanked for the delicious dinner and asked his younger brother to come here tomorrow. It would be the last battle for the place of the family boss. Soon the evening was over. The fourth heir had a good night's rest, and in the morning he set off for the meeting place. Many members of the Pak family came to watch this event. Everyone wants to see a fight between real martial artists. It was Mari who informed the other family members that the fight between the brothers would take place today. Soon, the second heir to the family, the Pokhara family, came to this meeting in person. He also came with his assistants and was pleasantly surprised by the number of fans in the stands. David replied that it did not bother him at all. Even if the whole city came here, he would not care. It's time to warm up and prepare for the match. The responsibility is incredibly high. Marie, like a real girl, was very worried about her master. She noticed that he was behaving strangely, and it seemed that he was very worried. But David said that he was fine and confident in his abilities. The fourth heir of the family has been waiting for this day for a very long time, so now he is incredibly excited and happy. After some brief preparations, it was time for the main event of the day, the last battle for the post of boss of the Pak family. Has the time come for the fourth heir to the family to demonstrate his hidden talents? Everyone is only interested in one thing. Can David defeat his older brother and become the new clan boss? Not only were the soldiers excited, but the people in the stands could not sit still with excitement. We don't know much about the second heir to the Pak family, but rumor has it that Daniel is much stronger than he seems. As for David, everyone has long known that he has reached the level of a transcendental master. His inner energy is now on a completely different level. While David showed his confidence and smiled, Daniel was incredibly focused and concentrated. The older brother immediately began to demonstrate his skills, probably wanting to scare the younger one. Daniel decides that he should attack first, but they are no longer children, and David will be able to defend himself. The first attack resulted in an incredibly effective explosion, and it seems that the expectations were justified. The fans in the stands were delighted with this, but after such a start, it will be difficult to surprise them in the future. A little later, it became clear that David had withstood the blow, but Daniel did not stop and continued to attack. Only now did it become clear how strong Daniel was. He activated the chain wall skill. This technique seemed to be invisible when Daniel was exhausted, but now it showed up perfectly. The movements of the second heir to the family became even faster and more aggressive, and it was immediately clear that he was only out to win. Sometimes it may seem that Daniel can compare his skill with the sword of light from the palace of the Caliph. But David always has an answer to any attack from his opponent, which is why he activated the 5 claws of a cruel tiger technique. Judging by the expression on the senior heir's face, he did not expect such an attack. He was able to defend himself from the attack of a cruel tiger, but briefly lost his balance. It's strange that Daniel came to fight his younger brother and didn't even prepare for his favorite technique. The audience was amazed. Not every day you can see a fierce tiger, which is not taught in school. David felt that his opponent was not ready for this, so he tried to continue the attack. This experienced warrior understands the psychology of a fight. He knows when to defend himself and when to launch a counteroffensive. Now he will demonstrate to his older brother the true skills of the poker family. It was very impressive again. The audience should be pleased. This battle is no worse than the Battle of Infinity. It seems that these two young warriors deserve each other, and strangely enough, after such attacks, they are still alive. At first, David didn't pay attention to it, but now it's clear why Daniel called all the family members. Apart from those who had been wounded in the last battle, all the important people came here because Daniel wanted to show them the new boss. If they had agreed on everything last night, it would have been difficult to convince a member of the Park family. That's why Daniel offered to fight for the boss title. He was immediately ready for defeat. In response, the elder heir smiled and said that David spoke as if he had already won. The younger brother must calm down and fight with all his might, because the battle is not over yet. Of course, David is ready for this. He has been waiting for this day his whole life, and he will not waste this chance. This battle between the two martial arts masters continued, but let's digress a bit. Even the security guards on the street were incredibly curious about who would win this battle. But a trade caravan suddenly approached the family's territory. It seemed too long, and the guards were not informed that someone else was coming. The first person to address them was a young man on a horse, who said that he had come to this province for the first time. The guy smiled broadly and said he was a young master from the Joke Merchants Guild. His name was Stephen. Meanwhile, the battle for the title of the Pock family boss continued. These two warriors are both worthy of becoming the clan boss, but according to tradition, only one of them will get the job. The course of the match was constantly changing. Usually David attacked, but sometimes Daniel launched a very dangerous counteroffensive. The audience noticed that the fourth heir's technique became faster, and in this aspect, he is not inferior to the second heir. They also noticed that David was using a shimmering sword and the sword of the iron teeth of a cruel tiger. These are all classic techniques of the Pock family, and it's hard to believe that someone from this clan is so strong in martial arts. Some even started to cry when they saw how strong David had become and could not believe that the fourth heir had changed so much. Now he is not the same guy as before, who did not leave his room and did not know how to fight. He is a real adult who is ready to take responsibility and become the boss of a large family. Even his older brother recognized how strong he had become, and that is worth a lot. Daniel was already feeling tired, but if you look at the David, you can see that he is ready to continue even all night. The fourth heir is certainly ready to become the boss of the Pock family. Suddenly, when it seemed that the most interesting things were ahead, the battle for the title of family boss was stopped. Daniel said that he thought that was enough and it was time to move on to the finals. He activated his strongest skill and asked his younger brother to do the same. It's time to end this battle and finally decide who is the stronger of the two. The audience was pleased with this plot twist, and today's battle is something incredible. David decided to show absolutely everything he was capable of. At such moments, life around him stops. His assistants were worried and at the same time happy for their master. David activated the Soul Force sword technique, and it was with its help that he killed the boss of the Black Avengers. But that's not all. This technique works perfectly with the piercing stroke of red lightning. His older brother smiled and said he was looking forward to meeting this force. Finally, the moment has come when they both start attacking each other at the same time. It's legendary. What happened was exactly what everyone had hoped for, an incredibly spectacular collision and a bright explosion. Not all the important persons of the Pock family were present at this battle. Some decided not to watch the brothers fight. The Pock family boss, Michael, decided to take a walk in the garden and visit the family cemetery. The one grave that attracted him the most was the grave where James was buried. Michael always treated him as if he were his own son. He knew that this guy loved his family more than anything else in the world. His brother Christopher came to him and told him that David and Daniel were still fighting. Neither of them believed that the younger heir would ever claim the position of family boss. Michael said that all this is happening because James was protecting David before he died. The brothers remembered their past. Long ago, they also fought for the position of the Pock family boss, so everything is cyclical. Christopher constantly recalls that fight. He could not win, but his relationship with his brother remained very strong. In any case, it happened as it happened. No matter who is the boss of the family, The main thing is that this family is strong and supports each other. Suddenly, the experienced masters were forced to interrupt their dialogue about the past. They were amazed because they saw a bright and large red lightning bolt not far from them. Michael realized that this must be the soul wall his grandfather had shown him as a child. He already knew that David was interested in ancient manuscripts. Did he really want to do what his father had failed to do? There was too much smoke in the room where the family heirs were fighting. The young craftsmen were still alive, but even they had difficulty breathing. They both looked quite tired, but I must admit that David was much closer to victory. He went to his older brother and made sure he was okay, and he withstood the blow. Daniel said that David was too strong, that he could be trusted with the Pock family without a doubt. He called it a perfect victory for the younger brother over the older. That was the official end of the battle for the position of Pock clan boss, and the fourth heir won. The weather outside today is beautiful, and it seems that even the heavens are rejoicing and welcoming the new boss of the family. Happy David came out of the house to meet the unexpected guest, who had already been informed about him. Stephen greeted and bowed to the fourth heir, glad to see them, as they had not seen each other for a long time. He explained that he was in the neighborhood, and as soon as he heard about the fight for the boss's position, he came here immediately. David was also happy to see his friend, and they decided to sit down and talk about the affairs of the Joke Trader clan. Stephen said that the situation is stable, so he decided to pay more attention to supporting the Pock family and brought a gift. It's a chidan, and you can get 10 years of internal strength with it, which is something you can't buy in an extraordinary market. Stephen is sure that even this will not be enough to repay David for his help. He also said that he had brought some other interesting things to manage the pavilion, which will also be very useful. After that, the young men talked about the battle for the position of family boss, and David said that it was already over. But their conversation was stopped by Thomas, who ran into the room and said that he had to personally congratulate his younger brother. David decided to introduce him to the young owner of the juke joint right away. The On family is going through hard times, and the Moran clan has weakened its influence, so the family must seize this chance to expand its trading influence. David said that he was surprised, but his older brother also wants to become a trader, and he should talk to Stephen about it. Judging by the expression on Thomas's face, he is not entirely happy about these words, and he does not dream of becoming a trader. David explained to his older brother that this was a great chance for him to learn something new. The only thing left to do is to discuss all the details with the parties, and thus they will be able to strengthen their alliance. Within a few days, everyone in the province knew that David had become the official boss of the Pock family. William and Mary looked at him with extraordinary pride in their eyes, and it seemed that they had not been so happy for a long time. The older brothers were also happy for David. It was a sincere joy, without a drop of envy. Everyone is here today to see the new boss in person, and of course Christopher and Michael are also here. Soon, David came out, and he too could no longer hide his joy and smile. His dream had finally come true. He was welcomed by absolutely all members of the Pock family, not only the main commanders, but also ordinary fighters, cooks, and even cleaners. His journey in this position is just beginning, and strangely enough, the hardest part is yet to come. The image of John Meiji immediately arose in his mind, and he asked him what it was like to be the last survivor. His journey has never been easy, but in this life, he has finally begun to be lucky. No matter what anyone says, the more talented body and bloodline of the Pock family gave David an incredible advantage. Michael asked him if he was ready to become the head of the Pock family and lead it down the right path to stability. David promised that he would do just that. He swore to protect the family even in the next life. Michael was pleased with his youngest son's answer. It's time to give a gift. It's a tandem. Each next family boss receives it from the previous one. Michael also gave his new boss his new sword, but it was not quite as planned. The Pock family members were very surprised, as the traditions do not say anything about the transfer of weapons. Even David was surprised, finding it hard to believe that he had earned the right to receive the family heirloom, a red bone sword. His father smiled and asked his son not to be surprised. It was his personal decision, and he was ready for it. Along with his status as the boss of the family, David will now carry this sword, and it will be fair. With its help, the David is supposed to become a sword that protects the Pock family from all adversity. Now the moment of truth has come. Michael has officially promoted his son to the title of boss of the Pock family. All the members of this large clan bowed to the new boss, and the generational change was successfully completed. This sword was used by all the famous leaders of the Pock family, which is why it is so famous and important. This sword is very heavy, But when you are the boss of the family, a heavy burden always lies on your back, and a David must be prepared for this. He held up his sword and said that he would do everything possible and impossible to make the Pock family invincible. This is only the beginning. There are still many failures and successes ahead, but with a boss like this, the Pock family need not worry. A few days after the official inauguration, the celebrations were over. Finally, it was time to hold a family meeting, the first meeting with the new boss. David greeted all the members of the meeting and said that he wanted to start with a report on the affairs of the army. He began discussing with the military matters related to military training and the education of young craftsmen. Christopher watched David with pleasure as he saw him transform from a loser to a family boss. This young warrior also learned how to properly conduct dialogues with the military, so he can certainly be trusted with his family. Soon it became clear that David was going to completely change the fighting tradition of the Pock family. David explained that he made this decision because their family had been removed from the top 5. He said that it was time to say goodbye to all the old techniques and replace them with those that correspond to modern progress. Daniel immediately asked the young boss what techniques he wanted to integrate into the poker family. Usually, their warriors use cold steel, so at first, David will remove the restrictions on access to books in the library for absolutely everyone. Even in other families, all resources can be used regardless of bloodline because this is a flexible approach to education. If we don't get rid of the old rules, the Polk family will always be inferior to others, and they need changes until the family is restored. Suddenly, the meeting room was opened, and the young man immediately apologized for entering uninvited. He explained that he had an urgent message for his family's boss. David began reading this manuscript, and all the other members of the clan were excited. As it turned out, several armed men in black clothes were spotted approaching the gathering quickly. Their number is about 60 warriors. What does it all mean? Is this a demonic detachment? It's quite strange in my past life. The demon sect had not yet made itself felt. David reassured all the family members and promised that he would personally resolve the issue. Not far from the main house of the Pock clan, in the forest, 3 men of different ages were seen. They have almost reached the center of the province, which is where they have been heading for the second day. A middle-aged man said he was very tired and wanted to find the right place to rest and have lunch. Suddenly, the oldest of them said that they were planning to show up unexpectedly, and it was unclear who he was talking about. A little later, everything fell into place, and the wise man really did foresee the approach of the enemies. This surprised even Federico, the boss of the Wind Demon squad, who noted the old man's sharp eyesight. He immediately recognized the first and third swords of the Alliance of Souls. Federico said he wanted to use them as bait to catch the legendary Miguel. He's not going to tell any other details because he's in a hurry. The old man smiled and said that they had tried to meet the tiger of the province, but now they would have to deviate from the plan. He grabbed his face and started to take off the mask of human skin. It looked very horrible. Even the boss of the Wind Demon squad was not prepared for this, although he had seen a lot in his life. As it turned out, he was facing the legendary Miguel, a man who is called the strongest in the world. Only those people who have been personally invited by Miguel can become members of the Alliance of Souls. These warriors must be obsessed with cold steel, with little or no fear or doubt. Miguel is the boss of the Soul Alliance clan, and it was he who founded this legendary society of sword warriors. Miguel is one of 3 warriors competing for the title of the world's greatest martial artist. From the very beginning, Federico tried to kill several members of the Alliance to provoke Miguel. But this old man personally came to meet him, and he advised him to calm down and pack his things to go to a nursing home. Miguel takes all these jokes in stride, but he doesn't like to be underestimated. The old man said that he was going to see the tiger, but some rats got in his way. No wonder he traveled all this way wearing a mask, and instead of a large fish, he met a school of small sprat. Now he will show them why he is called one of the greatest warriors in history. Only now did Federico begin to realize that he was staring death in the face, but it was too late to run away. The atmosphere around him quickly became terribly difficult, and now he can't even take a single step. He and his soldiers can only scream and beg for help, but it is unlikely that the boss of the Alliance of Souls will let them live. Suddenly they all heard the sounds of an approaching horse. Does anyone else want to take part in this battle? Miguel turned his head, smiled, and said that at last they had the right tiger. He met him earlier than he expected, but in any case, their meeting was inevitable. The members of the Wind Demon squad finally realized that the tiger sword was approaching them. David was very angry. He could not understand why people from the Demon clan dared to step on the territory of the Pock family. Now he will show them that the rules in this territory have changed. There is a new boss and new laws. Miguel jumped very quickly on a high mountain, and his assistants did not understand what he was up to. The experienced craftsman decided to look at the David from above and see what it was worth. Meanwhile, the guy was destroying a squad of demons, and as we know, he is best at destroying enemies. During the battle, he looked up and saw that he was being watched all the time. He immediately recognized the boss of the Alliance of Souls and remembered their last meeting in his past life. The new boss of the Pock family was immediately happy, although he could not understand what Miguel was doing here. Federico and his men tried to destroy the Tiger's squad, but they can only do it in their dreams. David moved with lightning speed and dodged all their attacks, while his sword cut the soldiers of the demon's unit to pieces. He realized that he was fighting a squad of wind demons, and with his experience, it was not hard to understand. The guy decided to destroy these fools as quickly as possible in order to finally talk to the boss of the Alliance of Souls. Of course, when Federico came here, he wasn't going to die right away. He had completely different plans. But when you meet a David on the battlefield, all your plans cease to be relevant. The young swordsman began to attack and did not even give his opponent a chance to breathe. Federico couldn't understand why this little child was so strong. How could he make such progress? Meanwhile, Miguel continued to watch the boy and was pleased with what he saw. Federico realized that Miguel would only be watching, although it was through him that the whole thing was organized. The boss of the Wind Demon squad was trying to concentrate and gather all his strength together. But his opponent was too strong and powerful, so he decided to retreat as soon as he had the opportunity. Federico realized that he needed to use a heavy arsenal, so he used the technique of 3 gusts of demonic wind. He probably still doesn't understand who he's really fighting now. David is not a little boy anymore. You can't scare him. Federico couldn't believe that his masterpiece had been dispelled with such ease. It seems that the Pock clan is really the strongest of all. Not even the most powerful warriors of the Demon clan can stand against this monster. Meanwhile, he was satisfied with his first battle with a red bone sword. This sword truly deserves to be called a divine weapon because it makes enemies flee. But David does not like to let go of those who have violated the rules of the Pock family territory. They forced him to interrupt an important meeting, so they should be punished fairly. Federico realized that he would not be able to run home and call for reinforcements. He has nowhere to run because this fool has met his own death. David deliberately killed the boss of the Wind Demon so that his assistants could see it with their own eyes. But he not only killed Federico, but also cut off his head, showing his incredible cruelty to his enemies. If they don't want to end up like their boss, they shouldn't just give up and admit defeat. The Wind Demon clan fighters looked excited, but judging by their faces, they didn't really want to give up. Without hesitation, these fools realized that they had only one option left: self-sacrifice. David was not happy with this news. He realized that it looked like some kind of explosive device. He immediately ordered all his assistants to step aside because their rivals were about to explode. These bastards decided to organize a mass suicide, so now it's over. Suddenly, Miguel spoke to them, saying that if they set off an explosion, his old ears might not be able to take it. He didn't even talk. It was pure telepathy. That's what the pinnacle of martial arts skill looks like. David watched the technique of the Soul Alliance boss with pleasure. He was still as strong as ever. Soon, all of these cultists were captured, and with the help of the boss of the Alliance of Souls, it was easy to do. After that, the Tiger Squad and Miguel calmly returned to the main house of the Pock family. Miguel finally met his old friend, and Michael was very happy to see him. David didn't know that these two experienced masters knew each other at all. He didn't even remember it from his past life. In his past life, the boss of the Alliance of Souls taught David a lot, which is why he was called the King of the Sword. It is a great honor for the young warrior to meet this great master again in this life. Miguel said that he hadn't visited them for a long time, and he came here for the young master. Michael asked his old friend to feel at home, recuperate, and enjoy the hospitality. The boss of the Soul Alliance immediately realized that Michael wanted him to stay with them as a teacher. In any case, it will not be superfluous to look at the skills of this young master. Miguel ordered the young heir to the family to follow him, which was unexpected. David began to worry, but at the same time he was excited. Would the head of the Alliance teach him again? At this time of year, the weather is almost always beautiful outside, which is why they went to the Poker family's training ground. Miguel smiled and said that the boss of a Pock family should always be prepared for anything. David replied that he already knew about all these rules and was even ready to attack first. Such was his impudence. The master replied that he was giving him the right to attack. It seems David was too self-confident and determined. The young warrior struck a quick blow with his sword, but Miguel easily dodged and showed his flexibility. To bend like that in these years deserves respect, but this experienced warrior has not yet shown all his skills. He smiled and said he wanted to see the skills that David was hiding. The boy continued to attack the experienced master, but still couldn't land a single hit. The time came when Miguel decided to take out his sword and strike back. And this is interesting. David managed to defend himself against this lightning attack. He demonstrated a pretty good reaction for a young warrior. But you can't win a fight with just one reaction, so I wonder if the David can defend itself against this attack. This is exactly what you expect from a legendary Soul Alliance boss, the highest level possible. David didn't have time to dodge and felt the true power of the legendary master. He had finally met someone stronger than him. In order to progress, you have to fight with the strongest, so this friendly sparring match will help the young family boss rise to a new level. It was obvious to everyone that the head of the Alliance of Souls was in a great mood today, and if it were otherwise, David would have been in the hospital by now. Miguel said that the moment had come to speed up and show real speed. It was hard to prepare for this in advance, but David had no choice. If he didn't defend himself, he would die. The young boss of the Pock family was able to defend himself from the blow, but this wave of wind still threw him back many meters. He hit his back very hard against the wall, although the wall suffered much more than he did. Surprisingly, he was not upset at all, but rather smiled and said he would attack again. The legendary master smiled back at him. He praised the boy and said that it doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down. David prepared all his speed and strength and continued to attack the living legend. He tried his best to inflict at least some injuries on his opponent, but it is very difficult to do. The boss of the Soul Alliance does not teach with words. He imitates the opponent's martial art to recognize his weaknesses. The spectators in the training arena were amazed that the young master was still alive in the battle with the legend. David missed another blow to the head. It was very painful, so he fell to the ground once again. At such moments, you realize how important experience in martial arts is. It is what makes a boy into a real man. This time, David was unable to track his opponent's upcoming attacks, so he missed the lion's lunge. But the boss of the Alliance did not stop there. He wanted to show the guy the difference in their levels. He is not doing all this to dishonor the David, for that he would have chosen a completely different path. Miguel understands that only through constant practice and battles with strong opponents can you improve your level and become a legend. He ordered the young master to start again and again, even though the day was almost over. The sun had almost set over the horizon, but the two were still in the Pock family's training arena. David looked as if he was being beaten by 1,000 martial artists at the same time, but he still kept saying that everything was fine. This situation reminded him of his past life, so he is no stranger to such trials. Back then, everything was almost the same. The boss of the Soul Alliance beat him almost to death. His training was always about the same. Miguel was surprised. This guy is the first to smile after a serious beating, and the master likes his perseverance. That's why Miguel approached David and asked him to stay put while he activated the healing technique. He also noticed that David was using a technique he had never seen before. Did the young master invent it himself? He even smiled and said that it was his personal technique, a sword of iron teeth of a cruel tiger. It seems that David is trying to copy the great warrior. He is very mature in his 20s, which is a rarity. The legendary master already knows which path this boy will choose for himself, so he advised David not to boast, but to walk steadily. The family boss also said this. He doesn't need to bind himself to the sword of the power of the soul wall. The master gave the boy a token that proved that David now belonged to the Alliance of Soul Swords. David was very happy with this gift and immediately thanked the master for it and for teaching him martial arts. The audience of this training was surprised. Very few people in their lives have received a golden badge. David has heard legends that the owner of a golden token can ask the Alliance boss for anything. That's why the guy smiled and said he wanted to ask the legendary master for something. Miguel laughed and said that he had never met such interesting young soldiers. A few days later, the sign above the gate of the Robert Pavilion was removed. The martial arts system was improved with the help of a unit dedicated to improving the abilities of the Pock family. The traditional way of martial arts training is being systematized, and the elders continue their research. They have also already been able to choose 2 coaches who will be their teachers for the next 2 years. This was exactly the kind of help David asked Miguel for. And now this cunning guy thanked the master for it. He promised that these martial artists would be treated very well in these places. Bo from the Alliance smiled and said that he hoped David would get fewer bruises the next time they met. David laughed and promised to prepare well for the next meeting and surprise the master. After that, David went in search of the Cave of the Five Tigers, which took him several days. He realized that it was the perfect moment for this. He had been dreaming about this day for a long time. Only the family boss and his heir can enter the Cave of the Five Tigers. It is a special place. David went inside and realized that it was very dark, and inside the cave he saw many ancient manuscripts. The walls and floor are made entirely of black river stone, and clear sword marks are visible everywhere. Not every intermediate level master can do this. It speaks to the art of weaponry that is passed down in the Pak family. David remembered the words of his master that he should not bind himself to the sword of power of the soul wall. If it is not there, he should simply exchange it. There are traces of the progress of the first family boss and the insight he found in the later years of his life. With the shape of 5 tigers, the number of possible options increases to 10, which is very close to the sword of iron teeth of a cruel tiger. David had already ordered that the sword technique of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger be made the basis of the Pak family. The young master also entrusted William with training the members of the Tiger Squad while he was away on isolated training. David drew his sword and activated the flickering technique of 3 red lightning bolts. After that, there was still no new impact mark on the walls. It's not just imitation of the shape. David has to understand everything. For him, this was just the beginning of a difficult journey that would not be quick, but he knew what he was getting into. 2 years of David's stay in the Cave of the Five Tigers passed, and all this time he practiced his martial arts and tried to understand everything. His body has become even bigger with the help of muscles, and when you train all day long, you will see results. David has become much calmer and wiser during this time. At least he feels that way. His violent tiger technique has also reached a new level. He's not the same guy as before. On his own, he can organize such a serious workout that he doesn't need anyone's help. Finally, he realized that this was enough and finished the training. He saw that he had received new messages from Marie, who regularly writes to him about things at home. The girl said that the main house was not damaged. Barbara and Hans said they were also going to an isolated training session. Later, he saw that several sentences were personally written by the hand of the family boss, his father. Michael said that he has been doing what he has to do all along, and the same goes for David. The guy realized that it was time for him to do some good and pay tribute to the family boss. He started training even harder the next year, and now, after 3 years of isolated training, he is making progress. Now David is in front of the last wall of transcendence. He believed that he had done everything he could do, but now he is realizing that part of his heart is still blocked. He cannot answer the question whether he has truly understood the sword of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger. Maybe he just failed because of an inner demon, and it was all an illusion? David began to shout and ordered his demons to come out and not hide in the darkness like disgusting cowards. Strangely enough, it worked, because a very wounded but alive young warrior appeared from the darkness. David immediately realized that this was the person he had been in his past life. Are they going to fight now? It seems to be very important on the way to progress. James picked up his sword and asked David if he could ask him a question first. But such things don't suit them, because only in battle can you show your true self and find answers to all your questions. Finally, they started to fight. Yes, it was the same person, but in the second life, this person changed a lot. David applied the great law of defense. He already has a tiger mentality of a winner. But James also has his own tricks up his sleeve. Wonderful techniques that helped him in his past life. The battle continued. Everyone wants to win and show that they are the best warrior. David tried to attack because he realized that he had to destroy his inner demon. Of course, it's always strange to fight yourself, but sometimes this internal struggle is necessary. Sometimes, until you challenge your inner demons, you can't make real progress. It takes a lot of determination to do this, but if you do, you will never regret your decision. David hadn't left this cave for 3 years and continued his isolated training, so it was time to show his progress. If he loses this battle, then all these efforts and time spent will no longer be of any use. No matter how difficult it is, he must destroy his inner demon, even if it is part of his soul. James smiled back and said that all these techniques were just to entertain him. David immediately replied that this was not the end, and the play would certainly continue until one of them was left alive. These 2 warriors are not used to surrendering and running away from the battle. Constant battles and martial arts are in their blood. Finally, David was able to land an accurate and strong blow on his opponent, and now he is closer to victory. James recognized that the sword of the iron teeth of a cruel tiger can break anyone. He wonders what kind of technique David activated when he was finally able to wound him. David told him that this technique is called a white tiger jumping into a river, and James had never heard anything dumber in his life. David wondered if he could defeat the heavenly horse with this skill. James replied that the boss of the demon sect is very strong, but he is still human, and this is an important fact. James said that everything ultimately comes down to David, and the laws of combat that he has learned are also his. Finally, David was able to defeat his inner demon, and this chapter in his life is finally over. The heavenly lotus can be seen only when one reaches a certain level of transcendence. It's time to say goodbye to the traces of blows on the walls and views of this cave and take the next step forward. The Park clan's house was quite quiet that night, although not everyone had gone to bed yet. The boss of the family was still sitting in his room. He didn't know what to do, since David was still in the cave. Maybe he should send Daniel instead? Recently, George Namgun came to see Michael. This young warrior came to give him a letter. George was very upset to learn that David was still in his isolated training. Michael was so preoccupied with his business that he didn't pay attention to his assistant's call. Only a little later did he hear that his son had finally returned, and the family boss was immediately happy to hear the news. That is why he and his assistant immediately ran to meet the fourth heir to the Pock family. David had already come to the clan's territory, and even from a long distance, it was clear that he had changed a lot over the years. David bowed to the family boss and apologized for his late visit. A father is always happy to see his son, especially after not seeing him for the last 3 years. David smiled and said he had something to show his father. Later, it became clear that he was referring to the martial arts techniques he had learned in the Cave of the Five Tigers. Michael immediately realized that his son had reached a completely different level, and at this rate of development, he could really become a legend. Michael watched this martial arts performance with his mouth open. David was able to do what he could not. Red lightning was flying in all directions, and there was an incredible aura of the sword. It all looked impressive. A few minutes later, the performance was over, and David clearly demonstrated why he had been practicing for so long. These lines are completely different from the ones Michael saw in the Cave of the Five Tigers, so David created a completely new technique. The father was happy, and at the same time surprised, he immediately began to ask his son what the name of this technique was. David, with confidence in his eyes, replied that he called this technique the decisive sword of the Five Tigers. He said that now, instead of the sword of the iron teeth of the cruel tiger, the Pock family will use this technique. Michael had tears in his eyes. He had never been so proud of his son, and he immediately told him about it. Now it was time for a little rest and a good meal, so David went home. He was immediately met there by happy William and Mary, who prepared many delicious dishes for his return. David could not stop eating with incredible speed, and Mary kept asking him to take his time. It is clear that he missed these dishes very much. He spent 3 years in a cave, and it is unlikely that he ate any delicacies there. Marie told us that Thomas had been learning from the boss of the joke traders all this time, and now he is trying to run the family business. William also told his boss about the military's affairs. After the fall of the Young family, several unexpected attacks occurred. David was unhappy that he was not warned when all this was happening, but Marie explained that they did not want to interfere with his training. William reassured the boss and said that the Tiger Squad had stopped all the attacks and then played a decisive role during the attack. The Tiger Squad of the Pock family is like the 108 Arhats of Shaolin and can also be compared to the blossoming plum of the Lancet sect. This group of Avengers has become a symbol that shows everyone around them the true power of the Pock family. William also reported that they were able to kill the head of the Young family, so now we cannot expect attacks from them. David was very happy to hear all these stories. He is glad that their hard training was not in vain. Now the confidence of the Pock family members has grown, and William is confident that they will soon become even stronger. David was pleased to hear all this. Finally, his family is increasing its power. After the fourth heir had eaten all the food at the table, he thought he should go to the training ground. This site was constantly used for heavy training of various military units of the Pock family. David was happy to come back here and personally observe the training of young masters. It was immediately noticeable that without sunlight, David's skin became too pale. He urgently needed to go to the beach. The martial arts masters did not return to the Alliance. They liked teaching children, so they decided to stay for a while longer. David was pleasantly surprised by this news. He thanked the masters for their help, and the Alliance and the Pock family finally became close friends. They also told him that the second owner of the Pock family was waiting for him, and he had been looking for a meeting for a long time. It was still difficult for the masters to understand what stage of development David had reached. Its level of cultivation is now hidden. David felt that no one could understand his current level, and he even liked it. He decided to go right away and meet his older brother. They hadn't seen each other for several years, but Daniel took his younger brother's return quite calmly. David was not wrong to leave the battle pavilion for Daniel. It was the right decision. All these manuscripts are not yet fully finished. They depict the sum of the impact marks on the walls of the cave of 5 tigers. If Daniel is able to learn them, he will have a great technique at his disposal, but it will take time. David is not worried at all. He has seen Daniel put their battle pavilion on its feet, so he is confident in his older brother. David also said that he had to prepare to leave this year, so he had to go. He said that he had a lot of work to do and asked his older brother to take care of the house while he was away. Daniel smiled and said that everything would be fine and he could leave without worrying. The Pock family was in good hands. Soon the young master finished his vacation and went to the neighboring town of Nakun. The store he went to with Barbara must be somewhere nearby, and he is looking for it now. Rumors that the 4th heir of the Pock family had come to this land had already spread throughout the city. David still did not know this and was calmly looking at the local scenery. The boy was in no hurry. But there were other young craftsmen in this city who hurried as if their lives depended on it. Soon, David finally found the place he had been looking for so long, and it was there all along. Suddenly, he felt something approaching him very quickly, some kind of object, because it did not have a human aura. David quickly turned around and caught the clay jug, which was quite a surprise. A little later, he realized who had thrown the object at him. A celestial swordsman and a Shaolin monk, his old friends. It's been a long time since they last met, and they've finally reunited. George Namgun cannot understand the level at which David is. He must have already overcome the same wall. But David, on the other hand, clearly felt that George would soon reach the level of transcendence. Everything was quite predictable. Hans, as always, behaved as if he were a person with mental disabilities, which is probably why they are friends. He said that they had already traveled to several cities in the province and that a battle was to take place soon. But none of this matters now. It's time to enjoy delicious food and a pleasant, friendly conversation. The hinkali in this restaurant is simply divine. It's amazing, because even the hinkali of the Namgun family cannot give such a flavor. Thanks to David, they can enjoy this delicious dish, and it was he who brought them to this restaurant. David saw that George was carrying too many jugs of liquid, and he immediately asked him what they were for. The Sky Swordsman replied that it was a delicious drink to drink with Barbara when they met. This drink is called the Air of Excitement, and the David must like it because the Gans cannot tear himself away from it. Suddenly, the Heavenly Swordsman became a little upset, and it seemed that it was time to talk about important matters. He immediately asked his friends if they had ever been to Manhwa before, and David and Hans said that this was the first time they had heard of it. George offered to visit the place. He promised it wouldn't take long. There is one interesting sect there. Their 24 plum blossom sword technique is very famous, and a sword master with incredible abilities lives there. The decision was made almost immediately. No one was against visiting this interesting place. There have always been quite interesting things happening in the province, and young martial artists have found the cave they had been searching for so long. They were all very tired, but they still entered this cave despite the danger. What they saw there shocked and frightened them, and they were certainly not prepared for it. They saw a big, strong man sucking all the juices out of a dead warrior. He smiled and greeted the swordmaster's students, as if he was waiting for them. The entrance to the cave was immediately closed, and a great battle began between the young masters and this unknown man. Many people died. This demon was too strong and powerful for the young warriors. The guy who was still alive was surprised that his younger brother was able to escape. He hopes that his younger brother will be able to reach the main mountain and do what he has to do. Meanwhile, this demon man came up to him and said that it all looked very tasty. Was he a vampire? For now, let's take a break from all these horror stories and look at something positive. David and his friends continued to climb Mount Hua. It was very hot outside and the road was difficult, but suddenly he smelled blood. At first, Hans did not believe him, but a little later they saw a wounded young soldier on the ground. They immediately realized that he was a disciple of the Hua sect, and he had a strange wound. David analyzed his body and said that it looked like a sword technique strike. The young master immediately gave him a pill to stop the internal bleeding, so he should soon return to consciousness. A little later it happened, and the guys immediately started asking this soldier if he was feeling okay. They immediately told him which families they belonged to and asked him what had happened. It was very difficult for this young soldier to speak, but he was still able to ask for help for his older brothers. The heavenly swordsman said he would keep an eye on him and asked David and Hans to go and check the place the boy had indicated. Meanwhile, it was still hot in that cave, and only one of the entire squad of young warriors was left. They were deliberately lured into this trap. The thief left the right traces and waited for their food to come to them. They were the target of this demon from the very beginning. It needs the life force of a person who has mastered pure inner energy. That is why he does not kill them immediately, but first controls the flow of their blood. In this way, he tries to suck out all the vital energy and increase his level and strength. But the last young warrior was not too weak. He was not going to give up and die so easily. This monster was nicknamed Diablo. He started laughing and said that there was no need to delay. Death was inevitable anyway. But the young warrior just did not listen to him at all. He said that this was the way of the Hua plum flowers, so that they would bloom through the most severe winter. This guy has too long a tongue for such a weak warrior, and it made Diablo even more angry. But the technique called the 7 Swords of Plum Blossoms should not be treated too arrogantly, because it can be regretted. The young warrior drew his sword and began to attack his fierce opponent. He wanted to show that he was not afraid of anything, and he succeeded. But then, the almost impossible happened. Diablo broke this technique with one move, something the young warrior had never seen before. The demon also asked him not to waste his energy because he wanted to eat it. Juice has never met anyone like this opponent before. It's something very mystical, maybe even from another universe. Diablo knows full well that when the 8 disciples disappear, the sword master of the Hua sect will definitely come out of his house. It seems that this is his plan, to suck all the juices out of his students and wait for a real sword master. But Juice still wasn't going to give up. He gathered the remnants of his inner energy and prepared to continue the fight. This angered his opponent even more, because if he used up all his internal energy, he would become tasteless. Diablo said that he would eat later and asked his assistant to stop the wounded from losing blood and lock them in this cave. But suddenly, a flame of fire flashed behind him, as if someone had come to meet him. It was a David and a Gans, and the Shaolin monk looked as if he was ready to tear apart the Diablo with his own hands. This monster, on the contrary, smiled and said that he was glad to see the guests, and the most interesting thing was that he recognized David. He said that many people from the sect were looking for them. The poison demon warrior and the wind demon Wen were determined. David replied that these demons could come together. He would gladly send them both to hell at the same time. I haven't seen such self-confidence in Diablo for a long time, but he likes this guy. He'll probably be good. Hans was still extremely angry. He wanted to avenge the deaths of the young soldiers. Diablo said that they were too tasteless and it was their own fault. Hans has asked his brother to let him destroy this worthless vampire. He is thirsty for revenge, and it is understandable. Even though Diablo looks quite strong, Hans doesn't care about it at all. He's sure he'll tear it to pieces. Diablo was waiting for this. He ordered his right and left generals not to interfere in this battle. Now we'll see what a Shaolin monk is capable of. In recent years, he must have made great progress. Diablo said that the use of the killing fist technique is quite expected from a Shaolin monk. He expected nothing else, and now it was his turn to taste this bold warrior. He activated all his inner energy and got ready to show his true strength. Hans had never fought such opponents before. Diablo was moving so fast that it was almost impossible to notice, and this technique works. Within a few seconds of the fight, Hans was seriously wounded in the arm. It seems that this vampire has very sharp claws. He tasted the monk's blood and said that the gansa was very tasty, so he should definitely kill him. This is probably the first time in his life that Hans has seen someone more crazy than himself, and this guy is not ready for this. But Shaolin monks don't know how to give up, so let's see if Diablo can laugh when his mouth is torn open. Meanwhile, David watched the battle and was constantly watched by the Diablo warriors. One of his main assistants ordered them to immediately attack the young master. He was to become dinner for the master. This gang of bandits appeared as if out of nowhere, all of them targeting the same victim. David remained very calm. He had spent 3 years in isolated training, so it was time to demonstrate his abilities. He activated his inner energy at the last moment and prepared to explode like a bomb. That's exactly what happened, and all these cruel bastards immediately fried like grilled chickens. It's finally time to fight real rivals, not internal demons. His opponents were surprised to see his technique. They didn't even have time to see a single movement of his sword. Moreover, there is not a single drop of blood on his sword. They have never seen such a technique before. David looked at them with hatred and told them not to even dream of an easy death. One of Diablo's main assistants realized that the situation was almost critical, so they had to come up with something. He grabbed his soldiers by the necks and told them that they had to give their own lives to save others. For the demonic sect, this is normal. They do not respect the lives of ordinary soldiers in their unit. This is very much like a demonic explosion, as we have seen before when David fought against the demon's windy troops. But this guy never loses confidence in his own abilities, and now he is also very calm. During the 3 years he spent in the cave of 5 tigers, David became even more calm and centered. He realized that he could not let these thieves explode, because then he would not survive. That's why the young master took out his sword and began to organize the filming of the movie Saw 4. It was very impressive and beautiful, and in less than a minute, he destroyed more than a dozen fighters of the demon squad. A little while later, he was surprised, probably for the first time today, because his rivals had disappeared. In a few seconds, they appeared and grabbed him by both hands, which even David could not have predicted. They recognized that he is a strong warrior, but such a young man cannot have more inner energy than they do. They immediately felt his incredible yang energy, and if you take all his powers, you can overcome the wall of transcendence. David said that if they want to steal someone else's blood through the dark wheel of the demonic void, they must have strong inner energy. They are surprised that he can talk at all. They can't even make a sound when using the dark wheel of the demonic void. It seems that these guys were wrong when they thought they could defeat his inner energy of the Pock family. Now they realize that they cannot take their hands off him. This fool was deliberately standing still. David broke their grip very easily. It was even easier than breaking a castle out of sand. Even Diablo was surprised to see that the right and left generals were defeated with a single hand movement. But he shouldn't be distracted, because when you fight a Shaolin monk, you can lose everything in 1 second. Hans felt it was the perfect moment to use his best technique. With the help of the 70-second art of Shaolin, he activated the ever-powerful diamond palm. In response, Diablo also knew what to do, and in such cases, the art of the purple snake tooth helps him. Now we will see who will win this interesting battle, the purple snakes or the reborn Buddha. The result was not very pleasant. Purple snakes grabbed the Ganser and threatened to swallow it completely. Diablo approached him and got ready to suck all the life juices out of the guy. It looks like the end. But Hans was in no hurry to say goodbye to his life. He started laughing and asked the demon if he had ever heard of an iron head. This is one of the ancient Shaolin techniques, and even an ordinary farmer can master it. Surprisingly, this technique turned out to be much more effective than all other martial arts techniques. Now Hans felt that the initiative was shifting to his side, and such moments should be used. He struck a powerful blow with his fist to the nose of the Diablo. Now the nose was broken, and a large number of teeth were completely knocked out. Raz promised to pray for the soul of Diablo after he sends him to hell. Diablo could not believe that he was really defeated, but reality is sometimes too cruel. This is how Hans, who was losing almost the entire battle, managed to destroy Diablo. David came up to him and said that if Hans continued to fight like this, he would soon die. Hans replied that this guy was much stronger than he was, and now he believes that he was able to overcome the wall of transcendence. David said that Hans had been training very well all this time, and soon the golden era of Sape would come. Later, they returned to the George and decided to take a little rest. This battle had taken a lot of their strength. During all this time, the Heavenly Swordsman was able to save the people who were locked up in prison and those guys from the Hua sect. Now David and Hans feel great and enjoy delicious kinkali. They also said that they had completely destroyed all the members of the demonic sect who were in the cave. The young Hua warriors were delighted with these stories, and they considered David, Hans, and George to be superheroes. George recognized that the David was not called the perfect tiger sword for nothing. It fully deserved its name. A demonic sect was in this place, and David cannot understand what is happening now. In these mountains, the very flowers about which the Heavenly Swordsman told so much bloom very beautifully. A sect master calmly meditates in his favorite place. Meanwhile, the young craftsmen are also enjoying this beauty, the food and the beating the Hua people have given them. Hans said he didn't want to drink water. He was only interested in tasty wine because it helps to restore strength. These guys always have a great time together, although of course they miss Barbara. The master had been watching the boys from his mountain all this time, and he could see the entire territory of the sect perfectly. David knew all along that the master was watching them, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Now he wants to rest and recuperate after the last battle, and Hans hasn't recovered his inner energy yet. The young cultists decided to take their saviors to the boss so that they could meet him personally. Soon, the head of the Hua sect, along with his two closest assistants, came out to greet the young masters. The boss of this clan is a middle-aged man with a small beard and medium hair. His name is Kurban. He was very happy to see David and his friends, and immediately thanked them for saving his students and ordinary people. George said that they feel bad when they are greeted by such a respected person. They have done their duty, so it's normal. Kurban explained that if they hadn't intervened, the damage would have been much greater, so gratitude is not superfluous. He said that the Hua Mountain would never forget how they saved it, and thanked the guys once again. He had already heard that they were wounded, so if they were not in a hurry, they could stay on Mount Hua. David asked George if they would be able to meet the Dan family in time if they spent some time here. Soon, in a neighboring town, people will gather to celebrate the 90th birthday of the past boss of the Dan family. George also wrote in his letter that it would soon be his birthday, and Hans mentioned this. David believed that after such strong head blows, people don't remember much. Hans did not expect to use it in real combat, but it worked anyway. One of the young soldiers said that in a few days they would be holding a memorial service and they could take part in it. Hans said that it would be a great honor for them to come and see it. Meanwhile, they can relax and enjoy the beauty of the area's nature. Plum blossoms are incredible when you see them, as if you were looking at a paradise from legend. They are just beginning to bloom. The first plum fruits will appear only in a few weeks. David looked at this beauty and felt that the holy sword must be somewhere nearby. A few days later, the young craftsmen had a rest and came to the event they were invited to. The memorial service takes place in a shrine, not in a temple, as is the local custom of the Hua sect. The service will soon begin. Innocent people have died because of a demonic sect. Soon the process was underway and we could hear very good music around us, professional musicians playing. Soon after, the sect boss also appeared, saying that this event had created sadness, but that Mount Hua would remember these people. Their souls must find peace on the other side of life, but their memory will not fade. After the boss said that, everyone bowed and saluted the people who died that day. 67 human souls have been unjustly taken, and the demonic sect must take responsibility for this. Kurban pulled out his sword and said that today he was officially cancelling his order to close the flowers of Mount Hua. David was surprised, knowing full well that the cancellation of this order meant that the sect would resume its normal activities. Evil begins to rear its head again. As there are signs that disaster is approaching, the masters of Hua Mountain will raise their swords to stop it. All the young warriors of this sect immediately recognized and obeyed the order of the boss. The Hua Mountain is much more active than in his previous life, and if the sect comes out ahead, they will gain a great advantage. A few more days passed after the ceremony, and the young masters still remained on the mountain. While Hans was tasting the delicious dishes of the local chefs, George was improving his fighting technique at the training. Meanwhile, David was walking around the sect's territory, looking for someone he had long wanted to see. He was sure that this man walks here every day, but I still can't see him. But a little while later, they finally met, and David turned his head and saw an experienced master in front of him. The legendary holy sword Magnus was standing in front of him, and he asked the boy what he was looking for so actively. David immediately said that the younger student welcomed the holy sword, and that he was honored to meet the legend in person. Magnus was amazed. This guy is not even 30 years old yet, but he has already achieved transcendence. The holy sword thought that David was very similar to a young warrior who later became the greatest cultivator of his time. Magnus invited David to take a walk with him around the sect's territory. Of course, the guy was pleasantly surprised by this offer. He had no right to refuse that sword. Magnus took him to his favorite place, where he has been meditating since he joined Mount Hua. Recently, the magnet felt that its internal energy was dissipating, and this is how the flow of life ends. In his past life, the holy sword disintegrated into thin air, all after a great war against a faction. He probably concealed the proximity of his death so as not to undermine the morale of the Union. David decided to ask a rather direct question and asked how much time the Magnus had left. The legendary master explained that even the most beautiful flower will eventually fall. Such are the laws of life. It has fully blossomed thanks to the legacy of its predecessors, so it's time to become a fertilizer for future generations. But before all this happens, the Holy Sword wants to ask the David for something. He wants this young and talented warrior to receive his sword, a rather unusual offer, and of course David agreed. The Holy Sword said that it would be like his last dance, and he would like a few disciples to be present. Nowadays, all the legendary master cares about is his student, although few people knew that he had students. If this disciple continues to grow, he will certainly be able to become the next first sword of Manhwa. They say that even a tiger comes if you call his name, so his disciple is also on his way here. Soon, this boy, with beautiful purple eyes, came running to the place of his master's meditation and greeted the David. He told me his name was Fabio, and after that David also said hello and told me his name and his family. Fabio had already heard that his older brothers were able to return home alive only thanks to David and his friends, so he is grateful for that. David looked at this young man and realized that he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not remember. Fabio thought that he was interfering with his master's conversation with the guest, but the Magnus assured him that everything was fine and Fabio could concentrate on his training. The Holy Sword offered David a look at his students' skills. It is always interesting to watch the techniques of another sect. David continued to watch this guy and finally realized that he had seen this technique before. At first, it was hard for him to believe that it was true, and he was not dreaming. Is he a drunken flower sword from his past life? The same ordinary guy who liked to drink wine? He was a disciple of the legendary sword saint, and he died a lonely death on an unknown battlefield. Magnus said that this child miraculously survived in the village, which was completely destroyed after an attack by a demonic sect. The Holy Sword found him, brought him here, and raised him, so this guy is a very valuable student for him. Fabio is very talented, but he has a lot of thoughts in his head and his heart is too soft, so it's not clear whether he will be able to live well when the master dies. At a young age, Fabio learned many difficult sword techniques, while other masters devote their entire lives to this to reach this level. This guy wants to show his talent on his own. He is very gifted and promising. At this young age, he has already mastered the techniques of 24 plum fences, and this is impressive. The death of the Holy Sword caused his weakness, and his soft heart made him a drunken flower sword. David said that this young man needed time to accept the death of his master because it would be a shock for him. This made Magnus think seriously, and he listened to his guest's advice. Soon it was evening, and this place is very beautiful even after sunset. The master of the Holy Sword gathered the right people and said that today was the last day he would raise his sword. Everyone was very surprised by this information. Only the David was prepared in advance. Magnus said that David would receive his sword after his death. It was his personal decision. Of course, the disciples of the sect knew little of David, and they were not sure that he could wield this legendary sword. The legendary master said that it was strictly forbidden to tell other people about this information. After the young warriors promised him to keep it a secret, the process began. Magnus builds a barrier to block the waves and the noise that would result from their impact. Using the sword technique of the blossoming plum, 24 pieces will be presented one by one to the delightful scent of flowers. David will try to counter this with a new technique of the Pock family, the decisive sword of the 5 tigers. No one has seen this technique before, so now everyone is very interested in watching the David. What happened next seemed impossible, because David was able to repel the master's attack with just one glance. Magnus recognized that this guy's reaction time was very serious. He had already reached a certain level of unity. Using the power of the blooming plum tree, Magnus activated the earth salt technique of plum blossoms. Immediately, I felt the air was saturated with the aroma of plum blossoms, and you feel as if you were drunk. But David didn't come here to just stand around and do nothing. He can do something too. The guy activated his sword aura and met the Magnus attack. It was spectacular. After that, he realized that it was his turn to attack first, and he had to take advantage of this chance. The Holy Sword replied that he was ready for any attack. With his experience, people are no longer afraid of anything. He was able to repel the David's attack with one hand, which is what the technique of a true Holy Sword means. It was truly legendary, and I envy the people who watched it from the front row. David's friends realized that he had already reached the level of a young master, a new martial art of the Pock family. The master also recognized that this technique is not inferior to the sword of a blossoming plum. It is an art of incomparable beauty. Magnus wasn't going to be embarrassed in front of his students, so I kept attacking. David, meanwhile, could not find any weaknesses in the defense of the Holy Sword, and without it, it would be difficult to win. But if the master has no weaknesses, it is better to cut off all his technique entirely. The martial art of the fives was activated and began to attack the winter plum blossoms, all of which looks very beautiful. Everyone wanted to win because everyone considered their technique to be the best and strongest in the world. Finally, David activated the power of his invincible fist, which is something new. He had never used it before. But the experienced master easily stopped his attack, so even the technique he learned in the Cave of the Five Tigers did not help. A little later, Magnus applied a technique called plum blossoms that destroy the sun's rays. Sometimes it seems that all these masters spend much more time inventing a name for their technique than practicing. David felt that it was like a dance with the deep aroma of plum blossoms in the air. He did everything he could to resist this legendary Magnus technique, but it's not as easy as it seems. It was obvious that he was having a hard time. All this energy of the Holy Sword began to cause him serious problems. At this point, his friends began to worry about David. They felt that his aura, his inner energy, was weakening. If David had known that the legendary master had additional techniques, he would have attacked harder from the start. He unknowingly used the iron blood of a cruel tiger when he felt close to death. The Holy Sword perfectly controls the power of his skills, but there is a huge gap between the two fighters. But David can also move forward, which is why he raised his sword and said he would attack again. As we have seen, David continues to attack even with the strongest opponents, which is a very important quality for a warrior. This guy is very determined, and that's why he used 5 roaring tiger lightning bolts. Magnus felt that he had to defend himself, and he realized that he had to do it with the help of a plum blossom that the rain had awakened. All these titles are much more interesting than the battle itself. I don't know how they come up with them. All of these special effects looked very high quality, and this is probably how the last dance of the legendary master should look. David continued his attacks, but multiplied them by 2, and it began to look really dangerous. The master began to feel an approaching threat, and when you have so much experience, your intuition always helps. Of course, he was able to defend himself against this attack after all. It is a holy sword, not some ordinary old man. David was amazed. He thought that his last attack would be enough to win, but the magnum is not that simple. The master warned him that he would now begin to use all his power, but David replied that he was ready for it. The Holy Sword said that all of this would help David in the future, so he should pay attention. The young warriors were surprised to learn that the teacher was indeed a master of the highest category, but David was also amazing. The aroma of plum blossoms began to spread throughout the training yard. David began to feel what he had already experienced in his past life, and he got goosebumps. As the scent of a blossoming plum spreads throughout the world, so there will be no place where this sword cannot reach. The technique of plum blossom scent was used again, something you can only hear about in books, but we see it with our own eyes. David did not immediately understand how to direct his sword to defend himself against so many flowers. It was incredibly beautiful, and because of this beauty, you can forget that this technique is deadly. David could not believe it, as if he was standing in the middle of the sea, which was covered with plum blossoms. But this is the level he needs to reach if he wants to become a legend as well. You have to face this force in order to continue moving forward, and it is only through hardship that progress is possible. David raised his sword and did everything he could to stop this legendary technique. Magnus was surprised, even though he hadn't said anything yet, but his eyes said much more than his tongue. David felt that the time had come for his last attack. It was now or never. The 5 claws of a cruel tiger were launched at the Holy Sword, a big explosion occurred, and so far, nothing is clear. The young warriors could not believe they were seeing it with their own eyes. They had only heard fairy tales about such battles of masters. Fabio, a student of the Holy Sword, seemed to be the most mesmerized, unable to take his eyes off his teacher. Magnus is confident that in the future, Fabio will certainly be able to surpass his teacher. The main thing is to stay on track and not forget about hard training. The Holy Sword believes that this foolish disciple was locked in an egg created by his teacher, but it must definitely break out of its shell and continue on its own and reach a new level. Yes, it will be difficult for him to face the real world, but this is the only way to make progress. The battle of these sword masters was legendary. Even Magnus recognized that the decisive sword of the 5 tigers was a great technique. David thanked the master for this. He learned a lot from this sword dance. There's no need to memorize everything at once. This should be enough if the learner wants to progress gradually. The young warrior replied that he would never forget all this advice and what the Holy Sword had done for him. After the cruelest and coldest winter, the plum tree always blooms anyway. It's a law of nature. If David can endure the hard winters in his life, he can easily make a plum tree bloom. This is exactly what the Master Magnus did. And this is exactly what not only David, but also Fabio should do in the future. That was the end of the last dance of the Holy Sword. But there is no doubt that books will be written about this evening. The next morning it was time to say goodbye to the Holy Sword. The guys had already stayed in this area longer than they should have. The boy thanked the master for his help, but he said that he taught David for one reason only. Soon he will face severe trials in the war against the demonic sect. The master said that he would go on his last journey with his apprentice Fabio. This is how their last meeting ended, with the Holy Sword leaving the province in the hands of the next generation, and this is how it should be. When they said goodbye and left, it was obvious that Magnus was upset, and it is always disturbing to leave young people alone against the forces of darkness. The back waves of the sea push the front waves, a new person replaces the old, and even the best swordsman cannot stop this wheel of samsara. It took a few days for the young craftsmen to reach their destination. They arrived on time, so everyone is happy. The guys decided to go to a hotel to clean up, but David said he had to go to a place and would catch up with them later. The guys were not against his idea, but asked him to be careful and not to start fights. David went to the east of the city to a very quiet neighborhood, where he found the right building. He went inside, greeted a beautiful woman, and said he was looking for a jade pin of the red moon. The woman replied that the guy was looking for a very rare item, so he shouldn't be in too much of a hurry. This thing turned out to be bigger than he thought. It came here a few months ago. This woman also said that along with this pin came a message from the boss. David had to visit a sect of heavenly chosen killers. The boss also said that he would come here personally if the young master did not come to him. After this conversation, David quickly caught up with his friends, and it was easy to find them. They immediately smelled the medicine, and George explained that the family home is a unique place, with the best doctors in the province. He asked me to stay calm and behave politely, and to write my name in the visitor's book first. In order to enter the territory of a Dan family, you need to show an identity card. The employee who wrote down the names of the visitors recognized these young soldiers. He said that even from a distance, he could recognize them at a glance, and he would let them through if they showed proof of identity. Soon, all this was done, and he asked the boy to follow him, by the way. He already knew that they had come from Manhwa. Rumors that they had killed members of the demon sect spread very quickly. The actions were so incredible that they have already become known even in this city. Suddenly, they heard Barbara running toward them, and she was happy to finally see David. They hadn't seen each other for several years. She has looked for him many times and feels as if they haven't seen each other for ages. David smiled and said he felt that Barbara was stronger than before. But it would be more honest if he also said that she has become even more beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Barbara said that she tried to get rid of her stubbornness, but she hardly succeeded. For the past 3 years, she has been training with older members of the Dan family, and she realized that her methods are not always correct. Hans interrupted the conversation and said hello to Barbara, saying that David had not come alone and they should also be greeted. The girl was immediately embarrassed and said that she did not see the boys at first because she was standing behind the David. She said that they should all go to the table because she had already prepared seats for them. Hans walked by different flowers and grasses and said that they looked very strange. He decided to play with them for a while because he hadn't seen anything like it near the Shaolin temple. Barbara immediately started screaming and told him not to do it because they were poisonous herbs. Hans was surprised and said that no normal family grows poisonous herbs in their garden. Soon, they came to the center of the Dan family's territory, and everything was very beautiful. They were immediately greeted by the young head of the Dan family, a tall guy named Raphael. He wrote a letter to them, which he did not receive a response to, but he is happy that they finally came to visit them. George apologized for not responding to their letter right away. There were too many things to do on Mount Hua. Raphael had also heard many stories about David, so they immediately met and bowed to each other. The young master of the Dan family immediately felt the strong aura of the David, and he could not understand his current level. Only then did Raphael finally notice Hans, and he said that he too was pleased to meet the legendary Shaolin monk. Later, Barbara came up to them and told them that she had prepared wonderful places for them and invited them to follow her. Hans was incredibly angry. He said that these relatives ignore other people besides the David, and that is not well-mannered. Later, they were brought to a table with a lot of delicious dishes. The Dan family prepares not only spicy dishes, but also desserts. Raphael asked their guests to taste all the dishes at the table, and David was amazed at the number of them. From the very beginning, Raphael began to analyze David. He saw that he had a great body and height, so he would be an ideal partner for Barbara. After that, Raphael said he had to meet other guests. He apologized and left. The boy also said that his father wanted to meet David and his friends tonight. The young master was pleased with this news. He personally wanted to ask for a meeting with the boss, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. It's time to enjoy the food, but not only the food, you can also have a drink. The heavenly swordsman took out a bottle of wine and said that he had prepared it on purpose for the moment of meeting his friends. He made this wine not strong because Barbara will also drink it. Everyone should like it. He called it a spring drink because it has an incredibly light flavor and a pleasant sweet taste. Hans said that he didn't need to pour wine into a glass because he could drink directly from the clay jug. This is probably exactly what martial artists are taught in Shaolin, a great technique. Hans liked this drink and said that George should forget about sword and martial arts and focus on making wine. George said that he would think about it when he retired, so they could drink every day. Despite the loud conversation, David could not help but notice that Barbara, who had always been the weakest, had reached her peak. If all of them continue to progress so quickly, they will become stronger than they were in their previous lives. Now we need to start with the 5 Poison sect, and it would be nice to destroy the 9 Demon sect. There was an interesting conversation in the north of the province, an area called Blackwater. The Wind Demon came unexpectedly, and judging by his reaction, he was very unhappy about something. He has recently lost 2 generals and hundreds of sect members, so it is understandable why he is so angry. He was asked to stop and not to waste time on accusations, and it was suggested that he join forces with the 5 Poison sect and destroy the Dan family. He explained to the Wind Demon that the people who had killed their comrades were true martial artists and should not be underestimated. But soon it became known that the Devil's Sword would also be involved, and this changes everything. The Devil's Sword is the shadow of the young sect boss, and it is not yet clear why he wants to take part in this. Perhaps because the sect's boss is interested in David, this young master allows himself too much, and it's time to destroy him. Among the 9 demons, the Devil's Sword is rated much higher than the others, and if such a person takes part in the operation, it is almost guaranteed success. Now these thieves are convinced that David will surely die, and he should have stayed at home and not pissed off the demon sect. The old goblin was given the order to use this opportunity to finally destroy the Dan family. It would be a great contribution to the common cause, and the old goblin said he was ready for it, although the name pirate would have been better suited to him. Of course, the Dan family was unaware of such conversations, and everyone was in a great mood. But he continued to relax with his friends and enjoy the hospitality of the Dan family. Suddenly, members of Dan's family came to visit them, heard that David and his friends were visiting, and decided to meet them in person. David has already become a legend, so it's no wonder that everyone wants to meet him personally. They did not realize that David was so great, but they already knew that he had destroyed many members of the demon sect. Later they noticed that next to him was a crazy Shaolin monk, also a very famous figure. But they wondered how someone who follows the Buddha's path could drink so much wine. Hans immediately started shouting at them and said that he was actually drinking green tea, and if they kept looking at him like that, he would tear out their eyes. These guys have never seen such a mentally unbalanced Shaolin monk, but there is a first time for everything. These guys didn't come empty-handed. Mr. Zhong said he brought a delicious drink with him. This guy thought that David was a fairly ordinary warrior. He didn't have any strong aura about him. He thought he should check this guy out in real life, because legends can turn out to be myths. David looked quite calm, although it's hard to remember when this guy looked uneasy. He smiled and said that it would be only right that Master Cheong also drink his drink. So each of these young masters will drink a glass of each other's drink, and we'll see where it leads. David poured the young woman a rather unusual drink. Judging by this red aura, it was something truly explosive. Chon didn't know how to drink it because it was hard for him to even hold the glass. A second later, he couldn't hold on any longer and dropped the glass of drink on the floor. The guy immediately started apologizing to the David, saying that he hadn't eaten much today, so he had no strength. David said that none of this mattered. He was ready to drink the drink he was given and forget about it all. It was at this moment that another important family member entered this large room. He immediately appreciated David and thought that he looked better than people said, so he was the perfect man for Barbara. His son approached this experienced master and said that they had already finished all the preparations. Soon it all started. The boss of the Dan family, Master Andre, began to thank all his guests who had come from far away. Today is his birthday, and he turns 90, so it's time to announce his resignation. Last year, at his ceremony, he got rid of his insults with the help of 4 soldiers. If there are no people who have a grudge while the candles are burning, he will wash his hands in this cup and retire. So far, there has been dead silence around, Everything seems to be fine and no one is offended by the old master. The candles are already half burnt out. There is only a little more to go, and Andre will finally go on a well-deserved rest. But there will always be some crazy person who decides to cause a problem and disrupt the holiday. The old goblin showed up at the last minute and apologized for keeping Andre waiting. The old goblin was supposed to come alone, but like a real treacherous baron, he brought a lot of people with him. The old goblin is confident that today they will not only break their bad relationship, but also end the era of the Dan family. The old goblin immediately wanted to attack the experienced master, but suddenly felt an attack of inner energy. This suggests that Andre knew in advance about the demonic sect's attack, but who told him? As it turned out, the boss of the Dan family spoke with one child who informed him about the upcoming attack. But the old goblin thinks it's even better, because it was the old man who lost his eye, so it's time for revenge. The old goblin did not come alone. His men, the wind demon, and the young master went with him. Although things didn't go exactly according to their plan, it will end quickly if they have more blood on their swords. Their warriors began to attack the Dan family clan. A very bloody battle is about to begin, and the holiday did not go according to plan. They are attacked by a special strike force affiliated with the anti-faction of the 8 demon swordsmen. They immediately started attacking the Dan family warriors, and in the first seconds they managed to kill more than 10 people. It was clear that the Danish military families could not withstand this attack. They were not ready, because they thought that today would be a quiet holiday. Of course, the main members of the family were unhappy. They believed that they should have been better prepared for this attack. It was very bad, even with the preparation, after David told me this information. They will soon face a crisis if the attack of these thieves is not stopped quickly. The demonic sect was quite bold. They didn't even notice that the family's senior masters were there. These people from the anti-faction are incredibly strong. Will the Dan family be able to withstand this blow? David was ready to help in this battle when he saw a large bald man on a house. He was a great warrior, called one of the first fist demons. Judging by the reaction of the young warriors of the Dan family, they recognized this bastard. He must be a well-known personality in these parts. But they had better not be distracted, because the demonic sword technique of a terrible ghost is used against them. This technique can take your life along with your soul in seconds, and you will never be free. But while the young master Lisandro, from a demonic sect, was trying to destroy innocent people, their savior was found. The heavenly sword intervened and activated the Emperor's sword technique. It is called the flow trap. Finally, Lisandro has found a worthy opponent. Let's watch the battle of these giants. Of course, the young master of the demonic sect did not like this and immediately began to attack George. The heavenly sword was ready for any attack. It was able to defend itself, but it felt the power of its opponent. Lisandro is well acquainted with the legends of the celestial sword. He has heard them from everyone around him. Finally, they met in person, and the young warrior said that he was called the Devil of the Sword. George analyzed his opponent and was surprised. He felt that they were roughly on the same level. But it's time to put an end to these meaningless conversations and demonstrate our best qualities. Meanwhile, the Wind Devil felt that he was too uninterested in fighting ordinary people. He started calling David and said that there was no need to hide because he wanted to meet him personally. He seems to have forgotten that David has good friends who always come to his rescue and support his brother. One of these friends is a Gantz, and he doesn't like it when such freaks look for David. The Wind Demon decided that if he cut off the monk's head, the David would immediately appear. Hans smiled and said that before it became this one, there would be nothing left of the Wind Demon but the smell of blood. These words made the Wind Demon very angry, and it looks like they will now fight for life and death. The trestle was complete, and it was time to show off my real skills and excellent technique. If you have to ruin plans for a holiday for a Dan family, do it tastefully and beautifully. The demon sect felt that the resistance of the Dan family was much more active than they expected. Now all the family's combat units are ready to fight and defend their family and territory. Barbara was excited to meet the poisonous demon in person, and she would be very interested to see his fighting abilities. The girls said that whoever they were, they would not enter the main territory of the Dan family, no matter what. The poisonous demon said that this girl was too self-confident, but it was time to end this talk. Barbara very calmly ordered all her soldiers to kill these scoundrels, every last one of them. The battle between good and evil has officially begun, and these demonic beings must realize that they cannot come to the party without an invitation. David reacted intuitively because the cruel demon king is one of the 4 kings. Strangely enough, this attack on the Dan family did not happen in David's past life. Events are developing in a completely different way, and this already suggests that the David has influenced this timeline. The cruel demon recognized David, and he also noticed that he had never seen a look like his. The young warrior smiled and said that they both had an unusual build, but that was the only thing they had in common. The cruel demon doesn't understand why David didn't make his move, because he could have cleared the area in 1 second. But this is the right choice, because he will move behind the David to put pressure on it. He already knows that this young man has survived 3 battles against the demonic sect, which is why he wants to see the skills of the David in person. This opponent is not easy at all. He has a very powerful strength thanks to his muscles and a lot of experience. The cruel demon decided to be the first to attack, but all this is just child's play for the David. Of course, this bold Dwayne Johnson is ready for a long battle. He wants to be the first to finally break the back of the David. His attacks, using demonic magic, are extremely dangerous, with minimal loss of concentration leading to a brutal death. So far, David has managed to defend himself with his sword and the techniques of the Pock family. But will it last for long? If David wants to win, he needs to strike back, and constant defense is not a good option. But it's hard to counterattack when your opponent is constantly attacking you and you don't even have a chance to respond. David was getting closer and closer to the cruel demon, which is a huge risk, of course. But if you don't want to take risks, you won't become a legendary sword master. This battle in the air was like a battle between Batman and Superman. These guys deserve each other. While the cruel demon is constantly attacking, this boar is very difficult to stop. He wanted to kill David after playing with him for a while, but the young warrior defended himself very well. The excellent defense of the David is the cause of the death of many demons, but the cruel demon is ready for it. He activated some unusual technique and turned into a Hulk. Unbelievable. Now it will be almost impossible to defend against his attacks. His power is too strong, and we need support. On this sunny spring day, there was too much blood in the Dan family's house. The demonic sect is famous for its cruelty and uncompromising attitude, and if they come to you, nothing will stop them. They do not want to hear about any money or negotiations. Their only desire is to kill. These guys understand only one language, the language of martial arts, the language of strength and power. Only then do they begin to understand something, so you have to show them strength right away and not even try to talk to them. Just in time, a hidden unit of the Dan clan came to the rescue, along with their boss, Master Marcus. The warriors from the hidden squad are true martial arts masters. They come only in the most difficult situations for the Dan family. They reported that the Black Shadow unit had finished its business on the north side and would soon join them. The situation in the main building is very difficult now. 5 poisonous demonic sects have broken through the line of defense. Marcus came to the Dan family's house on the orders of his boss to stop the killing of innocent people. He's not surprised that the main house is in danger. There are too many enemies around. These demonic bastards have planned their attack well. They have been preparing for a long time and are working very well together. Marcus ordered his men to kill everyone who stood in their way and then head for the main house. He must demonstrate all his strengths and help the Danish family repel this attack. His green aura will help with the implementation of this plan. Marcus is a very strong martial artist. Some warriors of the demonic sect realized that they could not win and immediately began to flee. But Marcus never lets his wounded prey escape home. All the villains must die today. With the help of his powerful technique, he will personally send them to meet the devil. At this rate, they will be able to defend themselves from the demonic sect's attack, and the main thing is to continue to put pressure and destroy the thieves. In parallel with these events, the battle between the poisonous demon and Barbara continued, both of them still alive. The girl has been training a lot in recent years, which is why she is happy to show off all her new skills. Barbara constantly attacks the poisonous demon with family techniques, which is a pleasure to watch. Of course, this demonic warrior is still defending himself, but if she continues to press, his defense will be broken. The poisonous demon wanted to strike back, but realized that Barbara had disappeared. He thought the girl had gone for a manicure, but it turned out that she was attacking from the mountain like a real leopard. It becomes harder and harder for the thief to defend himself against her attacks, and he is already thinking about calling for help. Although Barbara was also injured during the battle, this does not prevent her from demonstrating extraordinary speed. She shows her confidence in her own abilities with her whole appearance. You can immediately see that she is already on another level. Her overconfidence began to infuriate her opponent, and he began to lose his cool and act too risky. Now we will see which is stronger, demonic dark magic or divine martial arts. The poisonous demon said that he did not like this girl talking too much. He wanted to tear her mouth open. It's unlikely that he means what you all think he means, but Barbara still doesn't like such words. The poisonous demon said that this childish game would not work against a warrior of his level. He had already gone through all this before. But it is unlikely that he has ever encountered rain made of dragon scales or a wind wheel made of dragon scales. This is no longer child's play. It is something really dangerous, even deadly. The poisonous demon noticed that her weapons were moving at different speeds and in different directions. This is a difficult skill to use even once, but she repeats this trick over and over again, which shows that she is trained. The poisonous demon has decided to stop all these attacks, and for this, he needs iron dark chains. He grabbed the girl and restrained her hands so she would not be able to throw things at him. He smiled and said that finally the girl would calm down, and now he could do anything with her. But Barbara never loses her optimism and faith in herself, especially when she has a hidden weapon. She began to smile, and thus made the poisonous demon very angry, as he thought that she had no reason to laugh. But then she used her hidden weapon, broke the iron chains of the dark force, and launched a counterattack. Finally, it will demonstrate its full potential to this scoundrel, and we have been waiting for this for a long time. The poisonous demon could not have foreseen such an attack. He had not felt such pain in all parts of his body for a long time. His mouth immediately started bleeding, and his eyes were so intense that they seemed like they were going to explode. It was an attack with a poison knife, and it would be very difficult to survive as she mixed 7 poisons at once. The poisonous demon realized that he had to immediately use the demonic technique of toxin removal. Then he remembered that Barbara was a woman first and foremost, not a martial artist. That's why he seriously wounded her with his strange swords. That's what the execution of concentration means in a battle with a poisonous demon. Barbara should be happy that she survived. The poisonous demon smiled because he thought he could finally defeat this treacherous woman. He probably doesn't know that no amount of wounds will stop her while her heart is still beating. Each of them tried to strike the last and victorious blow, but only one would survive. Luckily, Barbara was faster than the poisonous demon today, and she was the first to shoot a poisonous arrow at him. She told him why she didn't try to defend herself against his attack because she was not only a woman, but also a martial arts master. David immediately felt that the demonic aura coming from the field of 10,000 poisons had disappeared. So Barbara had won. Everyone is doing well, but he still has to win his personal battle against a cruel demon. This guy turned into a Hulk and started causing too many problems for a fat boar. It's time to show him the real technique of a fierce tiger and to understand which one is the most cruel. David used a new tactic. He began to attack with the moon of 5 tigers. The cruel demon was not at all afraid of this attack. On the contrary, he took a few steps forward and tried to stop it. During this time, they have exchanged blows more than 300 times, and the further this battle goes, the stronger the David becomes. The cruel demon didn't expect to have to show this technique to a beginner, but he had no other choice. The time has come to demonstrate all his power and destroy the young master of the Pock family. David realized that he was now in real danger because his opponent had activated all his forces. Only the legendary lightning strike can help, and David is ready for this technique. He was able to stop the enemy's attack with a lightning strike, although it was not easy. But the main thing is the result. The cruel devil was surprised. He showed everything he could do, but his attack was stopped by a child. They were not the only ones who continued their extraordinary battle with the help of martial arts. The celestial swordsmen continued to fiercely resist the devil of the Lissandro sword. They have also been fighting for over an hour. George felt that his enemy was very strong. The devil of the sword had almost moved to another level of the wall. Their levels are approximately the same, so a single mistake or loss of concentration can lead to defeat. Lissandro did not stop and continued to attack. He wanted to confirm his surname of the Sword Devil. But the celestial swordsman remained calm. He had already fought many battles with strong opponents, so it was hard to surprise him. The martial arts of good and evil are quite different from each other, but still depend on the talent of the warrior. George used the imperial sword technique, which he had never shown anyone before. The devil of the sword tries to distract him. They always act insidiously and try to stab him in the back. Lissandro is no exception. As I said, these guys only understand the language of power, so George has to demonstrate what he can do. No matter how hard it is for him in this battle, he needs to stay calm and think with a cool head. Of course, his technique is not comparable to that of 5 fierce David tigers, but it should still be enough to win. George is successfully defending this one and keeping a balance between defense and offense. So far, so good. But it is not in his interest to drag out this battle. He needs to speed up and complete the life of the Lysandro. The Devil of the Sword saw the Imperial Sword technique for the first time. He liked it and said that George's reputation was confirmed. The ghostly cry of the Demon Sword and the Imperial Sword technique have completely different characteristics. The Devil of the Sword tried to limit George's field of vision by using strange sword movements that were difficult to see. But the Heavenly Sword can be called invincible today. He is truly a future legend. Lysandro believed that his technique was better than his opponent's, but after exchanging blows, he didn't feel it at all. This made the Devil of the Sword very angry. He came here to gain glory, and he was not going to return home with nothing. Not far from them, a wind demon and a Shaolin monk continued to fight. It became obvious that Hans was winning confidently, and Lysandro was watching all this, and he could do nothing to help his friend. He began to realize that their attack did not lead to a quick victory, and their affairs were going worse than planned. The endless blue sky became too unhappy for him, and he seemed to believe in this ghostly chance of victory. George, on the contrary, maintained his concentration all this time and left a lot of internal energy for the end. By now, the Devil of the Sword realized that he had no chance of winning, so he had to flee immediately. In order to distract the opponent and escape, you need to use a powerful technique, such as Confusion of Darkness. George felt that quite a powerful force was used against him, and he had to be careful to properly defend himself against it. The Imperial Sword has weight. It has a great advantage that cannot be compared to anything else. The Imperial Sword technique is a vertical order. All of this is the Imperial Sword, and it is with this technique that George Namgun will become a legend in the future. Now he was able to repel this powerful demonic sword attack. Lysandro did not expect such a turn of events. It looks like he won't be able to run home today. He'll stay here today, but not as a guest at the party. A true celestial warrior must keep civilians calm, and that's exactly what George does. Lysandro is very badly wounded, and now he realizes that he will not be able to run away. He feels that he was embarrassing himself in front of everyone, but he is grateful to George for making him step up to the wall. His sword is broken, so the demonic thief can't only run away, but also continue to defend himself. It seems that he has no chance of survival. He will either die or be imprisoned in the Danish family prison. But some unknown force lifted his body up, along with his broken demonic sword. Later, it became clear that he was being helped by this bald boar, also known as a cruel demon. He took his two wounded friends on his shoulders and told them it was time to leave. Hans was against these plans. He asked to leave his victim on the ground. Otherwise, he would show who the real Hulk was. Realizing that the crazy monk would not let him go so easily, the cruel demon began to attack him with his equipment. Hans didn't have time to dodge and missed this powerful blow. He should have been more careful. Lack of concentration is this guy's main problem, but don't worry, he'll be fine. A broken nose is not a problem for him. The cruel demon ordered the swordsmen of the wind demon to become martyrs, and they immediately bowed down and agreed to this order. Suddenly, David approached them. This guy always has few battles, and if you give him free rein, he will fight all his life. He took out his sword and said that all this demonic group could not do anything to him. The young master knows how to provoke his opponents, and they immediately got angry and started attacking him. But that's exactly what he was expecting. He was asked to cut sausage, but he decided to cut a demon squad for a joke. We must admit that there are quite a few rivals, but this is unlikely to be a serious obstacle for David's. Even in his past life, he defeated a much larger number of opponents, although now he is much more experienced and stronger. He also received a more talented body in this life, and all this led to such great progress. The cruel demon was watching this from a bird's eye view, and he was in no hurry to run home. The warriors of the Dan family decided not to catch up with him, because this could cause the Dan family to suffer even more losses. Meanwhile, his friend George came up to David, and the guy decided to make sure that David was okay. The fourth heir of the Pock family said that his whole body was screaming in pain, but he was glad that George had achieved a clean victory. It's time to check Hans's health. It seems that apart from a broken nose, he is fine. Although the Shaolin monk began to complain of bone pain, he can be understood this battle was too tough. Soon after, Barbara came to visit them, and they all looked quite tired, so the party turned out to be fun. The girl assured him that her injury would disappear as soon as she returned home and applied lotus cream. David looked at her rather strangely. Probably in the depths of his eyes you can see romantic feelings for Barbara. Each of them fought like a real warrior today, and no one should be ashamed of their performance. Only the warriors of the demon squad should be ashamed, as they were the ones who tried to destroy the Dan's family but were almost destroyed themselves. All of them were severely punished and injured. Some of them could not even move normally. Of course, they were ashamed, because in the morning they thought they would achieve a great victory, and tonight they would sleep as losers. Everything turned out to be exactly as the young sect leader had told them. This province had extraordinary potential. Suddenly, a young sect leader came to them personally, and they did not expect to see him at all. Of course, we recognized him immediately. He was our old friend, our eternal enemy David, John Meiji. John said that he had seen a battle between a demonic group and the warriors of the Dan family. He laughed and said it was a lot of fun. He didn't seem upset at all about his men's defeat. The wind demon could not believe these words. Did the young sect master calmly watch 3 demons die there? John replied that he could help his people if they were strong enough to do so. They disgraced the demon sect, but the wind demon didn't think so. He said that the forces were unequal today. It's a bad idea to conflict with John Meiji. This guy doesn't forgive insults, and he doesn't like it when someone speaks to him as an equal. He smiled and said that the wind demon had chosen the wrong path, and now he was ready to help him. And the help will be very simple. The wind demon must give up his useless life to the demon world. That's how the story of the wind demon ended. He thought he was able to escape after a hard battle, but John Meiji doesn't think so. David and his friends were resting all this time, but the boy felt a strange aura and energy in the air on the territory of the Dan family. Perhaps this is also due to the fact that at that moment, John the magician was sucking all the internal juices out of the wind demon. But David felt this aura and energy even during the battle, as he had encountered something similar before. He is sure that during the attack on the Dan family, someone else came along with the demonic sect, someone very familiar. In the neighboring town, it was very hot in the morning, and not just because of the spring sun. Immediately after sunrise, an elite Crimson Blood unit was formed. They all headed toward the city where the David is now, but what could it all mean? So far, there are no answers to these questions, so let's see how Hans feels after a hard battle. David smiled and said that he would have been in a big disaster if not for his iron-headed technique. For the first time, his rivals meet someone who deflects their blows with his head, something only a crazy monk can do. Barbara came into their room, greeted the boys, and asked where George Namgun was. Hans told us that George had already gone to train in the morning and that he had learned something during the battle. She also brought her Shaolin friend some medicine for his headache. Hans drank it and said that it was incredibly tasteless medicine, and I had to tell him that there is no such thing as tasty medicine. Then Hans saw Barbara giving the chocolate candy to David. How romantic. He was unhappy and said he wanted a candy too, but Barbara said it was the last one. Buddhist law says that there should be no discrimination, and Hans cannot believe that this happened to him. Meanwhile, Barbara continued to examine her future husband, although it is still unofficial. She saw how many bruises remained on David's body after yesterday's battle. Looking at her, he recalled moments from their past life and still can't believe that everything is completely different now. He took out some cream and decided to smear it on her wound to help it heal faster. I can imagine how embarrassing it must be for the Hans to watch all this. It's too romantic, especially for a Shaolin monk. So Hans decided not to interfere in this conversation and not to say anything. David was pleasantly surprised by his ability to recover. He did not expect to be able to move the day after the attack. His regeneration rate has increased significantly along with the martial art, which is probably related. Perhaps this happened because he created his own personal defense all over his body after going beyond. Suddenly, David heard someone greet him, a young man who said he was the boss of the Dan family. It's always strange to talk to someone who doesn't tell you their name, so David also noticed this. David told him his name and surname, and they decided to take a short walk in the cherry orchard. This young man said that his family had not experienced such a brutal attack for many years. David watched this guy's actions and words carefully, and he immediately felt his strength. Despite the fact that he is very young, you can see that his martial arts are better than the boss of the Dan family. He is one of the high-level masters of this generation of the Dan family, but he did not show up during the war between the factions. David noticed that the position of the Dan family boss is now unique and told Marcus about it, even though David still doesn't know his name. Marcus said that unless a serious crisis hits the Dan family, they will not open themselves up. In a previous life, the Dan family was completely destroyed, and this unit probably died with them. This young warrior can make a difference on the battlefield if he takes part in any battle. David told him that if he did not change his position in the family, it would be difficult for him to protect it. But if you defend the entire province, it will be little different from defending a Dan family." David's words were very apt, and the young warrior immediately thought about them and fell silent. That's why David decided to ask him another question. Is he ready to die for the sake of the Dan family? Marcus immediately started shouting, "Of course he's ready to do this. He's lived his whole life for one purpose, to protect the Danish family." David smiled, as if this was exactly the answer he was waiting for. But their conversation was still not over. Perhaps a person who is not afraid of death is afraid of discipline? One person cannot handle the anti-faction, so David advises Marcus to think about how he will move towards his goal. These words seemed to upset the young warrior a bit. Perhaps he had already thought about it, but hadn't talked to anyone. Suddenly, David felt a woman's hands on his back. As it turned out, it was Barbara. She had been looking for him all over the garden for a long time. Marcus smiled and said they could be alone. The poisonous flower had already released its thorns. David thanked the guy for the pleasant conversation and offered to buy Barbara a cold dessert. Marcus was left all alone after a long conversation with David, and now he has a lot to think about. If he can kill 100 demons from the sect and then join the provincial army, can he protect the Dan family? If he fights for the provincial army, then his enemies will not be able to attack his family. Now Marcus feels that he is facing a difficult choice, which will determine his future. He realized that he had to meet with the family boss and get advice. The Five Poison sect is meeting in the Black Waters today, and everyone is almost there. Master Luke was already starting to worry. He believed that the Navarro army should have been there by now. The boss of the Sichuan department, Victor, replied that they had passed a neighboring village last night, so they should be here soon. Luke is visibly nervous. He doesn't understand what they're going to do, and he can't believe that Navarro will stay away. The Five Poison sect is an anti-faction, and this time the issue arose with a demonic sect, and if you attack it quickly, you can win. Suddenly, the boss of the Crimson Blood Squad arrived and asked them who exactly belonged to the faction. Victor approached him, saying that he was the boss of the Sichuan department. The man on the horse was called Park. He was the fifth elder of the Navarro family. Luke is unhappy and thinks they are self-righteous fools. But since the elder has arrived, the Navarro family is serious about this matter. Park told his new friends that they were not needed here and could go back home. Victor did not understand these words at all, probably because he has a problem with understanding, because the Five Poison sect is an anti-faction, so Navarro will take care of everything. But when there was a conspiracy with the Demon sect, the Five Poison sect became part of the Navarro Association. Park replied that it didn't matter at all. If the Navarros said they would take care of everything, then they would. But Victor confidently stated that they were not going to back down. Half a second later, Elder Park had a sword at his neck, and that's what happens when the dialogue goes off track. Park said that in this case, they would have to fight. He likes to provoke each other from the very beginning. Almost 10 years have passed since he soaked this legendary sword in the blood of hypocrites. Now it was Luke's turn to get angry. He had always hated these bastards. Suddenly, all the members of this small conflict felt an incredible energy that was unlike anything else. Behind them, someone was walking and approaching, a man with an incredibly strong aura. Park turned to the man and asked him who he was and what he wanted. This guy calmly said his name and also said that he was the next boss of the Pock family. You could feel his tiger aura in the air, and you immediately realized that he is a strong warrior, and it is better not to joke with him. Park already knows that this man fought alone against one of the demonic sects. When you look at the David, you get the impression that you are standing in front of a giant tiger. It's hard to believe that such a young warrior has achieved transcendence. It's rare to see such a thing. The horses also began to feel this strong energy and panic, and animals have a good sense of power. The park hasn't seen such an incredible power for a long time, and to be honest, it was even confused. The fifth elder of the Navarro family fell to the ground in front of the young heir of the Pock family. He said that all people have sins, and he begged David to have mercy on him. He apologized and asked the young heir to the family to put away his power so that he would not get hurt before attacking the Five Poison sect. This is true, since the Five Wives sect is located on flat terrain, but why doesn't the Crimson Blood Squad want to show their strength? If they immediately join the vanguard, the spirit of the Five Poison sect will certainly be broken. Park said that this is true, and that is why they were sent here, and they are ready to talk about it with David. Park could not believe that he was bowing his head to this milkman. It was too low. Soon evening came, and David spent it with a close friend. The heavenly swordsman noted that if it were not for David, blood would have been shed for no reason today. It was not only a war of nerves. David is sure that they were going to pursue the provincial alliance. If the five poison sect and the faction moved forward, everyone would pay attention. The demonic sect has shown itself again. Perhaps it is better to join forces with the anti-faction. After the greatest war of good and evil, no one expected the problems between the two sides to diminish. David believes that it would be right for them to defeat the Navarro family boss. At least this is one way to solve the problem. Looking at martial arts, power, money, and respect, it's not going to be easy because they already have everything. To block the demonic sect, Navarro, the provincial troops, and the alliance must join forces. The next day, a large army gathered and events unfolded very quickly. Navarro's family should know about all these events by now, but they are too quiet. It is also possible that the Navarro has a very insidious plan, so it is better not to wait, but to start. Within seconds, the soldiers were ordered to attack. Of course, David was also present at this event, and he can even say that he is the one who is in charge of the process. His mind is full of thoughts, various plans and strategies, and analysis of the current situation. It is already strong enough to influence the overall political process. Arrows began to destroy the defenses, and this is how war begins. When the Crimson Blood Squad receives an order to destroy the opponents, they will not stop until they have killed everyone. Victor and Luke were surprised. These fools started attacking without even properly preparing for it. This is exactly how the Crimson Blood Squad operates, with even less talking and more looking. A poisonous fog was immediately noticeable around us, probably used by the Five Poison sect. Some soldiers immediately began to lose consciousness. The poisonous fog is no joke. At that moment, they were immediately attacked by the enemy, which was exactly the opportunity they were waiting for. The first battles on the territory have begun, but so far nothing out of the ordinary. But the Crimson Blood Squad realized that they were ambushed, and this always means problems. Due to the oil and poisonous fog sprayed by the enemy, the troops cannot move forward. I should immediately mention the conversation David had with the Crimson Blood boss. The guy warned that there might be an ambush. David told them to attack slowly, but Park thinks he knows the art of attack better. Park said they couldn't retreat because of this stupid fog. They'd better get off their horses and fight on the ground. His soldiers immediately obeyed their boss's orders. They trust him completely. But sometimes orders from the boss lead to even bigger problems, and this time it happened. The soldiers of the Crimson Blood unit felt as if they were trapped, with nowhere to run and a hard death awaiting them. But suddenly, they saw an incredibly strong aura begin to protect them. As it turned out, it was David and George, and they were unhappy that these fools were going ahead without thinking about the plan at all. But in any case, it's too late to be dissatisfied. It's too hot to be distracted from the battle. David realized that he could not rely on these soldiers alone. He had to take part in this battle as well. George said that he was beginning to worry about this poisonous fog and asked David to solve the problem. To do this, he will try to clear the way for the David, which is what I call real teamwork. The Celestial Swordsman is almost as talented as David, and we must not forget that in his past life he became a legend. His technique and skills speak for themselves. Sometimes it seems that he alone could defeat an entire army. These two don't work so well together because of the extensive experience from their past lives, plus the joint training. This level of coordination cannot be trained in a few days. It takes years of hard work. But if you trust the process and work hard together, you can reach the level of the Heavenly Sword and the Fierce Tiger. The way for David was cleared, partly by George, but David also made his own efforts. It was hard for Park to believe that an ordinary young boss was capable of such a thing. He seemed to have an incredible talent. The elite Crimson Blood Squad is now completely cut off from the main forces. They must gather their strength and act more intelligently. Their leader no longer has the right to stupid orders and mistakes. Now they must destroy the enemy. All this time, they were watched by important people, the left minister of the Five Poisons clan and the old goblin's disciple. Now they will compete with a fierce tiger and a celestial swordsman, and I don't envy them. George approached the enemy and told them that they should not stand behind their army, but rather run home. These guys lost their masters. They said that today they would take revenge for the poisonous demon. Reducing the distance when using a ranged weapon is almost like shooting yourself in the foot. David understands all this perfectly well, but judging by the smiles of his rivals, they are up to something. Every action has its own meaning, and a little while later, David finally realized everything and warned George. The guy explained that these bastards wanted to use a thunder bomb. And this is not funny. The Heavenly Swordsman began to worry and was distracted from the battle with the old goblin's disciple. It was as if the minister started laughing and said it was too late to run away. The bomb was about to explode. David decided to cut off the left-wing minister's hand. A great plan. But will it work? A little later, it became clear that the bomb was going to explode anyway, and we had to immediately protect ourselves and George. David was standing at a far distance from the bomb, so now he has to figure out how to save his friend. The idea came to him almost immediately, and it was one of the techniques he learned during an isolated training session in the Cave of the Five Tigers. When the bomb exploded, he activated the aura of a tiger with his sword and used it as a shield. When the bomb exploded, the tiger's aura protected George Namgun from the flames and saved his life. But that was not the end. David looked at his enemy and saw a second thunderbolt, and that was dangerous. The guy tried to get close to his opponent and stop the explosion, but apparently did not have time. There was a loud explosion, and it was not immediately clear whether the David had survived. Later, it became clear that he was fine, although his hands and face burned badly after meeting the fire. He immediately started running to his older brother to make sure he was okay too. George thanked David for his help, and if it weren't for the tiger's aura, he would have been dead by now. David turned around and saw that there were still many opponents around. Now he understood the reason why the leftist minister and the goblin's disciple did not run away, as if they were trying to find companions for the journey to hell. Even the anti-faction cannot use thunderbombs. These guys are much more dangerous than everyone thought. The young masters were approached by their allies to make sure they were not hurt. They immediately smelled gunpowder, and it became clear that a thunderbomb or energy bomb had been used. David, meanwhile, pulled his sword from the wall. This sharp friend had done many good deeds today. David asked Victor what their situation was behind the walls, and the head of the Sichuan department said that the resistance was very strong. But there are also positive aspects. Thanks to the fact that David and George stopped the enemies, they did not suffer any major losses. With such strong young martial artists, we don't have to worry about the future of factions. Now let's look at what happened a few days later in the hall of the Five Poison Sect. The Five Poison Sect has been under the jurisdiction of the Demon Clan from the very beginning, and now they also want to turn to them. Victor said they could not allow the forces of large non-traditional sects to enter the province. At the moment, most cities in the province do not have a strong anti-faction sect. The influence of large non-traditional sects is declining, and if they are allowed to open new branches, the balance of power will change dramatically. That's why Victor is so eager to hinder their progress and development, and it's a wise strategy. Last night, the head of a large non-traditional sect offered a deal in exchange for the branch. He said he wanted to meet with all the young masters about the faction: David Pock, George Namgun, Mu Hans, and Barbara Dan. The head of the Sichuan department started yelling and said it was a stupid idea. These children will be at the table about factions in the future. No matter how important this issue is, we cannot allow the sprouts to be cut down. He said that he would talk to the young masters as if they were honored guests, so Victor shouldn't worry. He also said that he wanted to find out the will of each of the young artists, rather than rely on the Alliance's decision. Victor was told that he had a few days to think about it. He needed to analyze the situation well. He must make the right strategic decision and respond in a few days. But an experienced warrior feels that something is wrong here. They want to invite children to a large, non-traditional sect, and this is strange. Let's move on to Sichuan, where an important meeting with important people is taking place in the boss's hall. According to the leader of the Alliance, in the worst-case scenario, he is thinking of coming to Sichuan. David wants to know why the boss of a large, non-traditional sect called them. Victor explained that the information about David and his sword was gathered by the fifth elder, who reported it to the sect boss. In their opinion, all of this may be related to a demon that appeared in the city of Dansu. Everyone was very surprised after these words. It seems that most of them had already heard about this gruesome story. According to rumors, this demon is crazy, and no one wants to mess with him or conflict with him. It is said that in the main building of large non-traditional sects, this demon completely destroyed all the officials and injured the fourth elder. Even the fourth elder who was pursuing him was seriously wounded, and large sects were destroyed. This demon was never caught. They say he escaped from dance, so the mood in large non-traditional sects is bad now. They want to regain their dignity, and Victor believes that the boss of a large non-traditional sect is interested in David. David thought a little and started talking. Now all the attention is on him. He has to make a decision. The fourth heir in the Pock family said that they were going to go to a large non-traditional sect. Experienced nail technicians were shocked by this statement, and we probably should have prepared them for it. George took matters into his own hands, saying that they had already planned everything and there was no need to worry about them. Perhaps these children do not realize that this business is much more dangerous than they think. But this self-confidence in young eyes can sometimes create a miracle and defeat evil. Victor said that there was no need to do this for the sake of the Alliance. It was a really dangerous task. David agrees that it can be dangerous, but he believes it is a good opportunity for the Alliance. It's been 20 years since the Great War between the factions. Isn't this the first time a non-traditional sect has reached out to them? They should use this opportunity to reconnect with these groups. But he said he had a plan, or rather a letter from the King of Swords, and he wanted to use it. This guy knows how to talk to elders. He is almost a professional manipulator and networker. So the decision was made, and in a few days the young masters went to dance. The weather was great, the people seemed friendly, and the air was very clean. From the very beginning, Barbara thought it would be ugly, but it turned out to be much better. They have almost reached the sect, and now they have to take the last steps. They have never seen such a large building and high walls, and the price is much higher than that of the Alliance. Hans has already started asking around to see if there are any restaurants around the team that serve good wine. This guy can't be stopped. After he was given a taste of wine, he fell in love with it too much. The big doors in this building have begun to open, and perhaps someone very important will come out now. The soldiers immediately began to bow, not clearly understanding who was about to appear before them. And so it was, because a few seconds later, a young master of large non-traditional sects, Edward, came out of the door. He bowed before his guests and thanked them for traveling so far to meet him. Of course, we recognize this guy, but for those who forgot, let me remind you that Edward is an Iron Fist. They had already met with David, and this was their second meeting. When they met, they were fighting to get the inheritance of a 1,000-year-old murderous monk. David doesn't remember that day well, but if it weren't for the help of the monk's assistant, he would have died. Edward also recognized his old friend, and their meeting was legendary. Edward swore that he would kill David the next time he saw him, but he restrains himself because of his boss's order. But something surprised the Iron Fist. This time he couldn't analyze the David level at all. Not wanting to keep his guests waiting, Edward immediately invited them inside. He realized that the Iron Fist was not going to attack him now. He guessed that it was because of his boss's order. After they went inside, Edward showed them the battlefield they had recently created on their territory. If there is a battlefield, then there must be a place where the competition will take place. At least that's what George thinks. Edward explained that of all the faction supporters, they would be the only ones to see the anger of the large traditional sects subside in battle. To put it simply, this is where revenge will be taken, but it is different from competitions between factions. Instead of organizing martial arts sparring, there will be battles for life and death. After this conversation, it was time to escort the distinguished guests to the main person of this territory. It became immediately noticeable that many different masters had gathered around, all of them quite respectable people. David was incredibly surprised to see that the heavenly demon of ice was also here. What a surprise! David began to smile at him, as if reminding him of how many of his disciples he had destroyed. Of course, the celestial ice demon could not like this. He felt that he was being openly laughed at. But now is not the time for this, because we need to congratulate the boss of large non-traditional sects. It was he who ordered Edward to bring the young masters here, that is, David and his friends. That's how David met the boss of large unconventional sects, the Master of Volts. The fourth heir to the Pock family immediately felt that Volt was using age regression. I don't know what that means. Then some strange things started happening, and Master Volt asked David and his friends who they were. Of course, it's strange. He personally called them to see him, and now he asks such questions. Maybe he has Parkinson's disease? As soon as Hans thought about it, Volt started laughing out loud and said that there was a real clown among them. Hans didn't expect to be able to pick up the silent transmissions he learned from Shaolin. Everyone else was not laughing, for example, the heavenly demon of ice, who looked furious. Volt continued to laugh at the crazy monk, and the master liked his expression. Then Volt continued to say incomprehensible things. It seems he really has a problem with his head, or he is too smart. Then he began to laugh at the expressions on the faces of members of non-traditional sects who did not understand this humor. David interrupted the conversation, saying that he was pleased to meet you, but that he and his friends were surprised by this invitation. Bolt has already heard about David from the Sword King, and he knows that the Sword King has been training the boy for some time. The King of the Sword also told David that when Volt was younger, he seemed to have the weight of a mountain on him, but now he looks like a child. Bolt replied that the next time he saw the Sword King, he would have to tear him to pieces, which was probably also a joke. The boss said that there was nothing special about him calling them in, that things had become too uninteresting after he got older. He asked David to show some skill in the battles that would take place in 3 days. David thinks that there is a reason why Volt is ready to give up the branch and the province, but the man replied that it is not such a big deal. For him, the province and everything connected with it is no different from a small chessboard. If he needs to, he can simply turn the board over and end the game. David asked the master to listen to one request, and the Iron Fist did not like these words. He believes that no one has the right to ask the boss for anything. Although according to rumors, David has already defeated the Demon King. Has he really changed? In any case, Volt allowed David to speak, and then the guy said that he was asking for an audience. It seems that this proposal was quite aggressive, at least as the boss's bodyguards understood it. They immediately surrounded David and began to threaten him with sharp swords. Hans and his friends did not notice their approach at all, which already indicates that the guards had serious combat training. David still remained calm and confident in his own abilities, knowing that he had said nothing wrong. His confidence surprised Bolt, which is why he decided to give David a chance for an audience. But he warned me that if he didn't like something, he would make sure that David couldn't say another word. After meeting with the Demon King, it became clear that there were only 2 masters in the demon sect who had reached the transcendental level. There are only 3 such people in the entire province, but there are 2 of them in the demonic section. David knows that the demon sect has stockpiled 300 years of power, and they already have 4 supermasters, so they can achieve full transcendence. David believes that the demonic sect will become stronger every day, which can be understood by looking at the scale of their activities. So if they want to stop the demonic sect, the pro-faction and the large non-traditional sect need to work together. David and Volt were talking one-on-one, and everyone else was asked to leave the room. Volt was skeptical about this story. He believes that there is nothing special about this young leader about factions. But that's not all. As soon as the province recovers from the war with the demonic sect, the best in the world will be revealed. That's the only thing missing from Sashon, the title of the best in the world. It seems that David wants to say that he can make 2 parasites fight in a battle against the Volts. Although Volt thinks they will not come out on top, David said that as soon as the war is over, he will be the best in the pro-faction. This really pissed off the boss. How dare this young fool talk to him like that? But this is not an empty play on words. With the title of the best in the world as collateral, David offers a Volt-faced deal. It seems that this young master wants to argue with an experienced boss. What a cheek! But this arrogance arouses curiosity, and Volt decided to see what makes David so confident. It looks like we're going to have a new battle of David against an incredibly strong and powerful master. Now, Volt will assess whether the David has the potential to become the best in the world. In other words, life or death. Only one of the 2 of them should stay. It's too tough a negotiation, but what's done is done. But ready for any turn of the plot, he immediately began to defend himself against the Volt's attack. This is no longer some ordinary demon on the street. This is an experienced master with whom you have to be careful. From the very beginning, David was surprised by the strength of his opponent. For such a powerful attack, Volt did not even take a fighting stance. This already characterizes him as a strong opponent, but David is no gift either. Volt noted that David knows much more than he did in his youth, but 10 years have passed since Volt completed his transcendental transition. Now the boss is at the level of absolute transcendence, and he will show the guy what it means. Now we will see how such a young man can defend himself against an attack called time. The sandstorm technique in the blood pit was activated, also called the mad mockery of the wind. The master of Volts probably doesn't know that even if the world ends, David will not lose his trademark confidence and calmness. To achieve absolute transcendence, one must go through the stages of ordinary transcendence. During these stages, the human will becomes one with nature, because one cannot stop only by filling oneself through completion. You need to find the root cause and answer all your internal questions, and of course, defeat your inner demons. This is possible only if you completely fill your will with this. But to do this, do you have to fight it, or do you have to subdue yourself? From the very beginning, nature has achieved harmony and perfection with all its many parts. And if this is the case, then David must also become a part of nature. This is his path to complete transcendence. Understanding this gives you peace of mind, and it helps you during combat and improves concentration. Volt began to realize that David could achieve the technique of complete submission. Total surrender is a state in which a person is so immersed in something that he or she completely loses himself or herself. Yes, it's always a pleasure to watch the progress of this young master of the Pak family. David realized that it was not enough to defend himself, and he needed to launch a counter-offensive, which is why he activated the red light barrel technique. Master Volt was surprised. He had never seen a warrior's strength grow during a battle. Although the wound on her arm is deep, there are no traces of blood. It looks like someone has stopped the bleeding. Master Volt spoke to him. He was glad that David had finally regained consciousness. It seemed to be over very quickly. He asked the guy not to worry about his internal injuries because Volt gave him medication to recover, which he also takes himself. He also stopped the external wounds, so David immediately began to thank him and said that he felt like he was fighting in a dream. The master was surprised and said that he did not know that such techniques belonged to the Pak family. David explained that it was called the Five-Tiger Decisive Sword. David also said that he was the one who invented this technique, but it is not yet fully ready. Volt smiled and said that of course she was not ready. There is no such thing as a completed martial art in the province. The dead souls of martial arts schools spent hours on self-improvement. David apologized to the leader for his words and admitted that he had made a wrong remark. Now it's time to think about David's words about becoming a great master. Volt recognized that it was only a matter of time before this guy reached the stage of absolute transcendence. David admitted that he really wanted to become the best in the world, and he was not interested in second place at all. Bolt decided to accept his offer and said he would look forward to the day when he would be named the world's best. David caught the leader's interest because he was able to do what even the leader of the alliance could not do on his own. The main thing is that David does not allow himself to be killed by the demon sect. If this happens, the sword of the Chaos faction will be directed at his allies. David thanked the master for everything and assured him that his lifeline was very strong. After that, it was time to meet again with his friends who had been waiting for him for too long. They immediately ran up to him and started asking what happened. They hadn't heard a sound, so they started to worry. Hans was afraid that the sound and the pressure of the energy of these David were blocked by the Yang shield. Barbara said that they would not be able to live their lives in peace if David had suffered serious injuries. But the guy assured me that everything was fine and nothing prevented him from moving freely, and that participation in the Battle of Cleansing would not be a difficult test. The cleansing battles will begin in 3 days, so you can rest and prepare yourself mentally until then. But while David is resting, Hans suggested a special training session and they must receive a magic elixir. This is the main prize of the competition, and if the Chaos faction wins all the young masters, they will receive gold. If young people win, the faction will create a magic elixir for them, and the Hans wants to get it. Barbara agrees with this idea. After they have traveled a long way here, they must get the magic elixir. Hans was so eager to get this elixir that he literally started burning. George said that he had prepared a table for drinking wine, but for this he was hit by Barbara, because David should not be drunk during illness. He asked her not to be so aggressive because there would be a lot of food with the wine. And when it comes to delicious dishes and delicacies, Barbara immediately loses control. In this case, everything looks great. Everyone is happy and looking forward to the next few days. Meanwhile, Fred, a disciple of a great master from an unorthodox sect, had a difficult conversation with his master. Anubis, the celestial demon of ice, has just learned of the unpleasant news, and he is the third elder of a large unorthodox sect. He had just read that those who should oppose the young leaders are the forces of the second young master and the Fred. This means that the leader has made an official decision, but this is not the price that the young master should pay for the devil to slip out of their hands. Perhaps this was done to promote the first young master because he was given a separate order, not the same as the second master. We seem to be witnessing the beginning of a potential conflict within the sect. It's as if the vault itself provokes all this, the insults and fighting matches to purify, all of which will be interesting in any case. Several days passed, and finally, the event that everyone has been waiting for has begun. David and his friends came to watch the final battle between martial artists of Northern Honor and Patient Death. However, the battle was something to behold. The technique of both masters was top-notch, and the speed was like a comet. They constantly changed their distances for attacks and used different combat methods. Barbara began to worry, after killing the elder and gaining his position, would there be problems with the hierarchy? A large non-orthodox sect is a huge federation of sects, so the empty space will be quickly filled. David is well aware that the purpose of battles to end insults is not to reduce the power of sects, it is only to get rid of the superfluous ones. This is how these chaotic factions try to become stronger by getting rid of the weak parts. Of course, Volt also watched these battles, and he is the organizer of this tournament, although it is a family tradition. The Celestial Ice Demon is also present today. He looks too pale. He needs more vitamin D. But some young warriors show their nerves too much, and perhaps they have a reason for that. Master Volt ordered them to go and fight in a fair fight with the young pro-faction leaders in the next rounds. Now the leader has ordered the main fighting to begin, which is what everyone is waiting for. It was stated that a battle with young faction leaders would now begin. Of course, we are talking about David and his friends, so it's time to see them on this battlefield. Barbara is feeling a bit out of sorts today, but she's decided to go first anyway. Around her, she was already a famous girl, called the Poisonous Flower and the most beautiful girl in the province. Many people don't understand why there are no such beautiful women in their city, so they only have to enjoy the look of a Barbara. The Chaos faction will not treat her with disrespect just because she is a girl. Her opponent said that if she was gentle with him, he would try to beat her softer. Barbara replied that she was not interested in weak men, especially ugly men like him. Such words can offend any man, and this guy is no exception to the rule. He immediately attacked, but just as quickly regretted coming out to fight Barbara. This fool was not satisfied with his injuries, so he decided to continue this battle. The Poisonous Flower has already reached a completely different level of skill. It is no longer the girl David met in the restaurant. She instantly showed her skills, stopped her opponent's attack, and struck back. This guy didn't even have time to realize what had happened. Barbara's movements were so light and fast. He didn't see her activate her poisonous technique, and he wants to repeat his attack. This fool probably doesn't realize that it can easily poison people like him, even without the use of special equipment. Thus, Barbara ended this battle, although it had only just begun, and asked for her next opponent. Later, the second young master of a large unorthodox sect entered the arena, and he personally wants to fight Barbara. It seems that the second host has a bad side, as he took a step forward only after Barbara had already beaten 5 opponents. Ramesh didn't like these words. He immediately focused and prepared to destroy the girl. But it is unlikely that he will be able to do it. Barbara said that he will never leave this battlefield as a winner. Such an unexpected attack is always a sign of a warrior's professionalism. It is Barbara's strong point. Ramesh started to defend himself. He was surprised that after so many battles, this girl had strength left. It's hard for him to go on the counteroffensive now. He has to think about defense and keep his concentration. His predecessors are still being helped by doctors. These poor men cannot even stand on their feet. The Poisonous Flower assured me that she hadn't even shown all her strengths, and that the most interesting things were yet to come. Ramesh tried to calm his nerves and finally start attacking the girl. Barbara's strengths include not only beauty, but she also skillfully uses all the strengths of the Dan family. So far, the second young leader of a large unorthodox sect is defending himself. But will he last? He was beginning to regret his actions and remembered that it was Volt who had entrusted him to fight Barbara. Meanwhile, the leader was watching one of his students, Ramesh, who always seemed to him to be too weak a slug. This battle was quickly concluded, and now the search for the next opponent for the Poisonous Flower began. The first young master of the unorthodox sect, Iron Fist Edward, has entered the arena, and he wants to show the power of the chaotic faction. Barbara was ready to fight him, but she felt her friend's hand touch her back. As it turns out, Hans can't wait any longer and wants to personally test the strength of the first sect master. Edward said that he found it strange that Hans was the only one in his group who did not have a pseudonym. The crazy monk replied that he was not interested in such things. He was only interested in battles and martial arts. This bold guy is the most self-confident of all the Iron Fist has ever met, and is said to have studied the mysterious art of a Taoist master. These rumors are true. Hans is indeed an incredibly gifted talent, and now we will see how much his progress has increased over the years. Edward is confident that he can destroy all this guy's self-confidence, so let's see. Hans realized that his opponent would start attacking aggressively first, so he had to be ready for anything. He used the fire technique of Shaolin and prepared for a hard fight. In a few seconds, the audience saw the incredible, the battle of the powerful Vajra's hand technique against the sandstorm in the bloody pit. This gust of wind can reach your bones, but you can't scare a monk from a Shaolin temple with such tricks. Hans has activated the fist power of 100 tigers. This power can break even the Great Chinese Wall. Edward finally felt that he was fighting a worthy opponent, and for the first time in several years it was hard for him. But the first young master of the unorthodox sect was able to repel this blow. Even Hans did not expect it. The Iron Fist said it was over and launched a counterattack, and that's how it ended. He prepared to personally deliver the invitation to hell to the Hans, his fist ready to do so. But it's not just Edward's fist that is ready to deliver a powerful punch. The Dragon Claw fist technique also has a lot to show. These guys put on an incredibly spectacular performance, and I hope they will hear a huge round of applause at the end of the battle. They deserve a lot of nice words in their address, but there has to be one left. The Shaolin fist technique is so unique that it leaves its opponents without a t-shirt. But Edward believes that his technique is not inferior, and he is ready to demonstrate it. These guys are real martial arts masters. Each of their attacks is like a work of art. Now Hans has missed a powerful punch in the face, which makes this psycho even more enraged. But the Iron Fist didn't stop there. It used the family technique again and continued to attack. Hans realized that it was all too much. He was not going to give in to anyone in this competition. Again, bright colors, flames and explosions, this is the only way to describe the battle between these giants. Not only ordinary viewers were shocked by this performance, but also Hans's closest friends. The green and red flames symbolize the strengths of both titans. Now it's even hard to understand what it was, but in any case, the audience enjoys the process. There was this sound. Nothing was broken, although I am sure that each of them suffered at least a few fractures in their bones. Oddly enough, they are both still alive, but they are aggressively opposed to each other, so why do they have so much anger? Suddenly, everything seemed to stop, as if someone had stopped the whole world. Why weren't they moving? David has never seen a battle like this before, and it looks like they plan to fight with the power of their fists alone. Edward has broken dozens of weapons with his own hands, and now he feels that the Hans is not an easy opponent. Hans, in turn, also recognizes that Edward is worthy of his title of Iron Fist. The Mad Monk said that he would be the last person Edward would see in his life. Even Bolt was impressed by this battle. Finally, someone pleased the boss of the unorthodox sect. A little while later, it was finally over. This battle could not go on forever. Someone had to end it. The Iron Fist has honestly admitted its defeat. It has been completely destroyed. It cannot continue the battle. Hans thanked his opponent for this fight. His authority is really like iron, and the monk respects it. The Hans had no strength left after this battle and immediately fell to the ground. Although he tried to show that he was fine, everyone realized that he needed to rest. Iron Fist is very disappointed with his performance. He admits that he lost, but still dreams of revenge. Barbara and Hans have already confirmed their progress in recent years, and now it's George's turn to do the same. The Heavenly Swordsman immediately began to destroy his opponents, and no one could stop his fury. Although we know that George is a fairly calm person, his pressure reaches incredible levels during a battle. Hans was surprised that it was over so quickly. His battle lasted almost an hour, and George defeated his opponent by 3 seconds. It looks like it's the turn of the last of the young masters to show his level of martial arts. David went to the battlefield and said he was ready for any challenge. Everyone around us has heard of the perfect tiger sword, of course. This guy managed to become a legend at his young age. David said that he didn't have much time to play all these games, so his opponents could unite and attack all at once. This battlefield had never seen such self-confidence before, and all the soldiers simultaneously attacked the David. Each of them dreamed of becoming famous by defeating such a strong opponent. But David is not going to give them his glory. He earned his surname in real battles where he lost a lot of blood. The perfect tiger sword is not going to give in to others and wants even more recognition and glory. From the very first seconds of the fight, he decided to show his opponents who was in charge. The audience was amazed by this power. Even in Legends, the tiger's sword is not that strong. Not all the opponents tried to fight honestly. Some chose insidious tactics and decided to attack from behind. But it's unlikely that any of this will surprise the perfect sword of the tiger, which is ready for any plot twist. He will be especially cruel to the sneaky guys who hit behind their backs. By the way, he immediately recognized a young student of Anubis, a warrior named Fred. David always understood that the sect leader personally appoints the opponents in these competitions. All the opponents that the young masters are fighting today are part of the troops of the second young master. But the boss of the unorthodox sect believes that the second heir is still not strong enough to take this place. Now, when the power struggle is not over, there is always a risk of an attack by a demon sect. David is not going to ask for too much for himself. He just wants to make sure that each of his friends receives the elixir. Now it's up to Volt to make the decision, and David personally holds no grudge against Fred. But to hurt him a little, David believes, is the right strategy. Volt now gave David permission to fight Anubis, so David immediately began to summon the heavenly demon of ice. Finally, they will meet in a personal duel. These guys have too long a history of hatred. Anubis can't believe that the leader allowed the young man to fight him. It seems that Bolt has completely lost his mind. In any case, the heavenly theme on ice must get ready and finally take revenge on the guy for all the insults. David recalled how the Anubis had summoned his twin brothers, Red and Black Blood, and then interfered with the business of a group of joke traders. David hadn't yet had time to remind him that he had killed Anubis's best student, but the old master was already boiling with anger. He promised not to leave David alone until he died, so now we'll see what the legendary ice demon can do. He promised to kill the young heir to the Pock family at any cost, and to do it now. The celestial ice demon immediately activated his strong aura, and David felt that his opponent was very strong. This technique is called the Quiet and Cold Blue Dungeon, and it has already destroyed many a young master. The technique is so specific that the audience can't understand anything because they can't see anything. They cannot see the fight between the young master of factions and the third elder of the sect. Now I'm beginning to understand why Anubis was nicknamed the Heavenly Demon of Ice. David also did not understand anything when he felt that his foot was frozen to the ground, even though it was almost summer. As soon as David realized that he could not move his legs, he immediately felt that he was already under attack. Attacking from the mountain is always dangerous, especially when your opponent cannot move. The celestial ice demon has calculated everything perfectly, but will he be able to put his plan into action? At the last moment, David was able to dodge, grab his opponent's arm, and activate his aura. He was able to free his legs, so now the young master is fully prepared to fight the Anubis. The celestial ice demon failed to strike the first blow at the guy, but he himself received painful injuries. After such a fall, he is sure to have broken several ribs, and there may be questions about internal bleeding. No one expected such a performance from David. He fought a real living legend, but won too easily. The boss of the unorthodox sect was looking at him and smiling. He was very pleased with this battle. Volt doesn't think David understands what he's doing, but it seems he'll soon realize that it's a reliable defense of the Chai's body. His tiger aura is incredible, so it is very interesting to watch the future of this young master. Meanwhile, the celestial ice demon regained consciousness and tried to get up. David is sure that when Anubis ordered the Black and Red Deaths to attack David, he did not expect this day to ever come. He said that now he would cut off the hands of the heavenly demon of ice, that he could no longer dream of his tricks. Yes, it is incredibly cruel, but sometimes justice is incredibly cruel. No one gave the David the right to administer justice, but if he doesn't do it, then who will? Thus, the legendary third elder of a non-orthodox sect lost his hands. David approached him and told him that, taking into account the opinion of the sect leader, he had decided to punish the Anubis in this way. The heavenly demon of ice began to shout and say that he would come back and cut off the head of the David anyway. But the young master was not ready to listen to all this nonsense, so he struck another powerful fist. David decided not to stop there. He thought that Anubis deserved an even harsher attitude. That is why he struck again with his tiger aura. Anubis felt the full power of the fourth heir to the Pock family, and he ran into a wall. David looked at him as if with sympathy. "I think their story is over. The winner is too obvious." The audience was impressed and pleased. They thought that for a pro-factional freak, David fought well. That's why it's called a battle to destroy insults. And even though chaotic groups have suffered, the mood is festive. Edward believed that if he had to fight the young leader again, the only difference would be the intensity of the blows. But he admits that he was thinking too narrowly and underestimated the young master's progress. Soon the competition was officially over. It was a total defeat in favor of the young masters from the factions. Everything will be organized for all 10 winners, who will be represented by the first young host. Since the third elder of the sect ended in this way, the results should be obvious. Volt admitted that the stars of today have put on an incredible show, and even the chaotic factions should agree with this. Since the young master's success was so strong, the leader added another elixir to each of them. David and his friends were happy and thanked Volt for this support. After that, the leader of the unorthodox sect decided to talk to the crazy monk. He said that all young masters have their own special name, but only Hans does not have one. The leader said that he personally calls him a mad monk, and from now on, this is his special name. But then Volt added that he had come up with something better, a mad monk's crushing iron fist. He asked the young master which of the two names he liked better. To suggest the name of the crushing iron fist right in front of the iron fist, Edward is disrespectful. Without hesitation, Hans replied that there was already an iron fist in this province, so he would be called the Mad Monk. Volt disagreed. A name like Crushing Iron Fist enhanced the reputation of the Hans. But the guy said that he was a crazy monk from the very beginning, and this name suited him perfectly. The leader laughed and said that Hans was indeed a crazy monk, so from now on, it was his official name. Thus, all the members of the young craftsman's squad received their personal names. The barberry has always been called a poisonous flower, and the Ganser has also now been called a mad monk. George Namgun has been known everywhere as a celestial swordsman for many years. And of course, when it comes to the perfect tiger sword, everyone understands that they are talking about David Pock. All of them infiltrated the enemy camp and proved their incredible strength and determination in martial arts. Since the young craftsman demonstrated a fighting spirit, Volt named them the Four Titans. Hans was not very happy with the new name of the team, but Barbara asked him to keep quiet and not talk about it. David, on the contrary, was pleased. At last, the very revival of the Four Titans, which implies a new beginning, had taken place. After these events, the young masters returned to their homes and had a good rest. These competitions took a lot of energy. The next morning, they gathered and met with the assistant boss of a non-orthodox sect. He congratulated them on the successful completion of the competition and said it was a pleasure to watch them. Hans immediately asked him where the Iron Fist was now, and he probably wanted to meet with Edward. But the assistant replied that the first young owner of the family had isolated himself after the competition. David immediately realized that another young owner could take advantage of this moment to try to take his place again. The assistant explained that Edward is not really worried about the authorities. He wants to rest and analyze his mistakes during the battle. The boss's assistant also said he had to deliver an important letter from the leader of the alliance, asking for a dialogue. David is free to respond to this letter whenever he wants, if he so desires. No one knew that the Sashin would make its move first, but in any case, David asked to thank the leader. The time has come to say goodbye and move on to new challenges, and what no one else could do with the alliance, the young poker master did. Naturally, all the members of the Four Titans team began to ask David where they were going. They decided to join the provincial alliance, but not to rush, because they had a lot of work lately and needed to rest. Barbara said that all of this sounds really great. They really deserve to finally have some free time. Their journey was a long one, but they were in no hurry at all and visited different cities. For a long time, they were chased by rain, but in the late afternoon, the weather improved and they finally relaxed. There are a lot of migrants in this city, which is why there is a night market that is open every night. The Heavenly Swordsman also said that there is a rather influential sect here called the Great Truth Sect. As soon as Barbara smelled the delicious food, she immediately went and bought several servings, and she never changes. Despite the small size of this city, David likes it here because he feels he gets good spiritual counseling. Suddenly, the team of Four Titans heard screams, someone aggressively yelling at the old man. He did not pay for protection and wants to work in this place, which is why he is in trouble now. It seems that those who are there are filled with the spirit of consultation that David spoke of. The old man was scared. He said he had spent his whole life cutting down trees, so he couldn't save up the money he needed. The men did not like these words. They called the old man foolish and prepared to show him what strength is. But someone stopped this bold thief, and he immediately felt a burning pain in his arm. It seems that Barbara decided to stand up for the old man, as she is well-mannered and cannot stand to see old people being insulted. The bald man said that he didn't like her, and now he would show her her place as well. As soon as he said these words, a tall, strong, and confident warrior immediately appeared in front of him. David really doesn't like it when someone tries to hurt Barbara, but today he is kind and ready to let the man live. He ordered them all to get out immediately, because the team of the Four Titans was not a team that could be defeated. Of course, these inglorious bastards immediately began to run away and pray, and today they are very lucky. The young craftsman immediately helped the old man, who was probably not the first time he had been insulted by local thieves. The old man said that from the very beginning, everything was different. These people treated the vendors well and took care of them. But then everything changed, and a year later, they started demanding that we pay large taxes and forcing us to do so. Hans said that they have to solve this problematic issue in this city. George Namgun agreed with this suggestion, but said that it was unclear why things had changed so much, so it was better to observe first. As soon as the sun went down, the young craftsman headed to a cafe to try some delicious noodles. The Heavenly Swordsman said that it had been a few years since he had last been here, but the taste was still incredible. Word spreads very quickly in the province, and a man at the next table was talking about the 4 young masters and their achievements. Recently, they have joined large unorthodox sects and received the title of the 4 Titans. The heavenly swordsman knew that glory awaited them, which is why he suggested that they change into other clothes in advance. Even here, they already know that at the last competition, 4 Titans destroyed more than 200 young masters from unorthodox sects. Rumors have even spread about a crazy monk. Everyone already knows that he is a student of Shaolin and personally defeated the Iron Fist. Hans was pleasantly surprised that he was being discussed seriously. As a child, he dreamed of becoming a legend. This event is a great happiness for the pro-faction. Even if there is a war between the factions, the anti-faction will not be able to advance. George didn't know about the great anti-factional war. He was just a child, and many of his family members were unable to return home. Barbara realized that they would not be able to avoid a war with the demon sect. Everything was going to happen. David confirmed her thoughts, saying that one day this war will definitely start, and when it does, they must be ready for it. George said that they would all stand together on the line of defense because they are a team of 4 Titans. Hans assured us that this team would be able to destroy all their enemies, even if there were 1,000,000 of them. David smiled and said that he was happy to have such good friends like them. Suddenly, an uninvited guest, a Kaus from the Great Truth sect, approached the young masters and immediately asked if they were the ones who made the mess today. He is referring to the situation on the market when young craftsmen decided to protect an old man. David said that it was a threat to an ordinary person and an attempt to steal, so they decided to intervene. It seems that this problematic situation cannot be solved with ordinary words, and Kaus immediately grabbed his sword. But he was immediately stopped by the heavenly swordsman, who said that it was wrong to immediately grab for weapons. It was better to calmly resolve the conflict. The aura of the celestial swordsman is very powerful, and if he wants to, he can take away all your powers with one touch of his hand. Chaos was furious and began to show his aggression. He ordered his assistants to immediately attack these children. His assistants were ready to help, but they also felt the aura of the heavenly sword. Even ordinary people started to intervene, as they felt that the young masters were right in this situation and there was no point in fighting. Of course, a member of the Great Truth sect could not tolerate this, and he ordered that we not interfere with his affairs. The situation began to get out of control, and David realized that he had to show these thieves who was who. He took an ordinary wooden spoon and demonstrated his ability to calm the conflict. Of course, we can say that David used a rather specific tactic, but it is better than nothing. When he knocked out 5 opponents with a single wooden spoon, Chaos realized who he was talking to. These are not just young masters, they are already very experienced and are on the level of transcendence. You can't talk to them without respect. If you make such a mistake, you can say goodbye to your life. Chaos didn't know he was talking to the 4 Titans. He thought they were just teenagers from a neighboring village. He was sure that he was defending the main sect of his city, and so he did not hesitate to draw his sword and attack the Davidians. The young heir to the Pock family is ready for any attack, especially an attack by an ordinary warrior. For such a battle, he doesn't even need to take out his sword. He can confidently continue to fight with a spoon. Chaos has never met such a talented opponent before, but he still doesn't understand who he's really facing. If someone had told him that he was fighting with David Pock, Chaos would have committed suicide long ago. David looked serious. For someone who has reached such a high level, it is very easy to lose control of his emotions. Meanwhile, the more his opponent shows his emotions, the redder his eyes become. Such muddy energy does not suit someone who belongs to a pro-faction. Chaos wasn't going to give up and go home without a victory. He wanted to win in front of everyone and earn recognition. That's why he continued to attack the young master, but David was still going to fight with the spoon. A member of the Great Truth sect started shouting and promised to destroy the David. His aggression went beyond all limits. At that moment, everyone was very surprised, because those who knew martial arts realized that the Chaos showed demonic energy. Of course, David could not help but notice this, as he had seen such things in his previous life. That is why he realized that it was time to stop this fool and end the conflict. Yeah, as we know, to end a conflict with a stupid person, you have to knock him out first. George immediately checked Chaos's vital signs and was convinced that he had demonic energy. While Hans was suggesting that we should immediately go and destroy the Great Truth sect, people began to look more closely at the young masters. Soon, they could no longer be saved by new clothes because they were finally recognized, the same 4 Titans. But he realized that there was no point in hiding it anymore and said that he was a David from a Pock family. People were shocked. They couldn't believe that these living legends were really standing in front of them. But did they really want to destroy the sect of the Great Truth? David replied that this sect was rumored to be part of a pro-faction group, but was found to be using demonic art, which is a serious violation. They were approached by a local warrior called the Pure White Sword, who and his men wanted to keep David company. If this is really demonic art, it must be connected to a demon sect, so young artists will need help. David smiled and said that he didn't mind. It was always more interesting to work together. That evening, the city is in for a real party, as David and company get down to business. Meanwhile, a member of the Great Truth sect was having a peaceful vacation with a beautiful woman listening to great music. This muscular man is called a Leto, and he usually spends his evenings enjoying life. Suddenly, his assistant started shouting and said they had some unforeseen problems. Unidentified people brought the leader of one of the units unconscious, and now these people are asking to meet with the Leto. Leto started shouting and showing his aggression. He doesn't understand what kind of people could do this. His assistant said that these people were from different walks of life, and they were ready to wait until the boss came out to them. But even then, he realized that there was no other choice. He asked his girlfriend to wait and got ready to go outside. She also started to worry because she felt that her boyfriend might get into trouble. Finally, the sect boss got dressed and went outside. He wants to see those insects who are so actively looking for him at night. Later, he saw that a real small coalition had come to him. The leader of his squad, along with his men, is still unconscious. Leto did not like this at all, and he will not allow anyone to insult his people. David immediately decided to greet me and said that he was the young master of the Pock family, but I realized that this was the perfect tiger sword. The sect boss knows that David is a very popular and well-known person. He has heard many stories about this guy, so he is happy to meet him. David said he didn't like to talk too much, so he wanted to get straight to the point and ask a few questions. He asked why the Great Truth sect smelled like demonic art, and the boss was shocked. He visibly started to get nervous and sweat, and his eyes also became redder, just like Chaucer's when he was nervous. This is exactly what David expected to see. The boss's eyes were covered in blood, so it was all true. Because the Leto is accustomed to the demonic arts, he has developed a demonic attitude that affects the essence of the martial artist. Suddenly, David saw something moving at an incredible speed above their heads. At first, he did not understand what it was. Maybe it was a chupacabra, or maybe it was his enemies. Meanwhile, the boss tried to calm the situation down, saying that he knew the story of the perfect tiger sword well, but that David had made a mistake about the sect. He said that he did not use any demonic arts, and it was at this point that David began to approach him. The young master did it incredibly quickly, but not to hit his opponent, but to push him away. Even a kangaroo can't make such a high jump, and of course everyone was surprised. David jumped to catch the same creature he had seen a few seconds earlier, and he succeeded. He was aggressive and said that he had caught an unclean devil, but who could it be? It's hard to believe with your own eyes, but this is the same girl with whom the boss of the Great Truth sect was having fun. This beautiful girl's name is Lola, and David pressed her as tightly as possible to the roof of the house of the boss of the Great Truth sect. Now this demonic creature will feel what it's like to come face to face with a cruel tiger. Suddenly, she smiled, and her eyes immediately turned red, and she began to ask the young master to let her go. The girl realized that her spiritual energy was strong, so she activated her aura to help. Soon, David began to let go of her neck, and Lola thought that her demonic energy had passed through him. But a few seconds later, she received a powerful punch in the jaw, and David said that he shouldn't play these games with him. He struck her several more powerful blows, and this guy must not have been taught how to treat girls. Later, when she fainted, he grabbed her and went down to the ground with her. Leto was panicking and screaming non-stop. He said that Lola was his lover and did not deserve to be treated so cruelly. David smiled and said that he did not know that mistresses could jump on the roofs of houses. He also said that there is a demon in the demonic sect, which is also called an unclean demon. That woman is the devil, but her husband does not agree with these words at all. David assured him that if the Leto got acquainted with the alluring demonic art, he would lose his rationality just as he does now. The boss of the Great Truth sect could no longer listen to this self-righteous fool, so he decided to act. David realized that he could not afford to hold this unclean demon in his arms now. It would only get in the way. He threw her to the ground and prepared to defend himself against his opponent's sharp sword. David was able to grab his weapon with his bare hands. I don't know where I learned it, but it looks very cool." As it turned out, the coolest part was yet to come, because David had reached the point where he could not only catch weapons with his bare hands, but also break them. That's what progress means. Now this guy has reached an incredible level of skill. All these opponents can't even hit him. Leto did not understand how this guy was able to approach him and use his attack so quickly. It was a powerful blow with the aura of a fierce tiger, and this man's lungs and internal organs will have a hard time. I shouldn't have quarreled with the fourth heir to the Pock family. It would have been better to talk and find a compromise. The boss's assistants were shocked. They know very well that he is the strongest of the entire sect, but now he has been brutally destroyed. David calmly ordered them to throw their weapons on the ground and kneel down. Otherwise, they would suffer the same fate. Of course, all these fighters did so. They had already heard the legends of the perfect tiger sword, and they did not want to stand in its way. A lot happened that evening, and David and his friends did not even expect to have such adventures in this city. Later, David and his friends were visited by representatives of the Provincial Alliance Department, and their chief immediately introduced himself. His name was Kobe. David also told his name and the family he was born into, and the representatives of the Alliance arrived earlier than expected. Kobe explained that this case was very important, so they were in such a hurry and did not stop anywhere. He also said that reinforcements from the West Coast would arrive tomorrow. Most of the members of the Great Truth Sect have familiarized themselves with the demonic arts, and there is ample evidence of this. This situation is very serious because the sect members have arranged everything in such a way that it looks like pro-faction martial arts. Most of the techniques they have been studying all this time are an introduction to demonic art. The demonic art of the silkworm is a technique learned by the low-level subordinates of a demonic sect. It would be difficult to distinguish them from pro-faction martial arts because the first movements are greatly altered. But George helped to write down all the differences, which he learned at the Provincial Alliance, so it will be easy to understand. David has also already managed to interrogate one demonic creature, he means Lola. He had already written down all the names of the sects that would become the next targets of the evil devil. But David did not say that he did not learn all this information from the girl, but remembered it from memories from his past life. With the exception of the second-class sects, David recorded them based on which sects had the greatest impact on the war. This information is very important, and the Kobe is well aware of this, so she will take responsibility and pass it on to the department's management. David thanked the guy for his cooperation, said goodbye, and went to rest with his friends. Kobe could not help but notice that these young craftsmen are very talented, and their help to the Alliance is important. Finally, this hard day was over, and after a night's rest, this story was continued. The city was visited by very important people, whose arrival was warned about by the Kobe yesterday. David and his friends, meanwhile, were already far enough away from the center of the city. Barbara believed that the demonic sect would strike and destroy everything around them, but there are individuals like the unclean devil, and that changes things. If left unchecked, these demons will destroy the province. They are much more dangerous than ordinary killers. All of their team needs to be careful, as the fighting demon sect is not revealed as it should be. All of them must become as strong as possible before the members of the demonic sect officially appear. The driver and the masters felt a strange aura around them and began to search for it. Only Hans did not understand anything. It seems he had not practiced these skills well in the Shaolin Temple. A few hundred meters away, they saw a rather unpredictable situation. Hans caught up with his friends a little later and tried to understand what was going on. Weren't these the people who were with the 4 titans last night in the courtyard of the Great Truth Sect? David said that it was them, and that's why their young team should help them. As soon as the guy said that, Barbara immediately began to act with her family's signature weapon. This lightning-fast technique always comes to the rescue when you need to attack opponents from a long distance. These mercenaries started to panic because they don't understand where the attack came from and who they are fighting. Later, they looked up at the mountain and saw 4 young martial artists. Hans was the first to address them and ask if they had heard of the legendary team of the 4 Titans. George Namgan decided not to wait, but to act immediately, and immediately went downstairs. When a heavenly swordsman is involved, you should immediately call your mother and ask her to save you. His sword technique is a real fine art, and you can watch his fights forever. You can immediately see the balance in his technique. He is not too cruel, but always fair. While he was killing his rivals, he asked his younger brother to take care of the wounded. David immediately began to act, and George remains a real authority for him even now. As soon as David came downstairs, he immediately saw the wounded guy and decided to help. Only yesterday they fought together against the sect of the Great Truth, so his actions are understandable. This guy was seriously wounded. He said that their opponents were very difficult. They were planning a dangerous raid. He asked the young master of the family to help them deal with these people. David still couldn't understand why this guy started talking through telepathy. Later, he finally answered that there were important things he was asking for as a dark trader. David was a bit surprised. It was a rather important topic, and I didn't expect him to start talking about it right away. The young master said that it was better to stop the bleeding and heal the wounds first, and only then talk. You could see how much this soldier was in pain, but David was trying to help, so you had to endure it. Meanwhile, Hans also went downstairs and started fighting with the others, and it was impossible to keep him down. It seems that the power of the four titans is much greater than they say. The mad monk continued to destroy his opponents as if he were fighting with children. Now that there is no longer any danger, we can talk to these guys and understand their motives. Of course, David spoke first, and he immediately asked these scoundrels who had forced them to do this. He quickly realized that the main motivation of these thieves was money. They had not seen the customer in person, only received his letter. After answering all the questions, these men began to beg for pardon and freedom. As martial arts progresses, so does one's attention span, and David saw a tattoo on one of the men's bodies. This is a tattoo of the Yanluo group. This group is different from the Thousand Wolves, where a wealthy boss controls his pirates. A group of Yanluo is a group of beggars who will not refuse any offer if it can bring profit. It is this group that is called the Yanluo group, and David hates these inhuman beings. The fourth heir of the Pock family lost his temper, drew his sword, and prepared to send these scoundrels to hell. But at the last moment, he was stopped by a celestial swordsman. George was always much less violent than his younger brother. He said that it would be better to hand these criminals over to the civil service, which would put them in prison. Although they deserve a brutal death, let them consider this day their second birthday. After the four titans handed over the criminals to the police, it was time to help the wounded. The Dan family helped with this moment. As expected, the powers they use are just incredible. These were words about the medicine Barbara gave him, and David also noted her contribution to the help. Now all the wounded soldiers have received proper medical care and their lives are not in danger. David noted that each of them is trustworthy, so they can feel free to tell it like it is. The first person to speak was the second dark trader, known as Killian, who is the right hand of the first trader. The second dark trader is known only for having only one master. But the truth is that there are 9 people who are responsible for all the cases of dark traders. Among them is a person with a very high rank, usually called the first trader. The squad of the four titans was shocked, as if even David had not heard these stories in his past life. But this is not surprising, because these people are very concerned about confidentiality, and ordinary people do not know information about the dark web. Killian also said that at the moment, traders are divided into factions due to internal problems. When David heard about the internal struggle, he realized that a demonic sect might be involved. The young warrior was surprised. He did not believe that it was so easy to find out the truth. The unclean devil had already entered the sect of the Great Truth and introduced the masters to demonic martial arts. But David believes that this is not the only case of such actions. The demonic sect is everywhere. From the very beginning of the first one, the trader wanted to ask the heavenly creator of martial arts for help, but later changed his mind. Perhaps this is due to the fact that someone more experienced made him change his mind. The four titans have held back the demonic sect more than once, and the first trader certainly bet on their potential. The money, authority, and information of a dark trader have a great impact on the entire province. If it ends up in the hands of a demonic sect, the situation will get out of control, so something has to be done. The young warrior took out dark trade seals, which, if you connect the 9 parts to each other, will create a full-fledged stamp. The 7th and 8th traders had these parts from the very beginning, but later they lost these important items because they were attacked by enemies. Killian believes that he should bring these items to a gathering of dark traders that will soon take place. The first merchant will be waiting for him there, and then they can discuss all the details more thoroughly if the 4 titans accompany him there. David began to understand the whole picture of what was happening. The demonic sect was getting closer and closer. They are more dangerous than ever, but the key question is it possible to catch them now? They could not even imagine that they would participate in a mission to escort a dark trader. Killian said that from the very beginning there were 50 of them, but now there are only 3 left, so they have to be very careful. David realized that even if he and his friends went with the zealots, they would still be in danger. The young master analyzed the situation and felt that it was an important strategic moment. He approached his new friend and assured him that the 4 Titans would be more reliable than the previous 50 warriors. So the decision was made unanimously, and the 4 Titans officially joined the group led by Killian. After that, unknown attackers carried out several raids. All of these attacks were unexpected and brutal. They continued for days, and it seemed that they would never end. All of this was very tiring for the team of young soldiers, but their morale was always at an all-time high. During all this time, they managed to become real friends and learned to spend a great time together. In the evening, after another battle, Hans asked his older brother George to demonstrate his culinary talents again. George is not sure that this is a good idea, as he almost burned the meat on the fire when he made the last dish. But there is no choice. Everyone is hungry, so we have to cook something quickly and feed the whole squad. Hans was the hungriest of all. He kept repeating that he was ready to eat even raw meat. Later, the meal was finished and everyone started eating the broth with chicken meat, which turned out to be quite tasty. When everyone had eaten and started to rest, it was time to think about how the demonic sect would react this time. Even if their plans for the dark web are cancelled, David is sure that these bastards are ready to start acting more actively. His memory is not getting better over the years, so he cannot always rely on memories from his past life. Suddenly, Barbara came up to him, and it seems that she also cannot sleep on this magical night. The girl explained that she has also been thinking a lot about the demonic sect lately, and these thoughts do not allow her to sleep well. Even in these aspects, they are very similar, and I hope we will see their wedding soon. David could not help but notice that Barbara has been practicing her close combat skills a lot lately. Barbara replied that she had wanted to do this for a long time, and there were some aspects that needed to be improved. When she fought a poisonous demon, it was clear that she lacked skill when it came to close combat. She also asked David why he was awake at this time and what thoughts were going through his mind. David said that lately he had been thinking too much about cases involving a demonic sect. Barbara decided to support him a little at this difficult moment and give him a light punch on the back. She must have been practicing her close combat skills too much, because the blow almost broke David's back. Barbara assured him that unnecessary worries only take away days of his life, so he should focus on what he really likes. Probably, if David focuses on what he likes, he will always be with Barbara. Then she stood up and said that if the demonic sect got in their way, they would destroy it. Barbara knows how to support her loved ones. Without her support, help during the battle and medication, these guys would have died long ago. David agreed with her and said they should continue what they were doing before. He thanked her for her support and for always being there for him in difficult moments. This girl grew up too fast, and now it's hard to think of her as a younger sister. But David will think about this later. For now, his main target is a demonic sect. Later, their difficult journey continued, with many more attacks and battles. But no matter how difficult it was for them, they were able to achieve their goal and arrive at their destination. During all this time, the team of Titans lost a lot of strength and energy, but the main thing is that no one was injured. Everyone believed that Killian had a lot of money, but the first trader taught him to be careful about spending his wealth. Judging by his stories, the first dark trader is an ordinary person, and this is very interesting. A little later, this interesting person came out personally to meet his guests and greet them. This is how the 4 Titans personally met the first dark trader, Master Golden. He invited them to his house and treated them to a delicious dinner, and then it was time for a conversation. Golden is just one of the many names that this important person in the world of trade is known by. At the time he met the young Pock Master and the young Dan Master, he thought that would be enough, given the power of the dark traders. Now he feels ashamed of his wrong strategy, but what's done is done. David asked Golden what the situation is with dark traders now. Is it really that bad? The Master explained that a month ago there were constant attacks from a demonic sect, but now everything is calm. It is possible that the attacks by the demonic sect have stopped because they have achieved their main goal. The Heavenly Swordsman believes that the demons could have learned the location of the 9 merchants. Although their location was incredibly secretive, these bastards can find out anything they want. The Demon Eavesdropping House and the Demon Sect's information group are rumored to have learned a lot of information from the province's residents. It was with this information that the 7th and 8th traders were brutally murdered. Golden believes that their main task is to defend against the actions of the demon sect, and a meeting on this issue will soon begin. But when this meeting starts, half of the dark traders may be captured by the demon sect. This time, the 4 Titans may meet someone very powerful and strong, and it will be more dangerous than what happened in the Dan family. Something very dark and terrible is brewing, so the side of good must prepare to face evil. Golden asked the four titans for help, but David replied that he had one condition. He wants all three important groups to unite with each other: the Provincial Alliance, the large unorthodox sect, and the Heavenly Martial Arts Court. If this can be organized, the rivalry between the province and the demonic sect will end. David is well aware of this, which is why he emphasizes the correctness of this choice. Golden fully agrees with this policy, and if he survives, it will be the first thing he does. After this important strategic conversation, the young masters had a rest and went out in the morning. It's incredibly empty around, and if it were a simple gathering, it would have ended with people talking to each other. Golden explained that only one of the four titans could go in, and everyone else had to wait. He took David with him, and Barbara, the heavenly swordsman, and Hans were left out of this gathering. My friends understood this situation. They will find out about it later. As always, David showed full confidence in his own abilities, and the dark traders would never fall into the hands of a demonic sect. Golden and David entered a large and spacious hall. All the other masters were already ready for the meeting. They didn't expect to see the first trader, as if they thought he would be afraid to come to this meeting. Some people, on the contrary, took his appearance quite calmly, and this looks even more strange. Almost a year has passed since they last saw each other. David remained calm and did not say anything, trying to analyze each participant in the negotiations. He looked around and saw some dark, incomprehensible energy. Golden usually goes with his bodyguard named Gam, so everyone was surprised that he came with a new person today. The first trader didn't pay any attention to all these conversations. Since everyone was already there, it was time to start. The men began to wonder about the purpose of this meeting. Hadn't they already decided to unite with the demonic sect? Some believe that the first trader takes this business too seriously, and that members of the demonic sect can help them a lot. The goal of a dark trader is money, and people from the demonic sect promise to help with this issue easily. Some people disagree that a demonic sect can be a friend to dark traffickers, and the parties are divided into two camps. But he continued to calmly observe the situation and listened carefully to everyone's opinions. He looked at the various guards and did not see anybody he knew from the demonic sect. These guards were also looking at David, and they could not understand how much energy was in his body. Judging by his body, they realized that he was undoubtedly a young leader, but his name was unknown. Dark traders have started the voting process, and each of them must make the right decision. Some believe that they should work with a demonic sect, whereas it disagrees. Of course, we know Golden's position, but the opinions of others are too different. The first trader is ready to make his choice, and a lot depends on his opinion. The second trader believes that everything should end peacefully. They should not shed blood again. Is the dark trader really giving up the leadership of the 9 traders and starting over as a group of dark traders? Golden looked at his friend's emotions and realized that the other trader had joined a demonic sect. Anger is a sign of people who are too greedy, and it seems to be the reason why the second trader took everything from the dark trader. The second dark trader's name is Balu, and he is visibly getting nervous. The room became dark, and everyone heard the voice of an unknown person. This man said that a person without greed is no different from a corpse. David immediately grabbed for his weapon. It seems to be the demon that David saw from the beginning. A large hand appeared from the shadows, and it was trying to grab someone or something. All the guards immediately started grabbing for their weapons. No one expected that there was someone else in the room. This man looked like a mummy, and finally he appeared and said that he couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore. Balu immediately fell to the floor and said that the demon could do whatever he wanted. This mummy approached David, and he immediately realized that David knew him, so maybe they had already met? Of course, David remembers the cruel soul of the Demon King. They had fought with this bastard in a previous life. The cruel soul of the Demon King thinks that David is too lucky that he was able to tear a piece off the Demon King's monster. He seems to be referring to the same bastard from the past. All these dark traders and the Davidians did not even realize that this house was being watched. This is our old friend John Meiji, and he knows that David is nearby. His assistant told him about it. John realized that this time it wouldn't be easy. He seemed to be up to no good. John said that he didn't care whether the idea succeeded or not, and that the main thing now was to watch. Meanwhile, in the building where the negotiations were taking place, the situation continued to escalate. An unusual demon appeared, a real king of demons, so this changes everything. David realized that this situation perfectly illustrates how important the dark trader is to the demonic sect. The Demon King said that he no longer considers it necessary to listen to this nonsense. He came to act. He is interested in the first Dark Trader, and in his opinion, Golden should die today. He immediately began to attack the man, and David reacted in time to save Golden. If the young Pockmaster had been a little slower, the first trader's life would have ended. The whole situation had a negative impact on David, and his emotions got the better of him. Now he is not going to talk to the Demon King, he wants to fight and destroy his enemy. The first attack was successful, and he activated his sword aura and attacked the Demon King. The guy didn't stop there and continued to put pressure on his opponent, which was the right strategy. The Demon King tried to defend and respond, but the sword aura is too powerful a weapon. David was not going to stop there. His goal was the total destruction of his opponent. He activated the perfect Tiger Sword skill and demonstrated his blue aura. It was so bright that the Demon King thought he should have brought his glasses. Because of this great explosion of kinetic energy, most of the men in the room fell to the ground. Later, they got up and tried to understand what was going on. David looked as serious as possible. He realizes that this situation cannot be let out of control. After the explosion, a large hole appeared in the wall, and the traders immediately began to flee into it. The Demon King was still alive. He ran after them and said they were running away like rats. But David is not going to let him escape in peace. Their conversation is not over yet. The guy realizes that he has to destroy this monster once and for all. He activated his sword aura of the fierce tiger again and prepared for a hard fight. The Demon King was poorly prepared for his attack. He should have known in advance that David Pock was present at this meeting. At first, it seemed that the Demon King was badly wounded because he fell to the floor and clutched his stomach. But then it became clear that he had taken something out of his cloak, a wand that helps him activate magic. David began to worry that this battle would not be as easy as before. But his excitement also had another reason. This technique reminded him of something from his past life. Judging by these memories, one can understand that these events were very unpleasant. Then, he fought the Demon King in the same way. And if it were not for George Namgun, David would have died that day. His name was different then. His name was James, and he didn't have the same talents as now. This is in the past, and now he is living a completely different life, in a completely different scenario. Now this guy has incredible talent and capabilities. He has already reached a certain level of transcendence, and this increases optimism. Now it's completely different, coming from someone who is very eager to convince his eternal rival of this. The Demon King thought that with the help of his copies he could win, but now he sees no fear in the eyes of the David. The young master is ready for any twists and turns in the plot, and now let's see how different he has become compared to his previous life. The Demon King is up to something very cunning, although it is not yet clear what he wants to do. David tried to keep his concentration at a high level, and now it is a key element for victory. Later, it became clear that the Demon King was trying to put his rival to sleep, and as soon as the David loses concentration, it will attack and try to destroy him. So far, the young master of the Pock family has been successfully defending himself, but the situation is not stable. We must try to find the keys to this Demon King's technique, or at least come up with an effective plan. For a David, the best plan is to use powerful blows that knock the opponent down. It is unlikely that this will be enough for a complete victory, but it is a good start. The main thing is not to stop there and develop your initiative. With the help of constant pressure, you can destroy your opponent with the right technique. And as we know, David has no problems with technique, especially with the technique of giant red tiger teeth. When the Demon King realized what was coming, you could see fear in his eyes. It is at moments like this that you realize the true nature of people, although it is unlikely that the King of Demons is an ordinary person. There was a huge explosion, and it is unclear whether any of them survived. A little later it became clear that the copies of the Demon King were able to survive, although not all of them. It was hard for him to believe that the demonic soul did not work and did not help. A little while later, the Demon King realized that he had no choice but to use his zero main weapon. He began to speak incomprehensible words and seemed to be humming a song in an ancient language. David immediately realized that this was not a good sign and began to worry. He had heard of something like this before. Suddenly, everything around him went dark, as if the fourth heir of the Pock family had been imprisoned. He could understand exactly where he was, but he quickly realized that it was all done by the Demon King. The main thing now is not to lose self-control and stay calm. It will be difficult, and you need to be prepared for it. David felt that someone was clinging to his legs, and these creatures began to beg him for help and salvation. Suddenly, the guy's appearance changed completely, as if he had returned to his body from his past life and became James again. A little while later, he saw his brother George Namgun behind him, and he also began to call out to him. The heavenly swordsman looked very bad, and he approached David and asked him why he did not protect him. James realized that the situation was getting out of control. This attack by the Demon King was very unusual. A little later, he saw Hans and Barbara's wounded body, and they said they couldn't stop the blood. Hans started shouting and said that it was James's fault that he failed to protect the Shaolin Temple. The hands of the black ghosts kept holding the guy's legs. It was unbearable. But over time, the situation only got worse, as the number of ghosts kept growing. They even began to hold him by the sword and prevent him from cutting off their hands. But suddenly, the sword began to burn with red flames, and we know very well that this is the aura of the sword David. So now the guy is sure that his past life is over, and now he is a David poker player. He ordered all these ghosts to shut their mouths and get off his feet. You have to use force with these guys, otherwise they will not let him go and will keep him in this darkness forever. David activated the aura of the sword of a cruel tiger and began to cut off not only the ghosts' hands, but also their heads. These damned spirits of the mind should immediately leave the boy alone because he does not want to talk to them. Now the demon password started to get really worried. His best weapon doesn't work against this guy. Somehow, David was able to overcome the demonic technique that is supposed to corrode the mind and soul. This is how David won this battle in the dark and returned to the real world. Did the cruel soul of the Demon King really think that the fourth heir of the Pock family would lose his mind because of a single technique? The Demon King realized that he had no choice but to invent something and win. This is an important battle for the entire demon sect, because if the king loses, the 4 titans will destroy the entire sect. That's why this bastard decided to explode his soul to change the course of this difficult battle. After a dark night, a pleasant morning has finally come, and people in these cities wake up very early. The young titans are no exception. They woke up in the morning and decided to have breakfast together. Hans ate more than anyone else. He said he had never eaten such a delicious roast chicken, and he kept telling his friends to try it. The crazy monk also drank too much wine, and George even asked him to stop. Hans has become too relaxed lately, although he doesn't agree with this, and says he only drinks wine when he's thirsty. He said he could not maintain his energy when he was hungry, and at that moment, they all heard a loud explosion. Of course, everyone was surprised and even frightened. They hadn't seen a David since last night. They don't understand what happened, but everyone feels deep down that it may be connected to their leader. Later, they were convinced of this when they saw the battle between the Demon King and the David. These guys are not going to stop. They've been fighting since last night. That's how Mortal Kombat is. It was interesting to watch these incredible masters. Their technique and talent is obvious. Barbara began to worry about her close friend and offered to intervene and help him. But the celestial swordsman replied that this was a bad idea. Judging by his observations, this was not the right person to go against. Instead of interfering in this battle, they should focus on the side where they are. They have a reason to worry, because strange people are quickly approaching them and they hardly want to be friends. It doesn't sound like an ordinary demonic sect. Maybe it's an extermination group. These guys looked quite powerful and confident, so let's see how confident they will be during the battle with the Titans. It is already clear that young martial artists will have as much difficulty as David. David George came up to Barbara and told her not to worry about her and Hans, that she should take care of the other masters. The girl agreed, asked them to be careful and left, while the celestial swordsman and the mad monk prepared to cut down their enemies without stopping. Hans loves such activities. He said that these demonic bastards will pay him for everything now. It's better not to joke with these titans, because if you offend one of them, they will all come to you with weapons in hand. Meanwhile, David continued to fight his enemy, and they still could not decide who was the best. This battle has been going on for quite some time, but David is confident that he will soon be able to win. He did too much damage to the Demon King, and of course all this has an impact. Already the Demon King has started spitting blood, so the cruel tiger technique is working perfectly. David could not help but notice that his opponent was desperate. He tried all his attacks, but was unable to wound the heir to the Pock family. Now the Demon King has turned to the clone technique again, but it is unlikely to help him. He tried a new attack, a Twin King strike technique of demonic power. This guy is sure that David will not be able to dodge such a powerful and wide attack. Is he really sure that the young master will lose this fight? David doesn't think so at all. The technique of family Pock has reached a new level in recent years, mainly due to new knowledge of David. He spent 3 years in the cave, training constantly, and it was there that he learned the sandstorm technique in the blood pit. The Demon King personally felt what this equipment was like, and he was sure that he would never want to meet it again. A sandstorm in a blood pit is a large-scale attack that knocks your opponent down and gives him real freedom. It's almost impossible to escape from it, so the Demon King felt its fury. After that, David decided to approach the Demon King and finish off the wounded beast. But the guy didn't find what he was looking for, because the Demon King left his right hand behind and ran away. It's hard to believe that a real Demon King of a demonic sect could do that, like a coward. It started to rain outside, and it will be difficult to pursue this scoundrel in such weather. But in any case, David is satisfied with today's battle. He was finally able to overcome this stage of his past life. If large-scale battles are taking place below, the warriors of the demonic Segra are fighting against the Titans. David drew his sword and prepared to take part in the battle against evil. The young master must remain hungry and continue to work to be worthy of the title of the perfect tiger sword. The Demon King could not get far enough away during all this time, but he thought he was safe. Now he is very disturbed by the fact that he was humiliated by some newcomer. It's hard to believe. The Demon King doesn't understand why David Pock was not on the list. He personally gave the order not to include this guy in the list. Suddenly, the Demon King felt a strong aura approaching him, and at first he thought it was David who had found him. But it turned out to be the young leader of the demonic sect, John Meiji. But why did he come here? The Demon King began to worry. He said that his thoughts might be wrong, but he felt something. He said that he felt condemned by the young sect leader. Is this really true? John replied that he was very unhappy with the actions of the Demon King, and he did not like to be unhappy. Within seconds, many loud screams of terrible pain were heard in this forest. Soon it became clear that the Demon King was completely destroyed. It seems he upset John the Magician too much. The young leader of the demonic sect knows that David is a fruit that still needs to ripen, and then they will finally meet. John the Magician will be looking forward to their meeting, and when it happens, he will take the soul of David for himself. As it turned out, the Devil's Sword, John the Magician's assistant, had been watching his boss all along. John called him and told him that they should assume that the cruel soul of the Demon King was killed by David. The Devil's Sword is not sure that it would be right to leave the Dark Trader unattended and not to take care of the sect's plan. John believes that things are not so bad now, although he did not like the way the elders behaved when they tried to learn about the demonic world. In all this time, they have not been able to move even an inch, so that's the way it is. The Devil's Sword bowed before its master and said that he understood how difficult it was for its leader. After that, it was time to do a little philosophy, and John Meiji asked his assistant what the word rival meant. The Devil's Sword thought that its master was talking about David Pock, but John looked at him so harshly he was not going to cut off his head for saying that. The Devil's Sword immediately began to beat his head on the ground and apologize for his stupid and sharp tongue. But his words were absolutely true. John Meiji instinctively realized this the second he saw the David Pock. He believes that David is the end of the heavenly demon's journey, and he wonders when they will finally meet. Meanwhile, a few miles away from the young demon sect leader, a heavy and brutal battle continued. The celestial swordsman and the mad monk have already lost a lot of strength in this battle in the rain. Although Hans showed confidence and said that he still had a lot of strength, George realized that it was difficult for them to hold back the demonic sect's attacks. There are only 3 of them, and there are too many rivals now. The odds are too unequal, and this can affect the outcome. Barbara is also tired, and recently she came to the aid of her friends again, but this team is not complete without Davida. The leader of the demonic sect's assassination squad knew the legends of the 4 Titans well, and he was ready for their tricks. And he also knows that if he kills them right now, they won't have any more problems. That is why the leader of this unit ordered to completely surround these soldiers and increase pressure on them. The situation is too serious, and perhaps the young masters have never faced such challenges before. They began to feel how unlikely their chances of winning were, and they definitely needed support. This support came at the right time. David and his sword aura reappeared. Now the team of the 4 Titans is fully equipped, so let's see how these bastards will try to stop them. David decided not to talk, but immediately began to act and cut off the heads of his enemies. Barbara was happy that he had finally joined their team. Now they had nothing to fear. David recognized that they had done enough, but now, all together, they must destroy the demonic sect. And in order to destroy the demonic sect, we must first destroy this extermination squad. These guys have already realized that the cruel soul of the Demon King has disappeared, and therefore he is dead. David ordered his friends to attack immediately. They should not give their enemies a chance to rest. David, as a true leader, attacked and beheaded the boss of the demonic sect. And the battle lasted for several hours. There were too many opponents, but when the rain ended and the sun came out, this bloody battle was also over. There were many corpses of the demonic sect's fighters lying around, and the four titans had won again. Thanks to this victory, the Dark Traders were able to survive this great crisis, so they immediately came to congratulate their saviors. David replied that they were trying to help because they too needed the help of a Dark Trader. In this case, all parties to the situation are satisfied with the outcome, and the Dark Traders promise to fulfill all their promises. During this battle, almost half of the 9 traders disappeared, so it will be difficult for the Dark Trader for a while. But the young craftsmen were assured that the Dark Trader had a talent that was spreading throughout the province. They will be able to fill 3 seats at once, and they are thinking about offering one of the seats to a young leader of a group of joke traders. David immediately thought of his old friend Stephen, a young master who had already reached the right age for such work. Now the jock trading group has become the main group in the province, and the young master has already been nicknamed the King of Gold in the trading world. David laughed and said that this was great news for Stephen and his family, especially his father. After that, the first trader approached the David and gave him the jade tablet of the Dark Trader. With this sign, David will be able to buy any item with a 30% discount, and it will also help him buy the things he needs without queuing. David was very pleased with this gift. He thanked me for it and said that he would definitely use this opportunity. After that, the conversation was over, and it was time to start the war against the demonic sect. Within a few days, the group of 4 titans reached the neighboring city of Hubei. Their destination is a little further than this city, but now is the perfect time for a short rest and lunch. David also enjoyed the delicious food and decided to ask George if he knew a place called Bupasa. The heavenly swordsman immediately recalled this unique place. If he remembers correctly, it is a mountain completely covered with bamboo. It is there that the sect of heavenly gifted assassins is located, and perhaps David decided to visit there for a while. All his friends were shocked that he knew the location of the heavenly assassin sect. Barbara thought that her friend wanted to destroy the sect and wipe it off the map. And Hans said that the king of murderers lives in this sect, and this whole case can only interfere with their business. In response, David started laughing out loud, and all his friends looked at him like he was a fool. They didn't understand. A little later, the 4th heir to the Pock family decided to tell them all about the heavenly assassin sect. He said that this sect was his family on his mother's side and smiled sincerely. Of course, all his friends were shocked by this news. Hans could not believe that the blood of the King of Killers flowed in his brother's veins. The Sky Swordsman also did not know that David had such a history, and now it is obvious that he needs to go and meet his family. This is exactly what David wants. He said that this case cannot be postponed until tomorrow. Soon after, it was decided to go to Mount Bupasa in search of the sect of celestial killers. On the way to this mountain, the group of 4 titans was met with fog, although the sun was shining in the sky, but still nothing was visible around them. David also did not like this area. He felt that the energy flow was also very strange. Hans decided that this was true art, and they created this fog by combining it with real art. A little while later, David felt that they had finally arrived at their destination. The young master took something out of his pocket, and Barbara was immediately interested in this object. David explained that it was the same sign of the heavenly assassin sect that he had received earlier. After that, the heir to the Pock family tied her to his sword and threw it blindly forward. David began to shout loudly that he was a young king who had come here to see the king of murderers. So far there has been no response, but a strong wind has risen around us. Something strange is happening. A little while later, they saw a young warrior coming toward them, carrying a sword called a David. He bent down in front of the young craftsman and said that they had been waiting for the young king to come for a long time. The deputy leader of the Heavenly Assassin sect, a young warrior named Jin, talks to them. He greeted all the members of the 4 titans and told them to follow him. David couldn't help but notice an interesting nuance. Despite the fact that the genie was walking right in front of him, he didn't make any sounds at all. It seems as if they are following a ghost, so the preparation of the celestial assassins is impressive from the very beginning. Soon they finally reached their destination. This gate seems huge. The Heavenly Assassin sect is the only sect that has a sign on the gate in the entire province. A little later, the doors of this sect finally opened, and what the young masters saw made them visibly agitated. A little later, they finally entered the territory of the Heavenly Assassin sect, and everything inside turned out to be quite ordinary. There were many children playing in the street, as well as many women and old men. This place is full of ordinary people. It's hard to believe when we talk about the sect of celestial killers. Jean realized that David was thinking of the Blood Tears sect, because in that place everything looked like a ghost village. But here, everything is different. Jin explained that this happened because the teachings of the Heavenly Assassins sect differ from other sects. Typical murderous sects traditionally suppress the emotions of their members from childhood until they completely freeze. To be frank and specific, these sects create emotionless killing machines. The Heavenly Assassins sect, on the other hand, teaches emotional control, so that these children can overcome the limits of the art of killing in the future. This is the first time in his life that David has heard about the limits of the art of killing, which is something new. Jean explained that the target of a murder is always a person, so you need to understand this target and anticipate its future steps. The deputy leader of the sect is convinced that this method of education is the best because it develops an understanding of one's desire for life. Finally, it became clear why the sect of the Heavenly Assassins is the strongest and rules over other sects. Hans also noticed that the genie was much better suited to the teachings of Shaolin than he was. Barbara also listened attentively to all these stories, but she wondered if it was even possible to tell them about such things. Jean assured me that it was not a big secret and that they were all part of the Young King's squad. Later, they finally reached the place where the sect leader usually spends his free time. I started to get excited. They had finally arrived at this place, and now an important meeting was going to take place. Barbara took him by the shoulder and told him that they should meet later. They are well aware that this is his first meeting with his maternal grandfather, so they are ready to wait. They have a lot of free time anyway. David thanked his friends for understanding the situation. He was really excited to meet his grandfather, the King of Assassins. The deputy leader of the sect said that they had many places for a great time, and he was ready to show these places to the young masters. Thus, David was left all alone, and now he has an important meeting and conversation to attend. His maternal grandfather, whom he did not know in his past life, makes his heart beat faster for all these reasons. The boy entered a fairly spacious area and saw a large, beautiful tree with an old master standing next to it. David guessed who he was, so he immediately approached him. The experienced craftsman did not even turn around to see the David, but immediately said that his mother loved magnolias more than anything else in the world. The king of the killer is immediately visible. He felt the presence of his grandson without the help of his eyes. This tree was planted when David was just born, and his mother was short and had a soft heart. The king of the assassins saw David's magnificent body and his tiger-like appearance, and now he could tell for sure that he had the blood of the Pock family in him. David immediately knelt down and bowed his head before the murderous king. He said he was the fourth heir to the Pock family and was very happy to finally meet his grandfather. This is a meeting he's been waiting for a long time, and so far everything is going quite smoothly. David immediately thanked his grandfather for all the birthday gifts he had received over the years. My grandfather said that it was the least he could do, given that they were his family on his mother's side. He explained that it was difficult for them to disclose all this information, so he apologizes to the David for that. My grandfather heard many stories about David from Marie, and he hasn't changed much since that day. From the very beginning, the King of Assassins personally wanted to meet him halfway, but Marie assured him that she would handle everything on her own. David thought that Marie was doing the same thing she had done in her previous life, which was very much like her. But today's sect of celestial killers is different from the previous one because it could not avoid the Second War. David is interested in how communication with other murderous sects is going on now, especially with Lonely Hell and the group of 10,000 murderers. The King of the Assassins looked at his grandson with excitement, and he immediately realized that David knew a lot. The young heir to the Pock family warned his grandfather that there was a possibility that the demonic sect had partially merged with these two groups. The King of Assassins is not at all happy that they will have to face the demonic sect again. The demonic sect appeared in various forms throughout the history of the province. The Heavenly Killer Emperor, who founded the Heavenly Killer sect, stopped the quiet Heavenly Knight, and it was at this time that demons appeared. After that, every time the demon sect went out into the world, they secretly transferred their powers to the province. Only now did the young master realize why the demonic sect had destroyed the Heavenly Assassin sect to avenge past grievances. But that was in his past life. Now, even if others mock them, David will still be proud of the sect of Heavenly Killers. The old master was pleasantly surprised by these words, and he was pleased that his grandson supported his sect. Although this is the first time they have met, the blood connection between them is now obvious. Now the master wants to hear his grandson's stories, and he realizes that David has a deep and tense relationship with a demonic sect. But this young and impudent warrior is fine with that. He likes to make enemies of the pagans. David will remain cheerful even if he has to fight a big enemy, such as a demonic sect. My grandfather assured me that if the demons started acting officially, the Heavenly Assassin sect would definitely help David. The young master of the Pock family would not refuse such help, but it is too early to say. David and the King of Killers went to the central guest house to find the boys' friends. All this time, a genie was sitting with them, and at first glance, he seemed to be a rather pleasant and well-mannered person. Everyone in this guest house immediately stood up and greeted the King of Killers. This is real respect. The young titans did the same, and they were also excited when they realized that they were about to meet the legend. Not much is known about the King of Assassins, but these legends are enough for young artists to be proud to meet him. He had already heard about their legendary achievements, and now they could finally talk about it. The old master asked us to bring his favorite dishes. 2 plates would be enough. David was also very hungry, so he was happy to try this unusual dish with his grandfather. All this time, David's friends were watching them, laughing because they saw how much the grandson and grandfather resembled each other. Barbara must have felt that the murderous king would also be her future relative, so she tried to establish a relationship with him. She called him grandfather, which is not what anyone has called him for a long time. Usually he is called a skilled master or the king of murder. He looked at his grandson and Barbara and smiled. They are really very suitable for each other. The king of murder thought that these children could also avoid the war with the demonic sect. But if this war becomes inevitable, they will certainly have to stand on the front line and play a major role in this war. Since they all came to the Heavenly Assassin sect, the master thinks they might try to die. Yes, you didn't hear that old man suggest that the young masters should die. I don't understand anything either. Everyone around him immediately tensed up as soon as they heard these words of the legendary master. The squad of the 4 titans doesn't understand anything. Maybe the king of murder forgot to take a pill before dinner, and that's why he's talking all this nonsense? David was the bravest and asked his grandfather if he had really suggested that they die. The old master confirmed his words. He believes that it will be an interesting experience for both the killers of this sect and the young masters. Nothing can sharpen their senses more than the possibility of dying, which is not what you would expect from a king of murder. All the young masters in the province know that the Heavenly Assassin sect is in first place when it comes to the art of killing. Since this is a secret technique of the sect, all young masters look forward to this experience. David remained calm. He heard that his friends were ready for it, so he was ready too. After that, the legendary master stood up and told everyone to listen to him carefully. All this technique will be divided into 3 days. Each day has its own stage that young masters must go through. On the first day, first-class fighters with weapons will appear, and on the second day, skilled warriors will intervene, attacking from the shadows. And finally, the dessert of this challenge will be the King of Murder himself. It will be legendary. And the most interesting thing is that it's all going to start right now, so the 4 titans have to get ready. The young masters realize that it will not be easy. They finally feel the place they have come to. It will be a great experience for them. Hans decided to have one last glass of wine. He is unlikely to have this opportunity in the next 3 days. David supported his proposal and said he hoped they would not die in the coming days. At this time, the King of Murder smiled. Only he realizes how difficult it will be for these young men. The second day of the assassin's hunt came, and David spent it meditating. At first he heard something. It seemed like an insect approaching him, but it turned out to be something more interesting. This is a real killer's hunt. They are constantly attacking you and trying to kill you. This is the 32nd attack in 1 day. These sect killers have been attacking non-stop since yesterday, and some have even lost count. They are constantly attacking all the team members. Their goal is quite simple, to kill the young master. But when your task is to kill a David Pock, it is unlikely that anyone will envy you, so this mission is not accomplished. The perfect tiger sword easily defended itself against all attacks and inflicted serious injuries on its opponents. He looked very confident, showing that his skills were as good as those of the Heavenly Assassin sect. It wasn't too easy, but these assassins couldn't get the David to fight at full capacity. Perhaps this will change in the future when the challenges become more difficult. It is the second day of this ritual, so David will have to stop the sect's deputy leader, the Jinn. This is a professional killer who attacks from the shadows. He is great with cold steel and understands how to make his opponent suffer. David is also not the last martial arts master in the province, and he is hardly easily intimidated. The young master of the Pock family decided to let his opponent attack first. It's always more comfortable to repel attacks and only then strike at a tired opponent. At that moment, David thought that he would like to exchange techniques with such a master of murder as the genie at least once, for one day. This young killer is very motivated today. He wants to show the sect leader how much his level has grown recently. And to do this, we must win these battles with the young titans. So far, David has been skillfully defending himself and repelling all the Jin's attacks, and there is not a single scratch on the young master's face. Jin even thought that David was too technical. He had never had such a sparring partner before. This battle should be filmed and then shown to young students in martial arts schools. He realized that he needed to bring in heavy artillery, so he activated the skill of sky killers. This technique is studied only by true professionals. It is called flying dragon teeth. In such situations, David always knows what to do, for example, to activate the cruel Tiger King's gaze skill. The genie was clearly not ready for this. He was not used to fighting such skilled martial artists. This precise and quick counterattack succeeded and made the genie fall to the ground. Although this battle lasted quite a while, David kept the initiative in his hands. After that, he approached the boy and extended his hand, a sign of respect from a true master. When a young king gives you his hand, you have no right to refuse him a handshake. David made sure that his friend was okay and suggested that he take a short walk. Jin agreed to this proposal and ordered his men to stay away during the conversation. The weather is very sunny today, with lots of trees and greenery around, perfect conditions for a friendly conversation. David has already heard that the genie is a deputy leader and may become the next boss of the Heavenly Assassin sect. That's why David wants to see his true face so badly. The genie agreed, either because the young king asked him to, or because he personally decided to grant the David's request. Anyway, he took off his mask and showed his young face. This guy is not only a great fighter, but also has a beautiful face. He turned out to be much younger than David had imagined. In a year, he would be only 20 years old. David noted that the genie was really talented and could certainly outrun 10 others like him on his way to becoming deputy leader. The fourth heir of the Pock family asked his new friend to take care of his grandfather and the Heavenly Assassin sect. Jin replied that he would do his best to satisfy the young master's request. Since the genie is his grandfather's best student, David will consider him his younger brother. This young craftsman knows how to make friends, but it could also become a strong alliance in the future. One day, David will become the boss of the Pock family, and Jin will be the leader of the Heavenly Assassin sect. And then their alliance will be of great strategic importance. David is very sensitive to such moments, so he made not only a new friend, but also a future partner. But now their conversation was over, and David said he had to greet the new guests who had come to him uninvited. We must not forget that the ritual of the celestial killers continues. The second day is finally over. The entire team of Titans is very tired these days. They have defended themselves against almost 100 attacks by professional killers. A little later, Hans came to visit them. He had only recently managed to stop the last attack. If you think he feels better, you are mistaken, because the Mad Monk is also tired. This day was too hard for the young craftsman, and tomorrow will be even harder. Hans believed that he would be able to feel the presence of other people after achieving transcendence, but it was not so easy. If it had been a real battle, he would have been killed and seriously wounded several times. The Heavenly Swordsman also had difficult situations in today's battles, but he was not close to death. Barbara said that there are some differences between the techniques of celestial assassins and the secret art of the Dan family. That is why she has all these problems with protection in today's battles, but fortunately, she is still alive. She offered David to taste the delicious rooster meat as he needed strength to fight the King of Assassins soon. Tomorrow he will make his next move, which is worrisome, but the team of Titans is ready for this challenge. David is also looking forward to meeting his grandfather during the battle. Finally, he will be lucky enough to see his grandfather in a real battle dance. Soon the dinner was over, and the young masters went home for a well-deserved rest. Later, on the last day of the hunt for the killers, David began to cultivate again. This can be called his main tactic when hunting assassins. He starts the day with cultivation. This helps him to focus, feel united with nature, and be ready for an attack by the killers. This tactic may have worked before, but today he will have to fight the King of Assassins, so things may be different. His grandfather approached him, an experienced craftsman who wants to finally see his grandson's skills. He has heard many legends about him. So, before our eyes, two living legends meet, the past generation versus the future, where he began to smile because he felt the murderous intent spreading throughout his body. David knew that the old master would show him the real skills of an assassin, But he didn't expect to fight him in person. The King of Assassins also smiled back. He said he knew about the real skills of the killer. He immediately remembered how he had killed the evil king, one of the 10 best masters in the past, and that was a real victory. The martial arts that his sect strives for are those that can destroy enemies regardless of their identity. Now David is going to see and feel for himself what it is like. Although he looks ready, we can only judge his readiness after this battle. They haven't even started fighting yet, and it already looks incredibly epic. The aura of the sword against the aura of murder. So far, David has been defending himself against his grandfather's powerful pressure, but how long will he be able to do so? My grandfather started laughing and said that the young king's temper was beyond imagination. David can't believe that the king of murderers has such a strong desire to kill his only grandson, but what will he do about it? His grandfather is the king of assassins, and if he doesn't stop him now, he won't prove himself worthy of his grandfather. An experienced master will realize that it is time to act. They will talk later. He immediately attacked his grandson with swords in hand, but David also has something to answer with. The guy activated his aura of the perfect tiger sword and began to seize the initiative of the battle. In response, the experienced master completely changed the atmosphere. His level of skills is beyond comprehension. After that, the king of killers continued to attack, his eyes now shining with the stars of heaven. Their battle already confirms all the predictions. The young master skillfully defends himself. He should be happy to be alive. But David is too ambitious a child to be happy with such achievements, and he always wants more. It is because of his ambition that he has achieved such results, and now it is time to demonstrate his skills to the fullest. He activated the 5-tiger siege technique, so phantom tigers immediately appeared and began attacking the assassin. An experienced warrior will not be frightened by what he sees, although he mentally recognizes the strength of his opponent. This is the decisive sword of the 5 tigers. David began to show the best techniques he had from the very beginning. But suddenly the guy lost sight of his rival, and if you don't see the king of killers, he sees you. With this old martial arts master, you have to stay focused and concentrate at all times. One unnecessary movement can lead to a brutal death, so the cost of a mistake is extremely high. No matter how this match ended, David has already gained an incredible experience. The king of assassins was able to wound his grandson in the left arm. His speed is still at the level of unattainability. For the first time in the 3 days of this ritual, the young heir to the Pock family was injured. My grandfather noted the mastery of an interesting David technique. Does the Pock family have such a martial art in their arsenal? David said that this technique is called the iron blood of the cruel tiger, and he invented it. Suddenly he realized that his grandfather had disappeared somewhere. Despite his venerable age, the speed of this master is still at a high level. David immediately became interested in this technique, and he wants to learn it as well. A little while later, he heard words behind him, spoken by an experienced master. This technique is called the hidden moon. With this technique, you can always hide behind the moon. It's a super level. David also decided to show his skills and speed. He was able to react and defend himself from the insidious attack. For now, the King of Killers is giving a martial arts masterclass, and he's doing it for free. With every passing minute, it becomes harder for the young heir to the Pock family to defend against his attacks. This speed, strength, and precision made David fall to the ground, and he was lucky, because otherwise he would have been dead. His senses are still weak compared to someone who is perfectly proficient in martial arts. An experienced master explained to his grandson that in order to increase his strength in a short time, it is better to face threats personally. David is well aware that this fight is an incredible experience for him, and he is trying to memorize everything he sees and hears. The King of Assassins is approaching his grandson again. They have a strange relationship, trying to kill each other, completely sick in the head. This technique is also called the 6 parts of the moonlight, and it all looks very beautiful. But it's better to watch such techniques from a comfortable couch, because if you encounter this in real life, it will end badly. David began to get visibly nervous. He was tired of constantly defending himself, so he decided to attack as well. And in order to organize the right attack, you need to apply the roaring lightning technique of the thunder of the 5 tigers. This is a completely different story. There was an extremely bright explosion because the moonlight collided with the aura of the tiger. A little later, it became clear that the King of Assassins had withstood this blow and was now ready to strike back. As hard as it looked, David was able to defend his body with his sword at the last moment. It all looks like the highest perfection of martial arts, and it's a great honor to watch it from the front row. Now it's the turn of the roaring wind technique. Maybe it will stop the King of Assassins? An experienced master looks very calm and relaxed, which is what many years of battle experience means. This battle has been going on for several hours, and so far none of them are going to stop. The grandfather noted the speed of his grandson. He said that David was as fast as he was in his best years. In response, the young master said he was ready to show his grandfather something interesting. After these words, David activated an incredible explosion of the tiger's kinetic energy. This rascal knows how to use his big body perfectly. He has too much energy. But when it comes to martial arts, big size doesn't matter. The King of Assassins now wants to demonstrate what the true art of combat means. Its moonlight aura is very beautiful, but in addition to its natural beauty, it can hurt very, very badly. For now, the David can withstand this pressure, but sooner or later its strength will run out. He said that the name of a brutal death would suit an experienced master much more than the King of Assassins. Meanwhile, the master was thinking about something else entirely, and he noticed that David was still hiding his true self. The grandfather asked his grandson if he really decided to become the best in the world. David confirmed these words. He takes it very seriously, as if it were his life's work. Hearing these words, the king of the murderers said that from now on he would not treat the Davidians like grandfathers and grandsons. He will treat him like a real king of assassins, the only way he can help David become stronger. To be the best in the world, you have to go through hell on earth. The experienced master activated the technique with which he killed the evil king. This is the Silver Moon Recovery technique, and David should definitely adopt it. David feels that he has reached his intermediate stage when he is already at a high level, but needs to take another step forward. If he succeeds, he can become the world's best warrior. Soon we will see it for ourselves. But now we just have to enjoy this blockbuster. After the explosion, David still survived. His body became much stronger than before. The master was amazed. The young warrior had avoided an incredible finishing technique with a simple sausage slicer. After that, the King of Assassins is confident that his grandson will be able to climb the wall that he personally could not conquer. These words made the young heir to the Pock family very happy and will inspire him for the future. After such a great and glorious battle, we need to find someone to clean up the mess. The master said that the David was the last one for the day. It was late, and it was time to rest. Grandpa reminded David that he had to leave tomorrow, so he should go home and get some sleep. Grandpa thanked his teacher for this incredible experience and said that they would meet again. A group of young craftsmen woke up at first light and set out on the road. They all went through the ritual of the Heavenly Assassin sect, so each of them is satisfied with their results. David congratulated the Celestial Swordsman on reaching the level of the wall, and George just laughed in response. And they have made great progress, which is a great reason to drink some delicious wine. Barbara and Hans fully support this idea. A crazy monk will never turn down a good wine. It was decided to go to a nearby restaurant for a small celebration of their progress in school. The young masters were surprised to see that the restaurant was full of people today. There are too many of them, most likely due to the meeting of the Blue Dragon and Rising Dragon sects. David said that he felt that they should immediately contact the Provincial Alliance. There are too many people around, you have to get in line and wait, there is no other option. Hans thought that they would have to wait too long, but the queue was created to confirm their identity, and the four Titans didn't need that. These guys are already extremely well-known personalities throughout the country, so they may have a simplified procedure. The guard immediately recognized the Celestial Swordsman and then guessed who the people were standing next to him. He realized that this was a group of the legendary Four Titans, and they wanted him to inform the leader of the Alliance of their arrival. They told him to tell the leader of the Alliance that there was an important issue they wanted to talk to him about. Soon the legendary masters were allowed into the Alliance. As they walked to the main building, David looked around and saw the stones of righteousness. They bear the names of all those who died in the battle for justice and the desire for an alliance with the province. David recalled how in his past life he used to look at such stones and drink a lot of wine. He had a reason for this behavior, because one of the stones had the name Hans written on it. Now David felt like he was seeing flashbacks, a strange and eerie feeling. But the young heir to the family is sure that in this life, Hans's name will not be written on the stone of righteousness. The day before this event, there was an important dialogue between John the magician and his assistant Devil's Sword. They watched one of the provincial villages burning, and it seemed that the women were enjoying the process. His assistant brought him clothes because the cloak he was wearing had caught fire. John has already started planning for the future. He said he has a long way to go. He also asked his assistant if he had finally found the location of the hermit with the sword. The Devil's Sword apologized to his young master and said that he had not been able to find this person. After that, the young sect leader said that he had changed his plans. Now he wanted to visit the Provincial Alliance. The despair you feel when you fall into the abyss after a long and peaceful time is a real pleasure to watch. But so far, the eternal enemies have not yet met, so let's come back and watch the actions of the Titans squad. It was evening, and they all gathered together to finally meet the leader of the Alliance. They were brought to the main room of the main building, which was very nice and spacious, and the distinguished members of the Alliance gathered around. Of course, they were personally met by the leader of the Provincial Alliance, the Sword of Light, Don Namgun, the grandfather of the Heavenly Sword. The young craftsman immediately greeted the leader of the Alliance, and it was a great honor for them to meet him. George was the most excited to see him. He immediately asked how his grandfather was feeling and made sure he was fine. Strangely enough, the Mad Monk has only now realized that the leader of the Provincial Alliance is the grandfather of the Heavenly Sword. David didn't understand how it was possible not to know who the leader of the Alliance was. Hans drinks too much wine instead of reading books. The meeting was held in a calm atmosphere, and all the other respected members of the Alliance remained silent for some time. Later, they did begin to talk quietly to each other, and they were pleased to see a bright future for the factions. All of them already know that the reputation of the four Titans is not just a rumor, and that the legends about them are true. Dong Namgun was also pleasantly surprised that he had finally met these talents, and now he could talk to them in peace. Don immediately said that he was grateful that they had come to him, and that he was sorry for what had happened to the large non-orthodox sects. David replied that there was no need to regret this. He had only done what was his duty as a member of the pro-faction. The Sword of Light was pleasantly offended by these words, and he said that he was grateful to David for such words. A little later, David took a black letter from his pocket and handed it to the Sword of Light, saying that it was a letter from the leader of a non-orthodox sect. This was unexpected, especially for other respected masters who thought the sect leader was too arrogant to write letters to the Don. The Sword of Light easily established control over the object. Probably its level of cultivation is beyond imagination. Sword of Light thinks this is a pretty interesting story because he received a letter from the person who left this scar. Soon, the Don turned the letter around and began to read, and there was quite a bit of writing. He realized that the great leader of the non-orthodox sects would never have given this letter away for nothing. So how exactly did David get it? The young master replied that he was sure that everyone knew that the four Titans had fought against insults. It was at that time that David was able to withstand a blow from the great leader of a non-orthodox sect. It was hard to believe that an ordinary leader of the future generation would take on the role of one of the three emperors. Don decided to ask a few more important questions, and he wanted to know what exactly happened in the large non-orthodox sects. David explained that the battles against insults were not an ordinary intermediate stage. It was something else. He immediately remembered what had happened and told the whole story to the legendary Sword of Light. All this looks very strange, but in any case, the sect leader wrote a letter offering a partnership with the Alliance. Everyone was surprised. It was quite strange to hear that the leader of an unorthodox sect was ready to cooperate. Although the young owner's courage is admirable, such thoughts are quite risky coming from a simple leader of the future generation. All four Titans must know that there was a war between the Alliance and the sect that began 20 years ago, and how can they cooperate after that? David believes that not only the non-orthodox sects, but the entire province should join forces to stop the demonic sect. People around him were unhappy with his words. How could he talk so easily about the use of other forces? Maybe he was too young. They believed that a pro-faction cannot unite with a small anti-faction, and these words angered the Huns. He thinks they're all too boring old fools, and George and Barbara are also upset. Everyone was wondering how the young master of the Pock family would react after such a barrage of criticism. David was furious. Did they all really think that a faction alone could stop a demonic sect? David reminded us of what he had seen on the way here, namely the stones of righteousness. The province was protected by the blood and sacrifice of those whose names were written on these stones. David is convinced that we cannot take the sacrifice of these heroes for granted. It became immediately clear that the anti-faction group supported a completely different view of the problem than the four Titans. Pro-faction supporters, in addition to the different paths they take, should realize that their techniques are very different from demonic techniques. The anti-faction never attacks ordinary people, but the demonic sect was created by real devils, and it cannot be stopped alone. David cannot say whether the Provincial Alliance is currently fighting for harmony and justice. Perhaps all this time they have been doing nothing but fighting for the faction. He appealed to the leader of the alliance and said that he should point them in the right direction. All the elders in the room, like Don Namgun, paused to analyze the situation and figure out what to do next. Don replied that they understood the young master's intentions and would let them know when a decision was made. Now the squad of 4 titans must rest and recuperate, and only then will they learn about the elder's decision. If David can really influence the course of events, the outcome will be different from his past life. The night passed calmly. There was no fight or unexpected attack, so the young masters woke up very early. They didn't know what they were going to do all day, and now they are only interested in the decision of the Council of Elders. Suddenly, an uninvited guest came to them because they did not allow him to enter and saw that it was the leader of the Black Dragon sect. He said he came here on the orders of the leader of the Provincial Alliance. Most of the members of the 4 titans began to rejoice, wondering if a decision had already been made on their proposal. They sat down at the table and started talking, and the sect leader said that he had also been at yesterday's meeting and heard the whole conversation. He said that the young masters made a strong impression on him, and now the Black Dragon unit will be responsible for the Ascending Dragon Gate. He came to ask for help, and David said they would do everything in their power. The leader of the sect laughed and said that in that case, they could choose the fish that would become dragons. It was a rather strange offer. It will be much harder to advance in the Rising Dragon this time. Soon, the young craftsman went to the Gate of the Ascending Dragon, one of the events held by the province's alliance with the Blue Dragon. Unlike regular exams and tests, this event is held only from time to time. Just like the Blue Dragon Conference, which only the leaders of the next generation can attend, the difficulty of passing is very high. The competition is also fierce. No matter how carefully they select them, no other event has as many participants as this one. This time, the leader of the alliance is very worried because this time, spies of the demonic sect may appear. David agrees that this is a logical concern. Nowadays, you can expect anything from a demonic sect. In fact, in David's past life, there was a great massacre at the gates of the Ascending Dragon. 3 devils invaded the territory of the Ascending Dragon and destroyed more than 200 leaders of the future generation. That tragedy left a scar on the province's alliance, but by now, one of these 3 demons, the poisonous insect devil, has died. This means that the chance of repeating a similar scenario in this life is not as high as it could be. Hans was immediately excited to hear about the proposal, saying it could be a lot of fun. But it's not a given that they will be recognized as official members of the jury, other leaders of the future generation who will take part in this. David replied that they did not need to be recognized, they could make others respect them. The leader of the sect admitted that David was right. The young titans had to demonstrate their techniques. Since the 4 titans are the same leaders of the future generation, the participants in the selection process should feel differently. The leader of the sect is confident that such young talents will cope with this task. The sect leader also said that not everything had been decided yet, because some respected masters were not present at the talks. The Provincial Alliance and the large non-orthodox sects have been very cautious with each other for a long time, so this is unnecessary for a while. There are still people who begin to tremble with anger when they hear the name of the anti-faction, and this is not because of the war between it and the pro-faction. The Heavenly Swordsman said that they perfectly understand those legends who stepped forward and fought for the future generation. All of them hope that the Provincial Alliance will not suffer heavy losses in the war against the demonic sect. The leader of the sect was pleasantly surprised. He realized that these young masters were much better than the 4 dragons. After a personal meeting with him, the sect leader realized that the Pock family would soon return to the ranks of the 5 great families. The man had already been talking to them for a long time, so he suggested going to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Of course, as soon as Barbara heard about the food, she immediately convinced everyone else to go to the restaurant. There were a lot of delicious dishes on the table. The main problem was the choice. Everything else was unimportant. Just smelling this delicious smell, Barbara almost fainted, and her relationship with food is always positive. David said that we shouldn't look at it, but finally taste these delicious culinary masterpieces. While the 4 titans were having a quiet lunch, other warriors also came to this restaurant. David immediately spotted the swordsmen of the Flowering Plum Tree, the same young warriors from the Manhwa sect. David immediately saw his old friend, a young disciple of the Holy Sword, the swordsman Fabio. He immediately wondered if Fabio had completed his journey of lonely self-fulfillment. Then, George noticed Fabio, and he couldn't help but notice that Fabio had a sword of the Holy Flowering Plum hanging from his belt. They immediately realized that the legendary warrior Holy Sword had been sent on the path of rebirth. Barbara didn't know who the guy was, so she immediately started asking questions of David. The fourth heir of the Pock family explained the situation to her and said that Fabio was the boy who had inherited the majestic Hua sword. A lot of people gathered around, usually almost 1,000 spectators gather at this event. But judging by this time, attendance may be even higher than usual. Soon after, representatives of the Black Dragon sect appeared and were entrusted to watch the gates of the ascending dragon. The sect leader immediately congratulated the participants who had successfully completed the first 2 stages. He hopes that all of them will be able to show their skills in the future and then join the Black Dragon sect. The young warriors were delighted with his speech. All of them have been dreaming about it since childhood. Now it's time to announce that 4 jury members have been invited for this round of the Rising Dragon Gate. These are our favorite 4 titans, and these new black suits fit them perfectly. David decided to speak first. He greeted the young soldiers and said that his name was David from the Pock family. The young warriors had already heard of this guy, although they had always believed that he belonged to the clan of Heavenly Chosen Assassins. But some of the guys were skeptical, and they didn't really like these jury members. They tried to say that they were all equal because they belonged to the future generation, but David ordered them to shut up. It was very harsh, but the young soldiers did not dare to disobey the order of the jury member. They have already been informed that the number of candidates who have reached this round is about 150 people. Compared to the results of previous years, this is a very high and worthy figure. But the most important information is that those who make it to the end and win will form a new 4 faithful dragons. David means that the winners will form the future group of leaders of the strike group, which gathers every time before the start of the war. The rival of the 4 faithful dragons will be a demonic sect. They are strong and their fighting techniques are very mysterious. David tells all this information because he personally had to fight these demons. The battlefield will not give the future leaders any advantage, and David also warned that there is no guarantee that the participants will be able to survive the competition. But all those who stand here now must be ready to defend the honor of the Keonpa, know what justice is, and be able to negotiate. David also reminded the young soldiers that they live in a province that was defended by older generations 20 years ago. Then the boy reminded them that now it was their time to protect the younger ones, which is what Cheonpa was founded for. The Gate of the Rising Dragon is an unusual entrance exam this year. Those who are not sure of their position in the Cheonpa can leave immediately. It was a bold statement from the young Pockmaster, but that's exactly what the elders expect from him. Courage. The young soldiers said that they should not be taken for fools. They were also people of the province and were ready to fight for it. They have studied martial arts, so it will be an honor for them to fight against the demonic sect. David was pleased. He said that he had finally seen the fighting spirit of the young masters. Thus, the 3rd round of the competition has officially begun. So let's move on to the events on Mount Meiji. The leaders of the future generation were divided into groups of 5, assigned tasks, and completed their missions. Among the teams, there were those whose tasks overlapped with each other, and such missions were created so that only one of the groups had a chance to win. The jury members will constantly put pressure on the participants in various surprising ways. These are the rules. Some young soldiers had a very hard time, and it should be noted that these competitions are a real test for anyone. During these competitions, you can get seriously injured, but when you have a friend like Aika by your side, you are guaranteed support. But all young warriors always face difficult trials, even when they are one step away from death. Aika immediately felt the strong kinetic energy and ordered the spy to appear. This spy turned out to be David, and few young warriors can sense his presence so easily. The previous 2 groups were unable to see it, so this unit is already doing better than the others. David went out and thought that they could be seriously counted on and could become leaders after the 3rd stage. Aika saw the celestial assassin and prepared his weapon. He asked his friends to cover him from both flanks. So far, they are acting like a real team, and we will see how they will behave when a real tough battle begins. One of their team members took responsibility for helping the wounded man. But David does not remember allowing anyone to leave the battlefield, and this can only mean one thing. He activated his divine energy, and these children immediately felt pain throughout their bodies. David has learned from his own experience that the chance of meeting someone stronger than you on the battlefield is always high. I liked the fact that this guy was able to show willpower in such a situation. He probably has high mental stability and excellent muscle memory. This can only be developed through constant intensive training, but for future leaders, these are rare qualities. Iker wasn't going to wait any longer. He wanted to test the power of the legendary David Poker in person. He has said this before and he will say it again. David should not take them for fools, even if he is a heavenly gifted killer. The young warrior immediately began to attack the jury member, his spear instantly coming close to the David's neck. The heir of the Pock family immediately remembered this boy. The voice that protested the words of the David belonged to the Iker. David smiled and stopped his attack. He did it so easily, as if he did not feel the boy's strength at all. To do this, David used the energy of the Tzedakah so that his hand would not be cut off. The battle of the future and the present has begun, and let's see what the young Iker warrior is capable of. So far, David has been easily defending himself with a smile on his face, and it's all just a warm-up for him. David can see that his Iker is very talented and skillfully reads his opponent's movements, but it's not enough. If you go out to fight against a perfect tiger sword, you need more than just plain old luck. Iker had never felt such a terrifying force before, as if he were fighting a master. They both represent the future generation of artists, but there is an incredible difference between their abilities. David thought it was time to end this whole show with the young warrior. But at that moment, he felt that his life was in danger. Someone else started attacking him. David quickly took a step back when he saw that his teammates had joined the Iker. They apologized for the delay and prepared to fight together against a member of the competition jury. David analyzed the performance of this team and realized that they really work well together. He has not restrained his forces all this time, but they are still alive and ready to continue the fight. David noted that they are all good, and if they continue to work like this, they can become the best. After that, the young soldiers immediately launched a counteroffensive. It's also an interesting experience for David, and battles with younger competitors can improve his technique. All of them have an unbridled desire to win the David, which will immediately give them confidence and fame among others. But to defeat the perfect tiger sword, you need an incredible amount of talent and years of hard training. His sword aura is too hard for these inexperienced warriors. They need time to strengthen their bodies. Iker was the most energetic of all, probably the one with the greatest desire to win this battle. But so far he hasn't succeeded. He feels like the David is hitting the same spot several times in a row. The young warriors stopped, thinking that David had just taught them his personal technique. All the while, the fourth heir to the Polk family tried to point out their weaknesses. This is the behavior of a true leader of the future generation, which is what you expect from an experienced jury member. David stopped and decided to say a few words. He noted that they all interacted well with each other. He believes that they will be able to bring great benefit to the Cheonpa if they fight with them on the battlefield. But in any case, they are still weak now, so they should continue to fight and make progress. The young soldiers were pleasantly surprised by these words. They felt confident in their own abilities and prepared to continue. This time, David promised not to give them a head start, but rather to fight at full strength. A few days later, the results were counted at the gates of the Rising Dragon, and the competition was officially over. David was pleased with this experience, but there were not many real talents. Now he has returned to his home, where his close friends have been waiting for him for a long time. He told them that he had just talked to the 42nd group and that these guys were very smart. The Heavenly Swordsman said that this group should be under the guidance of a master from the province where the Young family is located. This is the same master from the family of the Golden Spirit that the Mad Monk has repeatedly talked about. Barbara also knows him, a master who also studied at the Shaolin Temple, an experienced warrior who uses the Red Fist. In any case, George said they should be satisfied that nothing happened that they feared. David mentally noted that the situation had completely changed after they had thwarted the plans of the demonic sect. In 5 days, the Blue Dragon Conference will begin, and it is said that 4 dragons will also participate. Everyone around me is predicting the future winner, but it makes no sense if Fabio is involved. A little later, Barbara remembered this master, called the Sword of the Holy Flowering Plum from Manhwa. He can't wait to see this guy in person at the competition. In all the time they haven't seen each other, Fabio has certainly made significant progress. Soon, the competition was officially launched, and many people gathered to watch. The Dragon Arena is really big and beautiful. It's hard to believe that it can accommodate so many people at once. The Heavenly Swordsman said that it was made big not only for performances, and if you look at it from the mountain, it is even more beautiful. Lucas approached the young masters and said that the leader of the alliance had ordered the 4 titans to be escorted to the reserved seats for the honored guests. The guys were very surprised at this offer. Aren't these places made for people who have a lot of influence on the provincial alliance? Lucas assured them that they couldn't worry and sit in these seats. He was told that no one could appeal this decision. He promised that he would take them to these places personally, and the four titans were very pleased with this surprise. Everyone around them recognized them, and rumors spread quickly, so people know that the leader of the alliance supports these soldiers. These four are incredible. If they participate, the others have no chance of being noticed. Hans was delighted to see such an active interest in his person, but Barbara replied that not everyone was interested in him. A little later, a rather important person in the province approached the young masters, and they were surprised to be sitting next to him. It was a Dart, and all four young masters immediately congratulated him and said they were honored to sit with him. Darth sat down next to David, probably when it all starts, and they will have something to talk about. David had heard rumors that Dart was against the province's alliance, and he had been working with the followers of the evil path even after they met. Darth had already heard that the four titans had worked hard during the ascending Dragon Gate, and the leader of the Black Dragon sect said they had helped him a lot. David said that it was interesting for them to observe so many candidates for the role of leaders of the next generation. As leaders of small and medium-sized sects take part, this arena allows hidden talents to emerge. Dart also said that the case is approaching the formation of an alliance with the followers of the Unclean Path. He said that he had participated in the war, usually fighting against the Fire King and the sect of the Ruthless Flame. In those difficult times, many people lost their lives in the battle against the sap, and it's hard to remember. That is why Dart feels that it is difficult for him to control himself when the conversation turns to a large, wicked sect. But now he has remembered something. The reason he participated in that war was not only for the sake of the Cheon Pass. He did it also to stop the constant attacks on the province, but now he is sure that he raised his sword for a reason. He doesn't agree with everything David says, but he thanks him for opening his eyes, which had been closed for a long time. Suddenly, these two guys felt the presence of a strong energy. They looked up and saw that Don Namgun was standing next to them. He walked to the center of the arena and prepared to say a few words. No one knew that he could shout so loudly. Master Don said that the Blue Dragon Conference had begun. The leaders of the next generation participating in the first round should step forward immediately. As expected from a grandfather, he is still healthy and sincere, as everyone becomes like that when they get older. A little later, everyone saw a representative of the Wudong sect, a cloud dragon named Han, appear. It's hard to believe that the cloud dragon will fight in the first round. Isn't he a rare guest at such events? The first battle of the first round started, and the Cloud Dragon immediately got down to business and decided to show off his skills. It was too easy and fast, and some people couldn't even understand how he managed to win the fight so quickly. This is exactly what you expect from a sect to strike. But now another pair of young warriors have entered the arena, and they are also ready to start. The unknown guy will be fought by Jennifer from the Swordsman Zone, also known as the Dragon of Swords. The fans are pleased. For the second battle in a row, they will watch real martial arts masters. Going to the Blue Dragon Conference was a great idea, and now there will be action again. The young warrior thought Jennifer was an ordinary girl and tried to show her her place. But a little later, he realized why she was called the Dragon of Swords, because she was really a professional swordsman. Nature has endowed her with incredible beauty and excellent swordsmanship skills, and she deserves to be called the next Empress of Swords. Barbara asked David if the Dragon of Swords looked as beautiful in his eyes as the others. David realized that if he answered this question incorrectly, he could lose his head. He has already begun to ask for this round to end quickly, but Barbara still wants to hear the answer to her question. A little while later, the next battle began, and another next-generation talent took the stage. David was happy to finally meet Fabio. He is sure that this guy has a bright future. But he will have a difficult opponent. He will have to fight the Dragon of Fist Fighting. Fans are not sure that the warrior from Manhwa will be able to defeat the Fist Dragon. Before the fight, Fabio looked at David and decided to have a little chat with him using telepathy. If he can win the Blue Dragon Conference, he wants to ask David for something. He said something, but he did it so covertly that no one could understand these words. But David understood everything and said that he was ready to wait and fulfill his request. The last plum blossoms have already left the Holy Sword. Now it's a new story of a young master, and he has to release their incredible fragrance. He looked very focused and serious. He wants to win this conference and confirm his status as an incredible talent. To do this, you need to attack your opponents immediately, and that's exactly what he's going to do. His sword technique is a true art, which seems obvious when you remember who his master was. After the first blow, the fight did not end, which is why Fabio continued to attack the Dragon Fist. This made his opponent very angry, which is why the fist-fighting master activated his strong point, close combat. Let's see how his fist-fighting skills will help him stop the sharp and long blade of the legendary sword. The Fist Dragon activated a fairly rare technique called the Celestial Blue Flame Strike. It turned out to be a very powerful weapon, but the disciple of the legendary Holy Sword was able to dodge this attack. Now the Fist Dragon is even more angry, but he has to be careful because his hands are already seriously injured. He prepared to give the young master a lesson in close combat techniques. And to be honest, it was really very technical, because at the last moment, when it seemed that the collision was inevitable, the Dragon of the Fist disappeared. A second later, he appeared on the other side, a really impressive technique to surprise your opponent with. Fabio managed to dodge this attack with his reflexes. He realized that these were the steps of the demonic ghost of the Yang family. Having struck back, he finally achieved his cherished goal and wounded the enemy again. He even surprised the Fist Dragon with his speed, although they both show incredible martial arts skills. The audience was shocked that the Fist Dragon could now be defeated. They thought that the high reputation of the Hua Mountain was a thing of the past. The master of fist fighting said that he would not relax anymore and would now show all his strengths. One of the 4 dragons is not going to give up easily to some young swordsman. But this young swordsman is a student of the legendary Holy Sword, and that changes the whole thing. David activated the sword technique of the Holy Flowering Plum. This strike is called the Way of the Flowering Plum. The Dragon of the Fist hasn't felt such sharp and ruthless pain for several years, and he finally realizes how strong his opponent is. This is how Fabio from Manhwa won this battle, and he made his opponents and the audience respect him. He was immediately called the new leader of the future generation because he was able to defeat one of the 4 dragons. Before that, the Fist Dragon had hardly ever lost to anyone, but the blooming plums of Manhwa are truly legendary. David had been watching the young warrior all this time, and now he realized how much Fabio had grown since their last meeting. Of course, the Sword of Light was also watching this battle between the young warriors, and he appreciated Fabio's performance. The legendary swordsman recognized this young man, and it was he who told him about the death of the Holy Sword. The Sword of Light began to feel sad, wondering what exactly the Holy Sword expected from him after raising such a talented student. But the master is gone, and the student must choose his own path and stay the course. Many hours of constant battles awaited the audience, and by the evening everyone was tired of watching. The heavenly swordsman told his younger brother that it was time to watch the final. Hans began to watch the finalists closely, and it seems that one of them is Fabio, who seems to have managed to defeat everyone and reach the final. But the most interesting thing is his opponent, because he will have to fight not a man, but a talented girl. Jennifer, the Dragon of Swords, she defeated all her opponents and successfully reached the final stage of the Blue Dragon Conference. She did not expect to see a young master from Mount Hua in front of her because she thought that only other dragons could meet in the final. At their age, it's only a matter of time before they win in martial arts, and maybe next time someone else will be in Fabio's place. The finalists congratulated each other. They are sure that their battle will be very interesting for the audience. The judge approached them, checked their readiness, and officially started the battle. Both young masters decided to forget about reconnaissance and immediately began to attack each other. They are both masters of the sword, so it will be a very interesting battle in terms of tactics and technique. The strength of both young warriors is as great as their potential, so it's no surprise that they are both in the final. Jennifer is a girl whose talent became apparent in the early years of martial arts training. She learns new techniques very quickly and is able to apply them in real combat. One of her main attacks is a meteorite galaxy strike, which is the technique she used in the first seconds of the battle against Fabio. The guy had to demonstrate all his reaction and flexibility to dodge this dangerous attack. If it were a little slower, it would have to be assembled piece by piece across the arena. It's rare to see Jennifer fail to hit her opponent, which indicates that she does an excellent job in defense. It seems incredible. I've never seen such beautiful moon ladies from the sky before. But he must not be too enchanted by her beauty, because one wrong move and he is dead. The Dragon of Swords continued to attack. She realizes that she is the favorite of this battle, so she must constantly put pressure on the opponent. The fans have never experienced such pleasure today. It is impossible they will ever see such a good fight again. David was also pleasantly surprised by the technique of these young warriors, and he felt that they had incredible strength and potential. The world is divided into two parts at this point, some supporting Jennifer and her Meteor Galaxy strike technique. Some people are more sympathetic to the legendary master's disciple, with his technique of striking the sword of the Holy Flowering Plum. Now people are watching the battle of two incredible martial arts techniques. They should be grateful for this opportunity. For the first time at this conference, Jennifer felt that it was getting difficult for her. She had finally met a worthy opponent. She gives the impression that she is waving a sword across a wide flowering field. She had never seen such a technique among her classmates, and it was immediately obvious that this guy came from another land. It seems that the young master Fabio has overcome the limits of self-fulfillment. Jennifer will lose even if she steps back a little. It seemed as if the young master felt that he had taken the initiative, which gave him confidence in his own abilities. He decided to start attacking and show what the legendary Holy Sword had taught him. But Jennifer can't let go of the victory so easily. It's a battle of principle. She has activated the flexible meteorite flow technique and believes that this will be enough to break the plum blossom's defense. This made Fabio a little nervous, but he is still perfectly focused on Jennifer and working according to his plan. In response to her attack, he used blood rain from the leaves of a blooming plum tree, which looks very striking. The pink glow blinded everyone around. Even those who were wearing glasses could still feel this power. This attack from Fabio was enough to achieve the coveted victory. However, this young talent did not celebrate in front of the girl, but rather approached her and extended his hand. Jennifer realized that the young owner Fabio had gone beyond self-improvement, and she still had a lot to learn. She shook his hand as a sign of respect and thanked him for his fight. The audience was happy. The ending was extraordinary. The result, although not expected, was obvious. The Manhwa sect won confidently. But the rules of the Blue Dragon Conference are not quite classical, and now Don Namgun has spoken about it. After winning the final battle, Fabio must choose another opponent and defeat him to become the winner of the conference. This is the privilege of the winner, who must personally choose his opponent, absolutely anyone. But it seems Fabio didn't need much time to think about it. He immediately decided that he would fight with the perfect tiger sword. He said that he had always dreamed of learning something special from the young owner of the Pock family. Fabio showed his progress. He did a great job and reached the decisive stage of the conference. He knows that David has received his teacher's last sword, and Fabio wants to show his sword to such an important person. David seemed happy, and he replied to the swordsman from Mount Hiawatha that he was happy to accept his challenge. David quickly got up from his seat, and it was immediately clear that he was eager to demonstrate his talents. He has been watching the battle between the young masters all day today, and now he wants to feel the excitement of battle as well. The audience is watching the arena very closely. They will finally be able to see what the popular Titan Tiger is capable of. It's a great opportunity for the Pop family to reassert itself. Even the most ordinary David movements are imbued with incomparable skill. Both young masters have prepared their swords for battle, and something truly legendary is about to begin. David smiled, wished his opponent good luck, and said that he was ready to start this fight. Fabio immediately activated the Hua Mountain technique, which is pink energy that can destroy anyone who treats it with arrogance. Fabio was sure that David hadn't recovered all his energy, but why was he feeling this pressure? The young man from Mount Hua decided to take the first step and launch his attack. He instantly closed in on David and struck him with a sharp sword, but David skillfully defended himself against this attack. The fourth heir to the Pock family is so powerful that his defense can break his opponent's bones. Now it's Fabio's turn to feel that his opponent is too strong. But this is just the beginning, and anything can happen. David asked Fabio why he thought he had been set back. If Fabio continues to be in too much of a hurry, its movements will be easy to predict, so it must be careful. It was for this reason that this young warrior challenged David to a duel, no matter what happened. It was an incredible experience. Now they have to start all over again, but now Fabio has to take his time and be much more careful. His second attack started soon after, so let's see how this guy can work on his mistakes. David always tries to anticipate his opponent's next move, which gives him an advantage during the fight. Now he feels that Fabio has started to move faster and hit more accurately. This young man is a very fast learner. David asked him to open his second wind, so that this energy would immediately fill the warrior's entire body. Fabio listened to his opponent's advice, and after that, he activated the 7-strike technique of the blossoming plum sword. The impact of the dark scent of an oriental flower is always a great danger for any warrior, and David is no exception. But when we talk about the fourth heir to the Pock family, we realize that this is a completely different breed of beast. He was easily able to stop this incredible Fabio attack. The young man could not believe his own eyes. David smiled and asked Fabio to show him the legendary 24 sword lifts of the Holy Flowering Plum. Fabio immediately followed the advice of the more experienced master. Respect for elders should be maintained even during battle. In a few seconds, this technique was activated, but will the David be able to stop it as easily as the previous one? The path of the flowering plum has always helped the masters of Manhwa, and this is what their sect is famous for. David asked to increase the tension of this technique and allow these flowers to bloom more intensely. The power of the plum blossom has been increased. This battle resembles a training sparring match between a master and a student. They seem to be fighting each other, but on the other hand, we see constant advice from David to Fabio. 9 changes of the blooming plum were also activated. It seems Fabio decided to show his entire combat arsenal during this battle. It was a pleasure to watch the technique of this young master. The Hua Mountain owes him a lot. But even all this power is not enough to break the strong defense of the heir to the Pak family. David wondered if Fabio would be able to withstand the endless plum blossoms. This technique is not only the final one, but also shows whether the sword was successful in performing the 24 lifts of the sword of the Holy Blossoming Plum. After seeing this technique performed by Fabio, the teacher realized that it was time to pass on the knowledge of Nugan to him. Nagan is the art of self-improvement of human abilities, using meditation, physical and breathing exercises. If the smell of a blossoming plum from the Hua Mountain spreads without stopping, then there should be no place that the Hua sword cannot reach. The powerful plum blossom was activated. This technique is the pinnacle of the martial skill of the Mount Hua sect. In response, David decided to also use something that could stop this technique. He began to prepare something incredible and scary, and the audience in the arena held their breath in anticipation of something legendary. Fabio also started to get nervous. Everyone was wondering what the heir to the Pak family would show. David did not invent anything extraordinary. He activated his best technique, 5 tigers climbing into the sky. Fabio immediately felt incredible pressure and pain throughout his body, and it became very difficult for him to stand on his feet. Only a little while later did David finally stop his attack, which was enough to repel the plum blossom technique. This fight was really worth the wait. Experience won out, but the young talent certainly learned a lot. David held out his hand to his friend and said that this time it was not as impressive. They shook hands like real brothers, and Fabio admitted that he had to train harder and try again next time. He said that he saw the holy sword for one moment during the battle, which means that he has made great progress in his work on himself. David assured the boy that he was doing well, but Fabio's face showed that he was upset. It looks like these two didn't use their full power during the Blue Dragon Conference, which confirms that they are true professionals. The Sword of Light was also pleased with their work, giving them a standing ovation, showing his respect for the young talents. Everyone in the arena was pleased with this battle. They saw a real dance between 2 martial arts masters. Fans will now never miss the battle of the perfect tiger sword and the sword of the holy blossoming plum in their lives. David could not help but notice that the sword of the drunken flower had turned into the sword of the holy flowering plum. Now, all the best participants of the Blue Dragon Conference entered the arena to receive congratulations from the master. This time, the gifts will be a little different. A large and medium pill for treatment and recovery, the divine doctor personally made them. In addition, the chief monk of the Shaolin Temple presented a pill of invocation, and the current leader of the alliance handed over the heavenly pill to the Namgong family. Ika was surprised. It looks like his 4th place will also get a nice reward. There is also a reason why the gifts of the head monk and the alliance boss will be presented separately from the others. The point is that young masters need to become stronger to defeat the demon sect and support the faction in the future. The master said that they should not lose motivation just because the conference did not bring them any new achievements. They should continue to enjoy the process because they didn't learn martial arts just to win. All of them are members of the Pro faction. Their senior allies will be the first to go to the battlefield, so they will need to be supported from behind. After the Blue Dragon Conference, the team of 4 Titans spent the next day resting. After that, they received an invitation to visit the leader of the Provincial Alliance, Don Namgun, who personally invited them. It's too quiet around here today, and usually when you have this kind of atmosphere, you can expect the unexpected. Soon, they arrived at the Yellow Crane Pavilion, a very tall and beautiful building illuminated by the moonlight. The Yellow Crane Pavilion is one of the 3 most popular pavilions in the province. It was in this place that poets observed the beauty of the city, gaining inspiration for their legendary works. When the four titans entered the main hall, they greeted the leader of the alliance and saw the Ica. They were invited to sit down at the table and told that they had to wait for the last member of the dinner. David recognized the young Ica master and liked his performance at the recent Blue Dragon conference. The young man said that he had achieved such results only thanks to the advice of the poker master and thanked David for his help. Barbara, meanwhile, was enjoying something incredibly beautiful. She said she hadn't seen something so unusual for a long time. George said that he was in this place during the daytime and the atmosphere is quite different from what he sees now. The legendary master said that he likes the yellow pavilion better at night. It's always quiet and elegant. Judging by the fact that there is almost no one here at night, it becomes clear that the Don has made personal efforts to do so. The Sword of Light stays in yellow in the pavilion about once a year on such warm nights. It's the only advantage of being the leader of the province. From the very beginning, David heard stories that the Sword of Light was never interested in power and respect. But maintaining the position of provincial leader was a good way to act as the center of power of the alliance and unite other forces. Suddenly, the young masters from the four titans looked up at the mountain in surprise, as if the last guest of the dinner had arrived. Although there are stairs leading to the top, this man still uses his own personal method. That's how they met one of the 10 great masters of the province, the Immortal Sword. He said that the way he appeared in public was his own business, and then greeted all the members of the dinner. So far, the young craftsman cannot understand who this old man is. It seems they have not read the legends. The Immortal Sword greeted his old friend and said that he liked these talented children. When he sees such interesting young people, he immediately wants to become a teacher. But you also need to consider the prospects of those you take under your care. The Immortal Sword was not going to wait for anyone. If such a legendary master was hungry, he would immediately start eating. Although, of course, from the outside, this all seems like a sign of bad upbringing. The Master Don continued to drink his drink and was calm about his friend's behavior, explaining to the children that it was an immortal sword. The young masters were surprised to hear this. Of course, they had heard of the Immortal Sword, but they did not know what it looked like. There is a well-known legend about the Immortal Sword of the province, which sees all the expanses of its territory and serves as a mediator in the heart of the world. Even in the face of power and force, the Immortal Sword will never break. And this legend is now being seen with the Titan's own eyes. Yes, at first he may have seemed like some kind of mentally disabled person, but it turned out to be a living legend. The young masters immediately ran to congratulate the legendary master. It was a great honor to meet him. The master immediately asked these children to forget about politeness and etiquette. He wanted them to communicate with him on an equal footing. Suddenly, another master came into the room, and the Immortal Sword said that they definitely didn't need this old man here. He was referring to another legendary master, one of the 10 great masters of the province, the Master of the Holy Spear. They had not seen the Immortal Sword for 2 years, but now fate has brought them together again. David was pleasantly surprised to meet 2 such serious masters in one evening. He had always dreamed of meeting them in his past life, and he had always failed to do so. But in this life, he was much more fortunate. He received a super talent and became the heir to the poker family. The Holy Spear said that everyone who was supposed to be there had already arrived. The Imperial Sword had gone into the conron, and the bulldozer was closed. Only a little later did David finally realize that this was not an unusual dinner, but a gathering of 10 faction masters. When there are only 3 of them, Don Namgun feels too lonely, which is why he decided to call the youth. He wanted to introduce the most talented craftsmen to the future leaders of the province. The Holy Spear has already heard stories about the 4 titans, and together they seem stronger than lonely slugs. Hearing the story about the slugs, the Immortal Sword started laughing and told his friend that he needed to learn some manners. Thus, young masters began to get acquainted with legendary teachers step by step. The atmosphere in the room was very friendly, but Ica didn't understand why he was also invited. He didn't belong to the 4 titans. Suddenly, the Holy Sword asked the head of the provincial alliance, "Who is this young man with red hair?" Ica immediately realized that they were talking about him and started to worry. He felt out of place at this dinner. Don reminded his friend that he had wanted to become a teacher for a long time if he could find a worthwhile and talented student. The Holy Spear began to consider the young warrior. He really wanted to try himself as a mentor for a long time. The Sword of Light apologized to the boy for not asking his opinion on the matter. But he couldn't tell all of this because their meetings are extremely confidential, so the Ica has to understand that. He tried not to show his excitement, but the eyes of the holy spear scared him to death. The legendary master knows that the Ica has mastered the spear technique, but he could not have done it himself at such a young age, someone taught him. The leader of the alliance replied that he would not show his friend a child who already had a teacher. After that, the holy spear began to ask the boy how he learned martial arts. The young man began to recall his path of formation and said that at first he chose the sword as his main weapon. After that, at the age of 15, he found himself in a strange situation, finding an elixir along with an untitled book. There was only half an instruction manual for mastering the spear, but the Ica changed his weapon because he liked the spear technique better. The masters were surprised that the boy had reached such a level using only a book with no title. The holy spear noticed that this guy has talent and a strong character, but why is he still learning martial arts? Ica said that at first he did it to survive, but now he holds his spear to protect his loved ones. It may not be possible to do this alone, but if the alliance gives him strength, the entire province will be safe. The holy spear was pleased with these words. He said that life and protection would be enough. The guy doesn't need many reasons to take up arms. It looks like the holy sword will finally take on a disciple. The holy spear began to laugh and said that he would only allow the boy to walk next to him and would constantly criticize him. Don asked his friend to raise Ica as his own son and reminded him that this child had lost to a student of the Holy Sword. The Holy Spear was very angry to hear that this slug, claiming to be his disciple, had lost to the disciple of the Holy Sword. Then he laughed and said that all this was making him excited, and after that he started shaking with fear. In David's past life, the Holy Spear had no disciple, and now new connections are forming before David's eyes. Immortal Sword approached the frightened boy and said that he would need his advice. The dinner continued in a friendly atmosphere, with everyone at the table enjoying the conversation and delicious food. After they had talked about the ordinary things in life, it was time to move on to the most important thing. The Sword of Light said that they certainly had a lot to talk about, and he would start with the fact that the King of Fire had died. People seem to have found 2 burned bodies at the site, and the province believes he was killed while driving with his mistress. It's strange that a man who played with fire all his life died from this power, although I don't really believe in this whole legend. The Immortal Sword said that it was as if their enemies had targeted 10 great masters. Don Namgun does not rule out this option. If it turns out to be true, they are all in danger. According to rumors, demon kings are said to be roughly equal in power to 10 masters. But is this really true? David is confident that their martial arts skills are well known and that they have all reached the level of transcendence. The Holy Spear said that this was a great opportunity. It was in their interest to kill those who wanted it so badly. David immediately remembered that none of the great masters had died in mysterious battles in his past life. He is also convinced that the Flame King was killed by the cruel soul of the Demon King. And now there are more and more situations that did not happen in his past life. The Sword of Light publicly announced that a decision was made today to ally with the Navarro. David said that he was very happy about this event, which is what he had been telling all the elders for a long time. Now the alliance will work with the followers of the unholy path. They have always adhered to nobility, and today's decision is no exception. All the young masters of the 4 Titans squad were happy to hear this news, and they immediately felt greatly relieved. The Immortal Sword heard that they had all contributed to this, and he asked them not to forget the excitement they have now, even in their old age. Immortal Sword said that thanks to these talented young masters, he could finally take a break. Don Namgun listened carefully to these words. Did it mean that they should suspect the people of the North Sea? But this cannot be. The Ice Butler of the North Sea is currently under the control of a man named the warlike god of the North Sea. And the main problem is that this warlike god of the North Sea is too ambitious. It all looks very strange indeed. Even the 3 legendary emperors did not dare to put the title of god next to their names. But the most interesting thing of all is that this is not a man at all. This is a crazy woman, and few people know about it. Now everyone knows that the Ice Castle of the North Sea follows the imperial court, so the nature and ideology of this sect is very changeable. That is why they united with the province when other states began to attack them, and then insidiously attacked the alliance. The current boss of the North Sea Ice Castle hasn't done anything yet, but she will soon make her next move. This secretive woman has the power to take over the entire province. So after such events, the province must prepare not only for an attack by a demonic sect, It was because of all these dangers that the Don asked his friends to find allies, but instead, they only found enemies. The leader of the alliance also asked his friend how he knew so many details. The Immortal Sword took a pitcher of wine, took a few sips, and then said that he had entered the residence of the god of the North Sea. I think everyone understood the reaction of all the other masters at the table. They were all shocked and thought that this old man had lost his mind. But it was because of this that the Immortal Sword had a little talk with the Ice Castle boss. She almost immediately took out her sword to test its strength. Of course, everyone was wondering what happened next, but the Immortal Sword calmly said that after a few blows, he immediately ran away. David had already heard that the body and light technique of the Immortal Sword is one of the best in the world. Even 3 emperors could not catch the escaping master. But the Immortal Sword honestly admitted at the table that the goddess of the North Sea was stronger than him. She's at least on the same level as the 3 emperors, and this says a lot. While borrowing forces from allies is important, it is also necessary to keep in mind the need to build up forces within the province. That is why the Don offered the young masters to lead the squadron of faithful dragons, which was formed recently. The 4 Titans squad were surprised by this offer. It is a great honor for them. But after a short meeting, Heavenly Sword said that they wanted to work separately, as before. The leader of the provincial alliance was silent for a while. You didn't expect them to refuse, so you took something out of your pocket. He threw it up, and the young craftsmen were excited and surprised, although it is not yet clear what it is. Don recognized that their powers excited his imagination, so he prepared the leaderboards for them. Soon, the day will surely come when they will need their own army, and it is at this point that they can use these signs. The 4 Titans were happy, and they thanked the Don for these warm words and help. After that, the leader of the alliance asked the Davidians what they planned to do next, whether they would stay in the alliance. The young owner of the Pock family said that he wanted to go to his family, as the heir he had been away from home for too long. The Sky Swordsman said that they would also join their friend because the whole team should be together. The Sword of Light looked at these young masters and realized that they were on the verge of achieving transcendence. Even if he wanted to keep his grandson with him and teach him, it would still be better not to destroy their friendship. The Holy Spear thanked them for the delicious dinner, realized that everything important had already been discussed, and said that it was time for him to return home. But of course he would not go there alone. He immediately grabbed the young slug by his t-shirt and said they were going together. Ica was not ready for this, but no one was interested in his opinion, and now he was a disciple of the saint. Soon, the young 4 Titans also finished their dinner, and David thanked the host for the warm welcome and said that they had to go too. Although it seemed that this conversation was very quick, in fact, the masters spent almost the entire night together. Only 2 legendary masters remained at the table, and the Immortal Sword said he was counting on his friend to show him something. This is the dagger that the demonic sect is trying so hard to find, and all this time it was in the possession of a legendary master. Apparently they were looking for him all over the province, but he was safely hidden all this time. About a month ago, there was an attempt to break into the house of 1,000 provincial soldiers. This dagger should be kept in the sword's grave at the Immortal Sword Gate, the safest place in the province. That is why the Immortal Sword must keep it and make sure that no one finds it. Not far from the main building of the Alliance boss, the 2 men received a task from the elders. They have to repair some components of the arena, but suddenly they feel an unknown man approaching. They immediately tried to explain to him that other people are not allowed to move freely in this area. But this man was not going to listen to them. He grabbed them by the face and began to suck out their life force. It was hard to watch. He made mummies of them in a few seconds. These guys died, of course. It was the infamous John Meiji, and if he can clean up this place, it will be uncomfortable to read the traces. Few people noticed it, but something interesting happened when Fabio used a powerful plum blossom against Davidson's David Pock. An uninvited guest appeared among the audience, and it was John Meiji, but no one saw him. A John has an interesting property. He can go unnoticed for a long time if he so desires. John touched the ground in the arena, closed his eyes, and imagined himself next to the young masters during the fight. He imagined himself standing in the middle of these young talents at the very moment when they were activating their techniques. Fabio activated a powerful plum blossom and gave the technique of 5 tigers climbing into the sky. John must have imagined that he felt no resistance at all against this aura of the sword. He confidently approached the David and finally made him suffer. He tore his heart out of his chest, and now it will never beat, at least in his imagination. All of this can be called very daring fantasies. as long as these fantasies do not turn into reality. John the Magician is a very ambitious and aggressive beast. It is better to keep him at a long distance and keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, his assistant came up to him and told him that the sect boss had ordered him to return. John was unhappy with these words. He agreed to return, but he was tired of obeying the orders of this old fool. He got angry and said that he would not allow him to continue to behave like that. The next day, early in the morning, the young craftsmen set out on their long journey. David was pleased with the latest developments. It looks like he doesn't have to worry about the provincial alliance for a while. Now they will cooperate with Navarre, and there was no disaster with the Rising Dragon Gate, which is great. David pulled out a plaque from his pocket and said that he couldn't help but smile when he thought about how he would use it. A little later, they came across a large store with various herbs and products. David took out his signs and said that he wanted to buy everything in this store. His friends did not understand why he was doing this, but decided to trust the process and wait for an explanation. But of the things he just ordered, the elixirs alone cost as much as several palaces, so where did he get that much money? David said that he would definitely share all these elixirs with his friends, if he had any left over. His friends were immediately upset, wondering if he wanted to take everything for himself. They could not even imagine that he would turn out to be such a person. David reassured them and explained that he had ordered all this for his family's soldiers, which explained his behavior. Suddenly, a salesman approached the young master of the family god and said that he had more medical ingredients. David felt that all these herbs smelled as if they were some kind of poison, and this smell was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he stopped near an old man, and he felt an incredible flow of pure energy. He looks like an Indian monk who is traditionally considered a preacher of Buddhism. Is he really a divine healer? The man approached the shopkeeper and said that the prices of elixirs and medical ingredients had risen dramatically recently. The old man said that he had very little money now, and the seller replied that the demand for all this stuff had grown a lot lately, so he had to raise the prices. David approached the old man and said that he would buy everything he needed at his own expense. The old man was surprised and began to ask the boy who he was and why he was doing this. Then the man took a closer look at this young company and realized that these were the four titans. He had already heard some stories about their travels and achievements, and the young masters were happy that everyone knew about them. The old man thought that David was doing all this to get his nameplate, so he refused the offer. Hans does not understand what could be important about this tablet, but Barbara explained that this is a divine doctor, the best in the world, so the tablet is priceless. All the major sects and families were looking for him, as well as people from the emperor's palace, because he had cured many people he found during his travels. He met poor patients, and he personally bought herbs and treated them, which is why he was called a divine physician. It has always had an excellent reputation not only among travelers in the province, but also among ordinary residents, and David knows this. He assured me that he was making this gift without bad intentions, and that was the reason why the prices went up. That is why it is difficult for the young family owner to see how good deeds can be ended because of his fault. The elder believes that David is saying this for a reason, but in this case, he will not hesitate to accept this help. The elder thanked the young heir to the Pop family for his help and soon said goodbye to the young masters. Of course, David wanted to get something from him in return, but now it seems too late to think about it. After that, Barbara came up to David and told him that there was a tavern nearby where they had delicious food. She began to persuade David to go to this tavern. It seems that this girl will never stop loving delicious food. The other guys supported her suggestion, and the celestial swordsman even said that he wanted to order something expensive in this place. Soon it was decided to go out and have a nice meal. Barbara was happy, and David looked upset. A little later, the young craftsmen continued their journey home, and now they are walking near the Rocky Mountains. They felt the approach of people who seemed to be provincial warriors, but they had a wild energy. Hans said that if they could not pass by peacefully, force would have to be used. According to the experience of the celestial swordsman, in such situations, you can almost never do without a loud fight. When they came a little closer, they saw that these scum were insulting the divine doctor and an unknown little child. David immediately approached them and ordered them to stop immediately, which immediately worsened his mood. David approached the experienced doctor and reminded him of his name. The divine physician replied that he certainly remembered the young master of the Pock family and his help in the medicine store. The elder also asked for more help, as he has no choice now because he has a child in his arms. The bandits immediately recognized the four titans, and the rumors spread too quickly through the province, even though the internet had not yet been invented. The most interesting fact is that these bastards were not afraid and did not run away. They were prepared to fight and take revenge. It seems to be a group of Yanluo, David and his friends destroyed one of their units in a neighboring town. Now these thieves are satisfied. The four titans have come into their hands on their own, and now they can finally avenge the death of their brothers. One of the bandits blew up a small fireworks display, hardly a Chinese New Year celebration, more like a sign. Their warriors are all over the nearby territory. All of them wanted to find the Divine Doctor, and in a second, they will be here. One of these thieves said they should let the girl live because they would find interesting things for her to do. Barbara could not keep quiet after such brazen words. She said that she would have to cut off each of their heads. The bandit said that when they got to her, she would speak completely differently and do everything they said. Barbara was so angry that she started to burst into flames and said she was going to kill them all. All this looks strange because these people try not to show themselves to the leaders of large families because they are afraid of the problems they might get because of the conflict. It's hard to believe, but now it's clear that they've all lost their minds if they say such things. The team of the four titans quickly decided how they would act. Hans and George would protect the back, and Barbara and David would attack from the front. As soon as Barbara heard that the attack was about to begin, she immediately rushed forward to attack the attackers. She took out her crown jewel weapon and immediately began attacking the men below the waist. The reaction of these bandits was understandable, even though they said a lot of unnecessary things, but this punishment is too cruel. Barbara called them rotten animals, but said that this was only the beginning and it would only get more fun. David immediately approached the divine physician and the child and asked them to immediately step back. Then he turned to the little boy and explained that strange things were about to happen, so he should close his eyes and count to 10. Then David showed these bandits what the cruelty of the tiger of the Pock family means. The divine doctor noticed that David had mastered the extreme energy of Yang, which is respectable. After analyzing the guy's technique, it became clear that this is the signature chaotic strike of the divine lightning of the Pock family. After completing the different David, he approached the boy and assured him that all the bad things were over. The divine physician apologized to the David once again, but he was still very curious whether he had really mastered the extreme Yang energy. David was surprised by this question, but he honestly answered that it was true. After that, the experienced doctor took David by the hand and asked him to have a personal conversation. A little later, this story in the mountains was already known to many important persons of the demonic sect. The demon lord could not believe that these idiots had lost when they had such a serious numerical advantage. But the demon lord's fist assured her that it was too late to worry because the four titans had killed them all. She was unhappy to hear that the four titans had done it again, their plans constantly being destroyed by these young masters. Kulak said that the demon's listening house had been rebuilt, so it is unlikely that information from the main sect leaked to the people. The demon lord was very angry. She said she was tired of hearing all these stories. Her battle aura was activated out of anger, and she had something in mind when she learned that the four titans were returning home. She approached the demon lord's fist and said that after David returned home, they would have to execute the same plan. Kulak explained that David was one of the few survivors of the battle with the two demon kings, so their plan might not work on him. The demon lord reminded us of her power. It was she who lured the Fire King into bed and then allowed the young sect leader to destroy him. The stupid bastards from the Central Mountains must have found out about the fake letter only now. She approached the demon lord's fist and asked him why their sect was still part of the exorcist sect. She explained that they don't fight, they seduce men, and even someone who has achieved transcendence cannot look her in the face now. After that, she turned around and left. It will be difficult to calm the whole woman down, but she has a rather interesting approach to her opponents. The demon lord's fist is also tired of the four titans constantly interfering with him, and it will soon be very loud in the province. Meanwhile, David and the divine physician stepped aside to have a personal dialogue. They climbed to the top of a mountain with a magnificent view, and the divine doctor said that he wanted to ask an immodest question once again. He is interested in one thing. Compared to the Fire King, what level is David at now in terms of martial arts? This is not an easy question, and David would be able to answer it more accurately if he had fought it in person at least once. But this young self-confident guy is still sure that he would have won against the Fire King. Even the divine physician did not expect such self-confidence. It seems that the Yang energy is getting stronger in the body of the David. It was after this that the divine physician suggested that David try to save the man with him. Does he mean the same young boy who was with him earlier? It is true that this guy suffers from a rare disease that the divine physician had never seen before, even in the books of the Imperial Library. This disease is called scattered divine yin, and this name immediately surprised David. This rare disease almost never manifests itself, but once a month, this guy's veins are filled with powerful yin energy. This disease is similar to the 9 yin impulses, but still has some differences. 9 yin impulses can be suppressed by strong flows of yang energy, while in this case, the disease must be constantly suppressed by yang energy. That is why this disease is much harder to cure, and this child cannot take medications every month. The divine physician believes that this boy needs a strong master with powerful yang energy. For some time, the divine physician stayed in the Shaolin Temple, a place where yang energy is traditionally developed. But even here it's not so simple, because the yin force is getting stronger every minute, and so the doctor wanted to find the Fire King because he has strong yang energy. But the Fire King is dead, and that is why the divine physician is now asking David for help. He has a special relationship with those he wants to save. This child is an orphan, and this causes even more problems for the doctor. He knows the method of treatment of this disease very well, so of course he's trying to do everything to cure the guy. David now has an obligation to succeed the Pock family boss, but he cannot stay in the family forever. David said that it would be difficult to watch the child from afar. Does he really mean what I think? The master immediately ran up to him and told him that according to medical records, the disease should go away after the age of 20. The child is now 10 years old, so in another 10 years his illness should go away, but it will be difficult to give a lot of yang energy every month. That's why David said it would be better if he gave the boy his signature chaotic divine lightning strike. It doesn't mean transmitting all the movements, just the first part of the technique itself, but it will be enough to get the yang energy. But the divine physician reminded David that teaching a stranger family techniques was forbidden in the province. Perhaps David wants to ask for something in return, in which case it would be a fair deal between the doctor and the young soldier. A little later, David said that he wanted the divine healer to live for a while in the Pock family, together with this child. Even if he has mastered new arts, he needs yang energy to keep the disease at bay. Even if he learns other arts during the period when the cycle of illness begins again, David will saturate him with yang energy. David has already managed to change the structure of the medical pavilion in his home and plans to improve the level and quality of medical arts in the Pock family. So, in simple words, he asks the divine physician to teach people from the family the art of healing. He wants the doctor to become the boss of the treatment pavilion, and it would be ideal if he could treat the Pock family members. David assured him that he would cover all the costs of the divine physician's research, and this was an important argument. Surely the divine physician wants to create an elixir that will be stronger than the Shaolin restoration elixir. Even if he agrees to become the boss of the healing pavilion, David will not tie him to the Pock family. So the divine physician will be free to do good deeds as before. This young warrior turned out to be very intelligent for his age, and the doctor cannot believe that such a position came at the right time. He will not only be able to save the child, but also continue the research, so there is no reason to refuse. He has no choice but to move in with the Pock family, but will they let him go if he wants to leave? David assured him that no one would hold the divine physician, and after these words, the elder finally agreed to these conditions. David thanked him for that and said he would never regret his decision. Later, David successfully made his way back to the Pock family home. The boy immediately went to a meeting of the Pock family elders in the boundless heavenly hall. He was happy to see his father, the boss of the family, because he had completely healed from the rejection of chi energy. At this gathering, the family boss authorized the transfer of the first half of the signature chaotic strike of the divine and lightning for a sick child. A little later, he approached his younger son and said he was glad that David had returned, and he also brought good news. Moreover, even the emperor's family was hunting for the divine doctor, so the Pock family was very lucky to get him for themselves. David also noted that all of them should pay sufficient attention to the child and help him feel comfortable in the family. They were joined by a very important guest, so the family boss decided it would be right to throw a banquet. The deputy boss said that they would get everything ready and enjoy the holiday in the evening. If things continue like this, the Pock family may be able to return to the list of the 5 great families. The Pock family had been suffering from adversity for too long. First, the family boss fell ill due to a deviation in chi energy. Then there were problems due to internal troubles and collusion with members of other families. But thanks to the young heir, the situation in the family has changed. They could not have dreamed of this before, but now it is a reality. In the evening, a banquet was organized in honor of the divine doctor joining the family, and almost all family members gathered there. Of course, David could not help but invite his closest friends to this celebration, and they also took part in the divine doctor's special operation. When Hans saw the abundance of wine, he thought he was now in paradise, while Thomas could not believe that he was seeing a monk enjoying alcohol and meat. David approached his older brother and said that he had already heard these stories about Thomas becoming vice president of the counting room. Thomas confirmed this information and said that he had a talent for fundraising and had learned a lot from the Jock Trading Group. After that, Daniel told us about the activities in the large martial arts hall, and the level of the young family members has improved significantly during this time. The David reforms seem to have had a great impact on the Pock family, but the hard work of other family members should also be recognized. A little later, when the brothers had drunk enough wine, they started quarreling because David didn't pay any attention to Thomas, which was fun to watch. The Heavenly Swordsman said that he had a sister, but their relationship was not very good. She had been avoiding him for many years. As it turned out, this was a rather painful topic for the Celestial Swordsman, and he began to cry and complain about his relationship with his sister. But we all know very well who Barbara is. She is a girl who does not like unnecessary male tears, so she told George directly about it. The Pock family's winemaking technique is too serious. Even the crazy monk from the Shaolin Temple could not withstand this tension. The next morning, far from the Pock family's home, important events occurred that are critical to the storyline. There is a deep cave near the Rocky Mountain area, and someone very powerful and strong has knocked out its door. Later it became clear that this was our old friend, the King of the Fist, the head of the family, Antonio. His son came up to him and told him that the King of the Fist had done a great job. Now Antonio is confident that he will be able to fight for dominance with the Sword of Light, the leader of the Provincial Alliance. He also began to ask his son what exactly had happened to the Pock family during this time. He was immediately told that David had become a direct successor to the family boss and had returned home 2 days ago. As soon as Antonio heard this, he immediately smiled and said that it was time to look at the decline of the Pock family. Meanwhile, David began to teach lessons to a little boy named Junior. This little child has already mastered the signature chaotic stroke of divine lightning. But I've heard the story many times that those who suffer from such diseases have incredible talents. Junior is very inquisitive and has a great physical condition. If he really has talent, it will be great to have such a student around. But he remembered that the divine doctor had told him that this boy was an orphan, and he even got his name from the doctor. Now the junior is studying medical art, and despite the fact that it is quite difficult, he likes it. But he is not really interested in treating other people as a profession, and it is immediately obvious that he is much more mature than his peers. That is why David decided to offer him to start studying martial arts under his guidance. Junior was happy and surprised at the same time. If he agreed, he would be able to do the same thing as the perfect tiger sword. David told me that Pop's family has a place where children learn martial arts, and he suggested that they go there together. The guy looked happy, like he had been dreaming of such training for a long time, but was shy to suggest it. After the junior has seen this martial arts training, he can decide if it's right for him. David also said that if the junior wanted to study, he could become his personal student. And if he wants to, he will become a full-fledged member of the Pock family, and David will be only too happy about it. David immediately recalled memories from his past life, the very day the Pock family also became his home. Then the family boss made him the happiest man in the world, and it was he who gave him the name James. He said that if the boy worked hard and studied, he would become a great man in the family in the future. The family boss allowed him to call himself an elder and said that James would succeed. David will never forget the kindness and help he received from the family boss. Now he is on a completely different path, but he is very pleased to do something similar to what Michael Pock did. Later, the fourth heir of the Pock family, in honor of his return, decided to gather all the young warriors of the family. From the very beginning, they couldn't understand what exactly was going on. Maybe he wanted to organize a training session. A little later, David appeared, and the entire Tiger Squad immediately greeted the heir to the family. They all worked very hard to protect the Pock family while David was away from home as the boss's successor. He said he had recently brought a lot of medicines and herbs for the family's soldiers. The divine physician, the head of the medical pavilion, together with other doctors, will prepare elixirs from all these ingredients. He even assured me that as soon as everything was ready, he would definitely give it all to the soldiers of the Pock family. But it should be remembered that the amount of energy a warrior will receive from these elixirs depends on the skills and techniques of martial arts. That is why the David should divide the soldiers into 3 levels: low, middle, and high. As for the method of dividing the soldiers into levels, David consulted the divine physician on this matter. He decided that the best way out of this situation would be to personally check each soldier. But he will appreciate their strength for himself, as they say that the power of the Pock family has grown, so he will see it for himself. The Tiger Squad of the family was very excited. They all know how strong the air is during a fight. But if they want to continue to serve this family and receive the elixirs, they must prove their combat level. Of course, William was the first to go, and as the leader of the 5 tigers, he had to show everything he could do. He immediately began to attack David, but the 4th heir to the family easily dodged his blow. David decided not to give his assistant a head start, so he immediately struck back. William has always had a strong character, so one unsuccessful attack did not make him stop. David was pleased with William's aggression. He finally saw the true strength of the cruel tiger's foreheads. William made significant progress. After that, the 5 tigers were tested for many more hours, and all the warriors were exhausted, but David remained energetic. All of this continued for the next 10 days, and the heir to the Pock family was not tired at all, although the soldiers begged for rest. Soon, the inspection of the soldiers was finally stopped. One of the assistants stopped the David and said that an urgent meeting was taking place. He was told that his family had invited a competition between the sects, and David's face immediately became serious. Unlike anti-factions that build a hierarchy of power, pro-factions organize events called sectarian competitions. All this is done only to solve all the problems of the province that cannot be discussed in words. These competitions are an ancient tradition of the province and are held to put an end to conflicts that can destroy entire families or sects. The boss of the Pock family was very unhappy when he saw a request from the On family for a sectarian competition on his desk. It is not known on which lands they want to organize the competition. They only said that they would announce the reason only during a meeting with representatives of the alliance. This is a very serious matter, so all the important family members gathered in the meeting room. Michael decided that they must meet with the other elders, and he would go with David. The boss of the family couldn't help but notice that all the other people at the table looked too excited and upset. Their reaction is understandable. The Pock family is constantly under pressure from the On family, but everyone here should not be afraid of the On family. David explained that if they were afraid, this fear would be immediately transmitted to all the other members of the family. But most of the family members are not really afraid of the family On. Usually they all think only of the King of the Fist. But David immediately asked them to calm down and promised that he would personally take care of the man. The other family members were surprised. They know what a perfect tiger match is capable of, but Antonio is a true martial arts legend. David explained that he sees the upcoming competition between the sects as a great opportunity for the Poker family. This is a great opportunity for the Pock family, which has long been considered the losers of the province, to regain its former glory. Therefore, David urged all members of this meeting to focus on the upcoming competitions and show the hidden potential of the Poker family. Because the father was pleased with his son's words, the shine in his eyes returned to each of them, so they had to win. A little later, the father and son finally went to the representatives of the alliance on the northern side of the province. They were immediately met by the leader of this part of the alliance, a Hikaru master. At this meeting, David met many old acquaintances whom he did not really want to see, but now they must talk. Hikaru asked everyone to calm down, explaining that they had gathered in this place to resolve the issue of the competition between the two families. After that, the leader of the alliance asked the family to be the first to speak about their position. They explained that the Pock family had taken most of their land while they were weak, and that their family's financial situation had suffered significantly. Michael said that conflicts between families seeking rewards are not uncommon nowadays, but they did not know that the land belonged to the On family. His family said that they had nothing to do with the uprising in the Pock family, but they also had a rebellion within themselves, and because of this, they went into long-term isolation. After that, they accused the Pock family of having organized a riot in their family, which is a direct insult. That's why his family wants to use martial arts to wash away the unfair accusations and the harm they have done. The head of the alliance listened attentively to all these words, and it was clear that he did not really believe them, but for now he kept his opinion to himself. After that, it was time to listen to the Pock family, and they are firm in their attitude to this topic. They do not have the goal of avoiding anything. Michael seems to have accepted the offer of a competition between families quite easily. A family he is confident will win it without tension. The boss of the alliance has been trying to end things peacefully all this time, but now he has no choice but to confirm the competition. The representative of the family, Philip, said that they do not accept the sparring format. They are only interested in the war format. Even the boss of the alliance did not expect such a statement. Did he not hear Philip say that they want war? David was expecting exactly that. There are two ways to conduct sectarian competitions: a battle in which 10 masters from each family are paired up, and a war where the power of the entire sect is used to determine the winner. Hikaru is well aware that a sectarian competition would not be in the Pock family's best interests, because a demonic sect could attack at any time. Philippe assured that the province can act as a mediator, but the alliance is not in a position to say what decision to make. Even the leader of the alliance takes this threat seriously, so he wants the family to change their mind. But the family's past boss fully supports this idea. He thinks it's a shame to be afraid of a demonic sect. David decided to intervene and said that they were ready for this format because the conflict between them began a long time ago and is not over even today. He is sure that they can start a war, and then everyone will see which family is the strongest. Hikaru couldn't believe that the young heir to the Pock family was actually willing to accept this stupid challenge. But David used telepathy and assured the Hikaru that nothing terrible would happen from what he imagined. It is not yet known what exactly David is up to, but he realizes that all members of his family are not interested in the stability of the province. They care only about the honor and wealth of their own family, so it will be impossible to convince them of anything else. David assured us that he could finish this competition between families in one day. We just had to trust him. As the boss of the alliance, he had no choice but to believe the words of this young and talented warrior. If the family wins, the Pock family will officially apologize to her, return what they took, and add compensation. That's why his family organized these competitions between families, and of course that's what they want. Philip is well aware that the Pock family will do everything possible to win and is already analyzing the weaknesses of the On family. David knows that the requirements for victory are similar between families, but in his past life, his family always avoided conflict. And then, at the moment when the demonic sect made its first strike on the province, they gave the smallest part of their troops. Not even the King of the Fist was visible that day, and this behavior at the moment resembles their behavior in their past life. Regardless of victory or defeat, both families must take an active part in the war. But if the Pock family wins this time, they should be restored to the status of one of the 5 great families of the province, as it was before.